The story begins with the story of an organization that gathered the forces of 9 clans and 5 great families to preserve peace in Murim. Under the political faction of Chponya, quite a few families and small clans united, forming the White Island Murim Union. The gray-haired shaman Kwag Yun was the first to lead this association and began an open struggle with the Magyo, who were supporters of the Mo religion. However, there was something that people didn't know about, namely a hidden group of Ambu, which was a squad of hired assassins called the Black Flower. If we compare the two associations, the group of people with Murim can be called light, and the representatives of the Black Flower personified darkness. The representatives of darkness had 3 main goals for their alliance, which they accomplished brilliantly, and secret assassinations were one of the tasks. Another, no less important task that they set for themselves, was to carry out various machinations in order to obtain certain benefits. Another equally important mission that lay before them was the collection various useful information that they could sell for a high price or use for their own purposes. Thus, through their skills and abilities, they became an organization whose strength was feared even by Magyo and Safa, people who chose the path of crime. And the leader of the Black Flower, a group that terrified many because of its clearly honed skills, was Commander-in-Chief Kui Myung-dok. He existed, but at the same time he did not, because no one knew his true face, because he always purposely wore a ghostly mask. At this moment, somewhere far away in the Chan Mountains on the White Island, on one of the stone peaks, stood the leader of the Murim Alliance group. Unexpectedly, a man in a white mask appeared behind the back of Murim's head, Kwag Yun, bowing before him. But this did not embarrass the old man at all. The gray-haired man wondered if he was also going to wear this mask in front of him, continuing to look calmly into the distance. But the suddenly arrived warrior, hiding his face while bowing, announced that he never took it off while carrying out missions. The old man contemplated the scenery in meditation and thoughtfully and slowly said that Myung-dok had been ruling the Black Flower for 20 years. The warrior, who constantly hides his face, did not understand why he now began to talk about this topic, and therefore it confused him. Looking back over his shoulder, he continued to say that it was time for the Black Flower to disband, as the military conflict with Mago had subsided. The old man suggested that his interlocutor stop doing such dirty work, but the latter assured him that he felt fine. Suddenly, a gray-haired leader approached the warrior, who stood with his head bowed in respect, and placed his hand on his shoulder in a fatherly manner. With a certain sadness in his eyes but firmness in his decision, the old man said that in such a situation, he now feels completely different. Concerned by what he had heard, Kui Myung-dok wondered if the words he had just spoken could now be considered an order given to him. At that moment, he saw a familiar, strong, old hand in front of him, reaching out to him in the same gesture as before, long ago. This brought to mind long-lived images from his past, when this old man once found a small, exhausted boy. It was the same man who was standing before him now, the only one who had offered the exhausted young man help. It was after agreeing to the offered help that everything changed radically in the life of the exhausted and desperate boy. Kwag Yun shared his desire to establish a military institution and educate young warriors to ensure future peace in Murim. He said that he planned to assign the best masters of the Union to his students, and therefore offered Kui Myung the chance to become one of the mentors. The warrior, who was used to hiding his face, did not know how to react to this, so he remained silent and stared intently at his interlocutor. Then the gray-haired man decided to push him to make a decision faster, placing his hand on his shoulder and sternly declaring that this was his order. Worried, Kui Myung-dok reached for his mask to take it off, realizing he had no other choice. The young warrior resigned himself to his fate and agreed to accept the orders of his old acquaintance, to whom he owed much in his life. All clans and families began to prepare, as the news of the opening of a new Pek school in the Murim Alliance quickly spread throughout the White Isle. The children willingly entered this school to become future warriors, made incredible efforts for this, and because of this, their hands were covered in calluses. One of those who wanted to was Namgun Mei, who trained until he was completely exhausted and couldn't even stand on his feet after training. Seeing the young Maknae prince lying on the ground, his nurse rushed to run to the youngest heiress of the nobleman. The young man raised his hand to show that he was okay, but she still leaned forward in concern, wondering if he had been training here again. The young boy, with a crazy smile, declared that he had to work hard, because unlike his brothers and sisters, he was not a genius. These words struck the nanny to the very depths of her heart, and she, worried for the young man, did not know what to answer the young nobleman. After all, the Namgun family is one of the 5 noble families that gained great power by participating in the war with Magyo. And one of the complicating factors was that all the children of Namgun Cho, who was at this point the head of the entire clan, were called geniuses. After all, they were recognized as true talents capable of leading the next generation. But the youngest son was considered completely talentless. The young man, who was not going to stop his training, turned to the nanny, wondering if anything had happened. The excited woman drew attention to herself. Clasping her hands in front of her in a pleading manner, she announced that the head of the family was asking everyone to gather. Such unexpected news made the boy jump on the spot, and he instantly got up, because he didn't believe that his father was gathering everyone. But there was nothing to do, and he quickly headed for the familiar stained glass doors behind which the office of the venerable Namgun Cho was hidden. When everyone entered the room, they saw their father unfolding a scroll in front of him and carefully reading something from it. The head of the Namgun clan, Namgun Cho, reported that this scroll refers to the opening of a new school in Murim, namely the Beck Military Academy. The head of the family looked at the children standing in front of him, who appeared to him at the first call, and thoughtfully repeated the name of the union. The eldest son bowed before the head of the family and asked his father to send him away, confidently declaring that he would represent their family. However, Namgung Song turned to her Orabona, her older brother, stating that she, the second heiress, would be the best option. But the third heir interrupted Hyun and Noon, which meant the younger one addressing the older brother and sister, stating that they were too old. At the moment when the youngest stood silently, Namgung Hai, the fourth child, stopped their argument by saying that it would be better for the father to resolve this. Namgun Mi, understanding the complexity of his formation, bowed his head, sadly thinking that this event definitely could not concern him. The head of the family let out a long breath, pondering who to send because he had as many as 5 children, and the choice was really not easy. Suddenly, the eldest rushed forward, standing right in front of the intended father, demanding that he be sent. But this behavior only angered Namgun Cho, and he glared at his impudent descendant, demanding that he stop behaving like this. All the older children became confused when they saw the fiery eyes of the angry head of the family, and Il Namgun began to slowly step back. After that, the father slowly raised his hand, indicating his choice with a gesture, because this behavior of the elders made it possible to quickly decide. He pointed to his youngest son, stating that it was me who would be worthy to go to this academy and represent their family there. The eldest son did not understand this choice, but did not dare to say anything, and the youngest heir bowed before his father, accepting his order. However, the resentment had clearly settled deep in his heart, and he glared at his youngest brother, who was innocent of anything. That same day, after gathering in their father's office, they headed to the training arena, which was located in the very center of the courtyard of their estate. The smallest one looked excitedly and terrified at the opponent standing before him. He held his sword in front of him with trembling hands. Il Namgun, enraged by his insult, volunteered to become an opponent in a training match for his youngest brother. The firstborn of the head of the clan was determined to show how wrong his father's choice was and to have him change it while there was still time. Before attacking, he summoned his blue sky technique, illuminating the weapon he held with the power of internal energy. However, he felt that this would not be enough, and so he decided to combine the two techniques, calling forth the needle of the two-headed dragon. The frightened young heir, who was completely inept compared to his opponent, was surprised by his brother's preparation. From the directed attack of the elder, 2 incredibly strong bands of fire flew on either side of the younger, destroying the stone beneath them. The young heir to one of the most powerful families was shocked by such an attack from his own brother, who was perfectly aware of his superiority over him. Out of surprise and fright, the unfortunate young man released his sword from his trembling hands, which fell with a ringing sound onto the stone slabs at the feet of his master. In fact, Namgun Mi, the youngest son, was trembling with terror after such an unexpectedly strong attack by his own brother. At this moment, the gaze of the eldest, Il Namgun, was piercing him from head to toe, who frowned, considering his brother a loser. Disappointed by what he saw, he closed his eyes and exhaled heavily, realizing that he was powerless, that he would not be able to change his father's choice. Sheathing his sword, he let out a disappointed sigh, saying that he did not understand his father's decision to send the youngest as a representative of their clan. After hearing this, Namgun Mei was saddened and understood why his beloved brother was so suddenly angry with him, even though he was not guilty of anything. He sternly looked at the unfortunate Mi and without pity declared that he did not have enough skills to be honored to study at the Peck Military Academy. He looked carefully at his unfortunate brother and announced with seriousness in his voice that he would have to return in 3 months. The younger brother didn't know how to react, but his brother promised to cover for him to his father if he returned by the appointed time. Namgung Il snarled at him angrily, wondering if he was really refusing, but Mei quickly assured Hyun that he wasn't. But the angry elder didn't react at all to this, just glanced sideways and chuckled as he prepared to leave this training arena. The youngest heir, Namgun Mei, remained, standing helplessly on the sidelines, watching his proud brother disappear. After some time, Mei headed towards the Murim Alliance, and struck by the grandeur of the place, he stood motionless for a moment before its gates. Young Mei admired the gate and what was behind it, and couldn't believe his luck that he had managed to get here despite everything. When he found himself in the middle of a crowd of young warriors wishing to enter the academy, he realized that all the applicants were about his age. Looking at so many people wanting to study, he again felt a sense of incomprehension as to why his father had sent the weakest one. He watched as the applicants excitedly chatted with each other and told each other which family or clan they had come to represent. I could hear them from a distance getting to know each other and happily telling each other who was from which city and how far it was from this academy. He wondered how many representatives from famous clans and families had arrived today, because it seemed that everyone gathered here had high hopes. Suddenly, among the noisy crowd, he saw her, a girl who definitely stood out from everyone else, because she was standing quietly aside and not talking to anyone at all. He was surprised to see someone who would act the same way as him, and for a moment, the youngest Namgung thought that this young lady was familiar to him. Suddenly, the noise in the middle of the square stopped. A burly man climbed onto the stage and loudly ordered everyone present to be quiet. No less loudly, this giant introduced himself as Kumak Ho, who was known by the nickname the Great Swordsman, and now he would be one of their teachers. The jaws of children from famous families dropped in surprise, as this warrior was known for his sword-twisting technique, fending off opponents. The burly man thanked them for coming to the school, and they all shouted loudly, rejoicing at this acquaintance, and that he would be one of their mentors. He announced that this was the main unit of the Murim, and from now on, they would be studying at the Peck Academy, according to the distribution list based on their skills. The children carefully studied the lists given to them, as the Peck Academy divides its students into 12 classes, according to the 12 animals of the Eastern calendar. Namgung Mei also approached the information board and read each list in detail, realizing that he had been assigned to the snake class. Young Mi realized that if one of their mentors was a great swordsman, then all the others must also be famous Chpona masters. After he realized which class he belonged to, the boy, like the rest, hurried to his snake training arena. But to their great surprise, when the children arrived at the appropriate place, no one was waiting for them there, and they didn't know what to do next. Suddenly, a sound came from nowhere, but it seemed to be coming from the snake statue, an unknown voice, wondering if everyone was gathered. The family representatives began to look around, not understanding who it was, when suddenly someone suggested they go look for the owner of the mysterious voice. But at that moment, someone's loud footsteps were heard on the top of the mountain, and the sound of small stones falling and rolling down. One of the children pointed his finger upwards, attracting the attention of the others, and at that moment the children saw the warriors approaching them. In a split second, one of the powerful warriors, mesmerizing with just his appearance, landed on his feet in front of them. Those present at the Peck Academy training arena opened their mouths in amazement. They sincerely admired the skills and strength of the landed man. Young Mi looked at the powerful energy radiating from the strong man and sincerely hoped that he would become their teacher. One of the applicants, stammering and bowing respectfully, turned to the mighty warrior, wanting to know his name. Then the young, powerful warrior, whose eyes radiated only determination and strength, without unnecessary emotions or smiles, began to speak with a cold voice. The students' eyes widened. Their faces showed a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Everyone present held their breath at the sound of Young Jun Hyuk's name. Their gazes instantly shifted to each other, and the children began to whisper, because this warrior was a young master, nicknamed the Ghost of the Small Sword. Then, with a certain irony and severity, without taking his eyes off those present, he coldly added that he would not actually be their teacher. The faint whispers and muffled discussions that filled the space abruptly stopped, and the children froze, because no one wanted to believe the words they heard. A stern warrior with clear features and a determined face, folding his strong arms across his chest, announced that he had arrived here in the role of vice-chancellor. Namgun Mei's eyes widened in surprise, because if such a powerful warrior came here only as a vice-chancellor, then who would be their teacher? I sincerely hope that thanks to the 3 months of being here, he would be able to become stronger, and maybe, thanks to this, Hyung would recognize him. The mighty warrior stood majestic as the mountain itself, holding back millennia of storm and calm. He quietly said that their mentor would be the legend of Murim. During the bloody War of the Three Currents, their mentor single-handedly secured victory for the Murim Alliance by cutting the throats of the dumb blood faction. They also learned that this warrior, unknown to them, was standing on the very front line of Muram, repelling attacks from other opponents from Magyo. At the end of his story, with some pride, he announced that their mentors would be the commander-in-chief of the Black Flower Organization, Kui Myung-dok. After that, the young warrior drew the attention of those present, pointing with his hand to the shadow emerging from the forest, and asked the children to greet their mentor. The students did not know who the powerful vice-chancellor had been talking about all this time, but they were very interested in finding out who this prominent personality was. They stood silent and fascinated by the warrior's words, mentally going through all the heroes they knew and trying to guess who would come out to them now. The silhouette of an approaching hero, radiating even stronger energy than the vice-chancellor, behind whose back a cloak flutters like the wings of a hawk. The children's blood ran cold in their veins, but at the same time, they felt a sense of admiration as they watched the shadow confidently make its way towards their arena. The students examined the elements of his body, which gradually revealed themselves with each subsequent step of the legend, who slowly emerged from the shadows of the forest. The air froze in tension. It seemed even the birds had fallen silent. Soft sunlight filtered through the treetops and illuminated the warrior's physique. Representatives of different families froze with grimaces of surprise on their faces. They waited tensely for the face of the mysterious silhouette to reveal itself. The mysterious warrior emerged completely from the dense shadows of the trees, revealing his face as he introduced himself once again to the astonished students. This strange man spoke very slowly, drawing out his words. He announced that he would be their teacher, as they had been assigned to the Snake Squad. The students were amazed to meet the real figure of their mentor, because he looked completely different from what they expected and did not correspond to their imagination at all. The children exclaimed in unison their disbelief, for they felt an incredible disappointment at meeting this pale and stooped man. At this moment, nearby in one of the academy's offices, someone was calligraphically drawing hieroglyphs on the yellowed paper of the future scroll. In the middle of a cozy office filled with the smell of old scrolls stood a gray-haired man, his face covered in fine wrinkles. He was intently examining the text he had just written, his thoughts filled only with the warrior he had asked to remove his mask before the meeting. The old man's narrow eyes, which looked out from under thick and white as snow eyebrows, were full of excitement for the warrior's upcoming meeting with his students. A heavy silence still hung over the training arena. Only the faint rustling of leaves could be heard in the distance, and no other sound, and the students froze without moving. The pale and thin mentor stood before his students, hunched over, as if an invisible burden was on his shoulders, and there were dark circles under his eyes. When the shock wore off for those present in the arena, they began to whisper quietly among themselves, and even young Mi thought that this man looked weak. Young Jun-hyuk, who looked even more unsurpassed against the background of the teacher, stated that Kui Myung had come here at the invitation of the governing union itself. He asked if the students present knew about the Black Flower Organization, but the name only caused a new wave of surprise. They whispered quietly, wondering if they had heard the name correctly, and if perhaps someone present might know what it meant. Behind Namgun-mei, words could be heard coming from disappointed peers who doubted the teacher, considering him a cripple. They quietly whispered to each other, hoping it was just someone's joke, because this mentor was even hard to look at. The children were outraged that a fake teacher had been sent to them for the exam, but such words angered young Jun-hyuk, and he clenched his hands into a fist. The warrior angrily roared at the young and impudent students who did not greet the teacher who had just come out to them, his eyes full of fury, and from the voice and the strength he put into it, raging at them, a rather strong wind rose around him, knocking the impudent children off their feet. Shocked representatives of various families and clans fell to the ground, captivated and terrified by the powerful power of the young vice-chancellor. Slowly rising to his feet, the youngest heir to the Namgun family noted to himself that this man definitely had hidden talents. But suddenly, a new picture opened before the eyes of those present, as the pale and emaciated mentor collapsed to the ground, exhausted. When the pale-faced man stood up, the angry, mighty warrior Hyuk, with a serious face, declared that he would accept such disregard on his side as well. His face became even more expressive, his features sharper, and he warned that he would equate such an insolent attitude with himself. After these words, a heavy silence fell again among those present, which no one dared to break. The students only looked at the warrior in confusion. Young Jun-hyuk thunderously clarified whether everyone present understood him, and the song of a satisfactory response heard, he began the roll call of those present. When it was Moyun Bo's turn to announce his name, the children standing next to him fixed their attentive and surprised gazes on him. A quiet whisper spread through the crowd again, saying that this boy, a representative of the Moyon family, was called the Young Dragon. A group of children began to discuss the injustice of the world, as Moyon Bo was considered not only brilliant, but also incredibly beautiful and kind. Some of those present even dared to compare him to God, and some even regretted their birth, because there is already a young Moyon Bo in the world. Nam Gung Mei was also surprised, looking at the boy, because before the roll call, he didn't even know who was standing next to him. He was worried about this young man's attitude towards him, as he knew very well that their parents had a strained relationship with each other. Then the children one by one began to raise their hands again as soon as they heard their names, and suddenly, their gaze again focused on one of the people present. Wang Pyo, who came from Shaolin, a Buddhist monastery in the heart of Paektu, was considered quite strong by everyone. Amidst the whispers among those present, it was heard that Shaolin representatives rarely act in order to maintain neutrality. Peck Academy became a remarkable place because it was able to bring together so many different families under its roof, each of whom was outstanding in something. The youngest son of the Namgun family was even a little happy because he hoped to see with his own eyes the skill of the Shaolin representatives. Then in the middle of the roll call, an equally famous name was called, one of the powerful families, the representative of which was Chagal Mi, who had arrived for the training. Everyone present in this arena knew perfectly well what the Chagal family was like, who, for their services to the Union, had achieved a majestic place. They became advisors to the Marine Alliance, and members of this family are renowned for their sharp wit and skillful use of various military techniques. After that, a quiet whisper spread through the crowd again, representatives of different families and clans sharing their experiences of meeting this family. Someone said with some envy and sadness that because of so many collected prodigies, they would not be able to see good grades at the academy. Young Mei looked at the pretty and proud girl standing nearby, remembering that he had once been friends with Chagal Mi. But now this proud and unapproachable girl didn't even want to look in his direction, looking away every time as if she didn't notice. The name that came from the warrior's lips cut through the air like a sharp knife, and Nam Gun Mei stood a little to the side, his shoulders slumped as usual and trying to blend in with the shadow. After the Namgung family representative was announced, all the students' surprised gazes simultaneously turned to the one whose name had just been called. They were all well aware of the rumors that circulated on the White Isle about this inconspicuous, quiet, and shy young man, according to whom he was a disgrace to the family. The boy blushed and tried harder to hide his face from the crowd because he heard everything they said and didn't understand how they knew him. And the cruel children did not stop discussing their lack of understanding of how the young man managed to get here, because he is a complete disappointment. They whispered among themselves, not at all embarrassed, discussing the boy's inability to use his internal energy. The boy stood motionless, like a statue, covered in cold sweat from the words pouring out from the crowd, which became a heavy burden for him. The burly warrior got tired of the commotion and loudly asked everyone to be quiet, while Kui Myung-dok, standing to the side, only noticed that the entire class was present. The thin and pale teacher, with sunken cheeks and shadows under his eyes, compared the number of students stated in the scroll with the number in the arena, announcing that there were 10 of them. The proud and powerful warrior standing next to him saw his mentor's confusion and asked if anything had happened. The pale-faced man slowly approached him and whispered something softly in his ear, surprising the stocky Jun Hyuk, who had not expected to hear such a thing. But pride and proper upbringing did not allow the stern warrior to show his surprise, and he only quietly expressed his understanding. With these words, the stern Hyuk, with his arms folded across his chest, addressed the class, declaring the end of the lesson, and Myung Deok headed back to the forest. He told the surprised students to head to their dormitories and pack up, awaiting further instructions regarding classes. After the introductory visit, where only their attendance was checked, the students arrived at the Zimi dormitory in the evening. The children, their faces frozen in surprise, which quickly turned to disappointment, stood at the entrance to their new room. They didn't understand how it happened that the gates to the academy looked attractive, while their dormitory seemed more like a barn. But they had nothing else to do and were tired from today, so they quickly began to take their places, sharing the beds among themselves. The children were quietly putting things away and no longer discussing anything, when suddenly they turned their attention to the irritated Moyon Bo. He said nothing at all since his upbringing did not allow him to. But with his entire appearance, he showed his discontent. The guy standing next to his locker laughed quietly at him, because compared to the Moyon family palace, this place looked like a ditch. Young Moyon Bo landed heavily on the bed, but didn't make a sound. He immediately took a pose to hone his skills. His body was enveloped in blue energy, and the boy himself completely immersed himself in the training, concentrating only on it. Watching him, they were surprised to see that he was performing pranayama without breathing, controlling his vital energy through breathing exercises. In contrast to the legend, which attracted everyone's attention, the boys paid attention to the person next to them, who had just taken a deep breath. Sitting on the bed next to them was May, who exhaled heavily as he sat on the bed, hunched over from the weight of today. And this contrast once again became a reason for ridicule, which reached the worried me, because under the same roof there is a genius and a loser. But he wisely decided to ignore it, as he had nothing to say in response to such brazen and hurtful words. Looking back, he saw that next to his bed was the legendary young dragon, completely ignoring everyone present. The boy remembered hearing about him from his oldest brother, who believed that if they were the same age, their strengths would be equal. This was the first time Hyun recognized the power of a Hugajitsu, which literally means a young talent over or under the age of 20. Mi remembered the moment when he had last stood with his brother in the middle of the training arena, their arena, and he had emphasized the 3-month deadline. A shadow of heaviness and sadness was visible on his face, and the boy himself pursed his lips with determination, because more than anything else, he wanted to prove the opposite. He resolutely grabbed the stick and jumped down from his seat, knowing perfectly well what he had to do within the specified time. Everyone watched in amazement as the young man tightly gripped his cane and confidently headed for the exit from their dorm room. Mi paid no attention to them as he was focused on the 3-month deadline, as this was the time it would take for him to achieve recognition for his abilities. Despite the late evening and complete darkness outside, the youngest Namgung trained diligently, completely oblivious to his fatigue. At the sounds coming from the courtyard, a disciple of the Shaolin Buddhist monastery came out, standing on the threshold of the dormitory and watching the young man. Wang Pio silently watched his classmate's hard work, wondering if he should say something or perhaps not distract him. 3 days had already passed since then, and in their dormitory, some students were going crazy from the long wait for information about upcoming classes. Some students were already literally screaming with irritation because such a long wait for instructions from the teacher was incredibly depressing for them. And some were outraged by the order established in this academy and believed that apart from the proud name, there was absolutely nothing else here. Others, who slept peacefully in their seats, only dreamed of taking high positions and being able to turn this world upside down according to their preferences. Suddenly, someone in the crowd suggested that those present go to the tavern, and this idea quickly gained traction because everyone knew about the delicious food there. A split second later, happily embracing the idea, they decided to offer it to the girls so they could go relax with them at the Hanam Eatery. Thus passed their 4th day at the Peck Military Academy, where young Mei wasted no time in continuing his training. The diligent boy trained until he lost all strength. His face was constantly covered in sweat, and his hands were shaking from the tension. Thus, day after day passed, and the youngest heir of the Namgun family tried his best, spending time in training from early morning until sunset. A week later, the dormitory door creaked, and a powerful silhouette appeared in the room, not belonging to any of the students. When the doors finally opened wider, the students saw the long-awaited figure of the one who would provide them with information about the class. They all perked up and were incredibly happy to see the mighty Yang Jun-hyuk in front of them, each hoping to start training as soon as possible. Young Mi stood quietly in the corner of the room, getting himself in order. He was also eagerly awaiting his first class at Peck Academy. The students again headed in full force to the Snake Class training arena, where the Vice-Chancellor and Kui Myung-dok were already waiting for them. Namgung Mei was sure that after so much diligent training, Hyun would definitely recognize him in such a place. The man, who surprised everyone present with his thin body and unnatural pallor, was clearly bored because he yawned the whole time. Their strange mentor unfolded the scroll and began to carefully read out the names of the students, but the strange thing was that this time, he read them out of order. The children were annoyed by this because they were hoping to learn some new skills, but instead, attendance was checked again. Suddenly, having singled out only those whose names he had just named, the thin and no less strange teacher fell silent, forcing everyone to focus their attention on him. After that, those present tensed up and their faces were covered in fine sweat because they did not understand what this could mean, since they had not been named. And the pale-faced Myung-dok threw the scroll from his hands, declaring with complete indifference that everyone whose name was not called would be thrown out. These words came like a bolt from the blue, especially for young Mi, who had tried his best and was now being sent to pack his things. They froze, devastated and stunned, as if the world around them had collapsed. No one moved, and the blood in their veins ran cold. No one believed the words they had heard. Mi stood silently, as if frozen in time, while the words about the deduction fell on his shoulders like a heavy stone, and his heart filled with pain from powerlessness. Something invisible inside was cracking, like thin ice under the weight of bitterness. The boy understood perfectly well that all those 3 longed-for months had disappeared. The young man stood motionless, feeling the emptiness around him, as if the ground beneath his feet had disappeared. He couldn't believe that he would be going home so soon. A heavy shadow of disappointment appeared on the face of the youngest heiress of the Namgun family, not shown by the thought of how Hyun would find out about this. Indignation began to spread loudly through the crowd. All the students who had just been informed of the expulsion voiced their protests in unison. For the sake of her own defense with her last hopes, she reminded her mentor that the admission conditions did not state anything about expulsion. The teacher was embarrassed by the pressure from the students, who demanded an explanation, proving the injustice of the words, because they obediently waited as they were told. The vice-chancellor was annoyed by the students' behavior, and the last straw was their statement that they only kept students from noble families. He had been gripping the weapon tightly in his hands all this time, to the point of cracking his bones and turning his palm pale. But now the warrior resolutely raised his sword. Vice-Chancellor Yang Jun-hyuk was burning with irritation, his entire body as if enveloped in the fire of rage because the impudent children had disobeyed the teacher. Those present instantly froze, and no one dared to speak anymore. They seemed afraid to move, and a heavy silence fell all around. Suddenly, someone's cold hand rested on the angry Hyuk's shoulder. It was a pale-faced mentor who was trying to calm his loyal ally. Attracting attention, he said with a smile that everything was fine, because the children had the right to know why they were being expelled from Peck Academy. And the warrior, without saying anything in response, humbly accepted the order. Taking his emotions under control, he calmed down and peacefully put the sword back in place. After which, Kui Myung-dok began to tell that all this time, they had been following them, studying their behavior, character, and characteristics. Thanks to this, they were able to learn a lot, and the students, realizing their situation, looked away, feeling embarrassed. But Namgun-mei still didn't understand why such a fate had befallen him, because all this time, he had been training diligently and doing nothing else. The pale-faced and exhausted man reported that all this time, they had been telling them that they were being watched. The eyes of the youngest heir of the Namgun family widened after hearing those words, and now it seemed to him that he realized his mistake. But for Moyun-bo, everything was completely different. After these words, it became clear to him what the unknown sound in the dorm room had been a few days ago. The representative of the majestic family, the proud Chegalmi, reacted to the news with the same smile, realizing that she had not imagined it at the time. All the children who were chosen to continue their education at the Peck Military Academy had something to remember, and to some extent guessed what was being said. The test of the young representative of the Moyon clan took place at the moment when he sat quietly on his bed and improved his skills. The boy was completely focused on honing his pranayama skill, when suddenly his concentration was broken. Without hesitation, he grabbed the red sheath of his sword, which he had prudently left next to him, carefully hiding it under the sheet. Bo quickly released his weapon and aimed it at the empty space of the room, looking around, tensely awaiting an attack. His gaze was stern and determined. There was not a drop of fear on his face, but to his great surprise, no one appeared next to him. The only thing that seemed strange and rather suspicious to him at that moment was the open window, but he decided not to do anything. Although in reality, he didn't even suspect that behind that window outside was the vice-chancellor, who had been watching the young man all this time. The mighty warrior, convinced that the representative of the Moyon family felt his presence and quickly reacted to unexpected danger, headed towards the others. The next target for inspection was Chegalmi, who at that moment was unsuspectingly in the yard near the girls' building. The proud beauty was completely focused on learning the rules of a new game she found in the snake-class dorm room. Suddenly she felt that at this moment she was no longer alone, and that someone was brazenly watching her, although there was no one around at the time. Her reaction didn't take long. Acting preemptively, she threw one of the white wooden chips in her hands with all her might. However, to the young lady's great surprise, she flew freely forward through the yard, meeting no obstacle in her path. The girl remained sitting in her guesses, looking in front of her and not understanding what exactly confused her. So they continued to talk in detail about the late evening visit to Payo, a representative from the Shaolin Monastery, about visiting the last student who passed their test, pointing out the mistakes of everyone else who was very careless. Everyone who listened carefully to their story felt sorry for their carelessness, because they could have avoided such a mistake if they had not been so careless. While the other students tried to find the right words to justify themselves, young Mi stood there, frowning and berating himself for his inattention. Kui Myung-duk, a warrior who was frightening with his sickly appearance, asked with a certain arrogance whether he had now satisfied their curiosity. A heavy and oppressive silence fell over the arena again. None of the expelled representatives of the various families and clans could utter a word. A moment later, the students, who were in deep despair, tried to justify themselves by saying that they didn't know the exam had started, so it couldn't be counted. Everyone tried to reach out to their mentors and beg them for another chance, because such an exam cannot be counted. Such impudent pleas cheered up Teacher Ki, and a mysterious smile appeared on his pale and gloomy face, which did not bode well. Kui Myung-duk spread his hands to the sides, saying that he didn't think it was unfair, but added with a certain sarcasm that he would give them another chance. The children, overcome with joy, did not even suspect that there might be some kind of deceit in such a generous act of goodwill. But at that moment, in the narrow eyes, hidden behind deep, dark circles beneath them, a mysterious spark flashed, which in an instant turned into a sneer. The world became bleaker for the children, as they needed to at least touch the vice-chancellor in a duel to pass the exam. Everyone understood perfectly well that sparring with Yang Jun-hyuk would be tantamount to being able to leave right now, because he is known as a master of the small sword. A crowd of disappointed children discussed leaving right now, but they knew full well that angry parents would be waiting for them at home. However, one of them did not allow such an option. Only the youngest of the Namgun family was ready to fight to the last for the right to stay here. He was perfectly aware of his weakness, but he believed in the only possible chance to at least touch his opponent in a duel. But all the outcasts decided to test their fate and therefore went out against Jun-hyuk in the arena surrounded by powerful dragon statues. Their faces showed uncertainty and anxiety, and the sticks they held so tightly in their hands trembled with tension. The warrior stood motionless, his sharp and cold gaze sliding over the group of children who had come out to face him, and his face reflected skeptical astonishment with curiosity. The mighty soldier turned to face the pale-faced mentor to seek approval before beginning this foolish duel. After receiving approval to begin the action, he slowly bent down in front of him, picking up a dry twig that lay at his feet. He stood proudly, holding this small twig in his hands. The warrior declared that he would defend himself only with it, and suggested to the children to attack all at the same time. Young Jun-hyuk mocked the unfortunate family members because they were frightened by even a piece of dry wood in his strong and skillful hands. They stood tense, their teeth clenched so tightly that veins were visible on their temples and veins were visible in the corners of their jaws, but their gaze remained fearful. Suddenly, they began to shout desperately that they would have every chance if they attacked at the same time because all they had to do was touch. The children rushed forward with a cry that was more full of despair, as they knew perfectly well that their opponent was much stronger and more skilled. When the warrior saw his opponents approaching him, unexpectedly for everyone present, he jumped up. And after his feet touched the stone tiles of the arena, the attackers were blinded by a bright stream of light emanating from him. The glow was so strong that the children could not look in that direction, and some even dropped their sticks, covering their faces with their palms. And the powerful master of the small sword mocked their sincere belief in victory, that they even tried to take him by force. After the audience surrounded the powerful Jun-hyuk, he haughtily announced that he would not use energy against them. Representatives of the families took turns attacking, stepping forward and hoping for the only chance to win the opportunity to stay at the academy. One of the representatives of the powerful clan summoned internal energy using the air wall technique. But the experienced vice-chancellor was able to easily avoid such a weak attack. He only had to take 2 steps to the side. And when the attacker fell next to him, the teacher added that he could praise him for such an attempt, even though the execution technique was not the best. After the first attack, without wasting a second of time, another boy, who also hoped to stay, pounced on the stocky opponent. His skills were more related to the use of cold weapons, so swinging his staff, he used the 10-wind sword technique. But even with such energy, the powerful vice-chancellor was able to avoid collision with each of the 10 blows delivered by the young warrior. And such an unfortunate fate befell each of the blows inflicted from each of the young and inexperienced, but determined opponents. Representatives of various powerful families and clans watched with admiration and horror as the warrior easily avoided clashes. In Mi's wide-open eyes, pure shock mixed with fear was visible, while inside him, an incredible chaos was taking place, fueled by anxiety. He watched intently as, With indifference and coldness on his face, the warrior used a minimum of movements in this duel. The youngest heir to the Namgun clan analyzed his opponent's movements and was horrified by how easily and quickly he dodged. Each time it seemed to him that there was only a little left, and he was about to be able to touch at least the cloak of the legend, known as the Master of the Short Sword. But in reality, at the last second, young Junhyuk slipped out of their hands, as if he was constantly mocking the children's efforts. After a period of time, which seemed like an eternity to the young warriors, the master noticed with coldness and mockery that they were already completely exhausted. The master of the small sword, who had previously seemed like a hero to them, now looked more like a monster, continuing to mock the efforts of the unfortunate. He looked down on the group of exhausted children who were staring at him in despair and desperately trying to catch their breath. Moyonbo watched the fight the whole time, and his reserved face showed understanding because everything had ended exactly as he had thought. Mi's deep and penetrating gaze was fixed on them, and a restrained seriousness froze on her face, as if she was considering everything that was happening. Everyone who was lucky enough to stay to study at the Peck Academy watched the fight closely, as if afraid of missing something important. The exhausted children could no longer stand. They could only lean their hands on the stone slabs, and sweat flowed down their exhausted faces like a river. The more the children fought, the more it seemed to them that their opponent could match the strength of the school principal himself. They completely despaired of any chance of continuing their training, as the difference between the famous swordsmen and their skills was insane. And only Kui Myung-dok was the only observer of this desperate duel whose face showed no emotion. On the mentor's pale face, with clearly defined cheekbones, one could only see a skeptical look in his narrow eyes. He quietly remarked that this was the end when he saw that the disciples, in whom he had absolutely no faith, had already completely despaired and resigned themselves to their fate. Suddenly, the thin mentor was pulled out of his thoughts by someone's sharp and loud cry, demanding to wait a little longer, because this was not the end yet. The last boy left in the arena was trembling from exhaustion, but still desperately clutching the stick tightly in his hands, despite the fact that his strength was at its limit. He had unsteady posture and incredibly heavy breathing, but the determination in his eyes had not yet faded, and hope was visible on his face. His gaze was fixed on his opponent. Although he understood the extent of his exhaustion, he was definitely not going to give up. He wanted to fight to the last. Such desperation surprised the experienced vice-chancellor, because it is actually difficult to meet such determined and stubborn, yet hopelessly useless people. Young Junhyuk looked at Namgung-mae carefully, analyzing his appearance. He understood that he had used almost all his strength. In his sharp and cold gaze, which he never took off from the boy, one could only see his incomprehension as to why he continued to fight. The youngest of the Namgun family desperately racked his brain, thinking about how to win and get such a coveted spot. He understood perfectly well that the energy was almost zero, and that the Pobop technique was of no help, since the vice-chancellor had learned all his moves in advance. The young man understood perfectly well that he had one last chance to win, and to do this, he needed to gather the remnants of all his energy. With these thoughts, he charged forward, attacking an opponent who was twice his size physically and 1,000 times more skilled. He rushed forward, hoping that right now and at this very moment, he would be able to deliver that long-awaited and desired blow to the warrior. The vice-chancellor stood still, disappointment visible on his face. He closed his eyes, saying that sometimes it was better to give up. But the persistent young man was not going to listen to the advice of the impudent master. He was completely focused on his goal. Instead, the strong warrior virtuously carried out the order from his mentor and quickly dodged the attack, preventing anyone from touching him. He was surprised by how desperately the poor fellow was trying, quickly changing the trajectory of his blows, but he was not going to give up. Namgun-mae furrowed his eyebrows tensely, concentrating only on his goals, because he believed that the tactics he had chosen would help. That's why he attacked in the direction the warrior was about to dodge, and each time he was only a few millimeters away from his desired goal. However, he, smiling, constantly avoided touching, praising the boy for trying, but criticizing him for the fact that his strength was already at its limit. The young man was almost completely and utterly driven mad by his desire to prove his right to continue his studies at Peck Academy. Suddenly, he realized that he really didn't have enough energy, and so he dared to use what his father had forbidden him to use. However, now he understood perfectly well that he had no other choice. Otherwise, he would be expelled, but the warrior had no idea what awaited him now. The stern and cold vice-chancellor turned to face his opponent and, with seriousness in his voice, suggested that he surrender. However, suddenly his eyes widened, and he was very surprised by what he saw when he looked at the young man. After all, He was so tense that every vein on his arm stood out, and his body was slowly covered with a glow of some suspicious energy. Slowly raising his gaze upwards, he saw thick steam rising from the boy's mouth, and blood vessels and veins slowly becoming visible throughout his body. He carefully watched the stubborn representative of the Namun family and was amazed at how suddenly and quickly his image began to change. While the youngest transformed and released his inner energy, memories from his childhood flashed through his mind. Mi recalled how, on that fateful day, an unknown woman who looked quite nice approached him in the courtyard of his house, and she invited the gullible child to taste an incomprehensible thing, assuring him that it would be very beneficial for the young organism. The youngest heir of the Namun family was always distinguished by his kindness and trustworthiness, so he did not suspect any danger. He tasted with great pleasure the magical object offered by this mysterious lady, after which it all began. The Namun family palace instantly became very noisy. A real unrest settled there. Someone's screams came from all the windows in search of the head of the family, and the poker servants were desperately running through the corridors, looking for a healer and sending someone present to report to Namun Cho about everything that was happening. The servants were horrified by the appearance and condition of the youngest heiress, and everyone feared the wrath of the powerful Cho. And then everyone froze, not moving, in anticipation because behind the transparent door, the silhouette of the powerful head of the Namun family was rapidly approaching. He abruptly pushed the door open, opening it wide, and immediately began demanding that those present quickly report what was happening here. He was incredibly worried seeing so many people hovering over the little prince's bed, and the doctor did not know what exactly had happened to him. Incredible fear mixed with anger settled in his eyes as soon as he saw the small body of his youngest son. Little Mi screamed and cried. His whole body was paralyzed with severe pain, and all the blood vessels on the child's face were visible from the tension. The father abruptly rushed to the bed, loudly and angrily demanding an explanation of what could have happened to the little heiress. However, the gray-haired and experienced doctor did not have a definitive answer. He stood with his head bowed, not knowing what to say. Finally, he dared to inform his master that he suspected some strong poison was spreading through the little prince's body. After hearing what he heard, the head of the Namun Cho family's face changed. There was no longer a drop of human anger, and he himself was burning with anger. His gaze was insane, and in a rage he ordered the culprit who dared to do such a thing to his family to be found, threatening to tear him to pieces. However, the servant, bowing before him with fear, reported that there were many strangers in the palace who had come to greet the first heir. But it was impossible to watch the torment of the youngest son. He was literally tearing up from screaming, and even started coughing up blood. The doctor tried to reach the father, who was going crazy with rage, explaining that the most important thing now was the condition of the young heir, not the culprit. The father looked back at him and angrily, loudly ordered them to quickly use the same miraculous antidote they had. However, the doctor, stammering, noted that, although this condition is very similar to poisoning, he has a feeling that it is not quite so, and that there is something different here. The father tried to make sense of his words, but he didn't quite succeed. He didn't understand what he was trying to tell him now. Suddenly, in his cold eyes, a fearful realization flashed that he knew one thing that might be poison, but wasn't quite poison. He abruptly placed his hand on the middle of his son's body, trying to find there either confirmation or refutation of his unpleasant suspicion. Suddenly he realized that the Tanjong Mi, the place where most of the internal energy in the body is collected, was contaminated with other energy. Namun Cho understood that it could be Sangun poison, which releases internal energy and prevents the use of martial arts. However, his guesses were wrong, and it was some other poison since the energy, instead of disappearing, was instead gathering in the Tanjin. The loving father understood that something needed to be done as soon as possible, and so he rolled up his sleeves because no one else could help. The father began to treat his son in order to prevent the mixing of alien energy with the innate true power of young Mi as soon as possible. Cho was as focused as possible, his forehead covered in sweat from the tension. He mentally begged his son to endure this torment. So little by little, with every drop of energy that flowed from the father to the son's body, the mysterious poison lost its power. The black matter, which had almost completely filled the space in the Tanjin, gradually began to gather into a heap and retreat back, freeing up space. But unfortunately, Namun Cho was unable to remove absolutely all of the poison, but it stopped spreading and now occupied only half of the Tanjin. The youngest heir immediately felt better and no longer felt such severe pain as soon as his father finished his treatment. The caring father did not leave his son a single step because the illness had taken a lot of his strength, and now the boy was peacefully falling asleep in his arms. The powerful Namguncho himself could not calm down, worried, because now his son would not be able to use his internal energy. Therefore, he constantly reminded him that the more he used his internal energy, the faster the poison would take over him. With these words, the hero came to his senses. He remembered his father's warning well, but that he had not been able to completely cure him. Now the situation was completely different, and at stake was the opportunity to remain at the academy, where he hoped to achieve great skill. The vice-chancellor watched the boy and was genuinely surprised that he had somehow found strength within himself, because he was sure that the boy had squandered everything. Young Jun-hyuk was amazed by the strength of the inconspicuous young man, and therefore mentally noted the name of the boy, to whom he had not paid attention until now. Even the emotionless face of the legendary mentor showed surprise, and his eyes widened imperceptibly. After the young man gathered himself and finished accumulating all his energy, he rushed forward again, attacking the powerful warrior. This time, the persistent boy's movements no longer seemed so clumsy and weak, and his speed and strength had noticeably increased many times over. Noticing the changes in young Mi, the children present, who had long since given up, had a grimace of surprise on their faces. Despite the boy's efforts and the fact that his movements had become clearer, the legendary warrior still easily dodged the attack. However, such drastic changes in this inconspicuous young man surprised him too, so now he looked at him with completely different eyes. The determined Mi realized that he needed to attack more, not just move, even though the poison was visibly starting to spread throughout his body. Noticing these symptoms, the thin Kui Myung-dok began to observe this interesting boy even more closely. The smallest of the Namguns didn't stop and constantly attacked the vice-chancellor. Now, after everything he had been through, he definitely couldn't give up so easily. To his great surprise, he realized that in the hands of this mighty warrior, even an ordinary twig becomes a formidable weapon. The brave warrior, known as the master of the small sword, was amazed at the strength coming from the young man. He could not believe that he had been hiding it all this time. He desperately continued to fight, despite all his failures that had so far befallen the youngest heiress of the Namgun family. And even now, as the intense pain spread from the poison spreading through his body, he was focused only on the desire to win. Such steadfastness of spirit impressed Vice-Chancellor Yang Jun-hyuk, who had seen many different warriors in his life, but now he was happy about this duel. The poison filled almost his entire body again, as it had then, and the young man began to cough up blood, trembling with tension. Blood spurted from his throat even as he tried to scream before his next attack, and the vascular pattern grew increasingly intense. However, the vice-chancellor did not notice his weakness, for now his eyes were burning with excitement, and he wanted to see everything this young man was capable of. Despite feeling unwell, young Mi desperately attacked his opponent, gripping the stick in his hands tighter and tighter. Suddenly, next to the warriors who were continuing the hellish fight, a sound was heard, similar to someone's careless steps. Distracted from his opponent for a second, the chancellor realized that it was the mentor who had been sneaking up on them and had carelessly tripped over a pebble. He was surprised because the teacher had suddenly decided to intervene in the duel, especially since he was now falling right in front of them. The warrior realized that, blinded by the desire to stay at the academy, the young man no longer noticed anything around him, so he needed to be stopped now. He pressed a secret point on the man's neck to immobilize the boy, as he could inadvertently injure the teacher. The chancellor didn't have time to catch them, so these two heavy bodies landed loudly on the stone slabs right in the middle of the serpent's training arena. Young Jun-hyuk was completely shocked by what had just happened, and he was worried about Myung-deok's condition, but he assured him that everything was fine. Lying on the slabs, the mentor slowly said that the battle could be considered over, and Namgun Mi needed to be taken to the infirmary. The vice-chancellor looked at the young man's motionless body and began to guess that if the fight was over, then he had won this duel. Then, cautiously rising to his feet, the thin and pale teacher confirmed that this stubborn student had been able to pass the exam. Misunderstanding and surprise were reflected on the face of the mighty warrior. Why did he come to the exam if he couldn't touch it? However, to confirm that this decision was fair and that Mi had indeed passed the exam, Myung-deok pointed to the bottom of the warrior's shirt, which was torn. Just one single mark visible on the body of the mighty warrior was enough for the boy to remain at the Peck Military Academy. Everyone present, and especially those who had been expelled, were incredibly shocked by this, because no one had time to notice how the young man was able to touch the warrior. And even on the face of the mighty young Jun-hyuk there was deep surprise, because despite all his vigilance, he did not notice when this happened. It was an incredible shock to everyone, But this inconspicuous boy, whom everyone made fun of, was the only one who was able to pass this difficult exam. After that, the unconscious young man was immediately taken to the local hospital because the severity of his health condition worried his mentor. He sat on a stool next to the exhausted Namgung-mei's bed and carefully examined his reddened hands, on which all the blood vessels clearly stood out. Kui Myung-dok decided to try to touch the hand that was closest, after which he saw how the disease spread to him as well. The experienced mentor deliberately did not withdraw his hand, wanting to immediately free the boy from this infection that had quickly spread to him. After the body of the youngest heir of the Namgun clan was freed from the redness, he slowly began to return to normal. The thin and pale mentor realized that his guesses were quite real, and now he examined his reddened hand in detail. Suddenly, a voice was heard outside the door of the room, and the vice-chancellor, knocking, asked if he could come in. After permission, he immediately went inside, examining the boy's grave condition, although the teacher assured him that he was fine now. But, contemplating the still unconscious body of the brave young man, the mighty warrior wondered what could have happened to him. The insightful mentor asked what John wanted to tell him, since he definitely didn't come here to sympathize with the boy's condition. And indeed, from the moment Mi passed the exam, the warrior was only concerned about the question of the cut on the side of his shirt, whether the teacher himself had left it. The mentor, mocking his vice-chancellor, looking him straight in the eye, declared that he spoke about this as if he were confident in his words. Then the mighty warrior wondered why the slender teacher had changed his mind, and decided to allow Namgun Mi to continue his studies. But the strange pale-faced man decided not to answer this question, arguing only that he just decided to do so. At first, the loyal friend and humble employee looked into the mentor's face, trying to understand something, and expected to continue after those words. However, in the end, Yang realized that the legendary warrior was not going to reveal the truth, and therefore simply accepted the existence of this fact. After which they continued to contemplate in complete silence the body of the tired and still unconscious, brave and stubborn Namgun Mi. On the same day, far from the Murim alliance in the hometown of young Mi, a humble servant came to his father, whom he had sent to follow his son. The father reacted briefly and emotionlessly to the news that during the distribution, his youngest heir had been placed in the snake class. After that, the spy shadow quickly and without a trace went back to the Beck Academy to continue carrying out the order of the head of the Namgun family. The caring father was left alone in a dark room where, stroking his beard, he pondered the mentor who had bequeathed to his descendant. The next day, to the sound of morning birds singing and sunlight streaming into the room, young Mei began to gradually regain consciousness. He didn't have much strength and wasn't feeling well, so he slowly opened his eyes, trying to focus his gaze on what was around him. Suddenly, he saw a scary, pale face with deep, dark circles under his eyes, looming directly over him, inquiring about his condition. Frightened by this sight, he jumped down with a scream, which also did not frighten the man sitting next to him, whom he did not immediately recognize. Hearing the screams coming from the room, the worried vice-chancellor came running, and in his excitement almost broke the thin door of the infirmary. Once inside, the warrior froze, his eyes widening, his eyebrows raised in surprise, his gaze darting from one to the other. After clarifying this awkward situation, the teacher regained control of himself, noting the fact that the young representative Namgun had come to his senses. He confirmed this, but looked a little embarrassed as he looked at the elders, and with a smile expressed his lack of understanding of what he was doing here now. The teachers, without looking up, looked at him intently, realizing that he had forgotten everything, so they asked him what was the last thing he remembered. The young man said that the last thing he remembered was the desire to stay here and how he reached the limit using his internal energy. Then, as he fell asleep, he tried to force himself to remember at least something about it, but the mentor interrupted him, realizing that he didn't remember anything else. And the representative of the Namgun family, embarrassed, confirmed that this was true, because indeed, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember anything else from that moment. Suddenly, the boy heard words he didn't expect to hear at all, as the mentor said that the exact same thing happened to him. His surprise knew no bounds, for he had never heard of anyone else having the same problem. Myung-dok informed the young man that he had passed the exam, and considering his improved condition, suggested that he go and congratulate the other team members. His surprise knew no bounds. He stared at them with wide-open eyes, and for a moment it even seemed to him that it was just a joke. The boy quickly gathered himself and headed, together with the masters who were waiting for him, to the main training arena of the class with the Imai, where 4 other lucky ones who were able to pass the selection and stay to study at the Peck Military Academy were already waiting for their arrival. Always composed, Moyonbo could not contain his emotions, and his face showed genuine surprise at meeting me, who was walking in the company of the masters. The gazes of everyone present were fixed on him, because when they last saw him, the boy looked terrible, and now he seemed normal. When they got closer, Namgun-mei hurried to take his place next to the four lucky ones who were already waiting for new instructions from the masters. After surveying everyone present with a listless gaze, Kui Myung-dok began his welcoming speech, noting that there were now 5 of them in the snake class. The students did not take their eyes off the pale and thin mentor, who urged them to ignore any difficulties. He looked at each one closely, studying their posture. The teacher asked the children to act as one body, moving forward and completing the missions. Those present were surprised to hear the mentor's last phrase, how much they did not understand what missions they could perform while here. Realizing his mistake, Myung-dok immediately tried to fix everything, saying that they would be studying here and there would be no missions. After the welcoming speech ended, the pale-faced teacher wondered who could be chosen as the captain of their team. The children were shocked because they didn't expect that their small class could still elect a captain, and they didn't understand his role. The thin man explained that the team captain would be responsible for leading and assisting the class, but he would not choose him. Moyeon-bo, although with a reserved face but with a hint of surprise visible among the calm, asked who should then choose the representative for this role. And then Kui Myung-dok, with some mystery, announced that the captain's insults would be based on the results of completed tasks. But despite this, he added that the students would choose this person based on the results, which shocked them even more. With a mysterious smile and an intrigued look, he ordered them to observe and evaluate each other's skills for 1 month. After hearing this, young Bo's mind was filled with memories of how he trained in his family's special arena in his native palace. And suddenly his father approached him, praising him for the results he had achieved and the visible progress he had made. His voice was filled with coldness. That day, a conversation broke out between them about his achievements, where the son confirmed his diligent work on his own skills. But his father instructed him that he should not be satisfied with his current success in order to become the next head of the family. Moyeon-gan said that his abilities were not yet enough for a great man from the Moyeon family, despite the fact that he was now called a genius. Bo promised his father that he would dedicate himself entirely to training and become the next head of the family and achieve even greater things at Peck Academy. It was then that his father, the head of the Moyeon family, uttered a phrase that the young representative of the family would remember for the rest of his life. This became his life credo, for he clearly remembered one thing. Their Moyeon clan, no matter what the cost, must prevail over all others. This was his father's wish, and according to this belief he raised his son, who never failed his expectations. That's why now Moyeon-bo, no matter what, was going to become the team captain, and that would be his first merit. Namgun-mei also aspired to become a captain because he believed it would help him gain recognition from his older brother after his term ended. Each of the representatives of powerful families and clans thought deeply about what benefits they could receive when they received this title. After giving the children a moment to think things over, the teacher announced that it was time to begin their first lesson. And after these words, the thin man personally approached each of his students, placing a mysterious tied bag in their hands. They carefully examined the object they were given, realizing that the color of the bag clearly matched their own colors. The teacher said that there was a very important thing in this bag, but if they looked in there before the time, they would get the lowest score. The teacher pointed his finger at the top of the mountain behind him and ordered that the object be delivered there, safe and sound. He announced with a smile that points would be awarded according to the order in which they arrived at their destination. They were supposed to leave in 30 minutes, but at the end, the mentor decided to scare them by informing them about the various dangers on the way there. But this ominous sermon was interrupted by Yang Jun-hyuk, who, taking the thin man on his shoulder, said that they had to leave now. As soon as the waiting time ran out, the students rushed into the race with all their might, trying to reach the top of the mountain as quickly as possible. Along with them, trying to keep up and hoping for some chance, Namgun-mei, who was impressed by the talent of his classmates, was also hurrying with all his might. However, despite his efforts, he still lagged behind, admiring the kaong of his peers, and especially Moyeon-bo, whose kyongan, the ability to make his body light and move as if he were floating in the air, was unparalleled. Suddenly, under the feet of Bo, who was ahead of the entire company, the first obstacle appeared in his path in the form of pointed pegs. Such an unexpected appearance of an obstacle surprised the student a little, and he, with his eyes wide open and his eyebrows furrowed, looked at his feet. However, such an obstacle caused nothing more than surprise, as he was able to easily crush each wooden peg. Having fallen to the ground, he even mocked such an unsuccessful attempt, and the rest of the students who followed him were surprised by the first stop. However, the representative of the majestic Moyon family was not at all worried about such obstacles, but rather felt his inner strength perfectly, and he rushed forward frantically, realizing that he could easily break through all the obstacles in his path if they were that easy. However, for the other participants in this race, it was not difficult to overcome the treacherous obstacles that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They moved confidently forward, applying their unrivaled skills or simply quickly dodging impending danger. But still, among the representatives of the class, there were those who felt the danger and difficulty in following such a path to their goal. And while the others were already struggling with obstacles, the slow me was only gradually approaching them and not yet knowing what awaited him ahead. When he approached the first arena of tests, he was incredibly surprised by the scene he saw, not understanding what was happening here. The boy looked before him at the remnants of the trials his classmates had gone through and began to think about letting go of the idea of becoming a captain. Having climbed to the top of the mountain, the student noticed a small wooden gazebo there, in which two craftsmen sat bored and waiting. Moyon Bo was the first to make it this far. He stood before them, a little rumpled and dirty, trying to catch his breath. The vice-chancellor fixed his sharp gaze on him, surprised that the student had been able to make it this far so quickly, and the pale Kui Myung-dok showed no emotion. He boredly propped his head with his hand, offering the boy an open bag. And he humbly, with trembling hands, began to untie the rope with which he was tied, waiting with intrigue to see what he was carrying. He didn't know what to expect to see inside, so he slowly unrolled the fabric, peering inside intently. His gaze froze on the spot where the bag was, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing, and his lips were pressed into a thin line, his face showing tension. Moyon Bo couldn't take his eyes off what was inside, and his expression changed from surprise to pain, sadness visible in his eyes. Oh, how many tasks could be considered a failure? But what's worst is that the bird that was in his bag died and now didn't move. It just lay there. All the others arrived at their destination shortly after Bo, in the same order in which they had ascended throughout the journey. They ran past the distressed young man, looking at his bent figure and heavy and gloomy face that did not react to anyone. The pale-faced and stern mentor curtly ordered the newly arrived students to open their bags and look inside, and they obeyed his command, simultaneously taking their bags and slowly beginning to untie them, afraid to look inside. The first to open her small bag among the arrivals was Chegalmi, and her eyes instantly widened in surprise. In her red bag, as well as in Bo's and everyone else's, was a small sparrow that no longer moved. The confused and surprised girl looked at the small, lifeless body, not believing it. Her emotions were the same as those of the other students. The shocked children looked at their mentor and tried to understand what this could mean, and at this moment, Mi gradually approached them. He ran as fast as he could, although he knew perfectly well that he had arrived here last. But remembering the skill and ease of movement of the others, he did not expect anything else. As he approached his distressed classmates, he saw open bags in their hands. The young man realized that he had to do the same now. He slowly and carefully opened the bag he had been carrying all along the way, peering inside with fear, and saw a bird there. His face showed the same emotions as his predecessors. He was shocked to see a small, motionless body there. The mentor approached him, peering inside, and he slowly extended his hands with the bag in front of him, demonstrating its contents. He abruptly and imperceptibly touched the neck of the little bird that lay motionless, restoring its blood circulation. And she instantly rose to her feet, chirping loudly, as if nothing had just happened to her, and she felt completely fine. A moment later, the sparrow flew out of the bag and began to soar high above the heads of the students of Peck Academy, heading towards the very sun. Namgung Mei looked at the little bird circling in the sky as if enchanted, and his face showed genuine joy. However, this feeling quickly turned into discomfort as he heard criticism directed at him from an irritated and offended Chagal Mi. Inryong tried to calm the irritated girl down, while no one else intervened, and everyone was lost in their own thoughts. The wise teacher turned to the disgruntled Moyon Bo, who was oppressed by the situation, saying that this was exactly the valuable thing he had in mind. The young man was a little angry about this, so he looked back at the man in annoyance, wondering if the bird was really that important. However, the mentor coldly explained to his irritated student that the bag contained not just a little bird, but life. He looked at him carefully and briefly added that the power to protect was the only reason Zhongfa was different from Magyo and Safa. The teacher, abruptly changing the subject, turned to Bo, stating that he had come first, but his bird was dead, so he would receive the lowest score. Then the thin and pale mentor approached the other student closely, standing directly in front of him. He studied the young man's frightened face. He looked intently at the youngest heir of the Namgun family, quietly saying that he had come last, but his bird had survived. However, despite this, the young man was a little embarrassed because Namgung Mei also received the lowest score for this test. Angry yet restrained, Moyon Bo was outraged by such a comparison, but he said nothing. He just continued to watch the teacher. The skinny mentor headed to the other students, carefully examining them. He awarded Mi and Pio first and second place, respectively. And then he added that In Ryong would be in third place. After saying that, Moyon Bo couldn't contain his anger, so he turned around abruptly and walked away. Outraged by such disrespect for those present, Yang Junhyuk was about to stop the rebellious boy, but the teacher prevented him. Looking after the retreating young man, he explained that he needed to be alone now and have time to think things over. After that, he left the children on the lawn, stating that they could now rest freely until the next lesson, which would be in the evening. They sat bored on the boulders, wondering what to do next, while young Mi carefully watched Wang Pyo, who was sitting nearby. He decided to try to establish friendly relations with him, so he spoke cautiously, introducing himself to him. However, the silent representative of the Shaolin Temple did not react to the young man's appeal and continued to sit, meditating. Because of this, Nam Gun Mei felt very uncomfortable and stammered, trying to fix the situation, thinking that the other person didn't want to talk to him. But unexpectedly, for the failed attempts to explain everything, the quiet and calm Wang Pyo eventually reacted slightly to the shy boy. Suddenly, a moment later, the silent representative from the Shaolin Temple took out a paintbrush and a small notebook from his kimono. The youngest son of the Namgun family watched in surprise and silence as the silent Wang Pyo quickly wrote something down in his notebook. Finally, after a moment, a representative from the Shaolin Temple showed a piece of paper on which was written an appeal to Namgun Mi. In his address, the young man introduced himself to him and explained that he must remain silent, as the elder monk had ordered him to do. Young Mi began to apologize innocently and awkwardly to Wang Pyo, showing that he understood everything, which attracted the attention of others. Chegel Mi was clearly feeling irritated as she looked at the youngest of the Namgun family, but suddenly a sound distracted her attention. It came from the bushes that were nearby, and the closer he got, the more clearly he could distinguish human words. Someone was clearly hiding behind the bushes, and they were arguing among themselves about how far they were going to go with these little guys. The students of the pig class stood in the shade of the trees, where Tang Wei-ju addressed Hyun Mugi, stating that they had found another class's training spot. Suddenly, the gaze of one of them, the one who had clearly called the other to go to the forest, stopped at Namgun Mei, surprised at their meeting in this place. Tang Wei-ju glared at him sternly, showing his displeasure with his whole appearance, and asked irritably what he was doing here. Young Mi tensed up when he saw the boy and began to feel very embarrassed, because he had not expected such an encounter at all. He recognized a representative of the great Sakshandan clan, also one of 5 families among the Zhongfa that used poison attacks. They were the ones who used any methods to achieve victory. Their noble family most resembled Safa. Now he stood before him, and his friend was belittling Mi, considering him stupid, and wondering how he had gotten into Peck Academy. Tang Wei-ju strictly demanded that the young man name the class he belonged to, and Mi, stammering, announced that he had fallen into the snake class. After receiving the answer, the cruel guy began to mock, saying that the criteria for admission in their class were below the plinth. He continued to demonstrate his contempt and superiority over the unfortunate man, asking who shared his power with him if he had come here. But young Mei was afraid to fight back against the attacker and only smiled awkwardly, even though he knew perfectly well that he was bullying behind the backs of the Sakshandan family. His classmates were surprised by such impudence, especially since he didn't fight back. Mi's face especially changed when he saw his spinelessness. She kept her arms folded across her chest and clenched her shoulders, trying to control herself so as not to interfere in this conversation. But her patience snapped, and she jumped to her feet, looking at the impudent man contemptuously and angrily, and asked what they had forgotten in the other team. The uninvited guests seemed to have been doused with cold water, and they froze, seeing Chegal Mi in front of them, who also belonged to the snake class. Then the girl fixed her sharp and fierce gaze on the most impudent person, and suggesting that he leave the clearing in good faith. But he was amused by this behavior, and he mentally noted that she belonged to the proud Chagall family, who are advisors to the Murim alliance. His gaze was cold and stern. He threatened the irritated girl that she could become an enemy of his family if she did not remain silent. Such audacity outraged Chagall Mi, who didn't even know how to respond to such impudence, so she simply clenched her hands into fists, choosing her words. Suddenly, behind the insolent man, the tall figure of Moyun Bo appeared, who had seen the entire conflict from the sidelines and therefore summarily ordered the insolent man to die. Recognizing the voice, Tang Wei-ju turned around and was shocked to see a representative of the powerful Moyong clan in front of him, who was also in the snake class. He tried to start talking to him politely, reminding him that they had already met at the meeting of the 5 major families. However, the latter interrupted his speech, and glaring at the insolent swine class, he coldly replied that he knew nothing of the kind. These words shocked Tang Wei-ju, who was surprised that a member of one of the 5 families like his could ignore him. His face changed dramatically as he watched him pass by, and a dark sadness hung over him. He wanted to recall the friendship between their parents, and so he turned indignantly to Bo, furious, grabbing him by the shoulder. He growled in anger, wondering how he could ignore him, knowing this. But the representative of the noble family, Moyun, clearly could not forgive such impudence towards himself, so his appearance was frightening, and his eyes were filled with anger. Because enraged, he explained to his opponent that the relationship between their parents would have no effect on theirs, and breaking his arm, he threw him to the ground. He irritably threw his hand away and added in a stern voice that he should stop pretending that they were close. A classmate from the pig class ran up to Wei-ju, who was kneeling and humiliated, wondering if his friend was okay. But he did not notice anyone around him. He was blinded by anger from humiliation and wanted revenge on his offender. Ardent emotions took over, so the young man gradually began to be enveloped by an inner energy that only members of the Sat Chongdan family possessed. Anger seemed to ignite a fire inside, and the energy vibrated throughout his body, gradually concentrating on his fingertips. When this state reached its peak, the brazen Tang attacked the not-so-removed Moyun Bo from behind, concentrating energy into a poisonous lotus dagger. Those present from the snake class froze in place, their mouths open in surprise, but they couldn't say anything from excitement. Even Namgung Mei's face was frozen in horror as he watched how quickly everything happened. He didn't have time to warn Bo either. The hand of the impudent boy, on whose fingers a stream of poisonous energy was concentrated, was already a few centimeters from the neck of the retreating Moyun Bo. But suddenly everything changed, and the young man who was supposed to be attacked seemed to dissolve, moving away from the attacker's hand. And suddenly, in an instant, Moyun Bo's powerful fist appeared at the next place, clashing with the hand of Tang Wei-ju, brazenly and lowly. He was angered by this behavior of the treacherous student from the pig class, and despite the fact that their parents were friends, he decided to teach the impudent a lesson. The foolish Wei-ju screamed as his fingers collided with his fist, and the expression of surprise on his face changed to a grimace of furious pain. However, the son of the Moyun family considered this insufficient, and a moment later he struck another blow at his opponent, who was already clearly regretting what he had done. But that didn't stop the angry Bo, who was now driven only by emotion, and he grabbed his attacker by the scruff of the neck. It was becoming unbearable, and the poor young man's face gradually changed, expressing pure horror, and nothing else could be heard from his lips except a loud scream. Suddenly, the duel between 2 representatives of powerful families was interrupted. Someone's strong hand gripped Moyun Bo's forearm, demanding to wait. It was the hand of Yang Jun-hyuk, who stopped his classmate, looking at him sternly. He wondered if he really intended to kill his friend, but in response he saw the cold and scorching gaze of the son of the great Moyun family, who was unhappy that he had been stopped. However, there was nothing he could do now, and so he let go of the impudent and angry Tang Wei-ju without saying a word. He was annoyed that someone had interfered and prevented him from teaching the scoundrel a lesson, so he silently turned around and headed to leave the place. A moment later, the mighty warrior looked at the crippled student from another class and ordered him to go to the infirmary, to which he quickly agreed. The vice-chancellor watched the trail of the disappearing boy intently and wondered whether he should stop him now or if it was better to give him time to cool down. Even the reserved, pale-faced teacher, Myung-dok, noticed that the boy had a frantic expression on his face during this fight, and Yang Jun-hyuk worriedly remarked that he was very concerned about how strong the attacking style of this rebellious young Moyun Bo was. However, the pale-faced, sickly-looking mentor did not share this opinion with his worried, loyal vice-chancellor. Kui Myung-dok, radiating complete calm, closed his eyes, confidently declared that there was no concern about this. At that moment, deep in the forest, there was silence. There, near one of the trees, a hole had been carefully dug, serving as a grave for a little chick. A lone white flower lay near the grave, serving as a memorial to the carelessness buried here that took the life of an innocent sparrow. The next day, everything changed, and yesterday's unpleasant incidents were already forgotten. In the middle of the high mountains, someone's loud cries were heard. Somewhere there, deep in the stone mountains, another lesson was being held for the snake class, where the children stood quietly, looking ahead in fear. They watched as drops of sweat rolled down the edge of his sharp nose, and his pale face seemed to grow paler still. Their attention was focused on a large stone tied with white ropes. At that moment, the teacher was explaining something. The instructor, trembling and blushing from tension, demonstrated and talked about Sukotha, a special method of training developed in the Union. Suddenly, unexpectedly, the weight of the stones tied to the stick outweighed the thin man, and he began to fall, frightening his disciples. He landed loudly on the ground, and the vice-chancellor ran towards him anxiously, worried about Kui Myung-dok's safety and condition. Chigalmi looked at him carefully, thinking that no matter how you looked at it, the teacher didn't look like a strong man. And young Nam Gun-mi wondered how difficult this task could be if their mentor could only do it 30 times. Even Moyonbo's face was covered with beads of sweat. He looked at this task with fear, even though the young man was the strongest in their class. Suddenly, panting, Kui Myung-dok, whose body was so wet with sweat as if he had just stepped out of the water, began to speak slowly. Wiping his sweaty forehead, he informed the disciples that they would have to repeat the Sukotha 1,000 times without using any internal energy. This detail incredibly shocked those present, who could not believe that this task would have to be completed without using energy. And a moment later, the mountains and surrounding areas were filled with the voice of a mentor criticizing the technique of performing a special exercise. He strictly demanded that his class of snakes bend their legs more, suggesting that they imagine that they were sitting astride a horse. The students tried their best, straining themselves so much that you could see every vein standing out on their bodies, and their faces were incredibly red. Even Moyonbo's face showed tension, but he diligently performed the Sukotha and tried not to show how difficult it was for him. Wang Pyo also trembled from the performance, but mentally scrolled through the words describing this technique, understanding why he was doing it. Ryan, while performing with intensity, also mentioned the meaning of the task of Suk as liberation, Ho, which meant resolution, and Thu, which meant duel. Next, they moved on to another Union training technique, which was defined as standing and, with all their might, holding back the opponent, aiming for the back. The students did not understand how all this could be done without using internal energy, because the condition and quantity of execution were also the same. Further, all that could be heard was another change in the task and its meaning, but the condition for its completion and the number of tasks did not change in this task either. When the long-awaited permission for a break finally came, Nam Gung-mei was already completely exhausted, and the young man could barely breathe. He sat exhausted, trying to catch his breath, and considered this activity a real torture, despite his constant training. At the same time, the boy was wondering how others were enduring this extremely difficult training when he was suddenly distracted by an approaching sound. He instantly felt that someone's figure was approaching him, and he slowly turned his gaze to the side, wanting to know who it was. Next to him, the young man saw Chigal-mi, who, looking down on him, declared that he, as before, remained a real weakling. He could only laugh awkwardly, as he couldn't deny it, because looking at the girl, he didn't see even a hint of fatigue on her. She slowly lowered herself beside him, coldly adding that it would be more logical to send his older brother Hui or sister He to the academy. Looking him in the eye, the girl asked why he had been sent here, warning that she would not rest until she received an answer. But the young man didn't answer anything and just continued to smile awkwardly, remembering this trait of her character perfectly from childhood. However, Mi angrily demanded an answer from him, as she did not understand his father's decision and had another question that interested her. He honestly admitted that he himself did not understand his father's choice, and ignoring her insults, asked what the second question was that she wanted to ask him. The girl, looking into the distance, slowly began to say that because of her relationship to the Chagall family, she would definitely take the place of an advisor in the alliance. The girl explained that this was why she wanted to find out in advance how the situation in the Union was developing, and that is why she entered the Peck Military Academy. However, there is something she still cannot understand, and looking intently at the thin teacher, she pointed at him with her finger. Nam Gung-mei, looking closely at where the pale-faced mentor was literally shivering from the cold, was surprised by such an unexpected topic. Chigal-mi continued to point her finger at the teacher, wondering if her guesses about the fact that they had a fake mentor were correct. Such an unexpected statement surprised young Mei, and he cried out loudly, his eyes widening in surprise, not understanding why she had made such a strange assumption. His surprise was also shared by the other students in the snake class, who with their eyes wide open froze in place, staring at their classmate. However, she said that she decided to find out who he really was, since their generation is unfamiliar with him, although for the older ones he is a legend. She continued to say that everyone knows about the Red Flower military organization, but in fact there is also a hidden group called the Black Flower. All representatives of this group wear masks, and therefore no one knows the true appearance of the members of this organization, except for the leader of the union. But rumors have it that one of the members of the mysterious Black Flower group, Kui Myung-dok, has become a teacher at the Baek Military Academy. Looking back at her classmates, who had been listening intently all this time, she asked with a hint of mystery in her voice if they believed this. The three bewildered students shook their heads desperately, showing with their appearance that they already doubted the truth of these words. Only Moyeon-bo remained as steadfastly calm, his eyes closed, lost in his thoughts, which he had no intention of voicing to anyone. Turning to face them, the girl further heated up the situation, reminding them that they had only seen the power of the small sword's ghost, but not him. She added with confidence that this is just a guess, but the probability that Kui Myung-dok is actually a fake is 90%. Namgun-mei, raising a trembling hand, asked fearfully what they would have to do if her theory turned out to be true. Shigalmi didn't know the answer to this question yet, but firmly stated that now they needed to find out if it was really a fake. She looked carefully at the thin and inconspicuous teacher again, assessing him, and said with determination that they needed to expose him. Meanwhile, moving deeper into the forest, all the way to the location of the pig class territory, a future conflict was now brewing there. In one of the classes, the mean Tang Wei-ju went to his teacher, complaining about the situation that had recently developed in his lawn. The teacher of the pig class, Ku Mak-ho, was furious when he learned that one of his students had been beaten by the boys from the snake class. And the little rascal continued to complain indignantly, saying that even their teacher just watched it and did nothing. And this was the last straw for the hot-tempered Ku Mak-ho. He was outraged that their mentor did not even punish the students for such a crime. Anger completely took possession of him, and with eyes shining with rage, he raised his weapon, vowing to deal with such an outrage. Watching how easily the pig class teacher believed his words, Wei-ju gloated, anticipating future problems for the snake class. Tang Wei-ju watched his mentor burn with anger. He wondered what would happen after the great swordsman intervened in this matter. The vile young man hoped that after such intervention from his mentor, Moyeon-bo, whom he considered an upstart, would stop being a jerk. And now he decided to take a step back, assuring them that everything was fine with him, and that they all came from Jongpa, so they could turn a blind eye to this incident. But this would not stop the angry teacher. He declared that the more immoral acts were covered up, the more the community rotted. And precisely because of this, Ku Mak-ho ordered the student to leave and pay more attention to his health, promising to solve this problem. That same day, late in the evening, the great swordsman sat at his desk and flipped through the tablets, carefully reading each one. He stubbornly tried to remember who had been appointed as the teacher for the snake class, mentally going through everyone he remembered. And so he finally found what he was looking for. In his hands was a list of teachers who worked at this academy and were assigned to classes. Carefully rereading each name that was written on that tablet, the warrior was incredibly surprised when he finally found what he was looking for. He clenched the scroll in his hands, silently reading the name, Kui Myung-dok, the class teacher who had been mocking his student. A mysterious, sinister smile appeared on the face of the great warrior, Ku Mak-ho, and he continued to stare at the line where the teacher of the snake class was written. The irritated man grabbed the hilt of his sword again, and the energy of rage instantly spread to the cold steel, enveloping it with energy. His eyes burned wildly with pure anger, and he swung his large and powerful sword with all his might, allowing the energy to escape. The sharp metal easily cut through the wooden table of the pig class mentor, and the energy that erupted left a deep mark on the stone. Ku Mak-ho was filled with righteous rage. He wondered how false the reputation of the commander of the Black Flower organization was. However, looking at the ruined stone floor and the completely shattered door, he clearly decided for himself that he would definitely check it out. The next day, high in the mountains, the students of the snake class continued their training again, during which Namgun-mei was exhausted and barely completing the task. With his last strength, finally completing the last 1,000th approach in the exercise, he collapsed to the ground, along with the large stones tied to the stick. The instructors decided to take pity on the students and gave them a 10-minute break from the grueling training. Shigalmi sat resolutely, She stared intently at each of her classmates, as if speaking to them with only her eyes. The students were frightened by the girl's behavior, but they became even more curious, and they looked at her with intrigue, their eyes wide open. They gathered in a small circle again, watching her closely, and the girl, seeing their interest, announced that she had a plan. Shigalmi turned to the girl named Inrayan, wondering if she had remembered her classmate's name correctly. After a brief confirmation, the purposeful girl reported that she had learned about Ryan's origins, that she came from a family of doctors. And while she was amazed at her ability to find out information, the arrogant Shigal asked the girl to borrow her box of needles for a short time. Shigalmi, holding a bundle of needles in her hands, looked at it carefully and slowly began to take out one of the needles. After that, the girl took out a bottle of liquid, dripping it onto a metal pin. She admitted that it was a paralyzing medicine. She said in a mysterious voice that this medicine was not fatally dangerous to humans, but if it was really Kwim-young-dok, he wouldn't even feel it. After that, a determined Chigal-mi discussed the plan of action with her classmates, telling them to start acting after her signal. According to the plan she developed, Namgun-mei was to hold a huge stone in his hands and carefully wait for a signal from the girl. According to Chigal-mi, as soon as she waves her hand, it will be the signal that will mean that it is time to act. And a very important stage would be that the youngest member of the Namgun family had been closely monitoring her movements all this time. And as soon as the right moment came, he was to let go of the stone, starting to scream loudly about how much it hurt him. This served as a distraction for the unsuspecting mentors, who turned their attention to him. It was at this moment, when they were least cautious, as they were distracted by Namgun-mei, that the time had come for the representative of the medical family to act. In Ryong, a girl accustomed to working with needles, was supposed to shoot a dozen poisoned metal darts at Kwim-young-dok, and they silently flew towards the teacher with incredible speed, each carrying a drop of paralyzing medicine on its ends. The mentor noticed the threat and horror appeared on his face. His eyes widened in surprise. He opened his mouth, but did not utter a sound. In a moment, the figure of a powerful warrior appeared before him. His face already burdened by a shadow of irritation, he instantly repelled all the needles. Such a quick reaction and virtuosity in wielding a weapon shocked the attackers, and they froze, watching his precise movements. Each of them was nervous, but the sight captivated them, and they could not take their eyes off the ghost of the small sword. He looked at them furiously, because of their disrespectful behavior towards the teacher, and his clear facial features sharpened even more, and his sharp gaze was terrifying. Suddenly he stopped his gaze on the girl who had just attacked, and noticing her condition, suspected that something had definitely happened to her. The student sat hunched over and held onto her hand, from which one of the needles was sticking out. From her appearance, it was easy to understand how much pain she was in. He rushed to her as fast as he could, worried about the girl, as he realized that one of the deflected needles had hit the rebellious student's shoulder. But the vice-chancellor had suspicions, observing such a strange reaction to a stuck needle, and he realized that there might be something at the end of it. Carefully removing the metal needle from his shoulder, he raised its sharp end to his nose, sniffing it carefully to confirm his guesses. Examining it closely, he was shocked that the metal tip of such a small weapon retained a faint scent of paralyzing medication. Vice-Chancellor Yang Jun-hyuk looked up at the trembling student who nervously reported feeling paralyzed in her hands. This excited the swordmaster, and he looked over his shoulder again and informed his mentor that he needed to take the girl to the infirmary. Having received approval from the pale-faced teacher, Yang Jun-hyuk lowered his trembling body like an aspen leaf onto his powerful back and moved forward. He carefully carried the body of the almost unconscious student, moving quickly, the warrior ignoring the glares from the rest of the class. Meanwhile, the smug Chigal-mi, not for a moment, took her gaze off the vice-chancellor, who was about to take the victim to the infirmary. She was delighted because everything was going exactly according to the plan they had discussed shortly before these events, concentrating on the drug. A cunning girl, she explained in detail to everyone their role in this mission, especially in Ryong, who took the central place in this performance. She twirled one of the hidden needles in her hands with a smile, clarifying that this small detail would become their main trick. Then her classmates did not understand the girl's cunning and what she was talking about, staring at her with their surprised looks, expressing confused emotions. Shigal-mi, with mystery in her eyes, looked at the representative of the medical family and said that she had known how to handle needles since childhood. And so, after distracting the mentors, he will be able to stick the remaining needle into his own hand, unnoticed by everyone. After that, Jun-hyuk was supposed to take her to the infirmary out of his strong sense of responsibility. But May didn't understand why he would involve a warrior. Such misunderstanding outraged the girl. She demanded that he think with his head, because if he was around, they would not be able to do anything. Staring intently and causing embarrassment in the boy, she reminded him that he had tested the truth of these words on his own skin. And in his memory, images of not-so-long-ago events surfaced, where he desperately fought for the right to stay at the Peck Military Academy. And the strong warrior Young Jun-hyuk, on the orders of the teacher, seemed to mock him and was not going to give in to the unfortunate student even a little. Shigalmi once again drew attention to herself and emphasized that the main goal of their plan would be to separate the vice-chancellor from Kui Myung-dok. And now they watched the unsuspecting warrior, realizing how everything was unfolding surprisingly beautifully, exactly as the cunning Mai had described. When In Ryong was quickly carried past the leader of this mission, she imperceptibly winked at her, as if signaling the transition to the next action. Shigalmi, amused, smiled and looked at the vice-chancellor with the girl on his back, making sure he moved far enough away. The remaining students were shocked that the cunning girl was right, and everything really went as well as they had expected. Especially with deep astonishment stood the youngest heir of the Namgun family, who until the last moment did not believe in the success of the plan. Convinced that they were now alone with teacher Kui Myung-dok, Chigalmi was determined to fulfill her goal to the end. Therefore, in order not to waste a minute, she quickly headed towards the thin and pale teacher, whose authenticity she doubted. Approaching him, she looked resolutely and sternly straight into the eyes of Kui Myung-dok, who at that moment did not understand what she needed. The entire class held their breath nervously, watching her confidently address the pale-faced mentor, who might not even be their teacher. Feeling that something was definitely wrong here, he looked tensely and distantly at the student, wondering what she needed from him. She took a deep breath, determined to say something to her suspicious mentor, but suddenly, she was interrupted by someone's rough voice. Looking back, the two of them stared ahead, trying to understand who and why, suddenly now, was addressing Kui Myung-dok. To their great surprise, they realized that another teacher had come to their arena, known as a great warrior, whose appearance was frightening. He held a large and heavy sword on his shoulders, breathing heavily with anger, and his face was stern and sharp, a grimace of rage clearly visible on it. The warrior was big and strong, like a mountain. He walked forward with firm steps, past the students of the snake class, who were openly admiring his greatness. Even Moyun Bo, who was greedy for praise from others, mentally noted to himself how strong this burly man was. Namgun Mi, carefully examining every muscle that protruded on the body of the powerful warrior, was embarrassed when he realized that Kumak Ho himself had come to them. Stopping, he lowered his sword, its sharp end to the ground, which, under its weight, instantly crushed the stone that was under the warrior's feet. The man stood opposite the thin Kui Myung-dok, compared to whom he seemed even larger than he actually was, and wondered if he had come correctly. He loudly called attention to himself once again, trying to hear the answer, but such noisy behavior only frightened those present. The burly man began to look around, as if searching for some sign that would help him decide. Then he finally turned to the children standing behind him and wondered if he had made a mistake and had found the right class. After hearing an affirmative answer, he tried to find out where their teacher had gone, since he didn't see any warrior there. Worried by the unexpected appearance of the great swordsman, the students did not know whether to respond. But in the end, the first one dared to point a finger. Moyang Bo was joined by me, and they, without saying a word, only pointed their fingers firmly forward, in the direction where Kumak Ho himself stood bewildered. This appearance of the young men and their behavior further puzzled the great swordsman, who looked at them, wondering. Suddenly an idea popped into Chigalmi's head. She realized that the mentor of the pig class had come here, wanting to engage in a duel with their mentor. And then she addressed her mentor by name, deciding no matter what it cost her, to do everything to make this duel happen. She pointed at the nervous, pale-faced teacher, wondering why he was silent if Kumak Ho had come here, specifically to see him. The great swordsman was shocked and stammering, pointing his finger at the limp man, not believing that he was really the one he was looking for. Kui Myung-daok quietly confirmed his words, and me, having done her thing, slowly headed towards her classmates, leaving the teachers alone. The girl knew that such unexpected changes in the plan would play into their hands, because through their duel, it would be possible to prove the falsity of Kui Myung-dok. The great Kumak Ho stood motionless, arching his eyebrows in surprise, because he imagined the leader of the Black Flower group in a completely different way. Looking down at the nervous Kui Myung-dok, he realized that he was wearing a mask and no one could see his face. But this man did not look like him. Therefore, The mighty warrior, looking intently into the thin man's eyes and frowning eyebrows in a stern voice, asked his name once again. He confirmed that he is the teacher of the snake class, Kui Myung-dok, and he knows him as the teacher of the pig class, so he is curious about why he came here. Kumak-ho could not believe the truth of these words and considered it all crazy madness. He stared intently and analyzed the face of his interlocutor. He assessed the man's posture, saw his trembling hands, and such pallor and thinness could not possibly indicate the leader of a military group. This image did not fit in the head of the unexpected guest at all. It seemed to him that this man had difficulty even standing, let alone being a Murim warrior. This situation was more like this guy simply took the name of the real Kui Myung-dok from the Murim alliance and took his place as a teacher at the academy. Suddenly a sly smile appeared on his face, because by engaging in a duel even with such a Kui Myung-dok, he would increase his reputation. Therefore, the burly man decided to find a reason for a fight at any cost and began talking about the unfair attack on a student in his class. And especially, he emphasized that the culprits from this class were not even punished. Such unexpected words shocked the honest Namgun-mi. And he remembered that not so long ago, the impudent Tang Wei-ju had visited them in a clearing in the middle of the forest, along with his classmate from the pig class, and that on that day, an unpleasant fight occurred between Moyon Bo and a brazen representative of the pig class, during which the latter was quite deservedly beaten. And the youngest of the Namgun family realized that this dishonest Tang Wei-ju had told a false story to his teacher, and that was why he was here. He firmly decided that this misunderstanding must be resolved, and so he went forward to tell the truth to the deceived warrior. However, the honest boy didn't have time to say anything when Moyon Bo beat him to it, and admitted that it was he who had maimed one of the students in his class. He glared angrily at Namgung Mei, warning the young man with a look to stay out of this matter, as it did not concern him. But the boy looked at his classmate with incomprehension and tried to understand why he behaved like that, if he was actually innocent of anything. A representative of the Moyeon family stepped forward abruptly. Pushing me aside, he loudly declared that it was between him and Tang Wei-ju that a fight had occurred. Kumak-ho instantly became angry and angrily declared that the snake class lacked manners, as he hadn't even finished speaking when he was interrupted. The young men standing nearby were shocked by the incredible force of pressure coming from the leader of the pig class. Namgun-mi even began to tremble with fear before the great swordsman, realizing that he was not called one of the 100 warriors for nothing. The great warrior, Kumak-ho, holds one of the highest positions in the Murim 100, consisting of 100 of the strongest warriors of Murim. Suddenly, before the eyes of the angry warrior, a small, pale-skinned hand appeared, the owner of which attracted his attention. A moment later, the figure of a frightened, thin teacher of the snake class appeared before him, covering the children with himself and asking them not to be so angry with them. The teacher suggested that they solve this issue together, but the pig's class tutor did not listen to him. He was mentally glad that he had fallen into his trap. Maintaining a stern look, he abruptly lowered his huge sword to the ground, replying that he understood the latter's desire to protect his students. Kui Myung-dok tried to defuse the situation, but he interrupted him, stating that he would not allow members of his group to be insulted and suggested resolving the issue according to the rules of the Murim world. Namgung Mei was shocked to hear such a proposal, as it meant settling everything through Jajong, where the stronger one gets respect. The determined teacher of the pig class raised his hand, firmly pointing his finger towards the skinny teacher of the snake class. With enthusiasm in his eyes, he suggested that everything be resolved through a duel, which would simply mean a showdown. Everyone present was amazed to hear such an alternative solution to the issue, especially the art teacher, who literally changed before our eyes. Namgung Mei was especially shocked to hear such a proposal, as he didn't understand why he was acting so abruptly if he didn't even know the truth. And the young man decided to stop this madness at all costs by telling the truth about how everything had happened. But he was not allowed to utter a single word. Shigalmi was instantly beside him, covering his mouth. She ordered the boy to be silent, as they were going to check on the mentor anyway. But young Mi was very depressed by the fact that in this case, if he did not tell the truth, the impudent Tang Wei-ju would get away with everything. A heavy silence hung around them, and it seemed as if the birds were no longer singing, and the wind no longer stirred the leaves on the trees, and no one dared to break it. Suddenly the thin man spoke in a low voice, wondering if he was really offering him a duel, knowing who he was, quietly informing him that he had never participated in Pima fights. Such frankness shocked the pig class instructor because, for him personally, such fights were commonplace and he regularly participated in them. Kui Myung-dok, looking crazy, said that in the past he had only ever participated in fights that were not for life, but for death. His students froze in horror and amazement. They did not take their eyes off their mentor, because even for them, such tests of strength were commonplace. And Kumak-ho himself was shocked by what he heard no less than the children. He followed him, not believing it, because the man seemed to him to be generally unfit to fight. Studying his opponent, his gaze suddenly stopped at one detail, which further puzzled the mighty warrior Murim. The great warrior was ready to see a lot, but not at all ready to notice how the frightened mentor of this class began to tremble on his legs. Everyone present froze like statues from shock, their gazes fixed only on the incredibly trembling legs of the frightened Kui Myung-dok. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, the worried vice-chancellor had already managed to get the poor girl to a doctor, who carefully examined her hand. The good-natured doctor, after carefully examining the young lady's wound, declared that she was very lucky, because the needle had landed in a safe place. And the strong warrior bowed before him, thanking him for his work. But he said that the apprentice would need to stay here until the numbness disappeared. The gray-haired man imperceptibly, with a kind smile on his face, winked at the little girl, showing that he was on her side. She had sensed it, but she obviously wasn't going to reveal it to the worried vice-chancellor, so she smiled awkwardly in return. As soon as the door closed in the infirmary room, the assistant mentor, following the gray-haired doctor, glared sternly at the girl, which confused her. With his whole appearance, he showed how furious he was with her, how he frightened the student and demanded an explanation for this unpleasant situation. The warrior looked at her sternly, threateningly demanding that she tell him why the class had decided to attack teacher Kui Myung-dok. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a loud crash which greatly confused them and caused the infirmary room to tremble as if in an earthquake. This immediately reminded the vice-chancellor of his visit to the main office of the Murim Union, even before he got to the academy. Where did they, the Red Flower Group, call the union leader Murim, and then asked only the recruits to remain in the hall? And the warriors in red robes, all as one, bowed before the man, confirming the order they had received from the head of Murim. Obeying the leader's order, they instantly disappeared from the hall, as if dissolving into thin air, leaving only the recruits there. Among them all, the gray-haired ruler of the Murim Union, Kwag Yun, chose him, peering intently at the strong figure of the young warrior. Yang Jun-hyuk folded his hands in a welcoming gesture before the leader and introduced himself to him as someone who had just joined the unit and gave his name. The gray-haired leader of the alliance politely greeted the young warrior standing before him and asked if he was the son of the sword demon Yang Ji-gun. This was a rather painful question for the young man, and he, hiding his emotions but with sadness, answered the leader's curiosity in the affirmative. And approaching him, he apologized for inadvertently touching on such a delicate topic, mentioning his father. He suggested ending this unpleasant conversation and getting closer to the point, announcing that he was going to give him a personal mission. This news incredibly surprised the young man, because he did not expect that he could receive a personal assignment so quickly, especially from the head himself. And the gray-haired man began to slowly descend the stairs, approaching the shocked warrior who stood motionless before him. He approached him and looked straight into the eyes of the young warrior, who stood frozen, and it seemed as if the young man was no longer breathing. The young warrior, who had just tried on the red uniform, watched as the leader's hand moved closer and closer to him, and the experienced elder, closing his eyes, placed his hand heavily on his shoulder, quietly uttering only one request for protection. And when he finally finished asking to protect Kui Myung-dok, the young man's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't understand why he had to protect the son-in-law, Kui Myung-dok, if he was his senior colleague and had already achieved a lot. The experienced union leader slowly pulled his hand through his long beard and said quietly that it was really hard to explain. But still, the leader tried to clarify to him in a few words that the young man's task would be to be there so that he could not do anything. This clarification further shocked Yang Jun-hyuk, who stood with his eyes wide open, trying to grasp the meaning of this task. The young man asked why the warrior wouldn't be able to do anything on his own, but in response he heard only a loud exhalation. After which, the leader of the union turned around and briefly replied that it was because he was Kui Myung-dok, and with these words he headed to leave. However, he didn't feel like reminiscing right now. He was trying to get through the forest to the place where he had left his teacher, as thin as possible. The vice-chancellor understood that the rumbling he heard was coming from the direction of the snake class's training area, and this could mean that something had happened to the mentor. He used his ability to move as fast as his body was capable of, worrying about not being late. And in the mountains at this time, everything was no longer so calm. The roar that could be heard was due to strong blows that destroyed even stone. Kumak-ho was restless and skillfully swung his sword, trying to provoke the snake-class teacher into a duel. However, the skinny teacher constantly had to flee from the force released from the weapon of the irritated pig-class tutor. He was frightened by the power and tenacity of the stubborn great warrior, Kumak-ho, who relentlessly attacked the pale-faced snake-class mentor. Every time the great warrior was amused when he saw Kui Myung-dok fleeing from clashes, he sarcastically wondered where he had taken his fighting spirit. Teacher Ki was horrified, trying at all costs to come to an agreement with him, suggesting that they go to a tavern, and if he didn't want tea, then drink a glass of some kind of alcohol. But each such remark only added fuel to the fire, and the teacher of the pig class gripped his huge sword even tighter in his hands. He was literally burning with rage and was not going to calm down, looking at the terrified snake-class teacher who was mocking his suggestions. Each of his mocking phrases frightened the thin mentor even more. He was incredibly alarmed by the tenacity with which he attacked. And now he saw a warrior above him who was literally burning with anger and was putting all this frantic energy into his crazy attacks. And now he tried to aim at the snake-class mentor, but he was able to dodge the collision in time and the sword hit a huge stone. The ease with which the sword cut through the stone incredibly impressed the students, who had been watching this incomprehensible situation all the time. They were shocked that the blade easily cut through the huge boulder, as if it were just a piece of tofu. The great warrior's eyes continued to burn, and the muscles all over his body were tense to the point that their relief pattern became more visible through his clothes. He glared at the thin man and mockingly wondered how long he would evade his attacks. But Chi's mentor, looking at him with an innocent look, suggested that he would do so until he stopped attacking. This statement angered Kumak-ho even more, and he, with a tense face frowning, looked at him, smiling madly. And so it continued over and over again. With each new blow, Kui Myung-dok tried to dodge, only to be knocked off his feet by a shockwave. Each time the unfortunate Myung-dok, who was already unsteady on his feet, had to invent various poses to avoid being hit by the sword. But his opponent was persistent and did not give up. He was not stopped by the fact that time after time, the sword hit the stone, and not its target. Sparks were flying from the collision of iron and stone, as if a fire were about to start, and the enraged great swordsman inhaled the smoke deeply. He was starting to get annoyed by how skillfully he dodged, so he kept coming up with new methods, using the wave power of the three paths. This time, the snake-class teacher didn't know what to do. 3 powerful waves energy from the sword, which was rapidly approaching. He was terrified by the fierce power of his opponent, but he had no intention of engaging him in a duel, and so he continued to dodge. No matter how hard he tried, the pig's class teacher couldn't understand why the pig didn't attack him in return, despite all the provocations he made. And so he decided that this arrogant, thin man was simply mocking him, continuing to dodge his attacks. Because of this, the great swordsman tried to act even more skillfully and quickly, so that the other had no chance of avoiding collisions. Kui Myung-dok was gripped by panic, his heart beating wildly and an ugly grimace frozen on his face, his eyes wide open with fear. The students of the snake class who watched these actions were dissatisfied, because this duel confirmed all their suspicions about the falseness of the mentor. Only one student disagreed with what was happening. His body was tense, and inside he was fighting with himself. He watched this and understood that it was wrong, but he restrained himself from interfering in this duel. In fact, he was also interested. From the looks of it, this duel seemed comical to him, however. The snake class teacher skillfully dodged all attacks from Kumak-ho, and such skill fascinated him. Watching this, he strained his eyesight as much as possible so as not to miss a single movement of the teacher. The great swordsman was even more furious, surprised at how long Kui Myung-dok had been running from him, and even more curious about how long this would continue. Watching his evasions, Kumak-ho was amazed at the skill with which the snake class mentor moved. The warrior did not believe that the man was only able to dodge and not even block his blows. Looking at this, he understood that his opponent was stronger than him. The realization of such an oppressive truth hit his ego, and he clenched his teeth so hard in irritation that he probably could have bent them. After this conclusion, he began to attack the thin snake class teacher with even greater diligence, who was avoiding danger with remarkable skill. Kumak-ho, with his muscles trembling with anger, put all his energy into the weapon, and now this fiery blade is approaching Teacher Kui with incredible speed. Kui Myung-dok stood still, silently watching Teacher Ku's madness, pondering options for stopping it. However, his hero, Yang Jun-hyuk, was already close, and he saw the danger approaching so rapidly and his eyes lit up. The brave vice-chancellor rushed forward and managed to pit his sword against the great warrior's weapon before he finished his attack. Frowning his eyebrows and forehead, he looked at his opponent and apologized to the teacher of the CC class for being a little late. From the force of the blow, which was invested in the mighty blade of the great warrior, the strong young man sank into the stone of the mountain as if there were sand there. Despite the fact that the more he resisted, the more the stone cracked and broke under his feet, the hero did not retreat. The vice-chancellor gritted his teeth and did not give up. No matter how difficult it was for him, he knew that he would stand his ground at any cost, because such was his mission. An irritated Kumak Ho focused his gaze on him and could not believe that this young warrior could withstand such a blow from him. Then sharply inhaling cold air into his lungs, the great swordsman swung even harder before the next blow. And with renewed force, he struck at the opponent who had appeared out of nowhere and was now preventing him from continuing his duel with Kui Myung-dok. However, this time too, despite the sparks flying from the collision of cold metal, he staggered back a little, but stood his ground without retreating. There was only one thought in his mind, reminiscent of a request from the great leader of the Murim Alliance, who had personally asked the man to protect Kui Myung-dok. And this thought gave him special strength, so he did not retreat and was not going to surrender before the onslaught of a powerful enemy. And surprisingly, on the contrary, having found energy within himself, the young warrior tried to fight back against the persistent mentor of the pig class. And he, gripping the hilt of his blade more tightly, resisting the onslaught with all his might, directed the cold steel of his opponent's sword towards the ground. Young Jun-hyuk's unexpected appearance startled the students of the snake class, who did not look away from their fight despite the fiery sparks flying to the sides. Moyon Bo, although he was a representative of a great warrior family, nevertheless it was the first time he had seen such incredible technology used by the vice-chancellor. And Namgung Mei strained his eyes even harder until bloody tears appeared. He was afraid to even blink so as not to miss anything. The young man used all his strength to concentrate and distract himself from the pain, watching the duel between two incredible swordmasters. Kui Myung-dok noticed the boy's stupor, where he literally did not look away or pay attention to his condition, even though it must have caused him incredible pain. He watched him closely and could not believe that this boy was again beginning to unconsciously summon his inner energy. Yang Jun-hyuk, repelling the attack from the great master, directed his weapon downwards, which shattered the stone upon impact. Now the gaze of the stubborn and courageous vice-chancellor was filled with some mysterious energy that burned with bright fire in his eyes. The man twisted and jumped into the air, dodging a possible next blow and waiting for the right moment to attack in return. Such skill of the young warrior, who looked less than 30 years old, impressed the great swordsman, and he realized that he was a member of the Red Flower Group. It was literally written on the face of the young warrior, who landed silently behind his bewildered opponent. And he, looking back over his shoulder, decided to find out directly whether his guesses about the young man's service in the Red Flower were true. The young warrior, Yang Jun-hyuk, upon hearing the question, instantly folded his hands in a respectful gesture before his opponent. He bowed respectfully before him, holding a sword in one hand, introduced himself, and answering briefly, confirmed the great warrior's guesses. However, despite such a respectful gesture, the vice-chancellor's sharp gaze, filled with coldness and determination, literally pierced him through. Kumak Ho looked at his new opponent and remembered what he had heard about him, a newcomer who had recently joined the army as a little sword ghost. He turned to him, asking him to step aside, explaining that he was interfering with their duel between Pim and Kui Myung-dok. But the man was very surprised to hear from the young warrior that he could not step aside. Puzzled by this answer, the great swordsman, widening his eyes in surprise, asked why he couldn't step aside. However, the vice-chancellor, continuing to stand in a respectful bow, firmly replied that he could not tell the truth. Kumak Ho could not believe that he did not step aside, knowing that he was going against a warrior who was at the peak of his perfection. He gritted his teeth, realizing that by continuing such a fight, one of these two would clearly not remain in order. But if he lost, his reputation would be destroyed. While pondering all this, he suddenly noticed, somewhat unexpectedly for himself, the fighting stance of this young warrior. He had already seen such a technique long ago when he crossed paths with the sword demon Yang Ji-gan, who had used sword techniques for tens of thousands of generations. The warrior literally couldn't take his eyes off the young man, as he had thought he would never see such a technique again after that incident. And such a fighting stance of the young warrior caused a stream of memories in the head of the great swordsman, who was the teacher of the pig class. He knew for sure that he would never forget that day, because there had been a huge number of deaths that were not the fault of the soldiers. Then he was next to them, as an ally and brother in this battle, although the number of opponents was much greater, but they then won the victory. And all thanks to the powerful warrior who used his special technique, which no one else could repeat except him. The great swordsman was surprised to realize that now standing before him was none other than the son of this mighty warrior. He frowned, thinking for a moment, realizing that with such opponents, the fight would not end so easily. But the warrior was not going to retreat, because his reputation, which he had built with hard work and could not be destroyed so easily, was at stake. However, their tension was suddenly broken by a loud cry, which distracted them, the cry of a young man who was wiping his bloodshot eyes. Kumako turned his face towards the sound in surprise and was shocked by the picture he saw looking at the 10th student of this class. Likewise, at the unexpected sound, the worried vice-chancellor turned his head, realizing that something had just happened to one of his students. Everyone present was shocked by what had happened and hung over their classmate, who was kneeling down, wiping his eyes. Namgunmi turned red from tension and held his bloodshot eyes, a scene that shocked and distracted everyone from continuing the fight. Kui Myung-dok, excited, rushed to his student to examine the unfortunate man, asking him if everything was okay. Frightened by such a surprise, the thin mentor bent over the youngest of the Namgun family, wiping his face. The vice-chancellor literally could not take his eyes off this picture. He was deeply shocked and did not understand what had just happened. Suddenly, his attention was distracted by the words spoken by the pig class teacher, saying that today was probably not the day. He turned his surprised gaze to the figure, a mighty warrior holding a sword on his shoulders and promising to return to Kui Myung-dok next time. The burly man turned to the mentor of the snake class, asking him to show him all his true power at the next meeting. Unexpectedly for Teacher Ku, he noticed the once again bowed figure of the warrior Yang Jun in a respectful gesture and politely bid him farewell. He silently left the snake class arena, thinking that next time he would need to return here when this warrior was not here. Hearing such a statement, a thick shadow of displeasure appeared on Kui Myung-dok's face, but he said nothing because he was busy treating Namgung-mei. Only frowning, the warrior glanced sideways at the figure of the great warrior receding from the snake training arena. That same day, but late at night, something happened, somewhere near the pig class's territory, near their mentor's house. Unsuspecting, he sat quietly on the stairs and meditated, honing his energy management skills. However, he was unable to achieve peace, as he constantly returned to Kui Myung-dok in his mind, wondering what his true face was. He couldn't help but feel that the frail man who called himself by that name looked like a weakling, yet he had managed to avoid absolutely all attacks. Suddenly, near the house where teacher Kumako lived, someone's quiet but strong voice was heard, addressing him by name. Hearing the sound, he looked back in surprise, as he did not feel anyone moving near him. The great warrior looked around and tried to listen, expecting to hear someone addressing him again. However, he didn't notice anything like that, and for a moment it seemed to him that he might just have heard something, but he wasn't going to believe it. Therefore, taking a calm, deep breath, he was about to return to his interrupted occupation and reflections of today. But he didn't hear anything, and a moment later, he heard someone's voice again, suggesting that he hold the duel he so desired right now. The great warrior Kumako, out of surprise, instantly grabbed the hilt of his huge sword. He turned sharply in the direction from which the stranger's voice came, waving his sharp blade in front of him and asking the stranger who he was. A powerful warrior stood in a fighting stance, maintaining his tense posture and threatening the man who suddenly appeared before him with his weapon. The pig class teacher was incredibly shocked that even though the man was standing right in front of him, he didn't feel his presence. And at that moment, he realized that right now, the same warrior had appeared to him, but this time a real one. He looked intently at his interlocutor and asked if his guesses about the stranger's name were true, but the stranger didn't answer. The suddenly appeared warrior was irritated, and in a stern voice he asked if they were still going to hold a duel. His body literally sparkled with some unknown and insanely powerful force, enveloping his figure like a cocoon. Seeing such incredible strength from an opponent standing right in front of him, the great warrior clenched his teeth tightly, feeling unpleasant. But he was not going to give up and retreat. So having gathered courage, he decided to attack his unexpected guest with a shout. The mighty warrior Kumako abruptly brought his incredibly large and heavy sword behind his back, swinging it before the impending blow. With all his rage, he tried to put energy into the attack. But to his surprise, his opponent stood still. As if mocking the great warrior, he held up his thin and pale finger in contrast to his heavy weapon. And the thin man was not going to do anything else except watch as the weapon approached his hand. When the huge and sharp blade of the great swordsman touched the opponent's finger, it shattered into small pieces. This shocked the stocky man, who had vast experience in various duels, but had never encountered anything like this before. The pale and thin man continued to stand motionless, holding his finger in front of him and radiating some incredibly powerful energy from himself. And his gaze, visible through the ghostly mask, was wild. It was impossible to discern any specific emotions in it. The warrior froze, staring at the broken sword, his face a mixture of shock and bewilderment that his opponent couldn't do it with just one finger. Suddenly, the expression on his face, which had frozen in shock and surprise, changed to deep fear from how sharply and quickly the enemy began to approach. He was terrified by the furious look with which his opponent was rapidly approaching, raising his unarmed hand in front of him. He saw the master's hand in front of him, approaching him, and at the tip of his finger, more and more powerful energy was gathering, which eventually began to emit bright rays of light that blinded the eyes and rapidly approached the body of the terrified and great Kumak Ho. The warrior watched as it all happened so quickly that he didn't even have time to say a word, his gaze painfully focused on his opponent's movements. From one brief touch, this energy inflicted many wounds at once throughout the great warrior's body, causing the wounds to bleed. He couldn't believe that the warrior Kwimyoung-dok could inflict such a severe wound with just one touch, making his opponent scream in pain. But the former leader of the Black Flower group, waving his hand, was about to strike another blow at the defiant teacher. But as a new stream of energy began to gather in his hand, the mighty warrior remembered his past life, which was full of duels. In the recent past, he was able to use his energy to destroy a large number of people with just one sharp movement of his hand, without touching anyone. Back then, he faced various opponents. He had to teach various villains a lesson, and all his fights were for life or death. But now it's not like that. It's just a duel of Pima, and he needs to stop his inner monster, which appears along with this ghostly mask. His hand, out of habit, reached for his opponent's neck, and after a moment stopped on the trembling body of the pig-class mentor. He squeezed his hand slightly, but his strength was so great that even such a slight touch caused blood to appear on the teacher's neck. After that, Kwimyoung-dok stopped and, looking straight into the eyes of his frightened opponent, asked if he wanted to know all his power. But he, with a trembling voice, began to refuse and apologize for his tactlessness towards the great teacher of the snake class. After a short pause, the former leader of the Black Flower firmly but quietly said that he had recently become a teacher and therefore knew nothing. Focusing his imperious gaze on him, he resolutely declared that due to his ignorance, he was counting on help from the pig-class tutor. And after these words, he disappeared as if dissolving into thin air. But the evidence of his presence here was the shattered sword and deep wounds on Kumak Ho's body. Teacher Ku sat still for a long time, trembling with fear. This duel made him realize that his opponent's reputation was not false. He sat as if stone and stared in front of him, seeing nothing, his mind completely occupied only by the thought of that man. The mere mention of his presence now terrified him, and he was clearly aware that his opponent was the real Kwimyoung-dok of the Black Flower group. The leader himself, of the former mysterious group, was now heading back, moving so quickly that his feet barely touched the support. But for the first time in a long time, it was difficult for him to do so, as he had not used his powerful strength for a long time. And due to the tension that arose during the duel, the energy that remained uncontrolled now caused harm to its master. Stopping, unable to move any further, he leaned against a tree trunk, trying to catch his breath and control the bleeding that had begun. His hand had been soaked in Kumak Ho's blood, but now his own blood was slowly seeping out from the places where the energy had accumulated. The mighty Kwimyoung-dok was completely exhausted. Now it was difficult for him to cope with the inner strength that was trying to come out. He raised his head up, blood was flowing down his neck, and the hero himself was thinking about his forced, quiet, and peaceful life. He looked up at the bright moon. The exhausted warrior mentally addressed the warden, realizing that such a mission was too difficult for him. Meanwhile, young Namgun Mei lay in the infirmary, who, due to his desire to become stronger and prove his importance to his family, suffered again. He lay in an unconscious sleep the whole time, his eyes blindfolded, which suffered from his efforts, only waking up the next day. Immediately after waking up, the young man, despite his pain, stood up abruptly, frightened by the darkness before his eyes. But then, feeling the blindfold on his eyes, he slowly reached for it with his hands to carefully remove it from his face. After taking it off, the youngest heir to the Namgun family tried to concentrate on his gaze, forcing his eyes to strain. However, no matter how hard he tried, everything was still floating before his eyes and his vision was completely blurry. He remembered that he had ended up here because he had lost consciousness again. The young man tried to rub his eyes. He understood that this happened due to the concentration of internal energy in his eyes, which is why that power had awakened. Finally, having regained some of his vision, the young man heard a sound next to him. He tried to see what was there out of the corner of his eye, but he couldn't. Slowly turning his head to the side, he realized that he was not alone in this room and that someone was lying next to him. As it turned out, teacher Kui Myung-dok was lying next to him, warming his back under warm bags and watching him. The boy was surprised to see his mentor and asked him why he was here, wondering if he was injured. But he replied that for the first time in a long time, he had overdone his own strength a little, and therefore he needed to rest a little in the infirmary. But after that, he narrowed his eyes and looked intently at the young man, saying that what was more important now was what he was doing with his eyes. May wondered what would be the right way to answer the question now, and clenching his hand into a fist, he dared to explain. Namgung May, slightly confused and stuttering, replied that he had been watching the teacher deliberately dodge teacher Ku Mek Ho's attacks the entire time. The teacher continued to closely watch his student, squinting, realizing that he had improved his eyesight with the help of those powers. He remembered the face of the young man with whom he had watched the duel in the snake training arena in the mountains without taking his eyes off it. But the boy enthusiastically said that thanks to this, he was able to see the smallest movements that the mentor made, moving quickly. He stated that he was confident in his skill, since such unsurpassed clear movements can testify exclusively to his high skills. Because of this, he had to use his inner strength, and he is confident in his conclusions because he saw it with his own eyes. The snake class instructor began to speak quietly, wondering if it was a coincidence that the boy thought all this, since in reality Kumak Ho was lenient. He almost shouted that even now, remembering that day, if it weren't for the great warrior's leniency, he could have simply died then. But Namgun Mi clearly and confidently stated that he didn't think so, and that he knew the truth, that his teacher was the real Kui Myung-dok, the youngest heir to the Namgun family. He looked at his interlocutor with a firm gaze and did not take him aside. He knew he was right. At first, the skinny teacher was going to dissuade his student by convincing him otherwise, but in the end he realized that he would not succeed. He lowered his legs from the bed and asked in a mysterious voice if Namgun Mi was sure that he had seen this with his own eyes. He sat on the bed and stared ahead, after a moment quietly asking if the student understood how dangerous the power he was wielding was. This question shocked the young man. He looked at his mysterious mentor and did not even suspect that someone might know his secret. Until today, no one knew about it. He looked at his hand and remembered the words of his father, who asked him not to use internal energy. The father warned his son that if he used even a small amount of energy, that unknown force would awaken in the Tanjin. He watched his mysterious thin teacher, who silently, little by little, gathered himself, putting on his clothes. This peculiarity of his was a very painful place for the boy, which he could not change and did not want to accept. Since all members of his family could use their inner strength and against their background, the young man stood out very much, not in the best way. Realizing such a humiliating reality for himself, Mi desperately rushed forward, leaning against the bed, and declared that he wanted to become stronger. Out of desperation, but with hope in his voice, he begged his mentor to tell him if there was a way that would help him become stronger. Mentor Kui Myung-dok silently watched the young man for a moment and assessed his determination, after which he quietly declared that he knew such a method. The pale-skinned man lowered his hands to his knees and continued to watch his student, waiting to see what he would do next. Namgun Mi watched his mentor with great hope, believing that this was his only chance, and suddenly, he abruptly stood up. The teacher looked intently into his eyes and said that this power was like a curse, and if used incorrectly, one could become crippled or even die. He looked skeptically at the student and asked him why it was so important to become stronger, knowing the dangers of these abilities. But he did not take his eyes off him and firmly declared that he was ready for danger, since no one placed their hopes on him anyway. After such a confession, a tense silence fell in the room, and it seemed as if even the air became thicker, weighed down by the words that had just been spoken. Kui Myung-dok was the first to break this silence. With understanding and compassion, he quietly repeated only the last words, about no one getting their hopes up. There was a deep, old pain in his eyes. This situation that happened with Namgun Mi was familiar to him like no other. He understood that this stubborn boy, who was now looking at him with such expectations, would follow the same path that he had once had to follow. But it was very important for him to find out why the youngest heir of the Namgun family was once poisoned, and why this family in particular. After a moment of silence, the thin teacher quietly but firmly replied to the student that he would share with him a way to become stronger. Somewhere deep in the forest, a bright flame could be seen, and from that place came the terrible screams of people, testifying to their pain. There was a small settlement there which was now suffering incredibly. The wooden fence that surrounded their houses was abundantly covered with blood. Local residents trembled with fear, but tried to protect their homes at all costs, going out to fight with household axes. But no matter how hard they tried, any resistance they offered was quickly suppressed, and all those who took up any weapon died from someone's powerful energy. The settlement was literally drowning in the blood of its inhabitants, and ahead of these traces, someone was confidently moving forward, despite the rivers of blood. This man was burning with unknown power. He was resolutely stepping forward, leaving behind him a multitude of dead bodies, residents trying to protect their home. The identity of this unknown attacker was hidden by the mask on his face, but it was unable to hide the fierce flame in his eyes. Suddenly, a crimson man appeared in front of him, several times larger than this uninvited guest in a mask. He called out to him, growling, asking the attacker if he knew where he was, a mixture of irritation and rage visible on the defender's face. This stocky man tried to intimidate the uninvited guest with his appearance, as he was accustomed to doing with everyone else he had to fight. But the latter, not paying attention to his words or his fierce look, silently, with one sharp movement, knocked his head off the man's shoulders, which fell directly at his feet. That great warrior was the last hope for the settlement, and now that he was gone, they were shocked. An animal fear burned in their eyes. Only the leader of the small settlement and his guards remained alive, holding their weapons in trembling hands, terrified by fear. The leader of the settlement, in a trembling voice and stammering, asked the uninvited guest who he was and why he had come here to attack them. He fell to his knees, bowing his head to the ground, before the stranger, and in despair began to beg the man to have mercy on him and leave him alive. The gray-haired man tearfully begged to spare his life, promising in return to never forget the kindness of this unknown warrior. But the warrior, whose face was hidden under a mask, looked at him with a look full of hatred, and with firmness in his voice, he said that it was impossible to know him. The gray-haired leader raised his face, which was covered in cold sweat, and stared in horror at the stranger standing right in front of him. These words that were spoken, and the ghostly mask, prompted the old man to only one thought, which shocked him even more. He began to pronounce his name with fear and stammering. But the man, hearing the old man slowly begin to utter his guesses, quickly reached up to grab the hilt of his weapon, which hung on his back. His weapon was unusual. It was a metal whip, which consisted of small pointed particles, which together resembled a dragon's tail. As soon as the gray-haired leader finished pronouncing the name Qui Myung Dok, this stranger began to swing a metal whip in front of him. This name in translation consisted of 3 parts: a ghostly mask and the word poison. The stranger said that the old man had guessed it. Then, with hatred in his eyes, with one movement of his hand, he cut open all those who were still alive with a metal whip. A few days later, at the Peck Military Academy, in the middle of a training ground that had been decorated to the fullest extent for honing his skills, he sat. Namgun-mi went here from that moment on and practiced here every day, diligently honing his strength to achieve his desired goal. But now he sat quietly and meditated, gathering his strength before starting another workout. He slowly warmed up before the start, replaying in his head memories of the day he came to his senses in the infirmary next to his mentor. It was then that he was given hope that he would be able to achieve his goal, as the teacher promised to tell him how to become stronger. After these words, the mentor Qui Myung Dok sat down opposite his student, who was eagerly awaiting the story, propping up his chair into a comfortable position. He looked at the boy with his tired gaze, saying that to begin with, they would need to know the condition of his body. And he, sitting on the bed, literally shouted with joy, answering that he was ready for anything, moving closer to the teacher. The mentor began to explain to the young man that his tangen was unusual, and he knew the reason for it, and that it was also divided in 2, thanks to his father. And as if with a cholmeg, the flow of energy in his body is disrupted, and when he wants to use his inner strength, instead of pure, his body uses poisonous energy. Namgun-mi didn't understand this, and a question appeared in his eyes, as he believed he could use pure energy, but in small amounts. But the snake class teacher shocked him even more when he replied that in reality, in such a situation, it was not the energy of the tangen. He stared at him intently, concentrating only on the student, and coldly asked if the young man had forgotten what clan he belonged to. And the man began to answer his own question, saying that he belonged to the Namgun, one of the 5 great families, which had considerable authority. He asked if he knew how much energy from the Yonyag was in his body, and that because of the inferiority of the Tanjan, it must be throughout the body and other places. The mentor explained that he was using incorrectly distributed energy because he could not gather it in one place, and therefore his little things turned into chaos. The young man clenched his hand in understanding, but he soon learned that even after gathering energy in the tangen, he still used poisoned energy, as if in a vicious circle. He was shocked to realize that from the very beginning, he had little internal energy, and that was why he couldn't use it. The snake class instructor stated that Mi is alive only thanks to his father who split his tanjan in half. Otherwise, he would not have lived to be 10 years old. His stern gaze focused on the boy, instilled fear in him, and he firmly declared that he was lucky that his father was Namgun Cho. Namgung Mei sat sadly on the bed, his head bowed, heavy with thoughts about the explanation he had just heard from the snake class instructor. Mi decided that if everything was exactly as I had just told him, and he had only survived thanks to a miracle, then he had no hope for the future. But the thin teacher of the snake class, raising him from his chair, quietly said that there was one more detail that the boy didn't know about yet. And he looked with hope at the mighty warrior who stood before him, and who firmly declared that the young man's fate was determined by the heavens themselves. The pale-skinned man stared at him intently, then said that it was because of this that Namgung Mei had met him in his life. The boy sat with his mouth open in surprise, and the mentor added that to begin with, he should learn to control his inner energy. And the young man attacked the smiling teacher with indignant shouts, because the teacher had just said that he could not use internal energy. But the teacher, smiling, replied with a mysterious tone in his voice that this only concerned the ordinary method and that he needed to learn Yogunyan. The young man was surprised because he knew that when using internal power through Yogunyan, he could be overcome by Chuwaima, the inability to control the energy within his body. However, the mentor, Kui Myung-dok, did not respond to this. He only looked coldly at his student and wondered if he did not have enough courage for such a thing. And he hurried to apologize to the great warrior, saying that he had simply made a mistake. He was afraid that he would refuse him further training. Due to its extreme danger, Yogunyan is not studied by members of the Chanfa, but it has long been used by the Sapga clan. Managing internal energy, if you imagine it, can be compared to walking along a safe mountain path, gradually climbing upwards. But controlling internal energy through Safa can be compared to working out one's own path on your own, taking the shortest route. All of this is dangerous, but thanks to this, they will be able to allow the inner tangent of Mi to use clean energy. This truth about Yogunyan shocked young Namgun. He sat still and did not believe that with this, he would be able to use internal energy. The teacher turned to the exit, heading there with a confident step, leaving the young man behind to calmly consider everything. Mentor Kui Myung-dok, who was about to open the door and go out, suddenly stopped, holding his hand in the air. Then he gently lowered it onto the door and turned to the boy, saying that these were the minimum conditions for his training. With a smile and warmth in his eyes, he declared that if the young man could learn this, he would definitely explain what to do next. And from that moment on, young Namgun Mi went to the training ground. Never missing a single day, he diligently trained for his own benefit. And now, as he warmed up, he thought only about this, hoping that his diligent work would help him achieve the much-desired recognition from his brother. After some time, he began to panic because the young man had explained everything to himself in his head. But in practice, it is extremely difficult to make energy flow in a different direction. The guy instantly pulled himself together, reminding himself that the main thing was to concentrate. He believed that at any cost, he would succeed. Concentrating on this, he gradually regained his balance and continued, as he had no intention of giving up at all. Namgung Mei's face was tense, his lips pressed into a thin white line and his eyebrows furrowed. The young man was completely focused on his task. The young man didn't even notice his classmates approaching him from behind, watching his torment with amazement, not understanding why he was sitting there for so long. They watched as Mi sat hunched over, concentrating hard on something, causing him to make soft moaning sounds that made it look like he needed to go to the bathroom. Meanwhile, in the large central building on the territory belonging to the snake class, lived the teacher Kui Myung-dok. His house was a real mess, with a huge number of various books and scrolls, as well as pages torn from books lying on the floor. And the mentor himself sat carefree, his leg crossed over another stack of books, not worrying about their integrity. The teacher was obviously looking for something if there was such a mess around him, and he himself fell asleep among the books, covering his face with one of them. Suddenly, behind the translucent screen, a strong silhouette appeared, rapidly approaching the entrance to the room, growing larger with each step. It was the powerful young warrior Yang Jun-hyuk, who had carefully knocked on the door and asked the owner of the room if he could enter. Hearing an approving answer, he quickly went in, surprised by the picture he saw behind the translucent screen. He slowly lowered his hand, carefully picking up a book from the floor, which, like the rest, was scattered in a chaotic manner. The mighty warrior carefully took her arm as he walked forward across the room, slowly assessing her inner state. Bending over another book in order to clean up a little here, he decided to inadvertently mention Teacher Ku, who was injured. Kui Myung-dok was indifferent, just asked without taking the book off his face. Then teacher Yang decided to ask more directly if it was his fault. And the pale-skinned mentor, slowly stretching and yawning sweetly, decided to show his face, waking up from under the pile of books. He continued to act indifferently, yawning widely, and trying to cover himself with one hand during the pulls, wondered if a warrior had to know the truth. And he just continued to silently stare at the snake class mentor, not expressing any emotions. He just never took his eyes off the mentor. And he, looking at him carefully, calmly asked again whether it was really necessary to tell him the truth. Because Teacher Ki understood perfectly well that his vice-chancellor would quickly report this to the leader of the alliance, which he announced to the warrior, shocking him. Vice-Chancellor Yang Jun-hyuk continued to stare, unable to respond, as the thin teacher rose from his seat. Turning his back on him, he said that he didn't kill him, but only painted him a little, asking him to tell the manager so that he wouldn't worry. And the warrior humbly agreed to pass this on, accepting such instructions from his teacher. He understood perfectly well that he knew about his denunciations to the head of the union. Having finished his conversation, the thin Kui Myung-dok headed for the exit, passing by the broad back of his faithful vice-chancellor. Suddenly, he slowly stopped, and after a moment of silence, the successor to the snake class called out to the warrior, drawing his attention to himself once again. Looking back askance, he asked to tell the union leader that he was going to come visit him soon. After this incident, all the following days passed as usual, in the training of his students, where Nam-gun-mi constantly continued to graze the rear. He was physically weaker than everyone else, unable to lift heavy objects above his head, and had significant problems maintaining coordination at height. Even in duels, where they again as a whole group desperately attacked the vice-chancellor, the young man lagged behind the rest, and the power of his attacks was significantly weaker. However, despite all his losses, the young man continued to fight tirelessly, giving his best at every training session. Young Nam-gun-mi continued to return to the specially equipped training ground located on the territory of the snake class. From time to time, the students of the class held friendly duels there, trying to understand each other's strength and hone their fighting skills. That's exactly what happened this time, where Nam-gun-mi continued to desperately attack Wang Pyo, who easily blocked all of his blows. The representative of the Shaolin Monastery was impressed by the young man's stubbornness, and he constantly wondered why he was doing this. The youngest heir to the Namgun family was shocked by how easily his classmate avoided attacks despite his best efforts. It seemed to him that in Wang Pyo's eyes, some unknown powerful force burned, which he had learned while serving in the Shaolin Monastery. Suddenly, the young man saw a hand in front of him, rapidly approaching his face, and he realized that he would not be able to dodge such a blow. Therefore, gritting his teeth, the boy expected a painful collision with a classmate's fist, but unexpectedly, everything went wrong. Slowly opening his squinted eyes, he saw that he was holding his small notebook in front of his face, with another written message. The note stated that Wang Pyo knew about the dangers of the Yogunyan method, and therefore he was unable to master it. After reading the message, he realized that Pyo also knew this method, but he couldn't advise him anything, so the young man suggested continuing the duel. After that, Nam-gun-mi tried to attack his opponent using his legs, swinging his right leg in another strike. But even despite the element of surprise, the classmate was able to easily dodge the attack of his, so far, weak opponent. The youngest member of the Namgun family moved quickly, but not quickly enough to reach the disciple of the Shaolin Monastery. But his temporary rival was much faster and more skilled in his movements, the clarity of which he had masterfully honed a long time ago. Suddenly, a representative from the Shaolin Monastery began to attack, making some incomprehensible movement with his foot, distracting his attention. After which he literally almost fell on his classmate, trying to crush him with the weight of his body and push him away. After such a collision, young Nam-gun-mi flew away from his attacker, unable to block such an insidious attack. He landed painfully in the middle of the snake class training arena, assessing the technique of his temporary opponent in this duel. The young man mentally replayed in his head the moment when Wang Pyo made an incomprehensible movement with his foot, thereby knocking the guy off balance. Mi looked ahead at the figure of the Shaolin monk who stood thoughtfully before him, thinking that such cunning was the martial art of Shaolin. Suddenly, after Wang Pyo finished thinking about something, he reached out with his hand to his classmate sitting on the ground. He smiled, hoping that the boy was going to offer him his help, but he was mistaken about his friend's intentions. A notebook appeared in front of his face again, on which another message was written, in which the student suggested trying to direct his internal energy downwards. The message said that the initial way is to raise energy upwards, but it is worth trying the opposite, to direct internal energy downwards. After which, a hopeful voice rang out from the snake class arena, promising to try it now and stand even lower. Suddenly, after testing this method, the young man realized that his classmates' guesses were correct, and it worked. He felt as if energy was flowing downwards, and it seemed to him that he had managed to find some kind of balance. The whole time the young men were fighting among themselves, Chegalmi was watching them. She was surprised by the simplicity of the guy who openly shouted about his feelings. She stood calmly aside, warming up with Ryan, and only quietly, with a voice of condemnation, said what was considered shameful. The girl was happy because their class was promised to start real training next Sunday after finishing these warm-ups. But the words about real training scared Ryan, who was already tense, trying to keep up with her classmates. Chegalmi explained that there would be nothing special about it, saying that now students from all 12 grades of the academy will go outside, conducting open training. Their conversation was inadvertently overheard by Moyon Bo, who was standing nearby, and just like them, he continued to warm up, watching me. Because he added that perhaps they will go outside, where there will be representatives of other classes, in order to gain valuable experience. He continued to speak, explaining that life within the clan is carefree, and therefore probably most have valuable experience. The young man expressed his guesses that this was possible in order to see how they behaved outside of their family, and suddenly he turned to Chegalmi. But the boy's careless address to the strict young lady offended her because it seemed too disgusting, and she asked him to change the pronunciation. The guy tried to rephrase his address, but it still sounded like it came from the older generation, not at all like it came from a peer. He moved closer to her and started this conversation because he was extremely curious about whether the girl was planning to become class captain. She looked at him skeptically, but after a minute she calmly replied, assuring him that there was nothing to worry about. Mai said that she doesn't intend to become class leader, but it is extremely important for her to discover the true identity of the fake Kui Myung-dok. Looking over her shoulder was In Ryong, who smiled faintly and said that she also had no intention of becoming a captain, especially since she did not have outstanding abilities. Satisfied with the answer he heard, the boy turned his attention to the direction from which incomprehensible sounds were constantly coming. His gaze stopped at an incomprehensible picture, and he tried to peer in that direction for a while to understand what was happening there. He was surprised by Pyo's communication with Namgung and what they were doing. He wondered how seriously these two young men should be taken. Meanwhile, in the corridors, the territory of which corresponded to the distribution belonging to the pig class, there was unrest. In one of the spacious classrooms, sitting honing his skills, was that same scoundrel, Tang Wei-ju, who still bore the scars from that fight. Feeling that he could finally apply these skills to himself, the young man decided to try it out on himself, slowly unwrapping the bandage from his hand. The result was not quite ideal, but it satisfied him completely, and the guy mentally noted that it was not in vain that he had practiced pranayama for so long. After he finished treating himself, the boy headed for the exit, closing the wooden classroom door behind him. Suddenly, he noticed something very interesting to him and turned his head in that direction to better see the details. Walking down the corridor towards him was the great swordsman Ku Mak Ho, his body still wrapped in wide strips of bandage. A student in the pig class bowed to his teacher in a respectful gesture, wondering if he was feeling okay. The young man was a little amused that his teacher, the great swordsman, looked so beaten, even though he remembered him as completely different from the moment they last met. But he passed by him without showing any signs of it, saying that everything was fine with them, ordering the student to regain his strength. Looking back sharply at the retreating figure of his mentor, he wondered how the situation involving the snake class had ended. Ku Mak Ho, realizing his humiliation, was not going to explain anything to the student, and only growled, ordering him to never ask this question again. Tang Wei-ju did not understand why he was addressing him so rudely, since he did not remember ever offending him so much. He tried to trick her into explaining, saying he wasn't going to bring up the issue again, but he was asking out of curiosity. However, instead, he was met with the angry gaze of his mentor, who looked at him even more sternly and ordered him to forget about this situation with the snake class. Such a sharp reaction and response from a person who promised to figure everything out scared the unworthy person a little and made him think. He wanted to address the great swordsman once more, but the stern gaze with which he measured him from head to toe stopped the boy. The teacher of the pig class exhaled sharply and heavily. Probably, if he could, thick smoke would have come out of his nostrils from uncontrolled irritation. He gave him a warning look, saying that if he dared to bring up the subject again, he would face his wrath. The powerful man looked haughtily at the impudent young man, warning that this was not advice, but a warning, and he would definitely not be able to stand it. A spark of fear flashed in the eyes of the impudent Tang Wei-ju. He tensed up after hearing the words spoken in a stern tone from his mentor. The great swordsman, Kumak Ho, left the confused young man in the corridor, who was trying to understand what had happened, and he himself went on about his business. The young man stood in the middle of the corridor for a while, not moving at all or making any sounds, completely consumed by the confusion of the situation. But a moment later, as he realized what had happened, his hands clenched into fists and began to tremble from the anger boiling inside. He was incredibly angry that the teacher of the pig class dared to address him in such a tone and express some kind of warning for a member of the Tang family. After completing basic classes, the academy students headed to the new building, where the next stage of practical training was to begin. The purpose of such exercises was to accompany the arrivals, as guests of the ruling union and the elders of all clans, and gain real experience. Each mentor from the 12 classes was given specific instructions regarding the conduct of practical teaching. So in one of the spacious rooms of the academy, a meeting took place between two people who needed to discuss a very interesting question. Hearing about such a feature, the head of the Murim Union was quite puzzled. Even pieces of the board game fell from his hands. Before him stood the pale-skinned Kui Myung-dok, who had come here to discuss a very important detail for him. He bowed his head and calmly said that he wanted to prepare a slightly different practical training scheme for his snake class. Kwag-yun did not understand why he decided to do so, and was very interested in the reason for this choice, which he asked his interlocutor about. But he bowed, calmly saying in a confident voice that the head of the union had independently ordered him to become a teacher, and there was no arguing with that. And if so, then he believes that he has every right to his own views regarding the teaching of the students in his assigned class. The union leader, Murim, still couldn't get over the shock and stammering, said that he understood everything correctly, but there were some nuances. The gray-haired man could not believe that Kui Myung-dok was really going to teach, using the method he used in the Black Flower group. Kwag-yun, slowly running his hand through his long snow-white beard, explained to the warrior that this news worried him a little. But he, bowing his head, replied that he simply wanted to choose a training style that would be most suitable for his class. The man tried to convince the gray-haired manager not to worry, but the old man was deep in thought, carefully weighing all the pros and cons. In the end, the gray-haired Kwak-yun realized that he really had nothing to worry about, since with teacher Kui, Yang Jun-hyuk would always be there. Suddenly, Myung-dok's pale face became serious, and looking into his face, he announced with a cold voice that he had one thing he wanted to clarify. The snake class teacher promised the principal to report to him immediately, as soon as he found out about everything, but such mystery worried the head of the union in Murim. Kui Myung-dok disappeared immediately after these words, and the gray-haired man remained sitting at his desk, trying to guess what kind of thing it was. He looked out the window and understood perfectly well that in order to prevent some unpleasant situation that might happen, it was necessary to warn Yang Jun-hyuk about it. Further, all the main events of the day unfolded at the main gate of the Peck Military Academy. All the academy students had already gathered there, along with their teachers, watching the main ceremony begin, and the arrival of the leaders from the various clans. The crowd of students, who were kept in separate groups in the classroom, looked very excited because for the first time in a month of studying here, they were finally going outside the school. Namgun Mai, who was eagerly awaiting the arrival of the clan leader they would need to escort, wondered if anyone else was known. The entire class of snakes stood in tense anticipation, silently peering into the faces of the arriving people and waiting for at least some information. Chigal Mai voiced her guesses that everything was already decided here and they just needed to wait. She was just as excited but tried not to show it. Moyon Bo was the only student whose face showed no emotion. He stood quietly aside, observing the behavior of the others. Suddenly, the youngest heir of the Namgun family, watching the people passing by him, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He met a young man in the crowd who looked just as scared as me, who noticed a sharp yelp from one side where all the students were standing. His face also showed deep surprise when he met the eyes of the representative of the Namgun family. After a moment, the boy recognized him. The young man ran up to young me, shouting his name, which surprised the others, but his face was glowing with joy because of such an unexpected meeting for him. The hero himself responded with mutual joy. He turned to Jipyeon, wondering if he had also entered this academy. Ji Hyeon, Ma's cousin, replied that his father sent him here to study, despite their family being on the sidelines. Ji-hyun, despite his age, addressed his brother with respect, wondering what class he had entered since he had been assigned to the sheep class. Namgun-mi smiled and replied that the sheep class was suitable for his brother, since his name means plain, but said that he himself had entered the snake class. He asked how well they had done in the theory course, but he was surprised to find that his brother's class had actually left for the mountains right after the first day. Ji Hyan complained to his relative that the two subjects they started teaching him immediately upon arrival were proving to be very difficult for him. However, Mi did not understand what he was telling him and wondered if they had not gone through the training method of the 3 techniques of the Murim Alliance in their classes. But the young man was shocked by the name of the method and looked at his cousin with eyes no less surprised than he had looked at him before. The boy, widening his eyes in surprise, emphasized his ignorance by asking Namgun Mei if he would tell him about the meaning of this method. And he, remembering his difficult training sessions, which tested strength without using internal energy, didn't know how to describe it correctly. Remembering how exhausted he felt, the boy decided to answer briefly, mentioning only the essence of Sukotai, Teturifutai, Panchihuresa. His interlocutor looked at the young man excitedly and with incomprehension in his eyes, saying that this was the first time he had heard of such methods. There had never been anything like this in his class. Then bending down, he quietly and mysteriously began to ask if the rumors were true that Kui Myung-dok himself had become the teacher of their class. Mei confirmed the rumors, rejoicing that his mentor was popular among the older generation, as Ji Hyan had heard from his father that he was a very fearsome swordsman. Namgung Mei replied that this was not true and that his teacher was not scary at all and could be trusted, but this answer confused his class. Their faces were shocked by such devotion to their teacher, as they did not share such feelings with him, believing everything to be quite the opposite. Ji-hyun looked around and saw that his class had already gone to escort someone, which meant he needed to catch up with them. He said goodbye to young Mei, saying that they would see each other later, and with a smile quickly went to catch up with his classmates from the sheep class. And again a tense silence hung. The students who were left standing watched as cousin Mi quickly moved away from them. Namgung jokingly said that they were the only ones left, and he didn't know who they would need to accompany, but this person was definitely not in a hurry. Chigal Mi replied that everything was fine, since they were confident in their abilities, and considering that this was an elder of one of the clans, there was unlikely to be any danger. She dreamily said that they would be able to travel all over the country, and Inrayan added that they would be able to taste various delicacies and hoped that they would come across the Saekyeon clan. Suddenly, Namgun-mi thought that before this, all their classes were different from other classes, and therefore here, a completely different training was possible. And now, the students of the snake class finally heard footsteps confidently approaching them, emerging from the shadows of the great stone gates of Peck Academy. After a moment, they realized that it was actually their mentor, with his vice-chancellor approaching them, and not the leader of some clan. Kui Myung-dok said it was time for them to leave, but Chegal-mi stepped forward and protested that no clan elder had appeared yet. The pale-skinned mentor didn't explain anything. He just went ahead, saying that everything was ready, and therefore they should follow him. In-ryong was surprised that their assignment would be different from the other classes, and Chegal-mi stood silently indignant at this while Mi tensed up at the situation. The students followed their mentor, passing through the market square, where life was bustling and some were selling something and some were buying something. Then the students of the snake class walked through a narrow path in the thickets of the forest itself, quietly following their teachers, who did not explain anything. After some time, teacher Kui Myung-dok stopped abruptly, looking straight ahead, his face hidden by a large scarf that protected his skin from the sun's rays. They stood in front of the large gates of some building, not understanding why they had come here, but the teacher firmly declared that they were now in place. In-ryong was assessing the building in surprise, and the face of the youngest member of the Namgung family was filled with pure horror as he recognized the place. The banner that fluttered on the roof of the gate meant only one thing. The pale-skinned mentor of the snake class had led them to the city defense corps. Namgun Mei fearfully voiced his guesses, which the teacher fully confirmed and wanted to explain something, but he was distracted by sounds coming from behind the gate. Suddenly, after a moment while they were watching, someone kicked open the gate, from which an incomprehensible noise had been coming all this time. Two men appeared on the threshold of the building, who did not look like good-natured people, and they had weapons in their hands. They stepped forward. A moment later, a third comrade appeared behind them, and then a man in uniform ran out after them, addressing them. In desperation, he grabbed the man by the leg, asking how they wanted to go without the Payos, specially hired warriors protecting the goods, or the city defense corps. However, the man who was clearly the leader among the three of them, the man in uniform, said he would only accept them for the money. This stocky man with a scar on his face stared at him with his fierce gaze, slowly exposing the blade of the sword he had been holding in his hands all this time. He swung at him, threatening that if he didn't take his hands off him now, he would die. Now all three of them had a fierce look on their faces. The face of the gray-haired man in uniform, who had run after them with the best of intentions, showed horror after hearing the threat. Suddenly, one of the observers could not stand such rough treatment of the innocent old man, so he rushed forward with all his might. The rest of the students, who were also watching what was happening, did not expect such a violent reaction and were surprised by it. However, even the teachers of the snake class decided not to interfere and did not stop one of their students, who had high moral values. Moyonbo rushed forward with all his might, guided only by righteous anger, his eyes burning with rage at the men's behavior. The leader of the villains was furious with the gray-haired man, and not noticing anything else around, he abruptly began to lower his hand with the sword. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his hand, holding the weapon, and the feeling that someone was holding his shoulder with a strong hand, preventing him from lowering the sword. He looked in surprise in front of him and noticed a young man who was much smaller than him, and he, in turn, restrained his blow, preventing it from harming the man. Moyonbo was calm as always and his face was emotionless, but his cold gaze concealed a noticeable glimmer of danger. The rough man with a scar on his face, in anger, shouted loudly for the boy to let him go immediately, but this did not scare the young man. On the contrary, he furiously squeezed his hand harder, so that the blood of the scoundrel who felt his strength slowly began to appear under his fingers. One of the three, mockingly, turned to the leader, saying that in front of them was just a child, and offered to spare him. But he had a sly look, and his true face was hidden behind a good-natured mask, and he never took his eyes off Bo. This second man clearly saw how, little by little, his companion began to tremble, whether from the pain in his arm or from the anger that was spreading through his body. Moyonbo didn't believe him and sensed danger, so he looked over his shoulder at the man speaking to him and closely watching his movements. And the teachers of the snake class continued to stand aside, not interfering in their showdowns, just watching their student, even though they knew perfectly well what was going to happen next. Qui Myung-dak was confident in his student's strength, so he did not interfere, and with his appearance showed the vice-chancellor that he should not interfere with the young man either. At this moment, the burly leader of the villains, whose eyes were filled with anger, so intense that all the blood vessels were visible, ordered them to attack. But this did not frighten young Bo, and he moved faster than his opponents, drawing his sword, which had been hanging from his belt all this time. It only took a few blows, where the collision of cold metal produced bright flashes and tiny sparks, for everything to become clear. The man with the scar on his face, who had been outraged that his dignity had been violated, was now incredibly shocked by the strength of the young man who had come out against them. He was not the only one who was surprised by the skill of the young student, who easily repelled the attacks of his opponents and was even able to crush their weapons. All three villains were amazed by his skill and speed of movement, as they were defeated by a boy who was half the size of each of them. Moyonbo himself did not feel any difficulty in the fight and easily left three shocked opponents behind him. He turned sharply towards them, pointing his weapon forward and silently threatening the three men who dared to attack the gray-haired man. After that, they all walked forward, passing through the large gate located at the entrance to the city defense building. The three scoundrels were no longer so brave. They sat meekly in front of the class of snakes, saying nothing and offering no resistance. Qui Myung-dak sat at the front of his class, along with a gray-haired man in a uniform, and kindly suggested that the men figure out what had happened. The pale-skinned class teacher first turned to the three scoundrels, suggesting that they first explain it from their point of view. Their leader began to say that if the City Defense Corps, which did not have a single POs, wanted to hire them, they would have to pay a deposit of 50 mun, not 15, as they had been offered. The man in uniform was excited and immediately hurried to explain to those present that he had promised to pay those men if they carried out his instructions. But this angered the stocky man with a scar on his face, who angrily said that the old man took them for fools. After these words, the man in uniform threw up his hands, saying that they perceived him as a fraud and suggested ending this useless argument. The leader of the trio began to say, breathing heavily, that if something was not right, he suddenly fell silent, starting to think of a plan on how to get out of here. He turned his gaze to the representatives of Peck Academy, watching the students in the class. The man understood that they might not let them go so easily. The leader of the men understood that if the young man who stopped them was so strong, then the rest would be too. But he believed that everyone except the pale-skinned teacher. Therefore, in his head, he decided that they needed to leave here now, while they still had the opportunity, and with these words he began to get up. Qui Myung-dak, even though he could see that the other person wasn't taking him seriously, watched with a smile on his face as they hurriedly tried to leave the building. The men, nervous, quickly headed for the exit, taking with them their weapon cases along with the remaining fragments. The man in uniform saw that the people he was going to hire were moving away, and he hurried to stop them, saying that he had not yet offered everything he could. The leader of the trio, stopping at the exit, first gritted his teeth and then looked around, sternly refusing that they would not take on the job he was offering them. The man looked confusedly after them, realizing that they would definitely never return. His face was in despair, but now he could do nothing more. Suddenly, Moyonbo heard a gentle, manly voice, raising his surprised gaze to its owner. He did not believe it. The mighty warrior Young Jun Hyuk praised his young disciple for being able to control his strength while engaging in a duel with 3 villains. This meant a lot to him, because this courageous warrior was quite an example for him in many ways, and he was surprised and thanked him for the praise. For a brief moment, immersed in a heavy silence, those present watched the shadows of the men quickly moving away from them. Then the man in uniform remembered that he had forgotten something and was the first to dare to break the silence, addressing the representatives of Peck Academy who were behind him. He bowed to them in greeting and introduced himself as the master of the Sokham City Defense Corps, saying that his name was Wang Soban. A man named Wang Xiaobong bowed even lower to them, thanking them for helping him when danger threatened. Namgun Mei was very surprised, as he perceived this man as an elder of some clan conducting trade, and even voiced his surprise out loud. Shigal Mi was indignant upon hearing his whisper, and replied just as quietly that he was a fool, since this man was an ordinary commoner, and he needed to put his brains back in place. The boy smiled and didn't answer her, while Moyon Bo watched them askance, looking at them as if they were real children who were about to quarrel. Suddenly, Kui Myung-dok began to slowly rise from his chair, saying that they had come here specifically to see him. And such words incredibly surprised the man in uniform. He could not believe that they were specifically looking for the City Defense Corps. The pale-skinned instructor proudly introduced the people behind him, saying that this was the snake class from Peck Military Academy. Wang Xiaoban slowly repeated the name of the academy, and then became incredibly happy, asking if it was the same academy that was organized by the manager of Marima. He looked at them and called them very valuable, but Teacher Chi interrupted him, saying that it was more important for him to share what had happened to him. And the man, a little taken aback by the situation, began to slowly and stammeringly tell his guests what problem he was currently having. He began to tell me that in the past, the Sokham City Defense Corps was not that large, but things were going well. But at some point, other defenders of the Corps, who had previously communicated well with him, organized a kind of secret conspiracy against him. And they began to gradually select the FIOs they hired, literally one by one, offering them higher remuneration or more favorable conditions. And after that, they bribed the transport company in the area, and because of that, no one wanted to work with Soki anymore. He regretfully said that they tried to hire POs from other cities, but due to financial problems, the academy representatives had already seen how this usually ends. The academy students were amazed by his story, looking at him with surprise and sadness, and Namgun Mei especially sympathized with the man. In Ryong also felt sorry for her husband, but Chegalmi looked extremely stern against their background, as she was not at all embarrassed by this story. She looked at him with her penetrating gaze and declared that if he had been drawn into such a trap, it meant that the man had no ability to trade. These harsh words that expressed the truth wounded Wang Xiaoban to the very heart. He did not expect that the girl could respond to him so cruelly. The student was embarrassed that they were wasting time while standing here, and she indignantly asked the teacher how long this would all continue. Folding her arms across her chest, she said irritably that they should escort the clan elder as soon as possible, not waste time here talking. The owner of the City Defense Corps stammered and said that there were no such important guests here, so most likely some kind of mistake had occurred. Kui Myung-dok, hiding his face under a large hat, laughed mysteriously, saying that he had misunderstood him. He folded his hands behind his back and smiled, announcing that they had not come to this place to find the elder. Hearing this answer, the class was incredibly surprised, as they expected that they had come here precisely to complete an assignment that was the same for all classes. And the pale-skinned mentor, with a wild expression on his face and happiness in his eyes, loudly announced that they would become the Pios of the Sokham Defense Corps. No one present could believe it, so everyone froze, not breathing, and a heavy silence fell in the room in which everyone's heartbeat could be clearly heard. The class screamed in surprise and shock, especially Namgung Mei, who understood perfectly well how dangerous this job could be for him. And even Wang Xiaoban cried out in surprise, as he didn't expect that he could be so lucky that someone would come here voluntarily, expressing a desire to be hired. And at this moment, in the territory not so far from Sakim, a difficult conversation was taking place in another defense corps. The three men who had recently tried to attack Wang Xiaoban arrived there, but an academy student prevented them from doing so. Their leader bowed to the customer, saying that they had not succeeded in anything, so they simply left as some children and two men appeared. Their customer didn't answer. He just smiled slightly, and thinking about these unexpected guests who had disrupted his plans, twirled his mustache in his hands. A man named Kwok, who was the master of the Jianshin City Defense Corps, became angry with the mercenaries who failed to infiltrate Seokyeom under the guise of Pyosi. But the man was quick to justify himself, saying that they had decided to haggle a little, since a quick agreement would have looked suspicious. But these strangers got in their way. One of the men standing guard near the master of the building slowly began to draw his sword, glaring angrily at the mercenaries. Sensing danger, they quickly fell to their knees, begging for forgiveness from Kwa, the master of the city defense corps, on whose decision their lives depended. Kwa took pity, saying that if it wasn't them, he had alternatives, but after the trading trip was over, they wouldn't be able to return to the lands of Hanam. Returning to the Sakim City Defense Corps, where the academy representatives were talking to its owner and had no idea what awaited them. Wang Xiaobang was overjoyed, but he still reminded his guests that his defense corps was currently facing some financial problems. Kui Myong-dak replied that there was no need to worry about it, as 15 mun each would be enough for them. But then, still with the same mysterious smile, he added that the owner of the building must provide them with sleeping places and food from today until the end of their work. It was a difficult choice for Wang Xiaoban, who understood that these were the only mercenaries who would agree to work here today. But he had his doubts. He looked them over appraisingly, understanding that their attire indicated noble houses. But there was a danger that something might happen after a trading trip. And because they are from Murim, they may refuse to work further. But the man decided to agree to start and learn more about them. With some sadness, but acceptance of the situation, he bowed before them, saying that they could unpack their things and settle wherever they were comfortable. They quickly unpacked their things and took their seats, realizing that they would now have to remain within the walls of the Sakim City Defense Corps. The next day, teacher Kui Myung-deok gathered everyone in the Sokim courtyard and began pacing back and forth in front of them, thinking about how to start the conversation. Without stopping, he began to say that up until this point, the students had been doing basic training aimed at strengthening physical strength. But then, he stopped abruptly in front of them, his face changing and his voice also becoming more stern than they had ever heard before that day. He looked at them sternly and said that the snake class did not participate in training that only pretended to be real battles. From now on, they would gain real experience. The class as a whole reacted quietly, but their reaction was divided, with some standing motionless, slightly surprised, while Chigalmi looked at him intently. And the other part, in which Ryong and Namgung Mai were really excited after what they heard, because they realized that they were weak and not ready for real fights. However, the teacher, without taking his eyes off them, continued to say that they would definitely encounter forest robbers on the trade route. He explained that the Pyosa are actually trained warriors who are specifically hired for such work, and their fight with the robbers will be a real fight in which they will use real weapons. So the teacher asked them to show the weapons they took. The first to proudly display his sword was the son of the Moyen family, who had recently used it in a duel in front of his mentor. Kui Myung-dak approached the brave student quite closely and meticulously examined his weapon, not missing a single detail. On his hilt, he noticed an original ornament that indicated his relationship to the Moyan family. The same ornament was on the sword scabbard. Next, the teacher approached the proud girl Chigalmi, who stood next to Bo and also confidently held her weapon in front of her. Master Qi examined the sword in her hands in detail, but did not notice any features that would indicate a connection to the Chigal family. After that, the class teacher approached the quiet Ryan, who was slightly shyly holding out her wakizashi, her short sword. Then he approached the representative of the Shaolin monastery, who had nothing with him. Wang Pyo showed off his hands like weapons. Then the pale-skinned teacher finally approached his last student, who surprised his mentor with his chosen weapon. The snake class teacher looked closely at the weapon in the hands of his last student, which bore only one symbol, which meant a tree. But Namgun Mi was not at all ashamed of this and looked at his mentor with a certain hope, not understanding whether it was true or perhaps a joke. In surprise, he continued to look at him skeptically and decided to ask if he had really brought a wooden sword with him to practice a real duel. He, slightly embarrassed and smiling, replied that he was just used to it, since he had been using it for a long time. But the teacher went on, saying that it didn't matter. The pale-skinned class instructor praised everyone for bringing good weapons, but discreetly cast an ambiguous glance at me, who was standing aside. After that, a mysterious and ominous smile appeared on the face of the thin, young doc, which could not mean anything good for the students in his class. And all the weapons from the students' hands fell to the ground with a characteristic sound. Their thin mentor announced that he would now confiscate everything from them. Then, with a furious expression on his face, he turned to the vice-chancellor, asking his assistant to bring everything he had thoughtfully prepared. And he bowed humbly before him, agreeing to fulfill his request, completely ignoring the crazy look of the class teacher. A moment later, a huge and heavy bag fell in front of them, without any characteristic sound, and which was tied up, so nothing was visible of what was inside. After that, the pale-skinned mentor continued to talk calmly to them, saying that he had been observing each of his students all this long. The man said with a smile that he had drawn certain conclusions from his observations, and therefore prepared the necessary weapons for each of them. The mentor approached Moyonbo first, giving him what he had prepared especially for him, but the young man was not satisfied with what he received. A large box was placed in front of him, containing some very old swords that clearly could no longer perform their function. He pulled one of them with his hand, slowly removing it from the box that the vice-chancellor had placed in front of him at the teacher's request. Examining this sword in detail, the young man became even more disappointed and did not believe that they would have to fight with these ancient and tired metal swords. However, an even greater surprise for him were the words of the teacher, who declared that this weapon was here specifically for him. Taking his emotions under control, the boy coldly looked once more at the piece of metal in his hands, which seemed like it might crumble from a breath of wind. Moyonbo turned to his mentor, not saying that it was not a sword, but a piece of old metal. But the latter did not listen to him, and briefly replied that it would be his sword. The disappointed young man apologized for his words, but tried to explain that the Changgang sword was one of his family's precious blades, because he continued to explain that it was so sharp that it could even cut through stone, and that it was a true treasure that would never lose a duel. Kui Myung Deok delightedly unveiled Cheongan, the pride of the Moyeon family. He ran his fingers along its blade and, admiring it, acknowledged the greatness of this blade. But this did not change his mind. Then young Bo asked what he would need to do if this ancient metal sword broke during battle. The mentor replied with a smile that he had nothing to worry about, since he could take another one from the box, and even if it broke, he had 10 others in reserve. In the end, the stern Kao Myung Dok decided to mock the young man, suggesting that he was simply too weak without his precious blade. Such words incredibly hurt the young man's pride and undermined his authority in his own eyes. He was shocked and couldn't even answer anything right away. Then the thin mentor continued to mock, asking if he, the son of the great Moyeon family, could fight with only him and nothing else. These insults towards him shocked Moyonbo incredibly, and he could not answer anything. He just looked at the teacher, not understanding why he was saying that. After finishing his conversation with him, the snake class mentor approached the haughty Chigalmi, staring intently into the girl's eyes. Taking into his hands the weapon she had thoughtfully brought with her, he examined her sword once more and briefly called it beautiful. The girl decided to mock the teacher in response, showing that he did not know anything about weapons, since her sword, although beautiful, was ordinary. Taking it out of its sheath and quickly assessing it, he confirmed her words, saying that it really had nothing outstanding about it. But now it's time to give the proud girl her new weapon, taking away the sword she prudently came here with. The rebellious young lady was surprised by the weapon she received, as she held a chukchak, which was a bamboo flute. She looked at her mentor with surprised eyes, rounding them even more when she guessed that she would need to use the imgan. He taunted her, wondering if the prodigy Chagal Mi possessed the imgan technique, which meant restraining martial creativity through sound. But she smiled nervously and said that this was not the case at all, and she would demonstrate her abilities to him in these 2 days, to which he expressed his impatient anticipation. Next came the turn of the shy and quiet Ryong, who looked at her teacher with fear, expecting any unexpected weapon from him. However, once again looking back at the girl, the thin Kui Myung Dok had long ago made a decision about the weapon he would give her. The pale-skinned man handed her a belt with 6 special throwing knives called kunai, saying that she would now use them. Next, the thin mentor approached the representative of the Shaolin Monastery, who was patiently waiting for his turn and the weapons that would be given to him. Kui Myung Dok, having been watching him for a while, decided that nunchaku would be a good weapon for such a reserved young man. And finally, it was the turn of the last student, who, unlike the rest, was literally fighting for his place and the right to stay at Peck Academy. The pale-skinned teacher approached the young man closely and looked at him intently, studying his figure. He addressed him by name. Then, to the great surprise of the rest of the class, he put his arm around the boy's shoulders and began to whisper something in his ear. Teacher Kui turned to Namgun Mi, wondering if he would be able to catch up with the rest of the students in terms of ability in such a short time. But young Mi, smiling and a little nervously, replied that he had not yet found a way to achieve this so quickly. Myung-dok assured him that he could because he was able to concentrate internal energy in his eyes. Although for this, it is necessary to be able to control the smallest amount of energy, and this is not so easy. These words surprised the young man, and his eyes literally widened from the realization that he had really done this before. He recalled how he had been completely focused on the movements of his teacher, who was skillfully dodging Kumak Ho's attacks. The young man remembered perfectly well how much effort it cost him at the time, and most importantly, how much it hurt afterwards. But he did not regret being able to do it. Master Ki carefully continued to explain that internal energy is the energy of nature that accumulates in the human body. He explained that every energy strives to be similar to nature. The same thing happens with martial arts, every clan, and the tangent is the foundation for its emergence. Placing his hand on his shoulder, the teacher said that in the student's tangent, the energy of nature is not divided, and such a situation is extremely rare. The mentor said that the energy of the sun means the sky, and the energy of sound means the earth, but for the boy himself, everything is upside down. Young Mi listened intently to the words of his skinny mentor and felt a certain unease within himself because of this explanation. And at that moment, he realized that he needed to swap heaven and earth in order to achieve the desired result. At this time, while they were talking, somewhere deep in the forest, on one of the sunny clearings, he was sitting, the one whom everyone had suddenly forgotten about. This man sat quietly, waiting and sipping his incomprehensible white drink from a bottle he had brought with him. His appearance was rather dirty and unkempt, and he himself was sitting on a stone, musing aloud about his life and his sadness at the fact that no one was accompanying him. He believed this was possible because he was the elder of the Kaban, a clan made up mostly of vagabonds who were skilled at gathering information and who were, indeed, disliked and avoided by everyone. Sales representatives began to slowly gather for the road, loading their carts with various trinkets to sell. They discussed their future path, how it would be best to lay it out and where they should go, as well as other details of the trade. Moyanbo was also getting ready for such a long journey, waiting for them, trying to get used to his new weapon, issued by his teacher. Chigalmi also stood at the edge of the field, adjusting and getting used to the Chukchi, practicing her skills in such a complex technique as Imgan. The rest of the classmates also kept up with them, Inryong trying to make friends with throwing knives, and Wang Pyo practicing with nunchakus. And then finally, they heard footsteps confidently approaching their formation. They were the footsteps of teacher Kui Myung-dok, who was going to give his instructions to the students. He approached them, radiating joy, and stopping opposite them announced that from that moment on, their training in a real duel would begin. The teacher said that their route would be from Hanam to Habuk, where they would have to protect the city defense corps, helping to successfully complete the transport. The mentor warned the students that anything could happen on this path, so they needed to always be prepared. His face hardened and his voice became more serious. The teacher ordered his snake class students to beware of forest robbers. He addressed them, ordering them to protect the head of the defense corps and the goods being transported in those carts under any circumstances. I suddenly stopped abruptly, raising a finger up and drawing attention, saying that I almost forgot one thing. The skinny teacher looked around with an ominous smile, saying that after this training session, a class captain would be elected. And all the students froze after that, holding their breath, because they didn't know which of them would become the leader of their snake class. But among them, there were those who were ready to fight for it. A moment later, they were already fully assembled and standing at the gate leading to the entrance to the city defense building, waiting for those they needed to protect. But at this moment, they were being watched by 3 unknown people hiding deep in the thick bushes, not far from the gate of the building. And so, finally gathered, they set out on their journey, in almost complete twilight, the disciples walking along the sides of the carts, holding their weapons at the ready. Namgun Mi was especially wary. He was nervous about this trip and walked looking around in all directions, his eyes wide with fear. And their mentor, Kui Myung-dok, rode along peacefully, dozing, sitting on the last cart and hiding his face under his hat. He didn't worry about anything. After some time, tired from the journey, the trading crew decided to set up camp on both sides of the trail they traveled, everyone sitting around the fire in small groups. Only Yang Jun-hyuk stood aside in the shade of the trees, making sure everything was in order, refusing any things offered to him. But not everyone remained in the camp, warming themselves by the fire. One of those who had temporarily become Fios separated from the others, retreating deep into the forest. He tried to train again despite his temporary location and the drops of sweat running down his arms. Namgun-mi worked hard on himself. He had never missed his training sessions, no matter what, and so he wasn't going to now either. His thoughts were focused on only one thing, his tangent, where, according to the teacher, his energy shifted from place to place in a jolt. The youngest of the Namgun family decided to try handstands, hoping that by doing so he would be able to change the flow of energy. The young man understood perfectly well that in order to be useful on this journey, he needed to change the energy in places, returning everything to the way it should be. The guy had been standing like this for quite some time, but he was completely focused on his sensations. And finally, he managed to feel the changes in the tangent. However, after that, his strength ran out and he collapsed to the ground, no longer able to hold himself in the upside-down position while standing on his hands. Namgung-mi lay exhausted on the ground trying to catch his breath, feeling joy at finally being able to catch a thread that would show him the right path. But one detail bothered him. From the very beginning of his training, despite the fact that he had minor successes, it was all quite dangerous. The young man realized that if you use internal energy in a different direction, then with the slightest deviation from the meridian point, the body will receive a blowback. It was this detail that bothered him during these training sessions, and he gritted his teeth and wondered whether he had enough confidence in his choice. He clenched his hands into fists, asking himself this question, and was ready to convince himself at first that he could, but the boy still felt excited. The face of the youngest member of the Namgun family darkened with sadness. The young man still could not understand whether he would have the courage to risk his own life. Suddenly, he felt that someone had come close enough to him, and raising his eyes, he saw Master Chi in front of him, who stared at him intently, not looking away, and with a stern expression said that it was already quite late for his training. Happy Namgun-mi tried to address his teacher, but he stood sullenly aside and with all his appearance showed no desire to communicate with him. He repeated once more sternly, his face changing grimly, that now was not the time for training at all. His expression was eerie. But the happy young man did not immediately notice this, and with hope and a smile, began to say that he really needed to ask him something. However, he looked at him with his angry gaze, his face looking incredibly terrifying, and he sent the young man to stand guard at night. Not understanding why his mentor's face had changed so much, but feeling that he needed to leave, the boy apologized to his teacher. And he, with all his might, rushed to run back to the camp that the traders had set up on either side of the trail, not far from the place where he had just been training. The young man looked back at his mentor Ki, trying to understand why he was behaving this way. But he knew perfectly well that now was not the best time to ask questions. Teacher Kui Myung-dok was left standing there alone, in the middle of an empty clearing, his hands clasped behind his back. He looked intently ahead. His gaze was stern and cold, radiating only hatred for what he was seeing now, and the man did not take his eyes off it. With a predatory smile, Mentor Kui began to say that they were actually incredibly ugly, since they vilely wanted to kill the child. He reached into his cloak, still with the same predatory smile, and invited the unknown to come out and engage in a duel with him. However, in the bushes in front of him, absolutely nothing had changed, and not a single rustle could be heard, as if no one was there, and it all seemed to him. But Kui Myung-dok was sure of what he had seen, and continued to say that if they hoped that they would not be seen if they put their heads down, then they were sorely mistaken. And after these words, something moved in the bushes, and 4 green silhouettes jumped out of there, moving quickly, and it was impossible to see them more clearly. However, these shadows had no intention of running away at all, but on the contrary, they decided to show themselves in front of the snake class teacher who had noticed them earlier. Before him stood strangers in green suits, their faces covered by balaclavas and their looks stern. Almost every man who hid his face had noticeable rough scars on his visible part, testifying to their considerable military experience. One of them turned to Kui Myung-dok and said that he didn't know how he was able to spot them despite the camouflage, but he definitely shouldn't be so arrogant. Suddenly, the man who was addressing him, who was obviously their leader, widened his eyes in surprise when he saw the figure of the thin teacher. He looked at the thin and pale-skinned man standing before him, smiling, threatening them with a duel before this. The stocky and intimidating man could not believe that this pale-skinned defender of the boy had the courage to address them, provoking a fight. The leader of the strangers in green suits laughed sharply right in Kui Myung-dok's face, realizing the absurdity of his appearance. A man with a huge scar on half his face laughed loudly and couldn't calm down, laughing everywhere, saying that now he finally understood everything. This behavior of the stranger surprised the snake class teacher, and with a shocked face he asked if the stranger really understood what fools they were. The stranger continued to laugh and say that he couldn't understand where the thin man got so much self-confidence, and now he realized that he was simply buying time for the young man to escape. Suddenly, the people in green suits became even more numerous. They surrounded Teacher Chi, and their leader declared that he shouldn't have tried so hard. The man with a stern face said that he had wasted his strength because despite his efforts, it was not just that young man who would die. He made a gesture with his hand that meant cutting the throat and declared in a serious voice that all members of this transport would die. Suddenly, Kui Myung-dok began to slowly take something out from under his clothes, calmly saying that everyone had their own plausible plans. The leader of the strangers in green did not expect that he would get anything, and because of this, he concentrated his gaze on that object. But instead, he saw a white mask in his hands, and the thin and pale-skinned man himself said that they would have their hopes until they were beaten. He was angered by such an unexpected yet brave statement from the young man's defender, but he said that he had expected to see some kind of weapon, not a mask, and that he would really play an opera for them. The leader of the men in green suits glared at his opponent and sternly declared that the jokes were over, ordering his subordinates to attack. And the man, who had been quietly standing to his side all this time, rushed forward, carrying out the order of his leader. He abruptly drew his weapon, and in his eyes burned only rage and the desire to punish the impudent man who had hindered them by coming to the boy's defense. The warrior naively hoped to hit him by pointing his weapon straight at the skinny man's face, but unfortunately for him, he didn't know who was standing in front of him. Teacher Kui Myung-dok was not afraid or retreated. He just stared at the sharp end of the weapon and slowly put the mask on his face. The opponent's sword was already a few centimeters away from him, but as soon as the ghostly mask completely covered the man's face, his gaze changed dramatically. Further, in the fight that took place before the eyes of the leader of the strangers, between Kui Myung-dok and his subordinates, it was impossible to make out anything. But he was confident in the strength of his warriors, so he stood calmly, waiting for them to completely deal with this defiant defender of the boy who had hindered them. Suddenly his figure stiffened, his entire body covered in cold sweat, and his face showed indescribable astonishment at what he saw. When the raised dust settled a little, he made out a single silhouette that did not resemble any of his subordinates. It was the silhouette of that pale-skinned man, and his subordinate warrior, who had gone out against the thin enemy, lay on the ground in an incomprehensible position, not moving at all. The boy's defender's eyes, the only thing visible from under the mask, burned with righteous fire, and he resolutely walked forward, heading towards him. The leader of the strangers saw the pale-skinned and thin man rage and asked them in a rough voice if they really thought he was joking. A man with a large scar on half his face stood, watching his opponent in shock, not believing that he had been able to defeat his warrior. The pale-skinned and thin defender of the young man seemed to them a real weakling, but now they saw that a truly fearsome warrior stood before them. The leader of the men in green suits still stood motionless, frozen in shock, seemingly not even breathing, staring straight ahead. The figure of the masked warrior was both mesmerizing and terrifying at the same time. One could clearly see the eyes burning with rage and the hands ready to deal with the villains. Suddenly, despite the fact that the man did not take his eyes off him, he did not have time to notice how he literally dissolved into thin air. From this disappearance trick, the eyes of the leader of the green-suited strangers became even rounder and larger than they were before, and his face became even more tense. And suddenly, he felt his appearance behind him. The masked warrior jumped onto the shoulders of another opponent who had not even had time to feel his approach. But now he felt an incredible pain that arose in his head from the clenching of the fingers of a powerful attacker who'd caught his opponent by surprise. The rest of the warriors, along with their leader, stood motionless, terrified, and just watched as he screamed. Those fierce eyes of the thin man, glowing from under the mask, were the only detail they couldn't take their eyes off. They watched his quick and abrupt movements as if petrified, unable to move, as if someone had bewitched them. Having dealt with yet another opponent in the green selection, Kui Myung-dok turned to the rest, asking what other thing he wanted to show them next. Now the leader of the people in green suits began to gradually realize that they could have come across none other than a true ghost of darkness. Some brave warriors nevertheless decided to try to stand against this unfamiliar opponent and rushed forward. The men in green robes abruptly drew their weapons and tried to catch their opponent by surprise, rushing at him with an attack. However, he, no less quickly than before, rushed forward to meet the attack of his brave opponents and repel it. A thin warrior in a mask moved incredibly quickly and struck his opponents first before they had time to react to his appearance. He didn't need to make many movements, just one correct touch to the body of his brave opponents was enough. He defeated them in a split second, without even letting them react to his abrupt appearance in front of them, landing easily on the ground. However, each such attack, by the foolish rivals in green suits, irritated the academy teacher Peck even more, and he looked askance at them. He left 2 new corpses behind him, and stepping firmly forward, headed towards the rest who remained standing aside. Sensing danger, the warriors took out their weapons and stepped forward, protecting their leader, but there was only fear in their eyes, not courage. Now the leader of the people in green suits had no doubts. He was sure that the specter of darkness itself was now before them. He shouted in fear, warning his men to be more careful, as that guy was Myung-dok himself, and therefore they needed to prepare a tokan. The snake class instructor from Peck Academy did not react at all to such a warning. He tensed his arms, keeping them ready to attack. The masked man mockingly asked if he was sure he should be wary of tokan, an internal energy technique that uses poison to attack. The opponents, who were ready to pounce on him now, froze in shock at this response because usually everyone is afraid of this attack technique, but not him. Myung-dok laughed, seeing their expressions, and this further tensed the warriors, who were unprepared for a meeting with such a strong opponent. He bent down sharply, reaching for his mask and laughing even harder at the suggestion made by the leader of these strangers. The men in green suits didn't understand what was happening, but their opponent's behavior made them feel even more scared, and they began to get more nervous. Myung-dok, slightly removing the mask from his face, exhaled sharply, trying to calm himself from the laughter that arose due to the ignorance of these people. After that, he quietly wondered if they were going to use poison, since he was Myung-dok, but continued to say that it was the mistake of those who didn't know him well. The surprised leader of the strangers pondered his words, as he did not understand what he meant by talking about a mistake. But the pale-skinned warrior, turning the mask back on his face, explained that the word "dok" in his pseudonym does not mean poison at all, but on the contrary, it means loneliness. The man with a large scar across half his face was surprised to hear this and didn't answer, only quietly repeating after him about the meaning of loneliness. One of his short-sighted warriors was agitated and shouted indignantly, wondering what this explanation was for now. He could no longer bear the tension that was stirring them, and so he pounced on his opponent, stepping forward with his sword in his hands. But this short-sighted warrior could not even get close enough to him when he received a strong blow with his fist to the jaw. And from the force of this blow, the man was thrown aside, like an ordinary toy that posed no danger to the masked warrior. Such disrespect for himself angered the pale-skinned warrior even more, and he glared at his rivals, beginning to speak slowly. He said through his teeth that he could not stand the token, and with those words, his appearance became even more threatening than before. The man stretched out his tense hand forward, and everyone present concentrated their gaze only on it, not looking away in any other direction. Suddenly, a silver glow began to appear in his hand, and a new, powerful energy began to flow to his fingers, emanating from his body. He directed his power at the leader of the green-robed strangers, who was shocked and froze, not moving, just watching the attacker. The man with the huge scar on his face did not expect to feel the energy of the ghostly warrior, which seemed to squeeze him from all sides into a trap. Suddenly, this energy, without letting go of its hostage, returned to the owner's hand, attracting him there like a magnet. And Myung-dok's powerful palm clenched on his opponent's neck, and his fingers pressed just as hard into his skin. He could not make a sound. He held his hostage tightly, wondering what their plans were for the future. He demanded that he tell him about his intentions. Meanwhile, in the camp set up by the men from the City Defense Corps, everyone was sitting peacefully around the fire, unaware of what was happening behind them in the forest. Yang Jun-hyuk stood in his place, in the shade of a tree, watching the children and keeping everyone calm. He still played the role of a sentry. He was completely calm and relaxed, so he could close his eyes, leaning against a tree, without feeling any danger. Suddenly, he heard the voice of his teacher calling him in his head. The warrior quickly realized that it was chonim, a method of covert transmission of sound through the use of internal energy. He quickly turned towards the forest, sending a hidden question to Master Key, using his inner energy to ask if anything had happened. The vice-chancellor heard in response that it had begun, but it was already over, and such words incredibly embarrassed the mighty warrior. For a moment, he tried to sense what was actually happening behind him, but he couldn't, which excited him even more. And so, The vice-chancellor rushed to where the snake class teacher had called him, without warning anyone about his disappearance. He rushed forward with all his might, using the silent movement technique to avoid drawing any additional attention to himself. But when the warrior reached the right place, he was shocked to see the picture that remained there after Qui Myung-dok's duel with strangers. They all lay motionless, and the class teacher himself sat calmly on a stone, as if nothing had just happened. Teacher Ki was still sitting in his ghostly mask, not taking it off. He quietly turned to his assistant, telling him that he was late. But the vice-chancellor at the moment did not hear him. His gaze was focused on the bodies of the unknown men lying before him. He was amazed that they were all badly injured and bleeding, not moving at all. And what surprised him even more was that this had happened in such a short time. The vice-chancellor looked at them with concern. He didn't notice their breathing, so he decided that they were all dead, which he excitedly asked the teacher about. But he, removing his mask from his face, waved his finger in denial, explaining that he would not commit murder unless he was on a mission. The teacher of the snake class easily jumped off the rock he was sitting on, saying that he had simply broken their joints all over their bodies. The teacher walked forward, passing the bodies lying next to him, and kicking one of the lying ones announced that he had simply destroyed everyone's tangent. The vice-chancellor felt a slight sense of relief, but he was still concerned about the situation that had developed, and the fact that the mentor had destroyed the tangent of all the strangers. He asked Kim Young-dok who they were, but the answer he heard did not satisfy him since they were all hired assassins and well-trained ones at that. The realization that they had encountered not ordinary forest robbers, but real hired killers, raised another question: who hired them? The teacher began to say that the enemy, who wanted to destroy Sokyum, was putting in much more effort than he had expected, and therefore, the attacks would probably continue. This confused the vice-chancellor. He began to worry, as he did not expect their class to encounter specially trained assassins. Therefore, the warrior excitedly declared that they should stop their training because the children were in real danger, which surprised Teacher Ki. But the snake class's mentor coldly replied that they wouldn't stop anything, and it became clear from his voice that this decision could not be appealed. He stated that the assistant would need to deal with the mercenaries himself, and the class was now his responsibility, and he had to make sure that the students only fought with forest robbers. The warrior initially bowed to the teacher, intending to obediently accept his order, but suddenly realized that the teacher was about to leave the classroom, which he asked him about. However, the master slowly put the mask back on his face, replying that he had some business to attend to and therefore needed to leave them for a while. Teacher Ki rushed forward sharply, passing the warrior and placing his hand on his shoulder. He repeated that he would now be responsible for the snake class. Finally, he said to his sly assistant that the skills of a small swordmaster should be enough to deal with these hired assassins. Young Jun-hyuk tried to ask teacher Qui Myung-deok where he had decided to go during such a tense situation, leaving them alone. The warrior in the ghostly mask, raising his eyes to the full moon that brightly illuminated everything, replied that he was going to visit the house, if I may put it that way. Vice-Chancellor Yang Jun-hyuk slowly looked over his shoulder, wanting to clarify what his words meant about visiting the house. But at that moment, he was left standing there completely alone, in the middle of the clearing, with many questions, but not knowing the answers to them. There was nothing to do now, and the bewildered teacher's assistant headed back to the camp where his return was noticed by young Mi. Seeing the vice-chancellor, he turned to him, asking where teacher Qui Myung-dok himself had gone, his face expressing excitement. However, Yang Jun-hyuk was not polite. He asked with a sharp expression on his face and a cold voice why the young man was asking about this. Namgun Mi, feeling uncomfortable, tried to explain that the teacher, upon seeing him, ordered him to return to the others, but he himself had not yet returned. The vice-chancellor explained with difficulty that he had business and therefore had left them for a short time, but the business trip was continuing, so the student had to concentrate on training. Hearing such a vague answer, the young man became confused, wondering where the teacher had gone, why he had left them alone here. He really needed to talk to his mentor because he was finally starting to understand how to get energy to flow in a different direction, and therefore had a lot of questions. But he was left standing alone, looking sadly ahead of him, and realizing that now he had no one to turn to ask about his inner energy. Young Jun-hyuk returned to his place, taking it in the shade of the tree. He still stood leaning against it and monitored everything that was happening around. Suddenly he heard someone's light footsteps and a man approached him, turning to the warrior, asking if he was awake. The vice-chancellor replied with a slight smile on his face that whenever he has the opportunity, he tries to close his eyes for a while and take a nap. Standing before him was the junior master of the Sokum City Defense Corps, a man named Wang Ik-hyun, nodding his head in understanding at his answer. The man good-naturedly addressed the warrior, saying that he felt calmer because they were protected by the ghost of the small sword itself. However, the warrior replied with a smile and a warm look that there was no need to thank him, since the children were trying much harder than he was. They looked at the students who were by their campfire and independently decided among themselves which of them would stand guard at what time while the rest slept. Now it was time for Wang Pyo's night watch, and he stood by the fire, holding his folded nunchaku in his hands, leaning on it like a walking stick, his eyes closing on their own. Watching this scene, Wang Ik-hyun kindly replied that they were still children, and therefore the journey must have been very difficult for them. After which he added with a smile that tomorrow they should be given the opportunity to sleep peacefully, which surprised the vice-chancellor. The warrior understood perfectly well that at their current speed, they would not have time to cross the mountain by tomorrow, so he asked if the master was sure that this was possible. And he turned to face his interlocutor, explaining to him that on their way, they would encounter a small Christian village. He said that they go there every time they go on a transport trip and buy their crops there, exchange goods, and simply maintain good relations. This news pleased the assistant teacher of the snake class very much. But that was not all the junior master wanted to know, and he turned to him again. The man wondered where the sick man who was with them had gone. The assistant was outraged by the nickname, but he did not correct him, saying that he would join them later. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, they began to pack up, and by mid-morning they were ready to move on, pushing heavy carts that didn't want to travel on the sandy road. Yang Jun-hyuk walked ahead of the camp, accompanied by the junior master of the city defense corps riding his horse. Suddenly, the bushes on either side of them began to rustle, and over time, the leaves flew in different directions, and harsh and incomprehensible sounds came from behind them. Wang Ik-hyun, who was riding a horse, was surprised to see such a picture in front of him and was incredibly scared because he suspected that it could not promise him anything good. The students, noticing the rustling and hearing incomprehensible sounds, quickly rushed there, taking with them the weapons that Kui Myung-dok had left for them. They ran out in battle readiness, standing in front of the camp, covering the youngest master of the city defense corps and their teacher, Yang Jun-hyuk. Suddenly after that, the sound stopped and the bushes stood motionless, as if nothing had just happened to them, and they were hiding nothing. But a moment later, a young man jumped out of there, shouting to his uncle. He was smiling broadly and sincerely happy about such a meeting. However, his mood changed dramatically. The young man became wary and was very surprised to see that he was met by 3 other children who were pointing their weapons at him. A heavy silence hung in the air, which was broken by Wang Ik-hyun, who addressed the boy by name, calling him Jin-hyo, and mentioning how long it had been since they had seen each other. The vice-chancellor turned to the man, wondering if he knew this young man, hearing in response that he was a child from the settlement he had mentioned yesterday. The youngest master from the city defense corps, with a warm smile, recalled that this young man began to collect medicinal herbs just like his grandfather. Wang Ik-hyun started to dismount from his horse, asking the boy how many herbs he had found, and at that moment, the students of the snake class looked around, waiting for danger. Jin-hyo happily showed him his bag, saying that this was all he had found from dawn until now. In his hands was a whole plump bag of various herbs, the pleasant smell of which could be felt if you came a little closer. The merchant promised to generously price all the herbs the young man had collected this time, and in return thanked him, again addressing him as an uncle. Then the man good-naturedly patted the boy's hair, asking him not to address him that way anymore, but to simply call him Hyun. After that, he asked the young man why he was here all alone now, and not with his grandfather, with whom he always went to collect herbs together. Jin-hyo looked at him happily, saying that his grandfather had a bad back today, so he was gathering herbs on his own, and suggested that they go to the settlement together. Then the man confirmed that he was heading there and turned to the rest of his companions, saying that today they would all be able to sleep normally, and they set off. The young man who had so unexpectedly appeared on their path was walking at the very end of the camp, next to Namgun-mei, looking intently at him. He asked the young warrior if they were really Pios. He was very curious, since he had hardly seen them before. Young Mi, a little embarrassed and looking the child straight in the eye, said that they were temporary Pios guarding these transport carts. The boy looked at Namgun-mi with admiration and began to say in delight that they must be incredibly strong and have excellent fighting skills. The youngest of the Namgun family looked at his interlocutor, seeing the joy burning in his eyes, but he did not expect such a question from him. He began to ponder what the right answer would be, since that answer would not be exactly what he wanted to hear. The snake class he knows had Moyen Bo in its ranks, whose strength and inner energy make him a young and promising fighter. In addition, he possesses the sword art of the form of destruction, which is the speed and zeal of the Moyeon family. He reminds him of Hyeonim Namgung Il, but with a childish face. Also in the class is Chegal Mi, who can use various metamorphoses and illusions that are the basis of her family's art to play with the opponent. Thanks to her ingenuity, she thinks through ways to fight in advance. This girl combines intelligence and strength, and it is difficult to find a flaw in her, although her character is one of them. One Pio possesses the martial arts of the northern greatness of Shaolin. It seems that he has learned many techniques and therefore he was told to remain silent, but words are not required to demonstrate them. In Ryan, who is quite timid but is very skilled in acupuncture and accurately identifies acupuncture points and also has a good sense of energy, so she easily senses danger. Next comes Namgun Mei, who can't boast of any achievements, so he simply replied briefly that they are of course strong. But the young man sensed some kind of trick and began to look intently at his interlocutor, raising one eyebrow skeptically. He felt that something was wrong. Therefore, the young man was able to catch me by surprise. Without looking away, he asked a question about whether he was as strong as the others. Namgung Mei began to hesitate, wondering if he should tell the truth, his face changing dramatically with sadness. In the end, he decided to tell the truth, saying that for now, he was weak, and this was a very difficult decision for the young man, as he was ashamed of his weakness. But instead of the reproaches or ridicule he expected to hear, the boy simply threw his hands behind his head, showing complacency because his suspicions were correct. The young man asked the weakest student of the snake class what the nuns and other hyungs were saying about this, as he had confidence in him, but he still looked worried. However, Namgun Mei decided to change the subject, asking the boy's name and wondering if he had any interest in martial arts. Without hesitation, he replied that he was also going to start learning martial arts and was going to become a pyosa, wanting to protect his grandfather and younger sister. The youngest of the Namgun family was struck by the young man's frank honesty and pious intentions, and he looked at him with a completely different perspective. Now he saw in this curious boy a little part of himself who also wanted to become stronger and protect other people. The hero, overwhelmed with emotions, slowly began to raise his hand, bringing it above the young man's head. He lowered it onto his hair, ruffling it in different directions, showing with such an indescribable gesture his pride in him. Namgun Mei tried to praise him, saying that despite his childish age, he had quite noble goals, but this angered him, and he demanded that the young man stop. Feeling extremely embarrassed, Jin Hyo, overcome with various emotions, hit his interlocutor on the leg with all his might. And he, withdrawing his hand, screamed in pain, not expecting such a treacherous action from the child he was talking to, but he was not going to respond. Little Jin Hyo, feeling indignant, rushed to quickly run forward from Namgun Mei, then called him a child. Suddenly, the voice of Wang Ik-hyun, who was looking ahead happily, was heard. He exclaimed that they had finally arrived at the place, and he pointed his finger ahead to a small settlement not far from them, drawing the attention of others to the fact that this was the Christian settlement he was talking about. Namgun Mi was glad to see at least some small houses in front of him, as he felt exhausted enough already from traveling through the forest. The girls were also happy to see the settlement, as they were also tired from this journey and felt incredibly dirty and sweaty, so they wanted to wash up quickly. However, upon entering the settlement, the joy on the face of the youngest foreman of the City Defense Corps abruptly changed to unspeakable horror. A terrible picture appeared before his eyes. He looked ahead, seeing that a certain man, whom he had definitely known before, was now lying dead with a deep wound on his back. But that wasn't the only shocking sight. As they drove further in, they saw that someone had purposefully destroyed an entire settlement, killing everyone in their path. Pushing everyone in front of him, a little boy ran forward, racing, not noticing anything on his path. He desperately ran forward, calling out to his grandfather in despair, and tears flowed from his eyes like a river. The boy hoped that it was all not true. A bag full of various medicinal herbs fell from his shoulder, and they all scattered on the ground, but no one noticed this. Everyone looked before them at the horror that met them today in this settlement, instead of the warm meeting, almost of their own people, that had always been there before. Namgung Mei covered his mouth with his hand to prevent the deep scream of terror from escaping, which was being squeezed by his throat with a cold hand. He was just as shocked as the rest, asking himself the same question, not understanding who could have created all this with innocent people. The little boy ran to his house, which no longer looked as beautiful as it always did in the rays of the setting sun. The young man quickly opened the door wider in front of him, running inside in despair. He did not want to believe what could have happened to his grandfather. Everything inside him went cold, and his body was covered with small goosebumps when he saw that the body of his grandfather lay in front of him, not moving at all. He ran to his grandfather's body and tearfully begged him to open his eyes, pushing him on the shoulder with his hands. At that moment, an excited Nam Gung Mei rushed to him. Suddenly, my grandfather showed signs of life, and then with tears in his eyes, he began to quietly mumble something with his last strength, remembering the pagans. The youngest of the Namgun family stopped in the doorway. Watching this, he felt confused and uncomfortable because he didn't know what he needed to do now. In the old man's house, they found dried leaves from various medicinal plants and were going to use them to make medicine. They laid the boy's grandfather on the bed, bandaged his wounds and stopped the bleeding. He lay motionless, only breathing heavily. The youngest foreman of the city defense corps approached the doctor, asking about the situation in the settlement, and he reported that they had found survivors, but most were seriously injured. Jin Hyun did not leave his grandfather, who lost consciousness again. All the representatives of the academy were near him, and In Ryong tried to alleviate his condition with acupuncture. And finally, the seriously wounded old man made sounds again, breathing heavily from the intense pain in his body. As Jin Hyun carefully leaned over him, noting the fact that he was really finally starting to regain consciousness, Jin Hyo's grandfather slowly began to open his eyes. Looking at those in front of him, he barely groaned and quietly turned to them. And then he jumped up sharply, feeling severe pain, to which In Ryong tried to stop him, saying that he couldn't move right now. But he no longer paid attention to his pain. He remembered something that was much more terrible than the injury he had suffered, and quietly moaned Jin Ryo's name. With despair and hope, he turned his face to his rescuers, begging them to save his granddaughter, who had been taken by forest robbers. Yang Jin Hyo, along with Bo and Mei, were deeply shocked to hear that the forest robbers could have taken a little girl with them. Namgun Mi was shocked that despite the massacre that someone had committed in this settlement, there had still been a kidnapping here. The boy's grandfather continued to shout with anger and fear in his eyes that these scoundrels had taken not only his granddaughter, but all the women in the settlement. The gray-haired man fell to his knees before them, feeling that only they could help him and save the entire settlement. The gray-haired man bowed before the warrior Yang Jun-hyuk, as low as he could go right now, and begged him for help. He knelt down and begged the warrior, not paying attention to the fact that in this position, his deep wound, due to the tense muscles, began to bleed heavily again. Yang Jun-hyuk stood motionless, frowning. He didn't know what would be the right thing to do, but he couldn't risk his students. However, the grandfather did not get up from his knees. Regardless of the pain, the blood, or the way his grandson tearfully begged him to get up, worried about him. Namgun Mei clenched his hands into fists. Feeling the tension, he understood that now they were the defenders of the people from the city defense corps. But he remembered other words from teacher Kui. Kui Myung-daok once told his students, however, that Jongfa is different from Magyo in that he uses his power to protect others. But the vice-chancellor was going to do something completely different, and this outraged the young man, who could not believe such injustice, and he shouted at him that they should save the kidnapped people. However, the master was unmoved, saying that he would also like that. But right now, they have to defend the city defense corps and not abandon them, and the probability of falling into a trap is high. Young Mi understood all of this and agreed with the trap theory, but he argued that they couldn't simply ignore what had happened here. The young man, looking at the victims, reminded the vice-chancellor that at Peck Academy, they were taught to follow the right path and help others. A minute later, the unmoved teacher's assistant was approached by Moyon Bo, who was simply trying to get his attention. The young man bowed to the warrior, showing his respect for him, and expressed his opinion that he also agreed with Namgun Mei's words. Each of the students at the Beck Military Academy supported Namgun's words. They wanted to save those who had been kidnapped from this settlement. Shegal Mi, twirling her flute in her hands, remarked that they would still have to face the forest bandits, so dealing with them now would be a good idea. She stopped, looking resolutely at the teacher. The girl said that considering what the forest robbers had done, even if they paid them, they would not let them go. Suddenly, another man quietly began to sneak up on them, wanting to help them resolve this contentious issue between representatives of Peck Academy. Wang Ik-hyan approached them and bowed before the warrior, also begging him for help, saying that after such a massacre in the settlement, they should now be safe here. Yang Jun-hyuk looked at the youngest master of the city defense corps, who stood bowing before him and asked for help for the others, allowing them to leave them here. He understood the gravity of the situation in the settlement, but it was difficult for him to decide. since the choice was very difficult. The warrior looked first at the young man, who was the first of all to begin begging him for help for the kidnapped women, and who now did not take his eyes off him. The vice-chancellor saw the cold and stern gaze of Moyonbo, who was also watching him closely and wanted to help the settlement. Chigalmi, whose expression spoke for itself, had already noticed the fact that they would still have to face the forest bandits. And the rest of the class, who had agreed to go rescue the kidnapped people, even in Ryan, who was quite timid, now looked at him confidently and resolutely. Young Jun-hyuk saw their determined expressions and understood that they were all, as one, ready to go save the innocent people who had been kidnapped from this settlement. A faint, proud smile appeared on his face for the students of the snake class, and he had already made the right decision for himself. The vice-chancellor could not take his eyes off the determined faces of the children standing before him. The assistant teacher could see that they were becoming more and more like the warriors of Zhongfa. He confidently stated that from this moment on, the snake class is sent to rescue the kidnapped people, and therefore, they need to divide into two groups. Namgun-mei bravely clenched his hands into fists, mentally deciding to himself that they must save these unfortunate people at any cost. The class teacher stated that the first group that would be responsible for the rescue would include Moyonbo, Wanpyo, Chigalmi, and him. And so the defense group that remains in the settlement includes In-ryong and Namgun-mei, which incredibly disappointed him and undermined his fighting spirit. Therefore, the youngest heir of the Namgun family decisively, guided by the last drops of fighting spirit that remained, exclaimed, addressing his mentor. But he paid no attention to his exclamation and interrupted the boy, thrusting an incomprehensible object right into his face. The warrior explained that this was a signal fire that the Red Flower used, and if suddenly something happened to them, he should launch it into the sky, and they would return immediately. The young man had already lost his enthusiasm, but turning to the teacher, he still tried to ask him to go with them to save people. But Chigalmi came out in front of him, pushing him back with her hand and sternly saying that he did not need to go with them. He looked sadly at the girl, but she coldly explained that he would not be able to bring any help to their mission to rescue the kidnapped. The young man bowed his head, frowning, as the words of his cruel classmate were incredibly painful for him, yet true. He was oppressed by a sense of his own worthlessness and clenched his hands into fists, fully understanding that this could cause problems, since he did not yet know how to use his internal energy. Despite the disappointment that was crushing him from within, the boy turned to the others, asking them to definitely save the kidnapped. And the rescue group, consisting of 3 academy students and their teacher, set off with all their might to carry out their task. They used their internal energy to move faster through the forest, but the mentor still asked them to speed up, and they unquestioningly agreed with him. Following the order, the students of the snake class sped up, and the teacher ran behind them, controlling everything around the group. Moyonbo moved ahead of everyone because he was better than the rest of the students at noticing danger and could react to it faster. Suddenly, the young man noticed that the leaves of one of the bushes growing in front of them were moving in an unnatural way. And then he noticed an incomprehensible object heading sharply towards him, appearing straight from those bushes. It all happened incredibly fast, literally in a split second. But he had enough time to notice the danger, and the boy quickly ducked back, avoiding a collision with the object that was rapidly approaching his face. As it turned out, one of the forest robbers was sitting in the bushes, waiting for them to appear, so he prepared such an ambush, but the young man was able to avoid it. He braked sharply, pressing his foot into the ground so hard that a deep imprint of his shoe was left there. Jumping aside, Moyonbo looked at the angry scoundrel who had been hiding in the bushes all the time and wanted to surprise him. He was initially surprised to realize that they were being waited for, but eventually he realized that they should have expected an ambush. When everyone stopped, they were surrounded by robbers, jumping out of the bushes behind which they had been hiding so diligently, waiting for their victims. Young Jun-hyuk quickly surveyed the opponents and assessed their skills, realizing that they were proficient in martial arts. But he perfectly remembered the words of Teacher Chi, who had ordered him to deal only with hired killers and to leave the forest robbers to the children. He didn't really like this idea, but realizing that now, ordinary forest robbers had come out against them, the teacher's assistant decided to give them to the students. The robbers looked terrified. They tried to scare the children with their behavior, mocking their attempted pursuit. However, the students of this class were not frightened. A pulse wave of internal energy quickly spread through Moyonbo's hand, passing from his fingers straight to the sword. He was all tense and felt an incredible disgust for them. His entire body was enveloped in internal energy, and he decided for himself to destroy them all. Looking at their opponent, The men were surprised that he was able to control his own energy at such a young age. Moyonbo literally looked at them with a scorching gaze, and with the same furious expression on his face, the academy student rushed at his enemies. He held out his hand with the weapon in front of him, which was enveloped in his energy, all the way to the sharp tip of the sword, and aimed it at one of the scoundrels. Frightened by his opponent's strength, he tried to cover himself with his axe, placing it in front of him in such a way as to block his blow. But fear, with each approach of the sword to his block, grew stronger, and the student's gaze was aimed only at where the collision was unlikely to occur. To his great and unpleasant surprise, the old sword his mentor had given him shattered in his hands when it collided with his opponent's axe. And this was incredibly shocking to Moyonbo, who saw the tired look of his weapon, but hoped that it would be able to withstand at least such a blow and not break immediately. His opponent also did not expect that from the barely noticeable touch of his weapon to the boy's sword, something could happen to him. But realizing how defenseless his attacking young man was now, he pounced on him, swinging his axes furiously. However, he was incredibly skilled and quickly dodged his opponent's counterattack, bouncing up, twisting in the air. The snake class student twisted around so that he could now look directly at his attacker, assessing his capabilities in relation to him. Moyonbo decided not to use his unreliable swords for the next attack, and therefore, he hit the man with all his might with his foot in the face. The first attacker lost his balance a little and staggered back from the blow, while the second man watched them in surprise. The young warrior of the Moyon family realized that his mistake was that the old sword could not withstand his inner strength and therefore crumbled into pieces. However, his opponent stood his ground and did not fall to the ground from the blow. He stopped, regaining his coordination and only holding his head back by inertia. Slowly turning his gaze to the young man, he laughed maniacally as he looked at him, this man no longer afraid of his opponent. And having stood up, returning to his original position, the opponent declared that he had been afraid of him for nothing, calling the young man standing before him a real brat. He could not forgive the scoundrel for such disrespectful treatment of himself, and he slowly reached behind his back, taking out the next sword. However, the young student of the Peck Academy did not realize at all how necessary it was for him to fight with this sword now, if he could not withstand its inner strength. Moyonbo noticed two desperate men rushing at her, their weapons out in front of them. They ran, attacking Chegalmi. However, the girl was not one to step aside when frightened. She held a chukchik in her hands, with which she learned to practice in her spare time. At first, with her eyes closed, she played some melody on the chukchi, which didn't scare her rivals at all. But then when she suddenly opened her eyes, they felt her strength. Strong waves of wind flow literally spread from the defiant academy student, intensifying depending on her playing. This wave of energy emanating from her literally blew them away, and as if on purpose, inflated their faces. The men were no longer able to stand on their feet and resist this force. They resisted with all their might, but they were being carried away, and deep tracks appeared under their feet in the ground. Chegalmi tried desperately, playing the chuk-chuk with all her might, because if she had her old weapon now, she would have dealt with them long ago. However, this is not the case now, and she has to practice with her new weapon. But despite her efforts, the power of the wave's flow is gradually diminishing. In the end, she disappeared altogether and nothing changed around the girl. Not even a light breeze appeared that could move the dry leaves from their place. Her two attackers, looking at themselves, were surprised that it had all stopped so quickly and had not developed further, and that they had remained completely unharmed. One of them mockingly turned to her, emphasizing that her military equipment and command of the Imgan were rather weak. However, the young lady replied no less defiantly that she was simply holding back her strength, and next time she would attack with full force. Chegalmi gritted her teeth, thinking that she was right and that it was unrealistic to conquer such an Imgan technique in 2 days. The most she could do was simply push them back. On the opposite side from the young lady, one of the forest robbers was attacking their comrade, raising a heavy axe above his head. But Wang Pyo met him with a stern gaze, full of determination to overcome his opponent without worrying an ounce. The man who attacked him lunged at the young man, swinging his axe from above, but the student managed to block using his nunchucks. But from the force of the collision with the enemy's weapon, it broke into its components, no longer performing the function of blocking the blow. The representative of the Shaolin Monastery was surprised to see such a surprise in front of him, quietly rolling his eyes. This was very dangerous for him, as when the nunchucks opened, the enemy's weapon continued to aim at him, but he was able to dodge, and the burly man attacking the student simply missed, flying forward and crashing his axe into the ground. Wang Pyo quickly jumped aside, heading towards his classmates, who were also unhappy with their matches. He held out to them his small notebook, which he always carries with him, displaying an inscription in which he expressed his feelings about the battle. However, the faces of the students were unchanged. They still looked resolutely at their opponents, wanting to destroy them. And despite the hardships that befell them, their gaze was just as stern and impassive, demonstrating all their courage. But each of them had only one question in their minds. They wondered why their teacher, Kui Myung-dok, had given them such unsuitable weapons. Meanwhile, in the settlement from which they left, preparations were underway for their return under the leadership of Wang Ik-hyun. Namgun-mae sat in one place, not moving, holding in his hands the thing that the teacher had left for them when he left the settlement. The young man sat sadly on a stump, twisting a signal fire in his hands, which he was supposed to launch into the air in case of any danger. He was completely absorbed in his thoughts about not being accepted into the rescue group, but protecting the defense corps was their top priority. He hid the signal light under his clothes, realizing that the likelihood of the robbers returning here was quite small, but he still needed to be on guard. The young man looked sadly around, checking everything around him, when suddenly something in particular caught his attention. The youngest heir to the Namgun family, he looked towards the little boy who stood unmoving in front of the entrance to the house. He decided to approach Jun-hyuk, who was standing still, as if petrified, closer and express his support to him. However, when he caught up with him, they both looked ahead in fear, expecting something terrible. In-ryong came out of the house, completely exhausted from having to deal with the wounded right now. The girl informed the young man that nothing terrible had happened, and his exhausted and wounded grandfather had fallen back asleep for the time being. She looked at him with a kind smile on her face, giving him hope that his grandfather might get better. And the desperate young man immediately bowed before the girl in a respectful bow, thanking her for the work she was doing. Namgun-mi also expressed his support and said that he was going to go around the perimeter of the settlement for now, looking around. Jun-hyuk resolutely declared that he would go with him and accompany Hyung around the perimeter of the entire settlement. He didn't even expect help from him. The little boy walked ahead, leading me, who was now acting as a sentinel and looking around for possible danger. Academy student Peck approached the young man, wondering how often forest robbers attacked their settlement, but learned that their nearest hideout was quite far from here. Jun-hyuk explained to him that they established their settlement here because this place was not an interesting territory for bandits. Namgung-mae tried not to show his concern, but he mentally wondered why the bandits had suddenly attacked this place, even though they had never been here before. He had a strong feeling that something was wrong and that this attack was unusual, but he still couldn't figure out what exactly was bothering him. Young Mi looked at the bodies of dead people lying to the side of him and covered with cloth. There were quite a few of them. Each of these dead men was once someone's son, father, or friend, and once lived here peacefully, minding their own business. But now, I can no longer do so. Suddenly, the Peck Academy student was struck by the terrifying realization of the truth that the Sockham Defense Corps had made its first trip in 3 months. And he turned his face sharply, looking behind him at the peacefully existing merchants, who were laying out their goods, settling in the settlement. They hadn't been traveling anywhere for a long time, but now the enemy knew that Sockham had set out and they would definitely stop by this settlement on the way. The little boy watched Namgun-mae in amazement and did not understand why his face suddenly changed so dramatically. However, the terrible realization of the truth troubled the young man, and he did not even notice anything else around him that was happening at that moment. He turned to the boy who had volunteered to help him, walked around the perimeter of the settlement, and ordered him to go home first. But he didn't understand why the young man had changed his behavior so dramatically and decided to send him home without explaining anything. However, with a dark expression on his face from excitement, he briefly replied to the boy that he simply had a bad feeling. Namgun-mae didn't even suspect at that moment that he was being watched by one of the same assassins that Kui Myung-deok had stopped earlier. The gaze of this unknown stranger was fierce, and he did not take his eyes off his victims, well hidden in the treetops above them. Jun-hyuk froze and started to get nervous after such words. He stammered and asked me, who was currently guarding the settlement, why he was so scared. But the hero looked before the battle, at the entrance to the settlement, and he was oppressed by such a deep silence, it was good to hear the dry leaves falling from the trees flying past him. The awareness of the danger frightened the hero no less than the young man, and he, with a completely serious expression on his face, asked him to go home quickly, clarifying that this was no joke. Suddenly, Namgun-mae heard an ominous voice above him, the owner of which drew attention to himself, informing him that he was already here. The young warrior turned sharply and fearfully towards the sound, to look at the one who was addressing him and understand what danger he might pose. The youngest of the Namgun family came face to face with the hired killer who had been watching them all this time, hiding in the trees. He looked at the face of the man hanging from the tree with a sinister look, and understood that this mask was on his face for a reason. The young man realized with fear that he was not an ordinary forest robber, and he quickly ordered Jun Hyuk to flee from this place. But the boy couldn't move. He literally froze in place watching the unknown, who, as it turned out, had been next to them all this time. Namgun Mei noticed that the man did not react to his words and did not hear them, as the assassin's scolding had made him speechless with fear. Therefore, the student of the military academy, Peck, quickly made another decision. He abruptly grabbed his hand and pulled him with all his might. A sharp jerk brought Jun Hyuk out of his stupor, and they started to run away with him. Mi wanted to take the boy away from that tree. Such a naive act made the villain laugh, and looking at their backs with an ominous laugh, he asked where they had gathered. A man in green clothes jumped down from a tree and landed sharply in front of the terrified young men, forcing them to stop. The hero, clutching the wooden sword in his hands, realized that to save the boy, he needed to buy some time so that he could run away. So he bravely rushed forward at the stranger, holding a wooden weapon in his hand and resolutely declaring that he would fight him. The young man pounced on him, but the man dodged his attack, looking in surprise at the little boy's brave defender. He tried again to get to the mercenary's face, but this time he failed, and he just passed his weapon past him. However, the young man did not give up hope that he would be able to inflict at least some harm on the stranger in the green robe, whose face was covered, and thereby buy time. Looking over his shoulder, he saw that Jun Hyuk had managed to run away from them, which meant his distraction plan had worked. But distracted by the boy running away, Mi lost his vigilance and the mercenary kicked him hard in the chest. The blow was so strong that he flew away from the attacker, losing his only but wooden weapon from his hands. The pain growing in his chest restricted all his movements and even prevented him from breathing normally. However, the young man was able to overcome himself, and instead of simply falling, he wriggled out, successfully landing on the ground in front of his enemy. The young man tried to slowly get to his feet. Holding onto the spot where he had been hit and breathing heavily, he glared at the attacker. And he stood above him, looking down on him and folding his arms across his chest, mockingly, asked who would fight whom. The man arched his eyebrows in surprise and looked skeptically at his opponent, not understanding how the first squad could have been destroyed by such pios. The green-robed warrior blurted out that they had hired the bandits, and then Mei realized that it was just a diversionary maneuver. The unknown man raised his hand in front of him and threatening to kill the young man himself first, and then made a short silent pause. And snapping his fingers, he announced in an ominous voice that he would then deal with the inhabitants of the settlement and soak him in the end. A deep fear for the people was reflected in Mi's eyes, and he sternly raised his eyebrows, realizing that he could not allow this to happen. Namgun Mi reached out to take out the signal light from under his clothes that teacher Yang Jun Hyuk had thoughtfully left for him before leaving the settlement, and he aimed a flare into the sky, used by soldiers from the Red Flower Group, intending to use it to call the teacher. However, unexpectedly from one side, a grappling hook aimed in his direction. And then, a moment later, almost simultaneously, from the other side, and exactly the same one appeared, moving towards him. They grabbed the unsuspecting young man by the arms and pulled them in different directions so that he released a signal fire from his hands. His last hope for saving the residents in Sokam fell to the ground with a loud thud and rolled away from him. And the men holding his hands pulled the ropes even tighter, preventing him from even moving them. He stared in horror at one of them who was burning him with a stern gaze and desperately tried to find some solution that would help him now. A signal light. The only thing he needed right now and the only thing that could help by calling for the teacher's assistant. However, it was rapidly moving away from him, rolling to the side and suddenly stopping at the very feet of the mercenary leader. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, not understanding where the young man could have gotten a signal light from, because this thing is simply not sold in every store. He decided to destroy it by sharply stepping on it with his foot, causing it to shatter under the weight of his body. The young man looked at this in horror, screaming in frustration, because his last hope had just been destroyed. Now he did not know what to do. The leader of the villains, in a green robe, laughed loudly, mocking him. He wondered if he really hoped to take advantage of him. Suddenly, Namgung Mei heard a child's voice behind him, rapidly approaching them, demanding to let him go. Not believing his own ears, he looked over his shoulder in fear and saw Jun Hyuk there, caught and held above the ground. Horror settled in his eyes. He so hoped that the boy would be able to escape, but unfortunately, he was caught, and with despair in his voice, Mi demanded to let the child go. The leader of the hired killers looked at the young man with fury and sternly, baring his teeth, growled that he still hadn't realized his place. Suddenly, the man in green standing in front of him released a hidden weapon from his sleeve, which flew rapidly towards him. A pile of ropes approached the shocked young man, with pointed tips on the ends, looking like snakes moving in the air. And now, having reached their goal in an instant, they enveloped him, tightly entwining themselves around his body and squeezing his sides, preventing him from moving. The leader of the hired killers, dressed in green, abruptly pulled the end of the rope towards him, knocking the boy off balance. The man literally threw the shocked young man away, throwing the end of the rope he was holding over a branch and hanging him upside down. He wrapped the end of the rope around the tree trunk and forcefully stuck the pointed tip into it, fixing the young man in that position. Standing in front of him, the green-robed warrior said with disgust that the boy had absolutely no military spirit. The man, whose face was hidden, slowly moved even closer to the hanging Namgung Mei and silently, contemptuously looked at him. He humiliatingly pointed a finger at him, mockingly saying that he would be hanging here and would feel how weak he was. Then, he slowly looked back over his shoulder, and the mercenary leader, in a cold and cruel voice, ordered his henchmen to kill the child. And the man who was holding the boy by the skin, with a blank look in which there was nothing good, quietly nodded his head, accepting the order. Namgung Mei looked in their direction, feeling helpless, and in his eyes a fierce terror settled, a strength he had never felt before. He saw how the little boy tried to resist, how tearfully he begged the scoundrels to stop it all and let him go. A tearful Jun Hyuk turned to the young man, asking him to help him, because there was no one else here who could save him. The leader of the hired assassins glanced sideways at Namgung Mei, who was all tense, laughing at the fact that he still had some fighting spirit left. But the young man paid no attention to him. He only looked at the little boy, while the man continued to taunt that he should be grateful to be still alive. He was completely immersed in his inner feelings, not noticing anything else. And the villain did not back down, mocking him. He said that it was all in vain. The youngest member of the Namgun family mentioned that there is now a classmate of his in the settlement who is taking care of the wounded and the boy's grandfather. He remembered how many corpses they had to pass by and how many innocent people had died for unknown reasons because of these scoundrels. And now these villains were holding the little boy, squeezing his neck so that he began to turn blue, and saying that the weak would always be crushed by the strong. He watched as the innocent Jun Hyuk lost consciousness in the hands of a hired killer and was filled with various painful feelings. The young man thought about only one thing. What he wanted most at that moment was to have strength now, and suddenly he felt it, as if his body was enveloped in energy. The leader of the villains, surprised by such a bright light that appeared behind him, slowly turned to look in that direction. And before his eyes, this weak young man literally changed. He tore the ropes that had tightly wrapped him, freeing himself from the trap. At this moment, deep in Namgung Mei's subconscious, a difficult conversation was taking place with himself. He felt completely helpless. However, now inside him, an unknown inner voice was addressing his seated and closed figure, wondering what was wrong with him. This unknown inner fire of energy, slowly burning within him, asked the young man if it needed strength. This fiery energy addressed him as a son of the Namgun family, asking him what he needed his strength for. And he remembered his childhood, how from the very beginning, when he was little, everyone demanded that he stand up strong. Everyone he met reminded him of what family he belonged to, focusing his attention on what he should be able to do. These people, whoever they were, would approach him, always telling him that he should follow the example of the head of the Namgun family and protect the family's honor. Everyone he met always repeated the same thing, emphasizing his focus on the honor of Namgun's family. Just because of his surname, which referred him to the Namguns, all family members looked up to him with high regard. He recalled that at some point he began to take their words as a given, but then he lost the ability to use his inner energy. His father constantly reminded him that he would not be able to become a warrior, forbidding him from using internal energy, as this would cause the infected energy to grow. And then his life changed dramatically, in a completely different direction, causing him, as a little boy, unbearable pain and disappointment. Everyone who had previously treated him with warmth and respect now mocked him, reminding him that he was a descendant of Namgung, who could not use internal energy. They looked down on him and called him a disgrace to the family, reminding him that his brothers and sisters were talented from birth. These people caused him great pain, calling him a bad son born to such a good father, reminding him of his differences and his elders. And now all those high marks he had been given before had sunk into oblivion. Now he felt completely alone and felt unspeakable pain. And even knowing for sure that nothing would work out, he still continued to try to catch up with his older brothers and sisters in strength. He trained diligently every day, never giving up despite the pain or his fatigue. He continued to train. And even then, over time, when he had already forgotten the true reason why he was going to become stronger, he continued to train tirelessly. Day after day, week after week, year after year, he tried and practiced endlessly with his wooden sword. And now, the young man tried to remember the true reason why he had once decided to become stronger and why he had done it all. Why did he do all this and continue to train, even when his hands were already bloody from calluses? And even now, when he has become older, the desire to become stronger remains, but he no longer remembers the true goal. That fire of energy that burned before his eyes began to flicker, changing its appearance and the strength of its radiation. And before the young man's eyes appeared the figure of the powerful Namgun Cho, his loving father, who constantly watched over him. He remembered how, when he was still little and practicing with a sword, his father would sit near the house and watching him train diligently. And that very day, he turned to him with an unexpected question, wondering how interesting it was to study the Chkoshik. That day, little Namgun Mi happily responded, promising that he would become stronger and protect people. Then the father, pondering his answer, asked another unexpected question, wondering which people he was going to protect. Little Namgun Mi didn't think about who exactly he wanted to protect, but replied that he wanted to protect those who found themselves in a difficult situation. And the father asked his youngest son what he understood by the word strength. This question was very difficult for him, and he couldn't immediately find an answer, so there was silence in the air for a while. But then a moment later, he answered without a shred of doubt and without a drop of deceit that he considered his father's strength. The youngest heir to the Namgun family, he firmly declared that if he became like his father, he would be able to call himself strong. But suddenly the father, who was sitting on the stairs and watching his son, laughed at this answer. He began to gradually get up and started walking towards his youngest son. Coming closer to him and folding his hands behind his back, Namgun Cho replied that based on his son's words, he could be considered a weak person. Little Me looked at him in comprehension, which he told him, since he wanted to say something completely different. He looked at the powerful figure of the great warrior who was his father, and said with incomprehension that he, on the contrary, was strong. Namgun Cho lovingly placed his hand on the head of his youngest heir, reassuring him that he was indeed strong. But my father said that calling someone a strong person doesn't mean they can protect everyone else, and it's hard for them to even protect their own people. Then the loving father gave instructions to his noble son to protect and help those in trouble. Gently stroking his head, he declared with warmth in his voice that he would very much like him to gain strength and become such a person. Namgun Mi remembered that he couldn't understand him then. He didn't understand his father's words or facial expressions, but now he understood him a little. Now the young man realized what those fatherly words meant and how difficult it could be to protect others in need. But no matter what, this is exactly what he wanted, and even now, he still wants to protect them. Namgun Mi realized that this desire was his true reason for wanting to become stronger from the very beginning. Before his eyes, the figure of that mighty warrior appeared, who had promised to tell him how to become stronger. It was Kui Myung-dok who promised to teach the young man and show him the right path. It was his mentor who first told him that to begin with, he needed to master Yogunyon. Thanks to his ability to recognize this power, the young man broke the metal ropes that held him suspended from the tree. And now this energy has awakened in him. He has finally realized how to summon it to himself. He literally opened his eyes to another person and felt the poisoned energy that lived in his Tanjun flowing from his hands. But thanks to the knowledge of the Yogunyon technique, he was able to turn the flow of energy in the other direction, releasing a completely different, stronger energy. After freeing himself from the trap, the young man began to fall headfirst to the ground, but he was able to get back up. He landed with both feet touching the ground and leaning on his hand, holding his body in that position. The young man's entire body was enveloped in energy, and his gaze also changed. He was literally burning with an inner fire that had been hidden for a long time. The leader of the hired killers, not believing his own eyes, looked at him and was surprised that he was able to free himself from his metal whip. He couldn't believe that he was now standing before the same young man as he had been a few minutes ago, because now he looked completely different. Dropping to the ground and burning with inner energy, Namgung Mi looked ahead at the scoundrel holding the child. He pushed himself off the ground with all his might, heading rapidly towards them. The warrior in green robes was incredibly surprised to see him next to him because he appeared unexpectedly, as if he had emerged from the ground. Moving just as quickly and freely, the youngest heir to the Namgun family snatched the body of little Jun Hyuk from the hands of the villain. The green-robed assassin looked over his shoulder at the young man. whose confused face was darker than night with rage. He held Jun-hyuk in his arms, listening to him, trying to figure out if he was still breathing or not, and he was too late. However, finally convinced that he had made it, the young man breathed a sigh of relief, watching the child's chest move smoothly from his breathing. The youngest heir of the Namgun family, he finally realized that he was able to discover the Yogunyan of inner energy within himself. The mercenary leader looked at him skeptically, not understanding how he, who had only recently had negligible internal energy, could now use it as needed. The man in the green robe couldn't believe that he had become stronger, literally in such a short period of time. Namgun Mei began to speak slowly, addressing the leader of the villains, saying that those who have power should not trample on the weak, but protect them. With these words, he slowly bent to the ground, raising his wooden sword. The young warrior stepped forward, showing with his entire appearance the conviction that this was the true path for the strong. But such an emotional speech did not move the leader of the hired killers in the slightest, and he looked at him skeptically, devaluing every word. He gradually released new metal whips from his sleeve, saying that he was still young and therefore did not yet understand the rules of the game well. And when the attackers began to group together, drawing their weapons, their leader began to say that since he was just starting his journey in Murim, he did not know that the law of the jungle applied here. One of the subordinates looked back at the leader, who gave them a short signal to deal with the young man without leaving him alive. A villain in a green outfit attacked a student at Peck Academy, threatening to tear him and the boy he saved from them to pieces. Namgunmei gritted his teeth, feeling the surge of Yogunyan energy, and directed it towards the wooden sword he held in his hands. He blocked the attacker's blow with it, and it withstood it without even being shattered. The young man began to fend off all the attacks of the unknown warrior, whose face was hidden with the only weapon he had in his hands. He still couldn't use it as he should. Mi had just learned it, so he could not use it perfectly. Understanding this, the young warrior decided to use the choshik and thereby increase his strength. The young man knew perfectly only the one trick he constantly encountered, the one that his eldest brother, Il Namgun, constantly used. He gripped the hilt of his wooden sword more tightly, determined to defeat the villains at any cost. And now the youngest heir of the Namgun family was clearly repeating the movements, performed by the firstborn of the family, Il Namgun, invoking the blue sky technique. The attacker, dressed in green, looked at the young man tensely and with fear, watching the powerful energy accumulating in his body. In the end, the youngest son, Namgun, completely repeated his eldest brother's attack, strengthening the technique further by summoning the game of the two-headed dragon. With the execution of the first movement of the technique, the sky turned blue. His eyes lit up with new strength, and the wooden sword was enveloped in fiery energy. He lunged with his foot, drawing the sword back, then sharply directing it forward, along with a stream of powerful energy. It burst from his blade in a double stream of fire, enveloping the enemy from all sides, creating a fiery cocoon and burning his clothes. The powerful warrior, who was his opponent, was unable to block the boy's attack and arched in the air, feeling excruciating pain. The warrior, whose green suit was scorched by the youngest member of the Namgun family's frenzied energy, fell to the ground unconscious. The rest of the hired killers looked at the charred body of their brother and could not believe that he had lost to some young man. The green-robed mercenary leader was shocked that his top-notch warrior had lost this battle, yielding to a child. He looked at Namgung Mei and tried to comprehend what had just happened. How it had happened that the young man, who had recently been weak, was able to resist his man. He watched him carefully and saw how he began to tremble, losing strength in his hands. The youngest heir, Namgun, was incredibly happy that he had managed to harness his inner energy and apply it in the duel. However, his joy was short-lived, and he suddenly felt a fierce fatigue building in his body, rising higher and higher. The young man eventually lost control of his body and leaned forward, starting to slowly fall to the ground. The wooden sword in his hands was the only thing that saved him from falling face down to the ground, as he was able to lean on it, slowing his fall. Mi stood bent over on his knees, holding onto his weapon, and feeling his head spinning. He realized that he had overdone his internal energy. However, now was not the time to feel sorry for himself, and the young warrior forced himself to pull himself together and finally come to his senses. Namgun Mi looked ahead and realized that despite his exhaustion, he still had 3 more opponents to overcome. He has already managed to overcome one, and it is now lying right in front of him, still unconscious. The leader of the mercenary group looked at his subordinate and assessed his condition, trying to understand the current situation. He wanted to use a diversionary maneuver with the forest robbers to divide their forces and destroy the defensive corps, but some changes occurred. The mercenary hoped that they would leave the child with outstanding medical skills with the weakest one, and go off to rescue the hostages themselves. He looked ahead and couldn't believe that he could have made a mistake in such a wonderful plan, in which everything should have gone as it should. However, now standing before him is a young man who, with a single attack, was able to defeat one of his best warriors, who had been specially trained for such a job. But after noticing another tremor in the boy's hands, which intensified and made it impossible to hold the weapon, he realized that his assumption was correct. The man realized that with just one blow, all of their opponent's strength had been exhausted, and he now posed no threat. The leader ordered his subordinates, number 2 and number 3, to attack the young man, combining their forces and forming a strike formation. And they, raising their weapons, rushed forward, bypassing their young opponent from different sides, driving him into a corner. Namgun-mei was amazed that 2 warriors were about to attack him at once, forming a strike formation that he had never seen before. And they pounced on him, attacking simultaneously, not giving him the right to think about his movements. One of them, working with small knives hidden in his hand, swung at him, cutting through the air. But the guy tried to dodge, and 3 deep slashes appeared on the ground. And the warrior in the green suit flew past him, losing the opportunity for his attack. However, looking at his shoulder, where a cut wound was visible, the young man realized that he had not managed to dodge perfectly and had still been hit. At that moment, he felt a shadow appear over him and saw the cold steel of his opponent's blade approaching in his direction. He tried to block the blow, but he realized that his wooden sword might not withstand the collision with a metal blade, inside which internal energy was placed. Namgun-mi was well aware that he wouldn't be able to hold on like this for long, because in any attack, his wooden sword might simply break. And so he tried to jump to the side, to move away from the attackers, who did not stop and attacked him simultaneously from different sides. The youngest heir to the Namgun family moved to the side, wanting to increase the distance between himself and his enemies for a start. However, before he could even stop, he again noticed the shadow hanging over him. Namgun-mei realized with fear that there would be another attack from above, and he needed to escape quickly. This time, he was attacked by the leader of the hired killers himself, releasing another metal whip from his sleeve, with which he intended to catch his opponent, the pointed ends of which were rapidly heading towards him, wanting to bite into the body of the young warrior. He tried to dodge, but it was no use, and the spikes cut into his body, causing new wounds and knocking him off his feet. The young man, having fallen, tried to roll to the side, avoiding another collision with the metal whip. Namgun-mei realized that when he was attacked by 3 people from different directions, he had no chance to counterattack. But dodging was also difficult with such constant attacks, so he desperately tried to find a solution to what to do now. The mercenary leader taunted him, wondering why he wasn't showing any reaction. He skillfully wielded his whip, continuing to taunt why he wouldn't use his cool sword technique again. And now, above him, 2 hired killers in green suits were again hovering, moving in sync, sensing each other perfectly. Namgun-mi realized that he needed to use a move that would help break the balance between the opponents. Blocking another enemy attack, he was also aware that he had not been able to perfectly master the blue sky sword technique. But he couldn't constantly block the blows, because the warriors moved synchronously, and one of them would inevitably hit the young man with his weapon. The youngest heir to the Namgun family knew perfectly well that if this continued, he would definitely lose this fight. Now the whole difficulty, after he discovered the Yogunyan in himself, lay in the consequences of being poisoned by an unknown poison. His father not only forbade him from using and building up his internal energy, but also stopped teaching him the choshchik. The mercenary leader continued to taunt the young man, who was wounded from all sides, asking if he would continue to dodge blows in the same way. But he stopped, dripping with blood, realizing at that moment that he could only show one joke, which he had repeated hundreds, or even 10 million times. Namgun-mei could only show one choshik, the first movement of the blue sky sword technique. And so he began to gather energy, calling for his Yogunyan to reappear, his eyes beginning to burn with fire. The green-robed mercenary leader did not expect that he would be able to regain his strength so quickly, and was impressed by his energy. However, the youngest heir of the Namgun family began to burn with an unknown force again, directing it towards his wooden sword. This time, his sword seemed to burn brighter than before as he charged past the enemy that was attacking him. He repeated the movements, just like last time, and directed the energy from the wooden sword at the opponent in front of him, using the 2-headed dragon deformation technique. A fiery crater formed in front of him, burning brightly with unnatural fire. But a moment later, it also faded, disappearing along with all traces of his attack. He was exhausted, and the ground around him was flying into small pieces, crumbling from the force he had just applied. Namgun-mei could barely stand, trembling with tension, and his eyes were empty, as if he had already lost his life. A moment later, the youngest heir of the Namgun family fell down, no longer feeling any strength and losing consciousness. The mercenaries who remained intact looked at their comrade, who had died at the hands of a small youth who had seemed completely worthless to them at first. They stared silently before them, frozen in place in amazement and unable to believe what had just happened before their eyes. The green-robed mercenary leader stepped forward, cautiously making his way towards the boy's body, which lay motionless. He approached him in the preta, looking at the bloodied young man lying there, unconscious from the overload. The man was deeply shocked that a child with no experience in real combat was able to change the appearance of his beloved. He was amazed by the fact that this inconspicuous young man was able to put deformation into practice in such a short period of time. Sword technique refers to a combination of several techniques that were created in order to incorporate them into a single principle. He was terrified of what would happen if he understood the true essence of one thing and learned to transform it into another. Because in that case, it will no longer be a joke, but a real sword technique, a powerful force that is difficult to fight. The man slowly began to take out the knife from behind his back, thinking that if he left this young man alive, he would cause enough problems in the future. So he made a decision and swung the knife over his body, intending to kill the unconscious boy right now. The man in green, whose face was hidden, swung his knife hard, raising it high above his head. The leader of the hired killers who had come here with the goal of killing everyone started to sharply lower his hand, but suddenly he felt someone's heavy gaze on him. A moment later, he heard someone's hoarse voice next to him, from the side, saying something about how difficult it was. Looking back in that direction, he realized that Pyosa had not yet returned, so he could not believe that anyone would come out against him. He swung, pointing his knife in the direction of the grandfather, who spoke to him, wondering who he was. But the gray-haired man, clenching his cane, continued to talk about how it was difficult for him to draw any conclusions without knowing all the circumstances. Pulling out a twig stuck in his unkempt hair, he continued, saying that he knew one thing. After looking closely at the mercenaries, he said that he knew one thing for sure. Those who hide their faces under masks have a stigma in their guns. Watching them, he asked in a hoarse voice if they wore masks when the three of them went to torture innocent children. The mercenary leader looked at him sideways, feeling deep surprise. He didn't understand that in this settlement he could forget a homeless person. But he wasn't that interested, and he ordered his subordinate number 2 to deal with the uninvited guest. And with one sharp flick of his hand, he pulled out the throwing knife he had been hiding in his sleeve all along, aiming it at the old man. He threw it forward with all his might, hoping that it would hit its target clearly and they would not have any additional problems from the uninvited guest. And the throwing knife clearly flew into the old man's face, sticking with a sharp and characteristic sound. It got stuck right in front of his face, in the wooden stick that the grandfather was holding in his hands. He began to say that they devalue human life and kill them so that they will be forever silent without feeling any hesitation. Looking at the knife that could hit him, the gray-haired man glared at the mercenaries and threatened to beat them up badly. Meanwhile, in the forest, the robbers also did not intend to retreat and attacked the children who had set out to rescue the kidnapped people. They attacked Moyanbo, throwing sand at him to distract him before striking again. He was surprised by the fact that they were using sand, throwing it at him. But at that moment, he saw several projectiles rapidly approaching him from the other side. The young warrior tried to dodge, moving to the side and avoiding collision with the enemy's weapon. He was struck by the fact that robbers were willing to use any means and methods to achieve their goal or win a duel. Young Moyanbo looked at his opponents, who were grinning predatorily and preparing for another attack. The young man was confident that he could quickly defeat them if he had normal weapons, as he had broken a sufficient number of the swords his teacher had given him in an attempt to attack them. Meanwhile, none of the robbers were going to retreat or simply give up. They continued to attack. The robbers split into pairs, each attacking their own student, but no one managed to defeat them or even just injure them. Chigalmi also continued to avoid clashes with enemy weapons, did not engage in combat, trying to wear them out by running around. This behavior of the girl incredibly irritated the men who tried to hurt her with their weapons, and they were outraged that she would not engage them in a duel. However, the girl said nothing in response. She understood that she had not yet reached perfection in using Imgan, and therefore she needed the right moment to attack. All this time, while they continued to fight, they were watched by their teacher Yang Jun-hyuk, who never once interfered in their fights. He watched them appraisingly, understanding that the skills of the snake class were much better than those of the forest robbers. But right now, they were in a chaotic battle. The assistant teacher understood that they were in such a mess because they couldn't use their new weapon properly. Therefore, the mighty warrior went forward to one of the forest robbers, wanting to talk to him and find out what interested him. Turning to one of the robbers, he asked where they had hidden the women and children they had previously kidnapped from the settlement. He did not expect a sharp address from behind him, and therefore, instead of answering, he turned around and attacked him with the axe he was holding in his hands. But the small sword warrior quickly blocked using his weapon and prevented the attacker from striking. He stared unmoved at the frightened forest robber, who tried to exert even more effort to move the sword from its place, but he couldn't. Then he looked him in the eye with coldness and severity, slowly saying that he was asking again where the women and girls from the settlement had gone. But the impudent robber, defiantly looking him in the eye and provoking him with his gaze, mockingly called him the Lion of Justice. The forest robber looked at him with a furious look, licked his lips, and with a predatory smile reported that they had scattered everyone and sold them to slave traders. However, the great warrior did not believe it. He knew very well that it was a lie, since they would not have enough time to pull it off. Pushing away his weapon, the warrior thought about how he was going to entrust this matter to the children, but he couldn't waste any more time, because the hostages could be in greater danger. Although he had promised the teacher, he had no other choice now, and so throwing him over his shoulder, the assistant teacher made his choice. The impudent forest robber hit a tree with all his might, and a trickle of blood came out of his mouth. The small sword warrior quickly struck him with 3 short blows, repeating with the robber what Master Key had done with the mercenaries. And he fell to the ground, hitting it loudly, and was no longer able to get to his feet. He lay motionless. An unexpected sharp sound caught the attention of everyone who continued to fight, and they stopped for a moment, looking around in surprise at the source of the sound. The great warrior straightened, straightening his back. He ordered his class of snakes to retreat back. The warrior with the small sword looked ahead with a stern and cold gaze, saying that now it was his turn to engage in a duel. The disciples quietly accepted their mentor's order and sadly retreated, feeling pitiful and helpless. Wang Pyo was also upset by this, but he was already tired of fighting fruitlessly with the forest bandits. So he breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the phrase. A moment later, the entire duel was over and all the forest robbers lay unconscious, piled up in one heap. The assistant teacher drew the students' attention to himself, saying that they were first-class fighters, and that if they had continued the fight, there was a chance that they would have won. He continued to say that the forest robbers were second-rate warriors in strength, but the students were unable to properly use the weapons they received. And those who lowered their eyes in shame, looking at their feet, felt complete disappointment. And the teacher continued to say that they showed confusion in the tactics of real combat. He looked at them coldly and told them not to lose heart, explaining that this was the reason they needed experience in a real fight. The warrior said that training in real combat is important, but the first priority should be rescuing the kidnapped people, so the students will still have a chance to prove themselves. The students of the snake class, after the speech, immediately gained a fighting spirit, and they briefly replied that they understood their mentor. After that, Yang Jun-hyuk turned to face the only surviving robber, whom he had specifically left for last. The small sword warrior looked at him with his cold and cruel gaze, curtly ordering him to lead them to his base. And the frightened man, realizing that there was no point in arguing that he would not be saved anyway, quickly agreed to carry out the order. Returning back to the settlement where Elder Kaban is now, Hong Seo-gol summons his inner strength to teach the villains a lesson. Throwing aside the throwing knife that was flying at him, the old man asked who he should teach first, and suggested that they attack in any way they wanted. The leader of the hired killers looked with surprise at the uninvited guest who unexpectedly appeared in this settlement and understood that he was an outstanding Kaban fighter. He made this conclusion by looking at his belt, since the order of force placement in Kaban was determined by the number of knots on it, from 1 to 9. The old man who came out against them had 7 knots on his belt, which amazed the mercenary leader, who guessed that he was an elder, and his strength was at the level of a cholchan. To understand the level of his strength, he equated it to the alignment of warriors where he could quite possibly be compared even to a Kyokan. Realizing his disadvantage, the leader of the green-clad mercenaries decided to break away from the old man first. And he took a large round thing out of his pocket, holding it in his hand. He began to lift it above him and was about to throw it to the ground. The eyes of the elder of the Kaban, a clan of vagabonds, widened in surprise, and he tried to recognize this thing, to understand what to expect. Suddenly he realized it was a smoke bomb and instantly rushed forward, trying to catch the mercenary who deserved a lesson from him. But he managed to smash the gun to the ground, literally in front of his nose, and hide in the thick smoke that completely hid any traces. When Elder Hong Seo-gol arrived at the scene, No one was there, and because of the thick smoke curtain in front of his eyes, nothing was visible. He kept his stick at the ready, but he understood that they had already fled and were unlikely to attack him today. The old man was struck by how careful those mercenaries really were. Behind him, in the smoke screen that was gradually disappearing, he could see the body of the young man. He looked back at him, assessing the boy's condition, seeing how badly he was injured. He was impressed by the powerful strength of spirit that the young man had, because despite having already reached his limit, he still did not give up. The man mentally praised him for being guided by good judgment and making the best choice in the most difficult situation. But he was above who he was. Looking at his face, he remembered that he used the blue sky sword technique and therefore understood that he belonged to the Namgun family. He believed that he was Namgun Hui in front of him. It was already completely dark outside, but the surviving residents of the settlement were helping to unload the Defense Corps' belongings. The youngest foreman from the city Defense Corps helped and led the crowd, telling who, where, and what needed to be taken. Suddenly, a sound outside the settlement gate caught his attention, and he slowly turned in that direction to look at its source. It turned out that behind the gates of the settlement stood women and girls who had been kidnapped from this settlement by forest robbers. They looked ahead with tears in their eyes, feeling relieved that they were finally home and that all the horror they had been through was now over. The first man to notice their return dropped his things and ran quickly to meet his wife with tears in his eyes. After that, everyone looked towards the gate and headed to meet their relatives, who had finally returned home and were saved. With tears in their eyes, they hugged and rejoiced at the return of their relatives, trying not to remember the horror they had to endure. The women could not believe that they were finally home and that their husbands were alive, as they remembered the bloody massacre that had taken place in the settlement. Jun Hyok's little sister also returned home, hugging her brother and living grandfather with tears in her eyes. The rescue team that brought the women and girls home stood at the entrance to the settlement and looked with satisfaction at their work. Suddenly, Chigalmi noticed something that caught her attention and confused the girl. Behind the backs of little Jun Hyo's family, in his house, Ryung was caringly bending over someone and healing this person's wounds. Looking closer, she realized that Namgun Mei was lying there, injured, his body completely covered in bandages. Yang Jun Hyuk looked in the same direction as the girl, stunned, and didn't understand why young Mi was lying there injured. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a tapping stick near them and instantly looked back at its owner. Hong Xiaogol turned to the assistant teacher, saying that the young man needed peace right now and he wanted to talk to him. The great warrior was surprised to see elder Hong Xiaogol, nicknamed Drunkard, in front of him. But by shouting his nickname, he surprised the disciples standing nearby. The old man turned away from him, grimacing and talking to nowhere, wondering why it was so unpleasant to hear his nickname every time. But the great warrior with the small sword ignored his question and asked what he had forgotten, if he really had any business. He looked skeptically at his interlocutor, saying that it was not necessary to have any reason, and that he had stopped by here on his way home and asked to be addressed as a sanbei, not an elder. Yang Jun-hyuk looked in horror at the young man lying in front of him, covered in wounds, and wondered if Hong Seo-gol might be involved in this. This incredibly angered the old man. He attacked the warrior, proving that he would not attack a child under any circumstances. And the child began to retreat, apologizing to him. He asked the elder to tell him how it all happened, and the elder, smoothly smoothing his beard, thought about where best to start. In the end, he made up his mind and said that if he could get him a drink first, then he would know everything. And the great warrior decided to swallow his emotions, which were going off scale, believing that it was better to remain silent than to say something by mistake. They went inside the house where the table was already set, along with the dinner and drinks the old man had requested. The first thing he did as soon as he entered was to pour himself a drink and happily began to drink the weak alcohol. After drinking, he told them how everything really happened and grimaced, wiping his long mustache from the drink. Yang Jun-hyuk froze in place, unable to respond after hearing the words. He did not believe in their reality. No one present could believe the truth of the words, and the assistant teacher, surprised, asked the elder if he was telling the truth. Hong Seo-gol continued to say that the young man from the Namgun family, despite the numerical superiority of his opponents, continued to fight until the very end. The great warrior thought that this all sounded strange, since the young man could not actually use his internal energy. He remembered how the student had fought for the right to remain in the academy and began to suspect that he was again fighting in a state of demonic soul, in which the body and mind lose balance and the soul is possessed by a demon. Therefore, the snake class teacher wondered if the young man's condition was similar to unconsciousness, as if he was only fighting instinctively. This question extremely surprised Elder Kaban. He could not believe that he suspected his students of unconscious actions. Hong Seo-gol asked if he meant the state of a demonic soul, to which he received an affirmative answer from the teacher. After that, a heavy silence fell between them, and the old man even stopped eating and drinking, looking at his interlocutor in surprise. A moment later, he raised his index finger up, shaking it in denial and slowly, drawn out, stating that this was absolutely not true. He assured him that there was not even a hint of such a condition, but on the contrary, the boy was very talented for his young age. After taking another calm sip from his glass, he reported that young Namgung had managed to eliminate 2 of the 4 assassins. Chigal Mi was incredibly shocked when she heard about who such a weak young man as Namgun Mi had to fight. These words were reflected in deep shock on the face of Moyon Mei, who was surprised because he himself had not been able to defeat the forest robbers today. Yang Jun-hyuk also did not believe what he heard. He was shocked that an unprepared young man had to fight with killers. He asked the elder if he was sure of who he had seen, and the man replied that they were, in fact, first-class fighters. The level of gravity of warriors depended on their skills, and third-class warriors were considered those who had literally just picked up a blade. The second class included warriors who had already achieved something and began to study choshjik, various combat techniques, and fighting. And to the first class, the relationship of fighters who can release their internal energy through their bodies or weapons. After them come the Chulchan warriors, who learn to give form to their internal energy, and by endowing it with weapons, they could cut stones. When Chilchan warriors accumulate energy in the Tanjiang for 60 years, they can win even in a duel against 10. They are called outstanding Chilchan fighters. They are followed by the levels Huagyan and Hyungyan, which in translation mean the boundary of transformation and the boundary of mystery. Chigal Mi asked the old man if he had seen it himself, as she was well aware that Namgun Mi could not be capable of such a thing. He was offended by such disbelief and looked at them with his stern gaze, saying that he had really seen it with his own eyes. Pouring another portion of alcohol, he looked at them with incomprehension, saying that they had a strange reaction and would rather praise the young man than question him with distrust. But the class of snakes, along with the assistant teacher, continued to look at him skeptically, not believing this crazy story. Yang Jun-hyuk decided to explain that the abilities of the young man he was talking about could not have allowed him to commit such an act. The warrior decided to carefully ask if he was sure, but this incredibly irritated the old man, and he indignantly began to ask if the old man really thought he was talking nonsense. Hong Seo-gol indignantly began to shout that he was the elder of the Kaban clan, who were considered informants of Zhongpa. He was indignant, asking if they would trust their information if he lied at every turn, and then pointed a sharp finger at the young man. Pointing to Namgun, he stated that he had seen with his own eyes how he used the blue sky technique against the mercenaries. Therefore, he was Namgun's descendant. The old man continued to say that he had excluded the girls from his 5 children, and that he did not look like a young man over 20. He abruptly stood up from the table, saying that there was only one candidate left, whose physique was suitable for studying military skills, but due to laziness, his reputation was not the best. Hong Seo-gol literally burned with indignation, continuing to say that despite this, the young man showed himself as a brave fighter, ready to sacrifice himself for the weak. Such incredible power, which radiated from the irritated man, blinded the class of snakes and their teacher. They were amazed by the tenacity with which the man spoke. He began to tame his inner strength and said that by all criteria, only the third heir, Namgun Hui, was suitable. A heavy silence fell again in the room, which no one broke, and the old man was fuming from a surge of energy that had gone off scale due to emotions. A moment later, Chigal Mi began to speak timidly, addressing the man with the words that this was precisely why they believed he had made a mistake. However, he cooled down, looked at her completely uncomprehendingly, and therefore asked what exactly the girl meant by those words. She pointed to the wounded young man lying bandaged on the bed, saying that it was not Namgun Hui but the 5th heir Namgun Mi. This statement incredibly shocked the elder of the Kaban clan. He could not believe that he had been wrong with his conclusions. Realizing that this was the 5th heir, on whom no one pinned their hopes, he thought about the fact that he had talked about the informant Kaban in vain. Thinking hard about this situation, the man realized that this could ruin the clan's reputation. And so, with only one solution to such a situation in his mind, he decided to smoothly change the topic of conversation. Sitting down in his seat as if nothing had happened, he wondered why the killers would attack a Christian settlement. But everyone present understood that he had tried to shift the topic of conversation in an inept way, and therefore looked at him suspiciously. Suddenly, a man entered their room and said he had a suspicion about an attack by hired killers. Looking back towards the owner of the voice, they noticed that the youngest foreman of the City Defense Corps had approached them. Meanwhile, something was happening in Anhan Province, which was Namgun May's birthplace. It was there that the snake class teacher, Kui Myung-dok, went with a specific task. He stared intently in front of him, radiating coldness with his tired gaze. Teacher Ki realized that he had arrived at the right place. He stood in front of a huge house, the sign of which bore a short inscription indicating that the property belonged to the Namgun family. He balled his hand into a fist and brought it to the huge gate, knocking on it. Kui Myung-dok stood in front of the heavy gate and waited for someone to open it for him. After a moment, the gate opened and a small hole appeared, through which someone looked out. After that, a man appeared from there, trying to figure out who could have come at such a late hour. Kui Myung-dok introduced himself to the guard as a teacher at the Beck Military Academy in the Murim Union. He looked skeptically at the uninvited guest and arched his eyebrows in disbelief. He peered out the gate, wanting to get a better look at the man standing in the doorway. The guard understood that he couldn't look like an academy teacher, with such pale skin and a thin body, and because of the bags under his eyes, he looked more like a panda. Looking at him closely, the guard realized that this uninvited guest looked more like a sick person who had come to ask for money for medicine. He didn't understand why this man was lying, and so he decided to send him away. Smiling sweetly, he said that it was already late, and therefore it was better to come tomorrow. Teacher Kui Myung-dok was going to politely say goodbye, saying he would come by tomorrow. But unexpectedly, his words were cut short and the gate was closed right in his face. He was left standing on the street, completely bewildered, staring at the closed gate in front of his nose. But he wasn't going to give up so easily, so he climbed onto the roof of the gate. Teacher Ki looked at the house in front of him, thinking about not making too much noise during a family visit. Suddenly, his tired gaze was drawn to one thing and he concentrated completely on it. From the window of one of the rooms of the house, energy of incredible power came out, the radiance of which attracted attention. Kui Myung-dok looked there with a smile, feeling the powerful energy from that place. So a moment later, he had already jumped off the roof of the house, heading in that direction. He moved quietly and quickly, leaving no trace behind so that no one would disturb him. Teacher Kui headed towards that window, not afraid of making a mistake, since only the head of the Namgun family could possess such strong energy. Kui Myung-dok quickly put on his ghost mask, wanting to meet the great warrior Namgun Cho. Returning back, the junior building manager, entering the room, stated that he had an assumption about the cause of the attack. Teacher Yang Jun-hyuk turned around, looking behind him, and was surprised to see Wang Ik-hyun there, addressing them. The young merchant stood motionless and looked at those present in the room. Suddenly, he reached into the sleeve of his clothes, taking out something small. He took out a small box and carefully placed it on the table, showing it to those present. The class of snakes, along with their teacher, were incredibly surprised to see in front of them this little thing that the man had been hiding up his sleeve all this time. Wang Ik-hyun pulled out a small wooden box from his sleeve, which was visually completely inconspicuous, so they couldn't believe that this could be the reason. But that wasn't all. The youngest master of the City Defense Corps reached for the box, opening it in front of the rest. However, their expectations were not met, and they were surprised to find nothing inside the wooden box. They stood bewildered by this discovery, and Shigalmi noted with annoyance that there was nothing inside the wooden box. The youngest master of the City Defense Corps coldly replied that they were right, and that was why it was just his guess. After that, the young man decided to clarify everything and began to tell a story that happened a long time ago. He spoke, recalling the time when their Sokum City Defense Corps was beginning to gain popularity. It was then that many people came to their gates, either asking for help or asking for a job. People from different parts of the city came to them then, bringing with them everything of value. The head of the City Defense Corps, Wang Soban, gladly welcomed everyone into his home, offering favorable conditions for trade or work, and if necessary, a place to stay for the night. However, unexpectedly, on one of these days, a completely different person appeared on the doorstep of their City Defense Corps, one who did not need a salary. Then they were joined by several men, representatives of another City Defense Corps. Along with them came the head of their Johnson City Defense Corps, who introduced himself as Kwak Jun. But he was not alone. Two others came with him, each representing his own City Defense Corps, the head of the Susan Corps and the Manso Corps. His father was surprised by such unexpected guests who appeared on the doorstep of his building. He bowed before them in a respectful gesture, deciding to welcome them, just like the rest of the people who had come to them before. Wang Soban invited the guests to the table, treating them to drinks and delicious food, as they hoped to establish friendly relations rather than conflict with other corps. They drank and joked around, getting to know each other and forming friendships. However, even at that moment, Wang Ikyun felt something suspicious, eavesdropping on their conversations and watching the men. And when the atmosphere became more pleasant, the uninvited guests asked if our corps would like to distribute a certain product. It was impossible to know what the thing was, even if I really wanted to know. Inside this small box was a product that could only be sold to people who knew the secret password. And the uninvited guests offered a considerable salary and support from their City Defense Corps for such work. Kwak Jong, head of the Johnson City Defense Corps, looked at the owner of the house in a special way that evening. He hoped that they would be able to establish contact. However, Wang Soban refused them, arguing that as a merchant, he could not sell to other people a product that he himself knew nothing about. The men initially tried to bargain and persuade the head of the City Defense Corps, Sokim, to switch to their side, selling this unknown product under their own name. But his father was unmoved and stuck to his principles, so the uninvited guests left, realizing that they would not be able to bribe the head of the Corps, Soki. After that conversation, the men began to bargain and limit the Corps in various ways, so their power diminished, and they came to the state they are in now. When the heads of the other Corps left, they opened the box they had left before, but it was empty. Apparently, the heads had taken into account a possible refusal. A heavy silence filled the room again, in which one could hear everyone's rapid heartbeat. They sat deeply impressed by the story. Shagal Mi turned to the youngest master, expressing her suspicions that the killers Namgun Mi had fought could also have been sent from the Corps Unification Alliance. The son of the Corps chief, So Kim, briefly agreed with her theory, feeling that this was exactly what happened. Looking her in the eye, the young man said that their Corps had exactly the same assumptions, but they had not yet found confirmation for them. The resourceful girl from the Chagall family stood and looked at the small box in front of her, wondering aloud what could be there. Wang Ikyun replied with a smile, but a sad voice that they would also like to know that. Suddenly, Horso Gol took out of his pocket exactly the same small box. Looking at it in surprise, he wondered if they meant this thing. Those present were stunned that the elder of the Kiban clan had the same box all along, yet he had remained silent until now, as if he had not heard them. The youngest master of the City Defense Corps, amazed by this, turned to the elder, asking where he got it from. However, he, turning it over in his hands, replied as if there was nothing strange about it, noting that this matter was also being studied in Keban. In an instant, Horso Gol opened a small wooden box, displaying its true contents for all to see. Wang Pyo was the first to react, writing a short question in his notebook, wondering if the unknown object could be called a tanhwa, which meant a pill. The short sword master summarized the question, wondering if it was a miracle drug taken to increase internal energy. The clan elder shrugged, not knowing the correct answer, but remarked that in his opinion, it was an unusual, miraculous medicine, saying that he had stolen it while the Safa were fighting. Shigalmi, pondering this subject, said in a mysterious voice that this whole situation literally reeked of something suspicious. Looking at everyone with a stern look, he noticed that most likely this pill had already spread throughout Zhongyuan. He surprised everyone by saying that they entrusted the analysis of the Tanwan to the Yak clan and the Sachiang family, but Inryong was happy to hear this. The impudent girl delved deeper into her thoughts, confident that they would be able to explain the effects of this pill, but she was also interested in who was distributing the Tanwan. The class of snakes began to think together about everything they had heard, trying to come up with options for who the people distributing these miraculous medicines could be. Elder Horso Gol reflected on the fact that it was quite likely that unrest could erupt in the peaceful Murim in the near future. Feeling uneasy, he looked over his shoulder, looking at the bed where the wounded young man lay. He was also haunted by thoughts of the youngest heir to the Namgun family, who was now lying so helplessly in place and not moving. He was interested in the fact that the young man did not fit the description that people spread about him, and that in fact, he was a rather interesting person. Meanwhile, far away from them, in an elegant room, someone was sitting by the light of a smoldering candle, and he worked even at such a late hour, looking through all the scrolls that were on his desk. This was Namgun Cho, who, even after sunset, did not stop working for the well-being of his family and subordinates. Suddenly, he heard something and bent heavily over his desk, returning the scroll he held in his hands to its place. The powerful ruler of the Namgun family approached the window, where he sensed someone's presence, peering into the darkness beyond. The great warrior peered in, trying to make out some detail, but the deep night hid secrets well. A moment later, he was no longer there. The head of the Namun family had disappeared without a trace, seemingly dissolving into thin air. The ruler found what he wanted to see and went there to personally communicate with the one who was hiding in the darkness. He stared intently at the thin man standing confidently in front of him in a ghostly mask. The head of the family, Namun tried to discern some special details in the stranger, but the mask hid every possible detail of his personality. The man continued to watch the uninvited guest coldly and intently, but he could never figure out who it could be. He turned to him, speaking in his stern and authoritative voice, wondering who he was if he had entered the Namun family's house at such a late hour. He raised his hand, scratching the back of his head, because he expected a completely different reaction from the head of the family. After a moment, the stranger replied, asking what he thought, as he hoped that wearing a mask would be enough for him to be recognized. The leader of the Namun family continued to look at him sternly and said in disbelief that anyone could be under the mask. The great warrior of the Namun family distrusted the uninvited guest, wondering if he meant to say that he was Kui Myung-deok if he wore it. The warrior, who had come hiding his face under a mask, wondered if there was any way by which he could prove his authenticity. A special and powerful inner energy began to accumulate in the hands of the head of the Namun family, which he prudently held behind his back. Namun took a fighting stance, his eyes also burning with the inner energy that had awakened, and he promised to check it out himself. The great warrior of the Namun family caught and held with energy rings an uninvited guest who appeared on the territory of his house. He had torn the man, whose face was hidden by a mask, from the edge of the roof, and was now holding him in the air. The eyes of the head of the Namun family were full of fury and determination. He glared sternly at the one who had come so late at night without an invitation. The mighty warrior swung one of his arms before striking, concentrating a stronger flow of internal energy in it. And the warrior who came to him, called Kui Myung-deok, enveloped in Namun inner energy, flew in the other direction. The owner of the house threw the uninvited guest with all his might, directing him in the direction of the rocks. Everything around him rumbled after he collided with a huge boulder in his path. The uninvited guest literally broke through the stones in its path. Kui Myung-deok came across a huge mountain located in a clearing near the Namun family's house. The man, covered in thick dust from the shattered stones, sat motionless, breathing heavily. And at this moment, the powerful warrior who had sent him here, the head of the Namun family, was heading towards him. Kui Myung-deok raised his eyes to him, expressing his impression of how fast and powerful his blows were. He slowly began to approach him, silently watching him lie still. The warrior looked at him with disappointment, stroking his long beard. He expressed his expectations that he should be able to stand up easily if he called himself Kui Myung-deok. The uninvited guest began to slowly rise from his place, which formed a shattering rock. After such a blow, his body felt heavy, but he confidently stood up and attracted the attention of the great warrior of the Namun family. Eventually, he got up as if nothing had happened and stood in front of them, brushing small stones off his clothes, calling Namun an untrustworthy person. The man looked at him coldly, expressing no emotions, asking in response how it could be otherwise, if lies ruled the world now. He addressed him, emphasizing that in this place he would be able to demonstrate his strength, but the stranger stood unmoved. That familiar light appeared in Kui Myung-deok's eyes. He understood that Namun's father was just testing him, and so he decided to play along. Namun's hand again stretched out narrow strips of internal energy, which began to accumulate and grow in his hand. The mighty warrior began to prepare for the next attack, looking straight into the eyes of his opponent. He provoked him, asking him to prove his authenticity. Such a belligerent mood shocked teacher Kui Myung-deok. He looked in front of him and could not believe that he was really so serious. However, the great warrior of the Namun family was not joking. He really intended to have a duel and directed a new flow of energy at him, using the heaven-eating palm technique. The warrior in the ghostly mask stared in shock at the spherical stream of energy rapidly moving towards him. A moment later, he was engulfed by a solid internal energy emanating from the body of the head of the Namun family, engulfing everything around him. This flow of energy was so powerful that it pierced the stone cliff even deeper than the previous time. The space was filled with stone dust, making it impossible to see anything in front of you, and small fragments of rock flying in different directions. Namun stared sternly ahead, frowning and trying to make out at least something behind the thick and dense dusty curtain. Finally, when he saw a vague silhouette in front of him, he was incredibly surprised and shocked, because he had not expected this at all. A thin stranger jumped out from behind the smokescreen, heading swiftly towards the large warrior, who stood stunned. At that moment, Namgun-cho came to his senses and, assuming a fighting stance, went to attack the uninvited guest, who dared to appear in his house. Each of them was determined to prove their point to the other. Not sparing their opponent, they were rapidly approaching each other. The head of the Namgun family once again directed the flows of his internal energy to his hand, giving it the appearance of a weapon that was ready to destroy the stone. He charged at his opponent with all his might, moving sharply and clearly, directing his blow at the body of the stranger in front of him. However, he easily dodged, avoiding a collision with the powerful energy emanating from the great warrior Namgun-cho. Bright flashes that occurred in an area far outside human settlements. Strong flashes of radiant energy were visible. The duel was gaining new momentum. Now it didn't look like proving one's right. Now it was more like a duel to the death, not to life. Namgun-cho, the great warrior, was now truly furious, attacking the uninvited guest, who he believed was called by a false name. Their duel was gaining momentum. Now they were using more strength and determination. Namgun-cho was constantly attacking, and Teacher Kui was skillfully dodging his blows. Kui Myung-daok truly appreciated his opponent's strength. He was fascinated by the truly fierce power that created the energy of the Namgun family head sword. But the warrior in the ghostly mask was not afraid of such fierce power. He behaved calmly because he could also use his inner strength, shaping it into a weapon. The men continued their duel, and no one was going to lose. They were guided by only one goal, the desire to prove their truthfulness. The mighty Namgun-cho looked at his rival, saying that only with such strength could he risk calling himself by another name, the name of Kui Myung-daok. However, the masked stranger continued to ask coldly, "Isn't there still not enough evidence of its reality?" The head of the Namgun family, without stopping, replied that he recognized the opponent's skill, saying that his level of martial arts proficiency was less than that of a Hwagyun. But he continued that achieving Hwagyan does not prove that he is the real Kui Myung-daok. He said that outstanding Hwagyan fighters are quite rare, but among the representatives of each clan, there are many masters who have reached this level. Teacher Kui did not understand such stubbornness from Father Namgun-mi, so he replied in a serious and rough voice that there was a difference in knowledge, but there was some truth in his words. Annoyed by such stubbornness, the thin snake-class mentor pounced on him, delivering a stronger blow than previous times. The power emanating from the masked stranger even knocked the head of the Namgun family off balance a little, so in order not to fall, he braced himself with his foot at the moment he was pushed away. The mighty warrior continued his dialogue with the stranger, not objecting to his remark, since it was true. He continued to say that even within the same level of Hwagyan, there are many obstacles, and that is why he has doubts. The mighty Namgun-cho began to gather energy in his hands, but this time it was not like usual. It resembled a fog that stretched across his hands. A whole ghostly wall of this mysterious energy formed in front of him, with small craters beginning to form inside. Suddenly, right in front of him, fiery tips began to appear from these holes in the ghostly wall, and a moment later, real arrows of fire formed. His face was stern. It was clear that he was hardened by numerous duels, and he reported with a cold look that he had personally met Kui Myung-daok. This answer surprised Teacher Chi, and he looked at his opponent incomprehensibly. A tense silence hung between them, but a moment later, the head of the Namgun family attacked the thin man, directing many fiery arrows at him. And stone dust rose again around, forming an impenetrable wall, and fragments of stones and earth flew in different directions. From the outside, it looked like an even bigger explosion than those that had occurred before, the power of the emitted light rivaling the brightness of the star. Kui Myung-daok continued to run from side to side across the stone arena he had found himself in. He tried to avoid collision with the fiery arrows that fell behind him in a hail of fire, setting everything in motion that they touched. For a moment, they began to seem endless to him, and as long as the leader of the Namgun family did not give up for a moment, continuing his attacks, he sent them one after another. But Master Qi was skilled and quick enough to be able to easily avoid colliding with this hail of fire. His face and eyes were hidden under a mask from which nothing could be seen, but he was already tired enough of this fight. He didn't strain himself much, although avoiding these clashes was much more difficult than that duel with teacher Ku Mak-ho. Meanwhile, life continued as usual in the Namgun family home, and the people who worked there had no idea what was happening around them. They continued to clean and prepare for the next day, but an unexpected sound caught their attention, and the process stopped. Stopping, the hired worker looked behind him in surprise to try to see where the noise was coming from. He paid attention to the rumble coming from the valley of the mountains, and it seemed to him that it was thunder, so the man decided that it would soon start to rain. From the duel that took place between the two masters, the entire valley bore the marks of their clash. The earth and rocks bore deep craters. And they both stood in the middle of this chaos, neither one intending to stop until they had proven their opponent right. The head of the Namgun family, the great warrior Namgun Cho, took up a fighting stance, looking sternly at the uninvited guest who had come to his house. Kui Myung-dok stood there, looking at his student's father unmoved, thinking only about when he would accept his true nature and be able to listen properly. However, the great warrior, looking at him, began to tell a story that had happened to him once upon a time, a long time ago. He began to speak, coming from afar, voicing the truth that everyone has long known, that in the Murim Union there are people who are called the Heavenly Trinity. This Heavenly Trinity included the ruler of the Murim Union himself, Kwag Yun, nicknamed the Endless Sword. Another of their representatives was the Hermit Sao So-ma, nicknamed the Spear of Red Lightning, formerly known as Se Fi Cheon. Their last representative was a brave traveler who followed the wind and clouds, Chu Deok Hua, nicknamed the Blade of Wind and Clouds. Namgun Cho's expression was stern. He furrowed his eyebrows, frowned, and continued to stare at him with his cold gaze, calling them all idiots who lived their own lives. After a moment he stopped and began to wave his hands, calling his inner energy to come out. A new small fireball formed in his hands and grew, and he continued to say that those three, thanks to their strangeness, were able to raise their level to Hyungyeon. Kui Myung-dok was focused only on the energy accumulating in his opponent's hands, and the story he was telling was familiar to him in a special way. He realized that he couldn't constantly avoid collisions, as he needed to demonstrate his strength, but suddenly the stones under his feet began to move. Warrior Myung-dok turned his attention to the bottom and noticed how stones and fragments of rock were being lifted upwards. As if attracted by a magnet to the opponent's strength, he understood that this was not the end. The more the fiery layer grew in Namgun Cho's hands, the stronger the stones around them rose into the air, forming a wall. The great Namgun Cho continued to say that at that time, one who was able to surpass the Heavenly Trinity was born in Magyo. He said that if the power of the Trinity was only similar to the Hyungyeon, then the ruler of Magyo was the owner of the true Hyungyeon, and therefore a real war for greatness began. The head of the Namgun family said with respect in his voice that the ones who contributed the most to its end were the Black Flower Group and Kui Myung-dok. The mighty warrior declared that without the leader of that group, this war could have continued until now. Kui Myung-dok continues to stand emotionless and look at him, wondering why he decided to tell him this story now. This made the man smile because he knew that the real Kui Myung-dok would understand what he was saying. He would know the truth. The head of the Namgun family continued to say that back then in this war, he was still quite inexperienced and young when he had to fight. Then he was seriously injured, and at that moment it seemed to him that there would be no chance of salvation and that this day would be his last. He looked at the enemy approaching him and could not believe that he would have to die today at the hands of some guard. They were fierce monsters that stared at their enemies with empty, soulless eyes and had only the desire to destroy them. And now, as he sat wounded and exhausted, unable to get up and defend himself, the monster prepared to attack him. That stocky creature, who had little human in him and who was called a guard, swung at the young warrior with all his might. Namgun Cho looked ahead in fear, afraid of dying at his hand. But in the end, fear was replaced by reconciliation and acceptance of such a fate. Realizing that he had no strength to defend himself, he closed his eyes and waited for the monster to strike, but suddenly he felt someone's hot blood splashing near him. The man didn't understand what had happened at the time, as he didn't feel a new injury or anyone's scream, so he opened his eyes to see what had really happened. It was at that moment that he, the mighty warrior Kui Myung-dok, appeared before him, and with another movement of his hand, he was able to remove the head from the shoulders of the great monster. The monster's head fell down with a loud thud and rolled, moving further and further away from the body of the dead guard. That day, he first encountered the powerful Kui Myung-dok, who appeared unexpectedly and saved his life. The young warrior, who then did not know how to do what he can do now, looked with amazement at his hero and was amazed by his greatness and strength. And even now, with the time that has passed, he admires the power of the warrior Kui Myung-dok. The mighty warrior of the Namgun family stood before his opponent and held in his hands a fireball that was constantly increasing, the energy from which it was built, boiling within it like magma. Namgun Cho glared at the thin man and asked him if he even knew what all those who had fought with him in the war called that great warrior. Without taking his eyes off him, he said that everyone who met him only addressed him that way, calling him the ghostly mask of a loner, but he didn't react in any way. The internal energy accumulated in the hands of the great warrior Namgun Cho reached its maximum size, and he threw this fireball at the thin man, asking if he even understood how difficult it was to impersonate the famous Kui Myung-dok. Namgun Cho used one of his family's mysterious techniques, using the powerful sky and sun palm technique, but it didn't scare the stranger. Not every great warrior would dare to face such a powerful force and somehow counteract it. But Kui Myung-dok put his hand out in front of him and just lightly touched the fireball. From this slight touch, the bullet exploded on the spot, causing the ground to shake with a loud explosion, and a significant crater formed in its place. The great Namgun Cho was shocked. He couldn't believe that he was able to repel his attack so easily, and this only meant that the stranger greatly surpassed his own strength. Unexpectedly, he stopped and began to slowly untie the mask on the back of his head, saying that he had arrived here as a certain Kui Myung-dok. The thin man, who had been wearing a ghostly mask the whole time, was now slowly removing it, gradually revealing his face. Revealing his face, he up, saying that he had not come here as Kui Myung-dok at all, but as a teacher at Beck Academy on a family visit. Namgun Cho was shocked when he saw the real face hiding behind the ghostly mask. He imagined the stranger differently, but a pale and elongated face with dark circles under his eyes stared at him, and he wondered if he was really the fake Kui Myung-dok. Having clarified the situation and realizing that there was no longer any reason for a fight, they headed back to the settlement, where everyone was already asleep. The heroes returned to the Namgun family's house to discuss everything peacefully. The men sat down on the roof where they had recently met, and the owner of the house had a bottle of drink in his hands. Namgun Cho felt uncomfortable because he had greeted his guest so unceremoniously and was only treating him to this drink. However, Teacher Chi assured him that everything was fine, since he was giving him what he had asked for, and he didn't need anything more. The head of the Namgun family still looked at his interlocutor with distrust and wondered if the man was really the same Kui Myung-dok he remembered. There was doubt in his voice, as he remembered him as a handsome and muscular warrior. But he offered to continue the check if he didn't believe it. However, the great leader of the Namgun family rejected this idea, saying that he had seen enough of his fighting skills. But it continued to bother the man, so he raised an eyebrow skeptically and voiced his guesses that his memory might simply have deteriorated due to old age. Kui Myung-dok denied his assumption, saying that not much time had passed and he had difficulty accepting this, as he had nothing to appeal to. A heavy silence fell around them again, which was not disturbed by anything. It was already late at night, so there were no extraneous sounds. In the end, Namgun Cho spoke first, resigned and sad. He asked if he had come here to talk because of his youngest son. The pale-skinned man, with an expression that radiated complete seriousness, replied curtly that this was precisely the purpose of his visit. The great warrior Namgun Cho exhaled heavily, and taking the bottle he held in his hands, took a few deep sips. After that, he looked up at his interlocutor and asked what exactly he wanted to know about his youngest son. Now Kui Myung-dok took a bigger drink from his bottle before he began to speak. Tearing the neck of the bottle from his lips with a characteristic sound, he paused briefly before answering his agitated father. Looking him coldly in the eye, he spoke, hinting that he knew about the work he had done on the Namgun-mi tangent. An awkward silence once again arose between the heroes, during which nothing could be heard, as if they were the only ones left in this settlement. A moment later, the agitated Namgun Cho tried to stammer and speak, but he couldn't form words into intelligible sentences. Having mastered his emotions, the man said that he had given a third of his internal energy to divide his son's tangent into two parts. He said that in order to study the poison, he gathered all the strength and information that his family possessed, but he was unable to learn either the essence of the poison or the method of its neutralization. The father said that this was why he had pinned all his hopes on the Murim Alliance and on teacher Kui himself. But this answer did not surprise Kui Myung-dok, who had suspected such a possibility. The snake-class teacher sternly raised his eyebrows into a frowning face and ordered the boy to tell everything from the beginning to the end. This conversation was incredibly embarrassing for the agitated father, and therefore he periodically took deep sips of his drink, which he did not let go of his hands. Realizing the importance of this information, the man took a deep breath and told everything he knew in the order given, from the very beginning to the very end. After finishing his story, a concerned and loving Namgun Cho looked at his interlocutor and waited for his reaction. Kui Myung-dok did not interrupt him or react to his story in any way. The pale-skinned teacher only listened attentively to the agitated man. A moment later, the snake-class mentor confidently announced that he knew one way to defeat that energy in Namgung Mei's body. The leader of the Namgun family at first did not believe his ears. He was puzzled by such an answer, and he looked hopefully at his interlocutor. Namgun Cho impatiently asked Kui Myung-dok what this method might be, and suggested that he apply it to me as soon as possible. The pale-skinned teacher's face was concentrated and stern. He replied that this technique was called the Return of the Order of Origins. The answer he received puzzled Namgun Cho even more, as he had never heard of such a technique, no matter how much he searched for information about it. The excited father spoke up, saying that this was the first time he had heard of such a technique and wondering if Kui Myung-dok used it himself. The pale-skinned face seemed to turn even whiter from the man's concentration, and he revealed that this martial art technique belonged to the Dok clan, which he had created. Then he paused briefly, then lowered his voice and said that he wasn't confident in Namgung Mei's ability to learn it. The embarrassed father was worried about his son, but he did not dare to interrupt his interlocutor by asking him any questions that bothered him. And he, looking down at his feet, freely continued to say that from the very beginning he had not planned to pass on his techniques to the next generations. Moreover, I didn't even intend to teach them to anyone in such peaceful times as now. The great leader of the Namgun family, keeping his emotions under control, coldly began to say that he understood the difficulty of transmitting the martial arts techniques of the Dok clan. Closing his eyes, the man exhaled heavily, resigned to this situation, and said that precisely because of this, he could not insist on his son's education. But a moment later, Kui Myung-deok was surprised to see Namgung Cho bow down before him, speaking of his shame and apologizing. The embarrassed father, bowing before him, nevertheless asked the pale-skinned Kui Myung-dok to understand his fatherly feelings and emotions. Such words and unexpected behavior from the great warrior surprised the snake-class mentor, who looked at his interlocutor in amazement. Therefore, with a slight smile, he promised that he would consider the option of transferring his technique again after observing young Namgun Mi for a while. After that, the loving father sincerely thanked his son's teacher, and this was the only thing that could be heard throughout the quiet neighborhood, late at night. Then he looked at his powerful guest and asked about his recent words about peacetime. He took another sip from the bottle he was holding in his hands, and at that moment, Namgun Cho clarified whether he was referring to the moment of the disbandment of the Black Flower Group. Kui Myung-dok began to explain that their group had ceased operations about 5 years ago, and when the Back Academy was formed, they were disbanded altogether. The head of the Namgun family realized that the great warrior had not left the borders of the Marim Alliance during all this time, and a moment later he confirmed it. Such a short answer confused the man and prompted unpleasant thoughts. Teacher Kui Myung-dok rose to his feet and replied that he had heard what he had come here for, and therefore asked his interlocutor for permission to take his leave. He looked at the excited father with a smile and said that his son's training, for whom he was so worried, was not over yet. However, Namgun Cho suddenly stopped him, wondering if he would like to know why he called him the fake Kui Myung-deok the moment he met him. This confused the pale-skinned man. He felt that some secret truth was hidden behind these words, and therefore, with great attention, he began to listen to his interlocutor. The head of the Namgun family, with a certain mystery in his voice, reported that there have long been rumors about Kui Myung-dok punishing the world. The great warrior Namgun Cho told him that in fact most of the Safa forces were very wary of Kui Myung-dok. After a slight pause, he asked if the pale-skinned man thought this was rather strange. Looking straight into the eyes of the bewildered snake-class mentor, Namgun Cho continued to say that even though he did not leave the Murim Alliance, he existed outside of it. Such an unexpected, mysterious story alarmed the great Kui Myung-dok, and he listened attentively, without taking his eyes off his interlocutor, to his every word. Namgun Cho, with a stern look and a serious expression, announced that perhaps peacetime would come to an end very soon. Meanwhile, morning had come in the settlement where the snake class had stopped, along with the Sokam City Defense Corps. Namgung Mei finally opened his eyes. He was breathing heavily. Trying to concentrate his gaze, however, everything was floating before his eyes. The young man tried to get up, looking around curiously, as he didn't remember how he got here and didn't immediately understand where he was. Little by little, his consciousness returned to him, and as he examined his body, he realized that he had been treated, which meant that the teacher's assistant had managed to return. In an instant, the young man became incredibly nervous because he remembered his little friend, and there was only one thought in his head. Is everything okay with Jin Hyo? Namgun Mei began to slowly get to his feet, although his body was not entirely obedient and he felt very weak. But overcoming this heavy feeling within himself, the young man ran out of the room, opening the door wide and loudly calling out to Jin Hyo. The little boy was eating with his younger sister at that moment, and he looked back in confusion to see who was calling him. When their eyes met, they were both surprised and stared at each other silently, eyes wide and in disbelief. The children, with joyful cries, rushed to hug me and rejoice that he had finally opened his eyes, which meant that everything must be fine with him now. At their joyful shout, the rest of the students from the snake class quickly came running, along with their teacher, Yang Jun-hyuk. They were all extremely worried about him. The elder of the Kaban clan, who was nearby, stood in the shade under a tree, quietly watching them and not daring to approach the crowd. He wanted to talk to him and ask him a few important questions, but while there were so many people around the young man, he didn't want to approach him. After the students ran to him, they sat him down near the house to examine in detail all the injuries he had sustained. After examining the hand, In Ryong said that there were only minor scratches left, but there were no serious problems, and it would recover when it regained its internal energy. Assistant teacher Yang Jun-hyuk breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the young man was recovering well and was now out of danger. But he was very curious why he didn't use the signal fire he had left for him. Then all these injuries could have been avoided. The student looked at his teacher in embarrassment and shyly replied that the signal fire was destroyed by the mercenaries who attacked him and Jin Hyo. Yang Jun-hyuk exhaled heavily again, but he was glad that the boy was okay, so he announced that they would continue their journey tomorrow and sent the entire class to rest. Namgun-mi lay under a tree and meditated, listening to the rustling of leaves, feeling the gentle touch of the wind on his face, all the while thinking about Yogun-yeon. Finally, the young man realized that he did have real hope, as for the first time he truly felt that he had been able to become a warrior. Suddenly, his concentration on his inner feelings was interrupted by an unexpected visit from Moyeon-bo, who quietly crept up on him. The appearance of the ionic Moyeon-bo worried me a little, as he seemed to be under considerable tension, and his gaze expressed incomprehensible emotions. The young man was surprised after the man spoke, expressing his desire to ask him something, since Bo had never spoken to him first before. Nam-gung-mei looked at his classmate tensely and excitedly. He didn't know what to expect from this conversation. Looking at the son of the Moyeon family, he could only feel fear because of how sternly and fiercely the man looked at him, from top to bottom. His stern and frowning face with his eyebrows furrowed together, and that cold gaze made innocent me feel particularly uncomfortable. He looked nervously at his classmate and didn't understand what he could do and why he was looking at him as if he wanted to kill him. But Moyeon-bo suddenly, coldly, reached out to him, handing him his wooden sword, which had been lying in the clearing all this time, after the clash with the mercenaries. The youngest heir to the Namgun family looked at his hand in surprise and tried to understand why the boy had now brought his wooden weapon. He took it in his hands and still continued to ponder the purpose of this action, why his classmate was giving him a weapon that had been lying on the ground for a long time. A moment later, the sullen Moyeon-bo spoke coldly, continuing to stare at what he had been told about how the young man had fought with this weapon against the killers. The youngest Namgun was frightened by the voice with which he was addressed, and smiling nervously, he confirmed the fact that he had used a wooden sword in the duel. But then his gaze unexpectedly fell behind his classmate, looking at his weapon, which his teacher had given him before the journey began. He looked at the sword case in surprise, realizing that he only had 4 swords left, even though he had been given 10 from the very beginning. The young man from the large Moyeon family bit his lower lip, realizing how difficult it would be for him to ask the question that was bothering him the most right now. Finally, he dared to speak, wondering how he managed to fight with such a weak sword, since a wooden weapon could not withstand such strong energy. Nam-gung-mei was surprised that he would ask him such a question, and sat stunned, staring at him with wide eyes in surprise. The young man could not come to his senses for some time, looking at the tense figure of his classmate, who was holding out a wooden sword to him. The boy could not believe that the genius of the Moyeon family, Moyeon-bo himself, was interested, and asked him for advice about the duel. But upon realizing this, a slight smile appeared on his surprised face. They moved to another place, sitting under the shade of a large tree, and Nam-gung began to speak, answering questions. The young man easily told how he had been training all the time, and how he had come to this point, saying that during a head-on attack, he had also lost his sword, which had flown out of his hands. Focusing his attention, he explained that regulating internal energy would be the most important point, and the main thing was to act on the weapon with not much force. But suddenly he stopped talking, noticing that his classmate was no longer listening to him. He was completely immersed in his thoughts, repeating about regulating internal energy. Namgung Mei tried to get his attention, saying that this required maximum concentration, but the guy still didn't hear her. Then the young man finally realized that it was his story that had so greatly disturbed the young genius from the Moyan family. He realized that Bo had only used his Cheongan sword the entire time, and therefore there was no need to hold back, as a real blade could withstand his internal energy. I remembered the teacher's words before the trip, that to concentrate energy in the eyes, you need the ability to possess the smallest amount of energy, and it's not easy, but he managed to do it. Unlike Moyan Bo, he only needed to manage the excess of his internal energy, and for him this task was easier. Suddenly, the young man noticed with a sideways glance how young Bo gripped his wooden sword tighter in his hands, preparing for something. The prudent boy held it up in front of him, carefully examining every detail on it, concentrating on every scratch on the wooden blade. He closed his eyes, now concentrating on his inner energy, feeling it move through every cell of his being. The way he constructed himself on his wooden weapon surprised the youngest heir of the Namgun family, but I didn't even interfere, just watched him. Then his attention was drawn to the rest of the class, who were standing nearby, and he carefully studied the figure of each of his classmates. The young man watched as they diligently practiced in the clearing, trying to fine-tune their inner sense of the new weapon. Wang Pyo, a representative of the Shaolin Monastery, was practicing with his newly acquired nunchakus, which he could not control. Chegalmi was also completely focused, honing her skills in the Imgan technique using the Chukchi flute. And In Ryong, who was curiously studying her throwing knives, which she had never had the opportunity to use until now, except during training. Watching each one closely and seeing how hard they were training, the boy understood why Kui Myung-dok had done so. He realized that the reader, Kui, had given the snake class an assignment that would actually help fill in all the gaps in the skills of the students in his class. So the real goal of this training session that the mentor devised for them was to gain real-world experience in a fight and work on their mistakes. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a sharp sound coming from the side of him, resembling the sound of breaking wood, and he turned his head towards it in excitement. He was in for an unpleasant surprise, as this sharp sound turned out to be the sound of a wooden sword breaking in the hands of a classmate. Namgung Mei even turned a little pale looking at Mo Young Bo, who was also shocked by what happened and still hadn't let go of the shard from his hands. The youngest heir to the Namgun family was unpleasantly shocked and looked at young Bo in embarrassment, pitying his wooden sword, which he had practiced for so long. Suddenly, he silently turned away from the young man and reached for his case, in which he carried the metal swords that Teacher Chi had given him. He was tense and without saying a word, but simply grabbing the handle of one of them, the boy slowly began to take it out of the case. Moyon Bo turned back to him with a face that showed disappointment and embarrassment in front of his classmate from the unintentional harm he had caused. The son of the Moyan family bowed before me, apologizing for his actions and handing him one of his old metal blades in exchange for the broken weapon. The next day, everyone was in a hurry to get together, and young Mi also hurriedly put on his clothes over his bandaged body. He tried to cope as quickly as possible. Despite the pain from the sudden movements, the young man tucked the sleeves of his clothes so that they would not interfere with a possible duel. Namgun Mei understood that he wasn't fully recovered yet, but he couldn't let this trip be delayed for even one more day because of him. Hastily gathering himself, the young man took his new weapon in his hands and headed for the exit of the hospitable house that had been hosting him all this time. Quickly leaving, he resolutely headed towards the rest of his class, although he still didn't feel entirely confident on his feet. Going outside, he saw the entire trade crew of the City Defense Corps, with whom they had set out here from the very beginning, and made a decision for himself that he would definitely protect them. Suddenly, he was distracted from his own thoughts by someone's hoarse and elderly voice, urging the young man to be careful not to overdo it. Turning his head in the direction from which the words came, the young man was surprised to notice that the elder of the Kaban clan was sitting in front of him. The guy wanted to answer something but fell silent in surprise, remembering that it was this man who had saved him from the mercenary when he lost consciousness. The youngest heir of the Namgun family bowed gratefully before the elder, thanking him for saving him and politely introducing himself by name. However, Horsogol interrupted him, saying that this formality was not necessary and sent the boy to join the rest. The latter, thanking him sheepishly, promised to visit the elder after the campaign was over. And after saying goodbye, he turned sharply towards the rest of the crew and quickly ran to them to help pack their things before departure. Yang Jun-hyuk, turning his head at the sound of someone approaching, was surprised to see a student running towards them so quickly, being injured. He stopped me, looking at him and assessing him, and asked how he was feeling now, but the young man confidently replied that everything was fine. He was troubled by the realization that he had caused everyone trouble and injuries, and therefore decided to give his all on this journey, no matter what. The assistant teacher lined up all the students in the snake class in front of him, reminding them that safety must come first, even though their training takes place during a real fight. When the caravan left the settlement, all its inhabitants gathered to see the traders off, once again thanking their rescuers for saving the settlement. Jin-hyuk also watched them leave, happily shouting out a final invitation for them to definitely visit them again. The class members stood and watched them with a pleasant smile. They were pleased with the way people were showing them off. Namgun-mi was also pleased to hear thanks addressed to them, and in return they thanked the residents of the settlement for the warm welcome. Wang Ikhyun, sitting on his horse at the front of the entire caravan, with a smile ordered the entire crew to move forward. And they, heeding the order of the youngest foreman of the City Defense Corps, set off forward, each stepping next to his cart, and on their sides walked the students of the snake class, who watched over their safety in case the forest robbers suddenly wanted to attack them again. Suddenly, Wang Ikhyung turned to the assistant teacher who was walking next to him, wondering if the elder of the Kaban clan would still follow them. Yang Jun-hyuk slowly looked behind him, looking at the elder who had unexpectedly decided to go with them. Hor So-gol confidently followed them, noticing nothing, calmly picking his nose as if everything was as it should be. And he turned back, answering the youngest corps master, Sokum, that he did not know, because he did not understand the motives of the elder who was following them behind the entire column. Yang Jun-hyuk noted that the Kaban clan's headquarters was in the city of Tanjin, so they didn't need to be in the same place with him at all. But he, smiling cheerfully at such words, replied that the presence of the elder instilled in him a certain confidence and peace. Shigalmi continued to walk alongside the caravan and learn the techniques of wielding the chinchin that her mentor had left her for use in combat. No matter how hard she tried, she didn't get the effect she was hoping for, even though she thought mastering this technique would be much easier than it turned out to be. Suddenly behind her she heard quick footsteps, as if someone was running towards her. When she was about to look back, she saw that the elder of the Kaban clan was already standing next to her, who asked if she was training an imgan. But looking at him with disbelief, she told him that their fake teacher had ordered her to use this bamboo flute, and that he probably thought she wouldn't be able to master this technique. The old man, running his hand through his shaggy beard, replied that he was confident in her abilities, and that she would be able to do a great job. Looking him straight in the eye, she replied with complete smug confidence that it couldn't be otherwise. Hor So-gol, still scratching his beard, shocked her by saying that a smart child like her would be able to use the imgan freely in just 3 years. She looked at him in confusion and astonishment, asking him about the term he had said, and he added that such a technique could not be learned in 5 seconds. Looking at her, he added that not everything is so simple, and despite the ease of this technique, it takes a lot of practice to master it perfectly. The girl froze in place, not knowing what to answer because she hadn't thought about the fact that she would need a lot of practice to master the imgan. The elder asked if the girl had ever wondered why the class teacher had given her that particular flute. She answered in the negative, feeling uncomfortable because they had never really asked themselves such a question. Hor So-gol added that smart people often fall for their own tricks, and therefore she needs to look at the world more broadly. These words made the girl stop for a moment. Laughing, he moved forward, leaving the girl alone to ponder his words and why the teacher had given her such a weapon. And Shigalmi remained standing in the background, confused, deep in her own thoughts and gradually falling behind the caravan. Meanwhile, the trading crew of the City Defense Corps continued on their way, unaware of what was happening around them. In-ryong walked tensely near one of the loaded carts, listening to her own feelings that were giving her no peace. These inner feelings did not give her peace. An inner voice suggested something and made the girl feel quite anxious. Looking around, she finally realized that it was her inner voice that was telling her, feeling that a battle was happening somewhere near them right now. The elder of the Kaban clan looked at the young lady with interest, admiring and marveling at her wonderful inner feeling. And after that, his inner energy awakened, beginning to spread through every cell of the elder's body, who stared sternly ahead of him. He strained his vision, concentrating his inner energy only on his gaze in order to be able to see exactly what awaited them. Strengthened by the action of powerful internal energy, his gaze became sharper, and he headed to pass through the treetops, peering into the impending danger. Concentrating his vision more and more and moving further and further forward, through the branches and leaves, he finally noticed what young In-ryong could sense. He noticed that not far from them, a big duel was taking place between the pretty representatives of the Ami clan and the forest robbers. Clan Elder Kaban stood still for a moment, pondering aloud but quietly what he had seen, puzzled by the girl's appearance here. Wang Pyo happened to hear his thoughts and also stood there in confusion, mentally scrolling through the name of the Mi clan. The boy's mind drifted back into the depths of his memories, once again finding himself near his native Shaolin temple, the monastery in which he grew up. He remembered a specific day, the one when he was sweeping the monastery courtyard freely, unsuspecting of anything, completely mentally within himself. But he was suddenly pulled out of his thoughts by an unexpected noise that began to come from behind him, growing louder and louder. He turned his head back curiously to understand where the incomprehensible sounds that had distracted him from his work and his own thoughts were coming from. The monastery student then noticed his peers climbing the wall and peering over it, trying to see something there. He was 6 years old at the time and was puzzled that something could interest his fellow ministers so much. He was an unusually aware young man and did not believe that Buddhist disciples could show so much interest in the mortal world. Little Wang Pyo looked at his peers with difficulty, sighing sadly, considering the students as weak and pitiful. The conscious student continued to sweep calmly, oblivious to the noise from his peers and uninterested in what had caught their attention. Gradually, he again became more and more immersed in his own reflections and literally meditated while doing the work that the temple mentors gave him. At this moment, when he suspected nothing and continued to carry out his task, he felt someone approaching him. Looking back, little Wang Pyo noticed behind him the head of the Ami clan, He Gyo. She smiled sweetly and turned to him, apologizing for interrupting her sweeping. That woman was incredibly sweet and kind, and he remembered her beautiful features well, even though he had seen them only once. The young man remembered how terribly embarrassed he had been when he met them, and how much he had blushed when he looked at their beautiful faces. At that moment, being so bewildered by their beauty, little Wang Pyo was not immediately able to respond to her request. But a moment later, having regained consciousness, he respectfully bowed to her, apologizing and letting them pass by. The girls quickly walked past him, smiling sweetly, seeing how much they had made the guy feel embarrassed upon meeting them. Continuing to respectfully bow and blush as he let them pass, he mentally noted that the girls gave off an incredibly pleasant scent. After they arrived, he slowly straightened up, feeling overwhelmed by such an unexpected encounter with them. This was his first and only encounter with the Ami clan, and he stood for a long time staring at their disappearing trail as they passed him. The young man quickly wrote the name of the clan on his scroll. He was so deeply immersed in his own memories that he felt as if he were reliving that unexpected meeting. He tried his best to get the attention of Namgung Mei, who was walking nearby, trying to warn him by pointing at the sign. However, he looked at him in confusion and did not understand what exactly he wanted to say by writing only one clan name on his scroll. And he continues to write, explaining that if the students of the Ami clan are ahead, then this can only mean one thing: they are from the rabbit class. He emotionally continued to write, saying that the clan with the skin the color of milk, and he heard that they were sent to the rabbit class as support from the Murim alliance. This time his face was red with suppressed emotions. He probably regretted for the first time that because of the vow, he could not speak. But Namgun Mi still didn't understand what that was leading to and only replied briefly, bewildered, that everyone knew that the Ami clan consisted exclusively of women. Wang Pyo, indignant, unable to restrain the flurry of his own emotions, slapped the young man on the cheek, writing that he was a complete fool. He continued writing irritably, wondering how a young man could be interested in the opinion of Buddhist monks, pointing out that it was the Ami clan itself, who were called the secret flower of Zhongyuan. Young Mi looked nervously at his angry classmate, thinking that he had this character from the very beginning, since the basic principle of the Shaolin Temple is ataraxia. And Ryong continued to concentrate on her own quite strong feelings, which now literally captured her head. The girl felt confused that they were getting closer and closer to them, which meant that they would soon meet them. Suddenly, she screamed sharply and loudly, drawing the attention of everyone in the caravan in the snake class to look up. Raising her head up, she noticed 2 forest robbers above her, who appeared a moment later and attacked a beautiful young lady. At that moment, all the students in the class raised their gazes upwards, frozen in place and watching the unexpected appearance. Namgung Mi looked up in confusion, finally understanding what Wang Pyo was trying to explain to him, who at that moment quickly wrote a request to save the girl. The forest robbers landed heavily on the ground not far from the caravan. At that moment, as opposed to them, opposite the robbers, the girl who was running away from them gracefully and quietly dropped to the ground. The forest robbers pursuing her stood menacingly opposite, never taking their eyes off her, brandishing their weapons, holding large, broad swords in their hands. The young lady, dressed all in white with her face hidden, calmly watched the criminals, holding a small sword at the ready in her hands. The villains mocked the young lady, asking if she was trembling with fear because she had been separated from her admirers. However, the woman, whose face was hidden behind the shadow of a large hat and a veil that fluttered in the wind, made no response to their provocations. But the robbers did not calm down and continued to mock, humiliating the girl, saying that they would leave her alive if she agreed to offer them a drink. The young lady, with her face hidden, sternly and confidently replied that not only did they look disgusting, but they also had bad mouths. And with great ferocity, they pounced on the impudent girl, demanding that she show her face to them. At this moment, a multitude of sparks appeared between them, from the collision of the metal blades of the sword during the duel. The men continued to attack the unfortunate woman, but she skillfully blocked all their attacks, despite the numerical superiority. She continued to fight desperately, but unexpectedly noticed that the cold blade of her opponent's sword was approaching her face. And at that moment, they struck a decisive blow which she did not have time to block. The man who managed to hit her smiled cruelly with a smug face and looked at her, incredibly anticipating the outcome of his attack. The torn veil instantly fell to the ground and exposed the face of the woman fleeing from them. However, at that very moment, she covered her face with her hand, rudely addressing her attackers, wondering how they could mock a lady. But a minute later, the hands dropped, revealing the face and shocking everyone around with what had been hidden. It turned out that the face of a stocky man was hidden behind the veil, Yu-Ah-Rin of the Ami clan and the rabbit class, threatening not to forgive the robbers. Her face was manlike, stern, and terrifying. With its rough appearance, she glared angrily at the villains as if she were ready to kill them. The forest robbers were shocked by such a surprise and looked with incomprehension at how they considered the man who had been hiding behind a female image all this time. Moyan Bo, who was raised as a true noble knight, was ready to rush to save the damsel in distress, but such a reason also shocked him incredibly. Namgung Mei's eyes widened in surprise, looking in front of him and not believing what he saw as it seemed impossible. Suddenly, young Mi heard someone's voice behind him. Emotionally expressing surprise, he turned his head sharply to see who it was. The unfamiliar voice, which he had never heard before, turned out to belong to Wang Pyo, who had been silent all this time until that moment. The Buddhist disciple was incredibly shocked to see how he considered the man from the Ami clan. Having broken his vow, he tightly covered his mouth and thought only of one thing: was this really the end? One of the brazen forest robbers spat on the ground in frustration and disgust at the one who was under the veil. He said with contempt and disgust that he expected to see the young lady's beautiful face under the veil, but his body was the same, because it turned out to be some kind of transvestite. These words and the humiliation of calling the young lady a transvestite incredibly outraged the girl, who knew perfectly well that she was not as pretty as the rest of her clan. She glared at them and gripped the weapon tightly in her hand, her fists shaking with anger and resentment at the insolent men. A moment later, her body was filled with a strong energy that burned in her eyes, and she replied in a furious, rough voice that they all faced a terrible death sentence. Suddenly, a boy appeared in front of the angry and stocky woman, standing bravely covering her body with himself. He held a sword in his hand and bravely addressed the forest robbers, declaring that they had no right to speak to a lady in that way. Yu-Ah-Rin was pleasantly surprised by this act and even blushed with shyness, looking at her defender's back. She couldn't believe that this boy had done such a thing for her, and even addressed her as if she were a woman, even though none of the strangers who had seen her face had done such a thing before. Although Namgun Mi said this, he was only guided by the words the girl had said before, but he himself doubted the truth of this statement. The man who was obviously the leader of the forest robbers looked in surprise at the young man who dared to contradict him and go against them, when suddenly he was tapped on the shoulder. The companion, wishing to attract the attention of his leader, carefully leaned over his ear, whispering something, so quietly that only he could hear. He was surprised to hear the thing his brother was drawing attention to, since he had not noticed it on his own. But now, looking in the direction the other forest robber was pointing, he saw a considerable number of people guarding their carts. Focusing his gaze on the carts, he noticed that they were filled to the brim, meaning they contained many valuable items. A villainous smile appeared on the faces of the forest robbers, which obviously did not mean anything good for the travelers. He, with a premonition of profit, declared that because of that transvestite, he had lost his temper, but now a bigger prey appeared before him, and therefore they should give up all the good and disappear from his sight. Namgung Ma grimaced in frustration and nervousness, realizing that everything had not gone the way he had hoped. He brought his sword in front of him, mentally preparing for an attack that would now obviously be impossible to avoid. and the blade of the weapon began to flicker faintly with energy. However, unexpectedly, another figure appeared before him, placing a cruel hand on his weapon, stopping the young man's attack. The youngest heir to the Namgun family stared blankly at the healthy silhouette in front of him, completely covering him. The young lady he was going to protect stepped forward, but she didn't let him do it, shyly covering the guy with herself. But she was definitely twice as big as him, and blushing, returned the look from Mi's face, telling him to step aside as it was dangerous. The stranger stared sternly ahead, destroying with her cold gaze the forest robbers who dared to insult her. Namgung Mei continued to stand frozen in place, not moving at all. He did not understand anything and felt completely stunned. Suddenly, something surprised Yu Rin even more. She noticed how the guy who came out, covering her with himself, was trembling. She tried to understand if he was scared. Assessing the young man's figure as she passed him, she realized that his internal energy was unstable, and it looked like he had been injured. The stranger tried with all her might to understand why he had stepped forward so abruptly and desperately, covering her with himself. She could not believe that he wanted to protect her. And at that moment, the stocky Dane plunged into her own memories, recalling the moment when she was a small and pretty girl. She was a completely carefree child and could calmly look at everyone and observe everyone who was close to her. The woman remembered one of those days when, at the age of 5, she sat carefree on the porch of her house and watched people passing by. Many men of all ages passed by her, sometimes in the company of women, whom she could observe, but who did not notice her at all. And at that moment, when she was staring confusedly into every face of a man who passed by, a familiar voice suddenly called out to her. The native voice that spoke to her said that she had had enough of sitting outside and called her to go back inside the house. There was nothing to do. The girl could not disobey and therefore slowly began to rise from her place. She turned around sadly and headed towards her house, going inside, completely absorbed in thoughts of her own. The owner of the voice was standing in the kitchen and with sharp movements cut a piece of meat lying on a wooden board, addressing the girl. She asked why the one who would soon join the Ami clan was sitting confused on the street. At that moment, Yu Rin did not look away from her, but the woman sent her to pack her things. 5-year-old A Rin turned to the woman who had invited her in with a sad voice and asked her where her father had gone. But upon hearing her daughter's question, she abruptly stopped cutting the meat and plunged the blade of her large knife deep into the wooden board. It was Yu Yang-jong, the girl's mother, whose family belonged to the followers of the Ami clan, who looked sternly at the child, saying that she had once again let the nannies go. Her mother was also no small woman with a physique that could rival any man. She squatted down sharply in front of her, looking straight into her eyes. And this stocky woman placed her large hands on the little girl's shoulders, drawing the attention of her upset daughter. Her face was stern, and there was not a drop of kindness visible on it. Only her eyes radiated some kind of concern, and she wondered if Rin remembered her words. And on the unfortunate girl's face appeared a dark sadness, and the imprint of those words that she constantly heard about all kinds of men. The daughter, like a rhyme, repeated her mother's words, which she remembered forever, saying that men are fearful people, who are weak before the strong and strong before the weak. Yu Youngjun reiterated her opinion about men, clarifying that this is exactly how her father was, and saying that because of this, her daughter should become stronger on her own. Yu Rin looked at her mother, memorizing every curve of muscle on her body, her broad and strong abs bulging from under her clothes, her always strong arms, which were definitely bigger than many of the men's, and the veins that always showed through the taut muscles. She closely watched and studied her mother's physique, forever remembering it, and setting a goal to become like her, since her mother constantly taught her so. That day, she dared to ask an unexpected question, wondering if there were men who were weak but did not yield to the strong. The mother looked the girl up and down, thinking about her words, her face showing confusion as she didn't know how to respond. And yet, she finally found the word she needed and gently lifted her daughter's chin up, directing her gaze to her. The stocky woman, looking straight into the little girl's eyes, said that if she met such a man in her life, she should make him her own. Yu Rin had been thinking about this since the moment she stepped forward, standing in front of the unknown boy and stopping his attack. She felt confused and emotional as she left, covering up for the one who wanted to protect her despite the odds against her opponents. Her face became more and more red, and she felt even more ashamed thinking about it. But she asked the young man to step aside, warning him of the danger. But he didn't immediately understand her actions and looked at the girl in surprise, arching his eyebrows skeptically, who obviously didn't need protection. And the young lady, looking up and down at the boy who wanted to protect her, gestured for him to leave, saying that he could handle it on his own. Suddenly, the forest robbers pounced on her, attacking from above and mocking her, wondering where she had turned her gaze. Suddenly, Namgung Mei was surprised to notice another detail that unpleasantly shocked him, and he held his breath waiting for them to appear. In an instant, vague silhouettes appeared from behind the bushes, moving quickly, jumping out so abruptly and unexpectedly, as if they had emerged from the ground. They were another group of forest robbers who decided to join their leader's attack on a trade caravan that met them on their way. The youngest master of the city defense corps, along with his men, were frightened by such a sudden appearance of robbers above their heads. The assistant teacher, Yang Jun-hyuk, stepped forward, loudly and clearly ordering his snake class to prepare for the duel. The students reacted instantly, and Moyanbo prepared himself, although he still felt a certain uncertainty in his actions due to the failures that had befallen him earlier. Chigalmi also stepped forward with full combat readiness, drawing her chuk-chak, although she understood that her technique was not yet perfect. The timid In-ryong felt a little uncomfortable, but she took out her throwing knives, holding them in her hand, for this would be her first real fight. Moyanbo slowly reached behind him, taking out an old sword from its sheath that he had recently been carrying with him at all times. He sharply threw his hand forward, blocking the attack of the robber who rushed at him with a drawn sword, aiming straight for his head. His gaze was focused only on the blade of the old blade he had received as a test from his teacher. Looking at the small cracks that had appeared on him, he remembered Namgung Mei's words, who had shared with him his way of fighting, saying that it was necessary to control one's inner energy. He held back the attacker's attacks, continuing to think about it and realizing that Mi's advice didn't suit him. He wouldn't be able to use just a small amount of energy. And at that moment, when he saw the cracks on his old metal sword growing, the boy made a decision for himself. He pushed the attacker's weapon away with all his might and threw his old blade up the mountain so that it remained within reach. The forest robber did not understand at all why his opponent did this, but this did not stop the man, and he swung even harder before attacking. Tossing his previous blade into the air, Moyanbo quickly reached into the wooden case, pulling out another sword. He moved quite quickly, his weapon at the ready to strike back at the villain. The young man struck the enemy and chose a different method for himself. He decided to change the weapon until it broke. After the blow, he threw the sword up again so that it was close to him. His eyes burned with warlike fire, and he reached again for the next blade that was in his wooden case behind his back. The forest robber shouted at the young man in surprise and indignation, calling him completely defeated. He did not understand why he was changing weapons every time. Furious, he pounced on him, swinging his sword once more for the next attack and calling the boy a fly. But he was fast enough to stop the robber's attack, knocking his weapon back. With each successive blow, Moyanbo would throw his blade up and replace it with another one, which was always in the air next to him. And this happened so quickly and so many times that even the young man's silhouette was blurred from his sudden movements during the fight. He juggled them like a true acrobat, confusing his attacker, while his eyes continued to burn with righteous anger. And so, once again replacing his sword, he summoned internal energy that slowly spread through his body, all the way to the tip of the weapon. Enveloped in his own strength, he pounced on his opponent, wanting to deliver the final blow that would be decisive in this duel. As he struck, he used his destruction form sword technique with a devastating bolt of lightning. Having shot the robber right in the shoulder and realizing that the sword had withstood his internal energy, the young man realized that he had finally found his own path. Meanwhile, Chigal Mi was attacked simultaneously by two villains, whose attack she wanted to stop with the help of the chuk-chak that teacher Chi gave her. But the girl was well aware that with her current Imgan technique skills, she could only push the enemy back. The student began to think about why teacher Kui Myung-dok had given the chuk-chak. And suddenly remembering the elder's advice about thinking more broadly, she finally noticed one detail. She noticed something she had never paid attention to before, suddenly realizing that she was holding an unusual chuk-chak in her hands, but in fact it was a hiccup. This is the name of the flute, which was made from black bamboo, which in fact rarely grows, and only in the depths of Amy Mountain. Due to its elasticity and steel-like strength, the kickchuk is extremely rare and is an incredibly valuable weapon. The rebellious young lady was extremely surprised to realize what a valuable thing she had in her hands, as she had always thought that her weapon was ordinary and only painted black. She squeezed it tighter in her hands, bitterly realizing that up until that moment, she had been thinking extremely narrowly. And now she ignited with her inner energy as if a fire had broken out, holding her flute at the ready for the coming attack. The forest robbers had already approached her and did not expect to see what this arrogant girl was capable of. Shigal Mi sharply swung the flute she held in her hands and struck at her opponents, knocking two men to their feet in an instant. The girl was extremely happy to realize that the weapon her mentor had given her could also be used in this way. Meanwhile, Ryong, who had never participated in real fights until that point, stood timidly, holding throwing knives in her hands. The hesitant student realized with disappointment that her skills with the Amga, a weapon for secret attacks, were still not perfect. Therefore, she chose a slightly different technique for herself, placing her energy around herself like a trap in order to be able to predict the enemy's behavior and attack. At that very moment, the girl felt that someone had already fallen into her trap and that one of the burly forest robbers was approaching her, looking at her fiercely. Without thinking, she threw the knives she had always kept ready in her hands, aiming at the enemy who was rapidly approaching her. And her weapon hit its target accurately, inflicting deep wounds on the enemy that began to bleed and pushing him back. The outraged forest robber glared at the student and shouted indignantly, addressing her in disbelief that she had decided to use the Amgus against him. At that moment, he abruptly closed his mouth, realizing that it was dangerous for him to deny anything to the nurse as she threw another knife, leaving a cut on his cheek. He just cursed softly, while the snake class student, satisfied with her work, stood looking straight ahead, straight at the robber's confused face. But there were quite a few robbers, and they continued to attack from different directions, attacking one by one. This time, two of them were rapidly heading towards Wang Pyo, who had his back to them, and one of them ordered them to attack him, calling him a fat man. He continued to stand with his back to the enemies, unaware of their approach, as he was completely immersed in his own thoughts. The young man stood there in confusion, wondering if the girl from the Ami clan was really there, not believing that such a situation could be real, even though the enemy was already close. The weapon of the forest robber, which the young Buddhist did not notice, was already quite close to the head of the bewildered disciple. But suddenly, in an instant, the attack of the insidious scoundrel was repelled, blocking the tip of the spear with which he attacked. The robber was amazed at the speed of the movements and could not believe that his attack had been stopped, even though he was so close to his goal that it seemed impossible to stop him. Wang Pyo snapped back to reality, sensing danger, and using his nunchuck, he was able to block the enemy's attack. His expression was as frightening as he had ever seen it before, and the student was furious that he had been so unceremoniously distracted. He moved quickly enough, delivering another blow to his opponent, striking one end of his weapon directly into the stocky man's chin. Wang Pyo was mad with rage and easily dealt with two attackers who were cunningly trying to attack him from behind. The expressions on the young man's face were terrifying, and the young Buddhist suddenly decided that he would disregard the Pulsal Monastery's rule that forbade killing, threatening the freaks with death. Nam Gung Mei watched all this in amazement, still not moving, as he intended to protect the girl who was being pursued, but she obviously didn't need it. He just had time to notice two brazen robbers preparing to attack the rabbit class student, mocking her. And a moment after the words were spoken insolently, she burst into flames with her inner energy, which flew away from her in bright sparks in different directions. The girl unexpectedly found herself next to the villains and easily overcame them, delivering powerful blows and scattering them away from her. The youngest heir to the Namgun family stood frozen in amazement as she moved so quickly that he didn't even have time to notice anything. Turning towards the confused boy, she was still burning with anger, radiating her inner energy, saying that she had used the Ami clan's technique. The faces of the robbers who attacked her were incredibly battered. Their features changed from the swelling that had formed, and they could only moan, and one barely uttered a word calling for his mother. Mei was amazed and couldn't believe that a student from the rabbit class was able to beat the attackers with just one fist without using her sword. After making sure that the forest robbers couldn't get up, the stocky girl turned around and headed towards the boy. She came close to him, looking him up and down, and the young man felt embarrassed, realizing how much stronger and bigger she was than him. The unexpected girl, looking straight into his eyes, turned to him, asking the Sokop, the young warrior, to tell her his name. For a moment, Namgun Mi was confused, looking at the stocky young lady who, blushing with shyness, turned to him. When he came to, he stammered in embarrassment and hurried to tell the girl his name, introducing himself as Namgun Mi. She respectfully folded her hands in front of her and shyly repeated his name, emphasizing that he was the heir to the Namgun family, and in response, introduced herself once again. Wanting to escape, he began to speak awkwardly, looking at the representative of the Ami clan, addressing her by name and noting that she was not injured anywhere. The young heir to the Namgun family imperceptibly squinted his gaze to the side, watching the classroom that was not far from him. He saw them fighting the bandits, defending the city defense corps, while the teacher just watched them without intervening. So the young man decided to take advantage of this, saying that his comrades were still in the fight, and therefore he should go to their aid. And without waiting for an answer from the student of the rabbit class, he quickly ran away from her, heading to his own class to help them. Yu Arin silently followed the boy who had touched her with her gaze, watching him gradually move away from her. The girl stood there, shy and smiling slightly, looking at me. She mentally said goodbye to him, addressing him as if he were her husband, since she had already decided everything for herself. The youngest heir of the Namgun family ran as fast as he could, afraid of being late for his classmates. The young warrior looked ahead, ready for a duel. He held his old sword, which he had received from Moyon Bo, ready in his hands. And then, unexpectedly, a robber appeared in front of him, running at him, waving his claw and attacking the snake class student. However, he was able to skillfully dodge the unexpected attack, jumping up and twisting over his opponent to take an advantageous position for the fight. Namgun Mei summoned his inner energy again using Yogunyon. His old metal blade, which he held tightly in his hands, burst into bright fire, and he attacked his attacker with ease, wounding him with his weapon so quickly that he didn't even have time to react to the attack. The eyes of the youngest heir to the Namgun family also lit up with that inner fire that testified to his incredible strength. He stopped, looking at the robber who remained motionless behind him, and realized that he had finally realized the essence of his inner energy. The young man stared frozen ahead at Moyon Bo, who was moving incredibly fast and doing a great job after discovering his own technique. He looked away, looking at Chigal Mi, who had also finally realized how to win a duel using her flute. The boy looked at Wang Pyo with fear, who was beside himself because he understood that he was betraying his own promise, but he was perfectly capable of using the nunchaku. And on the other side was Inryong, who, fascinated with her skill and skillfully threw knives at enemies. The youngest heir to the Namgun family stood there, mesmerized, watching his skilled classmates. He realized with regret that he still needed to work to achieve the skill of his classmates that he saw. However, the young man resolutely clenched his hands into fists, tightly gripping his weapon, because he understood that now this was not a sentence for him at all. His face was stern and full of strength, because he knew that now they saw hope in him too, and that was why he was not going to give up. The assistant teacher, Yang Jun-hyuk, watched his students closely, assessing their movements and how they used their weapons. The mighty warrior saw that the snake class was now using their new weapon much better compared to last time, and so they realized how to use it. A moment later, they tied the hands of the last forest robber attacking them, capturing him completely and completely. They put all the robbers in a pile and stood in front of them, looking proudly ahead. Young Jun-hyuk, with a smile and warmth in his eyes, addressed the snake class, saying that they had done a great job in this duel. He looked at them with pride, and they rejoiced at the praise they had heard. It was pleasant for them to hear praise from the lips of such a strong warrior. Wang Pyo stood and cried with emotion. The youngest master of the city defense corps thanked them and said that these young warriors were so great that Zhengfa expected a bright future. Yang Jun-hyuk reciprocated, as such praise signified his quality work, but noted that the students still had a lot to learn. He slowly looked away, glancing out of the corner of his eye, and realizing that there was one more thing left that needed to be finished now. The teacher of the snake class turned to the girl who was being chased by forest robbers and asked if she really belonged to the rabbit class. The girl also respectfully and welcomingly folded her hands in front of him, answered his questions in the affirmative, and introduced herself, giving her name. The assistant teacher of the snake class approached the girl who suddenly appeared on their path, folded her arms across her chest, and asked her to explain what had happened. Yu Ah-rin said that when they were accompanying the elder of the Huayang clan, they were unexpectedly attacked by forest robbers, and during the fight she became separated from the class. Yang Jun-hyuk, realizing that it couldn't be left like this, said that it would be necessary to find the rabbits class first and asked who their mentor was. She instantly became more serious and a shadow fell on her face. The girl began to slowly say who their teacher was, but she didn't finish. Their conversation was unexpectedly interrupted by a sudden gentle laugh that came from above their heads, and they instantly raised their eyes, looking upwards. A soft pink fabric appeared before them, fluttering smoothly in the air above their heads. And a moment later, they noticed a beautiful girl coming down to them in her pink dress, the loose flaps of which fluttered around her like wings. Yang Jun-hyuk stared up in fascination at the pretty young lady who suddenly appeared out of nowhere and couldn't take his eyes off her. The elder of the Kaban clan reacted to her appearance with coldness and complete impassiveness, only saying that this cunning girl was the mentor. The charming young lady gently descended to the ground, standing on her feet, and the snake class teacher realized that she was a descendant of the Ong family of Chenzhou, a city in Hunan province. He remembered that her name was Ong Yanhui, nicknamed the beautiful maiden soaring in the sky, and she spoke up after noticing where her student was. The maiden turned to Arin, wondering if she even knew how long she had been looking for her, and she bowed to her, apologizing for straying from the class. Ong Yo-wee looked sternly at the innocent student, saying that her manners were present, but her gentle voice was quite cold and dangerous. The rabbit's class teacher looked dangerous, and she smoothly, as if preparing for an attack, said that her manners didn't matter. The beautiful maiden's gaze instantly changed, and with eyes burning with a foreboding of pleasure, she said that she must be punished. Suddenly, a hand touched her shoulder, distracting the rabbit's class teacher from the student, who was standing to the side, dazed. Looking around, she noticed the snake class vice president addressing her, asking her to punish Ah-Rin after she returned to Peck Academy, not now. Her expression instantly changed, and she quickly turned fully towards him, frowning and intimidating with her gaze. He stepped back a little, froze in place, and watched her in amazement. She threw herself into his arms, saying that he had a stern look that frightened her, and turning to him, as to the ghost of a small sword, asked if he was going to punish her. Yang Jun-hyuk, embarrassed and a little indignant, asked what she was doing, but the girl only pressed herself closer to his chest. Elder whore. So-gol calmly replied that it was precisely this treachery that he had warned them about. At that moment, the heroes did not even suspect that they were being watched. Well disguised, one of the mercenaries stood behind a tree and watched them, his gaze showing hatred for the Sockham City Defense Corps. The green attire chosen by the mercenaries helped them hide behind the leaves of trees and bushes at a distance from their victim. The man watching them saw everything he needed to and abruptly turned in the opposite direction. He raced silently with all his might along the forest road, heading away from the snake class and their teacher. The man quickly found himself near his base where he and the rest were hiding from prying eyes. He headed towards the main headquarters, opening the stained glass doors and slowly walking inside to the hall beyond. The man whose face was hidden knelt before the one sitting there, saying that he had come here to report his observations. And the leader of the hired assassins, sitting on a huge chair that resembled a throne, looked at his subordinate, curious about how the circumstances were developing. The mercenary, kneeling, barely raising his eyes, said that they had bribed forest robbers to attack everyone who passed by, and that's how they found the Sockham Corps. This answer incredibly pleased the leader, and laughing, he began to say that they could not go far, but since Elder Kaban was with them, it was necessary to pursue them carefully. At that moment, while they were talking, a white dove flew into the window, and they understood perfectly well what it meant. The bird sat on his hand, and a small roll of paper was tied to its paw. They used the pigeon to communicate with the customer. The subordinate mercenary reported everything he saw and remained silent, waiting for orders from the leader. The leader of the gang of hired killers unfolded the paper that was tied to the bird's leg and carefully read the contents of the message. The man looked at the paper in surprise. He was shocked by what he read in the letter the bird brought. The unfolded paper clearly stated that the hired killers had received permission. He couldn't believe that they had finally received permission, so he reread the message again, peering at the writing on the paper. The head of the hired killers instantly began tearing the piece of paper into small pieces to destroy any traces of communication with the customer. Looking at the small pieces of paper flying from his hands, he ordered the plan to move forward and begin acting tonight. The mercenaries emerged from the shadows and lined up on either side of him, each one hearing the leader's order. Their eyes burned with the desire to avenge those who died pursuing the Sockham City Defense Corps. The killers had been waiting for permission for a long time, and now they finally received it, so their faces expressed complete readiness to attack. The gang leader slowly reached into his bosom, carefully taking something out. He took out the same small box that had caused so much confusion in the Sockham Corps and showed it to the rest of his subordinates. He showed it, tightly squeezing the box in his fingers, saying that thanks to it, this time they would be able to tear everyone to pieces, including the Sockham Defense Corps. And most importantly, thanks to this thing, they will be able to take revenge and destroy that little boy who opposed them in the settlement. Meanwhile, in the forest clearing where the Sockham City Defense Corps had stopped, along with the students of the snake class, nothing had changed. Teacher An was still hugging Jun-hyuk. He blushed and tried to somehow stop the rabbit's class teacher, asking her to move away from him a little. Everyone present felt awkward, surprised that the warrior could be shy. Suddenly they heard voices calling for the class teacher and Arin. Namgung-mei began to listen to understand what the sounds were. Yu Arin, who was standing quietly behind him, confidently said that it was her sisters who were looking for them. Mei turned to her, looking her in the eye, and asking if she meant the rest of the rabbit class. But the girl blushed and turned away, embarrassed, confirming his guesses. The Buddhist disciple was incredibly interested when he heard that the rest of the rabbit class, who belonged to the Mi clan, were about to appear. He jumped up in joy, thinking that only Ryan was wrong, and the rest who appeared would be as he remembered them. At that moment, as the monastery representative was dreamily reminiscing, he heard a new female voice behind him and realized that they had already arrived. The young Buddhist turned around in an instant, in a joyful anticipation of the meeting, expressing with his gaze the hope of meeting the beautiful young ladies. The students of the rabbit class ran as fast as they could to meet their lost sister from the Mi clan. They were just as stocky and incredibly happy to meet Rin and approached with joyful exclamations, wanting to hug her. Seeing their rough features, Wang Pyo turned pale. He was disappointed and shocked, and his dreams were shattered. He stood frozen in place and did not move. It seemed he did not even breathe, and the girls rushed past him, not noticing his surprise. The Buddhist disciple stood stunned and could not believe what he was seeing with his own eyes. He did not understand what was happening and why his expectations had not been met. The young man cursed and lost consciousness from frustration, collapsing to the ground in the same frozen position he had been standing, while Mi ran towards him excitedly. Of the 12 classes at the Peck Military Academy, the only rabbit class that gathered members of the isolated Mi clan. Among them, Rin stood out the most, who is rumored to be the future head of the clan located in Sichuan province, as she has a good reputation there. Also, Aryun is known for her brave character and caring. She is a girl who always helps the weak. She is highly respected in the clan and is considered the flower of Amy, who receives love from everyone. The elder of the Kebon clan, talking about Rin, emphasized that it is precisely because of this that she is called the Noble Maiden of Love. The snake class listened in amazement to the story of the stranger who was being chased by robbers. Wang Pyo still couldn't come to his senses and didn't believe his story. Namgung Mei looked towards the girls and considered what he had heard, as it turned out that Sister Rin was truly an outstanding person. He saw the rabbit class taking care of the elderly man, and especially Rin, who came over to him, covering him with a blanket. She hung over him with concern, throwing a warm blanket over his shoulders, saying that the night must be cold, and that the man thanked her for her kindness. Suddenly, Sister Rin looked in his direction and was surprised to notice the look on her face. She watched the class of snakes sitting near Elder Kabanu and was surprised that Mei was looking in her direction, oblivious to Wang Pyo's intense gaze. The girl took this as a sign of attention and felt embarrassed, thinking about why the heir to the Namgun family was looking at her. Horso Gul watched the Buddhist disciple, who still couldn't shake off the shock and was muttering under his breath. Suddenly he became angry and indignantly exclaimed that he was talking complete nonsense, since the noble maiden love could not have such a face, and it was a complete lie. He was overwhelmed with emotion and jumped up, indignant that the Ami clan that he knew and had met before was not like that at all. The elder of the Kaban clan did not like the young man's behavior and quickly put him in his place, hitting him on the head with his cane. The man, surprised and even more indignant, began to argue using obscene language, demanding that the old man not beat him. Horso Gul got angry and yelled at him, remarking that Shaolin Temple students shouldn't grind their tongues so much. He reminded the student that he had taken a vow of silence, saying that he now understood why he had been given such a task in the first place. And he, realizing that he had made a mistake, got a little nervous and, looking away, replied that his guesses were wrong. And the rest of the students from the snake class looked at him in surprise. Realizing that it was true, Mi and Bo were outraged by their classmates' behavior, and Mi was simply shocked. The echoes of Wang Pyo's screams reached the rabbit class, who were sitting at a distance from them and talking about their own business. Rin shared with her classmates the story of meeting Namgun Mei, who was ready to protect her from robbers, and they were moved by what they heard. They sighed and said that it sounded very romantic, but she, embarrassed, denied them, saying that they were in a fever, and in general, it was only their first meeting. One of the stocky girls, looking her in the eye, turned to her, wondering if she really believed that the young man was her true destiny. Rin thought for a moment, but she remembered her mother's instructions perfectly and was therefore absolutely sure of her answer. Clenching her hand into a fist, she firmly declared that even if fate were against her and hindered her, the girl would destroy all obstacles in her path. Namgung Mei jumped on the spot, his hair standing on end. He felt something wrong with his back, but he didn't understand what exactly. While Wang Pyo tried to regain his inner peace, Chigal Mi turned to the elder, wondering why he called the rabbit class mentor Ong Yeon Wei a treacherous maiden. And the man began to explain to the students of the snake class that such rumors were circulating because of her character and the martial arts technique she used. Originally, the Ongchenzhou were considered a family that was incredibly strong in fist-fighting, but timid in the use of weapons. However, for their little girl born into the family, things turned out completely differently. Ong Yonghui did not like the Ong family's hand-to-hand combat style, as this technique was based on external energy, and only a physically strong person could succeed in it. As a result of her studies, Ong Yonghui, who had a great desire for self-improvement, invented a technique that required using fabric rather than her own body. As a result of constant practice, she reached the level where she could easily break a tree trunk using only a cloth. The girl gradually developed and became stronger, but the fabric could not be called a weapon. And since she did not use her fists, this had consequences. Other members of her family began to reprimand the girl and look at her skeptically, saying that the technique using cloth could not be called a martial arts style. And because of this, Ong Yonghui, who was disappointed with the way she was treated, left her family that same day and went to travel around Gangho. Since then, she has rapidly developed her technique and has since gained such a reputation and increased her own level of martial arts skill. Chigalmi was impressed by her story, as she believed that a person should be praised for such a thing, since Ong Yonghui gave up her family's fame and developed her own strength. The elder closed his eyes, breathing heavily, saying that the girl was right. But the main problem was the rabbit class instructor's technique itself. He explained that she was able to use thin red threads, but young Chigal did not quite understand what he was talking about and how the threads could be used. And then, Horso Gol clarified that she is able to imbue them with internal energy and then use it on an opponent, controlling them like a puppet. Because of this, when everyone became aware of her hidden character, the woman earned her nickname as a treacherous virgin. I mused that such a technique could be considered part of witchcraft, and then the elder added that if they suddenly had to fight, she would call it that too. Night slowly descended on the clearing, where the Sockham City Defense Corps had set up camp, and people were sitting by the fire warming themselves and roasting meat. While the merchants ate and rested, a secret conversation took place between the class mentors, not far from their camp. Young Junhyuk told her about the situation with the mercenaries, and she asked if he knew when they might attack the Sockham City Defense Corps. He replied that teacher Kui Myung-dok believed that he could handle them himself, but he wanted to play it safe, as anything could happen. The girl looked at him with distrust and skepticism, saying that she doubted teacher Chi because she didn't understand whether he trusted the students so much or wanted to put them in danger. The assistant teacher, Young Jun-hyuk, trusted their mentor and therefore replied that in his opinion, he simply believed in the children. The rabbit's class teacher's gaze was dangerous, and there was something secret in it. She was lost in her own thoughts about Kui Myung-dok. Remembering how glorious a warrior he was and how he had unrivaled inner energy, she wondered what he was really like as a person. Holding her hands over her chest, she apologized to the warrior, saying that she had to protect the rabbit class and therefore couldn't really help them. She added that the elder of the Huayang clan, whom they were supposed to accompany, had fallen a little ill, and Yang Jun-hyuk turned his head towards the old man. He could see that the clan elder was really not feeling well as he was shivering all over, despite the blanket and hot tea. The mighty warrior respectfully folded his hands and bowed before the woman, saying that they would be grateful for even a small amount of help. But she shocked him by hastening to add that she actually meant that they were going to run away from here early, abandoning them. She looked at him sweetly, closed her eyes, and quietly said that it was very late. At first, the snake class teacher didn't quite understand her, but then he sensed it and his eyes widened in shock. The great warrior heard the same sound, hidden behind the treetops and quickly spreading around him, and he understood what it meant. This sound could only mean approaching danger, some strong warriors moving quickly, hiding from their sight. And the clearer the sound became, the more it became clear that they would be here very soon, appearing from behind the bushes, and they were clearly not in a friendly mood. Assistant teacher Young Jun-hyuk understood that by the nature of their movements and their skill at hiding, these were not forest robbers at all, but killers. The mighty warrior realized that the snake class would not be able to cope with such an enemy for the time being, and he would have to fight them on his own. An Yanhui quietly and emotionlessly said that she would join the rabbit class, but the warrior didn't answer her. He was offended and annoyed with her, and in that instant, they both disappeared from their place, as quickly as if they were never there at all. The teachers of Peck Academy rushed to their classrooms with all their might, their eyes burning with inner energy, and they wanted to protect their students. The snake class continued to sit peacefully near the elder, talking about something and not thinking at all about what might await them now. The girls from the rabbit class also continued to talk and discuss their topics. laughing happily and unaware of the danger that was already close. Only the clan elder, who was sitting peacefully in his place, suddenly felt that their adventures that day were not over yet, and that this was not the last duel for today. Looking back at the students and people from the Sokkim Defense Corps, he loudly and excitedly exclaimed that the same guys had arrived. The Sokkim City Defense Corps found itself under siege. As the teachers rushed to their classrooms, the attackers grew in number and circled around them, hiding in the bushes. The enraged leader of the mercenaries, with a burning gaze, noticed the one he particularly wanted to take revenge on for the previous encounter, making him suffer. He looked at the terrified Nam-gun-mei, who was confused by such an unexpected siege on them. He looked from side to side, not believing that they had been taken into the ring. The man silently and suddenly jumped out from behind the bushes as if he had just appeared out of nowhere, taking out a dagger he kept hidden in his belt. He swung his weapon over the young man's head, wanting revenge for the humiliation he had caused them when he had visited the settlement. But his attempt failed. He stuck his dagger in the wrong place, and a wooden stick got in his way. The elder of the Kebin clan, who suddenly appeared before him, thrust his staff forward, covering the boy's back and obstructing his aim. Nam-gun-mei turned up, looking at the attacker with fear. He recognized this man, this stranger he had met before. Kor So-gul turned to the masked villain, reminding him that he had run away like a rat last time, and now he had risked going head-on. And he, angry at the humiliation, replied in a rough voice that they would now show them that even rats can kill. At the same moment, he turned his head back, loudly shouting an order for his subordinates to quickly form a formation. Nam-gun-mei tensed, feeling the danger and not understanding what exactly they should expect from the enemies now. But the boy realized that this time there would be much more of them. And a moment later, the snake class noticed a multitude of green-clad armed mercenaries jumping out at them from different directions. The strangers moved faster than a normal person, holding their swords at the ready, and their gaze was empty and emotionless, as if they, apart from being human, felt nothing more. The students were tense and nervous. They were worried about the success of the duel because they did not expect that they would be so outnumbered. The youngest heir to the Nam-gun family watched them in horror and, realizing that there were too many of them, he panicked and tried to decide what to do and who to start with. Chegalmi took control, commanding the remaining young warriors to surround the Sokkim members, as protecting the merchants was their primary goal. The girl's words quickly brought them out of their stupor, bringing them back to reality and reminding them of the main goal for which they had set out on this journey. And they instantly rushed into the clearing, each moving in their own direction to cover the maximum volume of the clearing where the camp was located. They moved as fast as they could, thinking only of one thing: how to gain an advantage over those stronger than them. Nam-gun-mei frowned, and in his eyes I could see all the anger at himself. He was mentally scolding himself for forgetting such an important thing. Suddenly coming face to face with Jun-hyuk, they passed each other, heading in different directions and not saying anything to each other, as everyone understood what they needed to do now. The assistant teacher smiled and wondered why Chegalmi was thinking so calmly, and whether the experience of real combat had really affected the girl that much. He quickly reached for his sword, drawing it and preparing for the upcoming duel that was about to take place. Having scattered the enemies in different directions, he mentally praised the young Chegal for her correct reasoning during the real duel. One of the hired killers approached 3 members of the City Defense Corps who looked at him in horror and tried to escape. The stranger swung with all his might at the innocent people, but his sword collided with an obstacle, echoing loudly with a bright flash in the darkness. Moyan Bo managed to run to the people and protect them, blocking the blow of the attacker who was about to kill ordinary merchants. The young man pushed the villain away from him so that he lost coordination and flew slightly to the side. However, the impact was not strong enough to cause him to fall, and he only left a slight shoe mark when his feet touched the ground. Suddenly, behind the masked villain, several more of the same mercenaries appeared, glaring at their opponent. The young man felt perfectly well that the hired killers that Nam-gun-mei was talking about were on a completely different level compared to forest robbers. There were quite a few of them, and the killers began to gather in a heap, and then abruptly rushed in different directions, moving at breakneck speed. They surrounded young Moyan Bo and circled around him, confusing and wanting to confuse him so that he would lose his vigilance. The hired killers in one instant directed the tips of their weapons towards the center. They moved synchronously, as if they were one whole organism. However, their cunning attack failed, and they were met with nothing but emptiness. And the young man reacted quickly and jumped up the mountain, changing his blade to another. He gripped the hilt of his weapon tighter, clenching it angrily in his palm. The assassins looked up, watching him, hiding a predatory smile under their masks and aiming their blades in his direction. The young warrior's gaze was determined and full of irritation at his enemies. He gradually began to accumulate his internal energy, transferring it to his weapon. The boy headed towards them, attacking them using his sword technique in the form of destruction, reinforcing it with 10,000 rain strikes. He was well aware that there were too many of these types, and remembering the recent days, he couldn't believe that Nam Gung Mei had actually encountered all of them. Unexpectedly for himself, young Bo was able to hit the enemy, piercing his shoulder with his sword, causing him to scream in pain. The young man realized that they had to gain at least some advantage over the killers, but he was only able to deal with one. In the end, he lacked strength and was afraid of breaking one of the swords. Suddenly, the clearing where the duel was taking place was filled with red threads, flowing smoothly from top to bottom. One of the hired killers realized with fear and confusion that thin red threads were slowly weaving around his body, knotting at his arms and legs. The man was nervously aware that with each new thread, he was losing control of his own body, but he could do nothing about it. His reaction was insufficient. His surprised comrades watched with tension as their comrade was bound by his arms and legs, unable to comprehend what was happening. At that very moment, the man who was under the control of the threads dealt a fatal blow to his comrades. One swing of his sword was enough for them both to no longer rise. The other mercenaries standing aside from him were shocked by his action, but he was terrified because he had no control over his actions. These movements were not his. They were guided by threads emanating from the treacherous woman who controlled him like a living toy. Ong Yunhui was satisfied with her work. She watched with a smile at the confused mercenaries below. A moment later, after he had dealt with his fellow officers, she landed on his shoulders, wrapping her arms and legs tightly around the criminal's neck. And in the same second, she dealt with the mercenary who was subordinate to her, twisting his neck on the spot with a sharp movement. The unknown man fell to the ground without making a sound, without realizing anything. And the cunning woman lowered herself to the ground, stepping on her toes, and then smoothly lowering her entire foot as if nothing had happened. Playing with the threads in her hand, she addressed her class, affectionately calling them rabbits and asking what their main purpose was. The stocky girls replied in unison that protecting the elder they were accompanying was their main task, and she praised them, asking them not to stain her husband with blood. Horsogol moved his eyes, watching from side to side as his opponent quickly changed position in front of him. The mercenary tried to attack the elder unexpectedly, but he failed and the elder was able to repel his attack. The elder of the Caban clan spoke laughingly to the man who was hiding his face, drawing his attention to what was happening around them. He, restraining his weapon and mocking him, remarked that his subordinate soldiers could not even catch children. And he looks around, assessing the situation as it has developed and observing that these children are really fighting back against his best soldiers. My warriors, despite the mercenaries' numerical superiority, fought with all their might, not retreating before the enemy and defending the Sok Kim Corps. Their mentor was a powerful warrior who easily defeated the attacks of insidious criminals, scattering them to the sides. And watching this, he felt that yes, they definitely wouldn't win the fight, so he let out an irritated roar, showing his teeth everywhere. He angrily realized that all the children who became POs for the Sokham City Defense Corps were not made by hand at all. While he was distracted by the duel between his subordinates and the children, the elder pushed the criminal's short sword away with a close movement, and he quickly jumped back, braking sharply, leaving furrows in the soft ground and leaning his hand on it. He drew his sword back, preparing for another attack, and hissing, teeth bared everywhere, he began to speak, realizing that he was dealing with the elder Kebanu and wondering if those children were the best students of the clans. The old man hit the ground with all his might, stopping in front of him, looking him straight in the eye. He mocked him, gently scratching his beard, and said that if he understood how things were going, he would probably run away like a mongrel again. The mercenary leader, looking at him fiercely, growled that he was mistaken if he thought they had come without a plan this time. He clenched his hand into a fist and shouted, commanding all his remaining subordinates to get the peas and accept them. The clan elder was very surprised by his words and tried to quickly understand what kind of peas he was talking about. He noticed one of the killers quickly reach into his bosom, taking out a small purple pea he had been hiding. All his subordinates followed the example of one of them, and quickly taking out the peas, lowered their masks from their faces to swallow them. The defenders of the Sokham Corps saw all the hired assassins who came here swallow this strange thing. Horsogol looked around tensely, trying to figure out what the hell was the object these men had swallowed. And suddenly he remembered that small box that he had once taken from two warriors who were arguing with each other And then he found the same one in the hands of Wang Ik-hyun. Elder Kabanu, together with the assistant class teacher, instantly guessed the snakes. They were shocked and did not want to believe until the last moment that this could be the same pill. They began to notice the attackers lighting up with some strange purple glow. Purple jets of energy began to radiate from the assassins, enveloping them. At the other end of the clearing, the brave Yang Jun-hyuk fought fiercely against the villains attacking him, destroying them one by one. At the same end, there was a beautiful teacher of the rabbit class who was not inferior to him in the number of victories over robbers. The girl's fighting technique, although slightly different now, was not inferior in power to the ghost of a small sword. They moved almost in sync, forming a powerful combination of warriors and covering each other's backs in this fight against the attackers. The beautiful woman usually attacked from above, but now she gracefully lowered herself down, standing next to her colleague. She looked back over her shoulder at him, winking with a smile and saying that they had managed to create a great team. Pressing closer to his back, the woman suggested they fight against the others, but the stern swordsman replied that now was not the time for jokes, but she denied that she was joking. Before them lay a large number of bloodied bodies of hired killers who had desperately dared to attack them, hoping for victory. But the same fate awaited each impudent killer, and now they lay motionless on the ground, slowly dripping with crimson blood. Anyone who dared to raise a hand in their direction faced the same fate, without any exceptions. The youngest heir to the Namgun family watched this horrific and bloody scene in amazement, unable to believe his own eyes. He carefully studied the combat techniques used by the powerful mentors of the Peck Academy, realizing that they had easily destroyed more than 40 people in a short period of time. But the young man was distracted from his thoughts by a premonition that grew more and more intense with each duel, making him a true young warrior. The boy's reactions also became better and faster, and he sharply thrust his sword clenched in his hand in front of him, preparing to meet his opponent. He didn't keep him waiting long and unexpectedly appeared in front of him, but the student attacked him first, using a modified dragon stain technique. He looked ahead with determination, thinking that if things continued at this pace, they would certainly win. But suddenly, he heard a familiar voice behind him, belonging to the man who attacked him in the settlement, and the young man tensed. He looked behind him, looking at the mercenary leader, who was hiding his face and shouting loudly, addressing his subordinates, allowing them to take something. For a moment, it seemed to him that he had shouted a word similar to Juan. The young man felt confused as he looked at him, as he did not know what it meant. The girls from the rabbit class also looked intently and confusedly towards the leader of the killers, not knowing what he meant when he ordered the rest of the villains. The students in the snake class looked at him in fear and nervousness, waiting to see what would happen after this order. Everyone present noticed how the mercenaries had changed and began to radiate a new internal energy, red and furious, and their muscles had significantly increased in size. They watched the fighters, who were still quite numerous, but now they were clearly much stronger than they had been before. Smart Shigalmi, looking at them in confusion, opening her mouth in pleasure, quickly realized that they had used the root of the velvet tree, and now they faced a completely different class of warriors, vastly superior in strength to those they had been before they took that pill. One of them quickly headed towards the students, pushing off with his feet from the ground with such force that he left cracks in the stone that was under his feet. Young Chigalmi was amazed at how much faster they had become. She watched the enemy's movements in shock. The mercenary attacked Wang Pyo, who tried to block his blow by holding up a wooden nunchaku in front of him. However, the enemy's forces were so great that he could not stand on his feet in the face of their powerful attack. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand, looking in horror before him, trying to understand where he got such superhuman strength from. However, their forces were completely unequal, and losing his balance, he flew away from his attacker, who glared at him. Wang Pyo flew a considerable distance, stopping from a strong collision with the cart, which was previously quite far behind him. The impact caused the cart to shift, and the wall the boy had collided with was covered in numerous cracks, while the young man himself fell unconscious next to him. Namgun Mei was shocked to realize that by eating the Huan their leader had spoken of, they had been able to increase their strength. Chigalmi tried to keep her cool, ordering in Ryong to find the injured Wang Pyo and so quickly rushed to complete the task. The wise girl, frowning, looked ahead, not understanding where this strange feeling of déjà vu came from. She stared intently at the opponent standing before her, feeling as if she had seen something like this before, somewhere. Meanwhile, far away from them, it was also restless. Black crows flew nervously, foreshadowing some kind of disaster. In the square where they had flown, corpses still hung, having already lost all resemblance to human form. This terrible picture opened before the gloomy and large city of Noxalgok, which was ominously illuminated under the moonlight. In one of the halls of the dark and gloomy temple, a man appeared, kneeling before the one who was hiding there. The informant's face was covered with a scarf, and he addressed his master cautiously and respectfully. He looked at the figure of the man standing on the terrace, saying that his request raised many questions. But he, without turning around, continued to look somewhere into the distance, and sternly replied that they were doing what they had to do, and there should be no misunderstandings here. The subordinate who was bowing before him cautiously raised his gaze, saying that he really didn't care about their 2 years of work. He went on to explain that he was concerned about the things they were selling because they looked dangerous. The gray-haired old man replied briefly and completely emotionlessly that in fact that's how it is. After a moment, without paying attention to him, he slowly began to explain that this thing was extremely dangerous and quite attractive. And after accepting it, one immediately feels a huge surge of strength, which forces a person to fight to the very end. This small, secret, and powerful thing is incredibly useful for assassins like them. The man whose face was hidden began to wonder aloud that perhaps this was indeed better than simply using poison and killing himself. The look of the gray-haired old man he was obeying turned crazy. He said that thanks to this, huge changes would come to them. The old man was literally obsessed with this idea, exclaiming that this is exactly what would await Marim when this little thing spread throughout the world. His ominous words and bitter laughter echoed across the gloomy city of Noxalgok. But on the clearing where the City Defense Corps camp once peacefully stood, events were gaining new momentum. The mercenaries were losing control from the power that had appeared within them. Horseo Gol watched in shock as what was happening, wondering what had caused it, while the leader of the villains laughed quietly from the sidelines. Now he felt his superiority over those who had volunteered to become Pios for the Socom Corps, smilingly suggesting to see how long they could hold him back. The mercenary leader quickly disappeared from his place, leaving Elder Kaban standing with her thoughts, alone in the middle of the field. The elder of the Kaban clan was not going to give up. He believed in their strength and resolutely clenched the staff he held in his hands. Shigalmi, fearful, tried to move as quickly as she could. She wanted to assess the situation first. The burly opponent continued to attack the girl while she pondered and tried to avoid collisions with his blows. Each step the killer took was filled with powerful energy that shattered the ground beneath his feet, leaving cracks and fallen pieces of stone behind him. But suddenly she didn't have time to dodge one of the attacks, and now the man's huge fist was rapidly approaching her face, who, having struck, threw her far back, as if she weighed nothing at all and had no idea of herself. She screamed in pain and flew back, spitting crimson blood from her mouth. The guy, noticing this, quickly rushed towards her despite the huge opponent. An excited Moyan Bo unexpectedly appeared next to her, catching the injured girl and preventing her from falling to the ground. Looking at her face, he turned to her, asking in a voice befitting a knight if the girl was okay. However, she looked up at him gratefully and replied with a smile that he was irritating her with his official tone. Slowly getting to her feet and trying to hold herself together, the girl began to say with regret that these warriors were now no match for their level. She bit her lip in disappointment, realizing that their class's powers were at their limits, and it was hard for her to believe that one pill could have such an effect. The girl, trying to keep her cool, slowly looked away, looking where the fight had not yet ended. Shigalmi regretfully understood that the teachers of the Peck Academy, despite their power, unfortunately would not be able to restrain everyone. Without taking her eyes off them, the daughter of the Chagall family realized that for them, this could only mean one thing. However, she suddenly heard the voice of the elder of the Kaban clan behind her, who, struggling, shouted for them not to give up, advising them to use magic. Horsogol possessed incredible inner energy, which he now had to release outward in order to be able to fight his opponents. Shigalmi, looking in his direction, agreed with him, deciding to listen to the words of Elder Kabanu once again. Feeling a new wave of determination, she ordered Inryong to take Wang Pyo, who had not yet regained consciousness, and run away with him, and the girl obeyed her. After which, coldly reflecting, the representative of the Chagall family turned to the young men who stood behind her in combat readiness. With a cold gaze full of determination and courage, the girl said that they had to detain them, at least one of them. Moyonbo completely agreed with her, feeling the same emotions that were inside Chigalmi. Namgun Mei, who was injured and felt heavy because of it, was also determined to fight resolutely to the last, no matter what. The young warriors, having formed their own formation, quickly pushed away from their moon, heading forward towards their opponent. They surrounded the stocky warrior from different sides, burning with that mysterious inner energy that had appeared after the pill. The students of the snake class tried to act simultaneously, attacking the opponent from different sides and striking with their spears. Despite the numerous cuts they inflicted on him, he did not react in any way, did not even feel them, as if he had lost the ability to feel pain. Shigalmi couldn't believe her eyes, feeling disappointed, thinking that if he didn't react to his injuries, then obviously even the three of them wouldn't be able to win. Moyonbo, assessing the enemy's strength, understood that they were too skilled for them, and the mercenaries' technology now exceeded theirs. Namgun Mei, who was already too exhausted from the long duels, was pondering intensely what they needed to do in this situation. But suddenly his attention was distracted by something, and he looked back in the direction from which the strange sound was coming. The young man saw that the insidious leader of the mercenaries was about to attack the defenseless, youngest master of the city defense corps, Sokim. And the boy rushed towards them with all his might, leaving his classmates alone with his burly rival. The cold-blooded Shigalmi tried to stop him, ordering him to turn back and hold his line, but he did not obey her. The young man quickly rushed forward, his lips pursed in excitement. He decided to protect and save Wang Yikyun at all costs. The youngest heir to the Namgun family, he was in a hurry with all his strength and was very afraid that he might not have time to save his husband. However, he had no idea that it was just a trap. The leader of the mercenaries, with a sly smile and an angry look, was waiting for his appearance. In the young man's eyes, only fear was visible for the innocent man who could now suffer at the hands of the hired killer, on whom he stood, aiming his sword at him. Full of determination, he sharply lunged at the villain, deflecting his weapon in the other direction so that he did not have time to strike. But suddenly, the unknown man quickly pulled out another short sword, pointing it towards the reckless snake class students. The boy had no idea of such meanness and missed a sudden blow from his opponent, who had planned everything in advance, causing the sword to pierce his shoulder deeply. Sensing his weakness, the desperate Namgun Mei rushed to the side, dodging the unknown man's next attacks. He instantly jumped back to restore a safe distance, with the vile mercenary incredibly eager to take revenge on him. The young man crouched down in place, holding his injured shoulder with his hand and realizing that he had now lost the ability to physically attack more powerfully. And the bloodthirsty rival continued to provoke him, mocking him, and suggesting that he show himself, just like last time. Until this moment, the student did not quite understand who was in front of him, as he was blinded by the desire to protect the man, but now he recognized him. And in his thoughts, those images reappeared, when he was weak and entangled in a metal whip hanging from a tree, while this scoundrel mocked him. That day he remembered his face perfectly, when he threatened the child with death, and now this man was in front of him again and took out his whips. He glared at him and frowned, recalling his words he had said at the last meeting, that the strong always eat the weak. And again, these strong steel whips with sharp tips headed towards the wounded and exhausted Namgun Mi, writhing like snakes. The young man looked with fear at the tips approaching his face and understood that he had to stand his ground at all costs. He could not give up. At this moment, the mercenary remembered a distant story from his life, when he was still a child and was held captive along with others. The robbers who had kidnapped him and his friends came and abused them every day, and he hoped for salvation from this hell. And suddenly, on one of those terrible days, everything changed when the robber who had once again visited them was killed, and he finally got what he wanted so badly. That day they appeared, the strong and brave heroes he had been waiting for so long, who came to free them from that hellish place. He will never forget the moment when, as a child, he looked at them with hope and aspirations for a better life, rejoicing at their visit. Then, for a long time, they could not believe that they had finally been released, and that hell would be over, and they would be able to freely get out of this place. The visit of the heroes, who stood before them and looked at them with warmth, changed his attitude towards life for the better, giving the young men hope for the future. The man who freed the hostages from the slave owner, killing him, radiating concern, bent over the frightened children. He offered them his strong hand, offering to help them rise from the cold ground, and it seemed to him that all his suffering had come to an end. And the young man followed him. Although he felt some embarrassment, being amazed, he tried to remember their faces in detail. He was incredibly trusting, hoping that by putting his hand in the strong palm of a hero, he would be able to change his life for a much brighter future. But very soon, the little boy realized his mistake as he watched the heroes leave his settlement. After that, everything returned to the initial stage, when there was only chaos and the pain of others who were unable to defend themselves. When everything took a sharp turn, engulfing everything in fire and turning into an inferno, the young man realized with horror that he had once again become a target for others. He painfully realized that this had happened in a short period of time, just a month after the people who had saved him had left the settlement. And that powerful hand that held the little boy's hand was now not near him at all. She disappeared as abruptly as she had appeared, slipping from his memory and taking with her all hopes for a better future. Once again, the defenseless boy found himself under the power of cruel people who absolutely did not care that he was still a child. They hunted him as if he were prey. He was wounded with an axe, hitting him in the face. And then he realized the main rule for himself, that it is impossible to establish peace on help alone. Looking around him and seeing so many dead people, including innocent people, he felt that all his good intentions had turned to poison. And then, sitting wounded in the midst of this chaos, he understood the main difference between brave generosity and complacency. The little boy, going crazy with pain and a sense of betrayal, realized that the main difference was strength. From that moment on, he was guided by only one thing: the desire to become stronger, visiting everyone he didn't like. He paid no attention to the frightened faces of the people looking at him. The young man was guided only by his desire to take revenge on those who remained in power. Having grown up, the boy was no longer so naive and did not listen to the words of the people he came to with a clear purpose. He just carried out his task by killing them. He became stronger and more powerful each time, and there was nothing left in his eyes but rage. And it was from that moment that his journey as a hired killer began. And now, having become a man, he perfectly understands the main rule that it is power that decides everything in this world. The leader of the hired killers looked at the young man with fierce hatred, feeling only furious irritation towards him. He was incredibly pleased to see the metal whips wound the impudent young man, leaving deep scratches on his body. But unexpectedly, he managed to escape the trap, climbing up above the steel ropes that continued to twist as if alive. The longer he watched it, the more it irritated him and made him hate it, just for the simple fact of its existence. The young man reminded him of distant memories from his life, since his gaze was the same as that of those heroes, for whom he still had hatred. He was adept at controlling his steel whips, which wound around his arm like real snakes, intertwining with each other. And he attacked the academy student again, now using a spiral with his weapon, directing it at the young me, who had not been able to perfectly avoid the previous attack. The brave boy was determined to fight on, slowly rising to his feet, gathering his remaining strength. Avoiding a collision with his weapon, he knew full well that he needed to stop those steel cables. He swung with all his might, raising his old sword above his head, musing that if he could make a hole inside the spiral, it might help. The boy looked down at the tightly woven ropes, looking there for the right moment for his strike. And then finally, the right moment came. He struck down with even more force, thrusting the weapon into the core of the steel rope. For a moment it seemed to him that he had managed to stop his treacherous weapon, and the boy watched with joy as the steel whips stopped moving. But suddenly, at that moment, a hired killer, hiding his true face under a mask, attacked him. He was unable to kill the young Peck Academy student, but he was able to injure him, inflicting new wounds that bled profusely. The mercenary leader looked back at the young man in surprise, amazed that the boy was able to dodge such a sudden attack. Nam-gun-mi twisted in the air, trying to land properly on his feet, although his significant wounds prevented him from moving quickly enough. He sank to the ground, leaning on his hand and glaring at his enemy, though inside he felt embarrassed. For a moment they both froze, not moving, just exchanging angry glances with each other, and a tense silence fell between them. The mercenary, looking at him in surprise, expressed his impression that the young man was quite agile if he was able to avoid such an attack. And the exhausted boy, looking him straight in the eye, mockingly replied that he had a good teacher. But suddenly, he unexpectedly heard the voice of Chegalmi next to him, who, looking at him skeptically, opened his answer. They continued to fight, but mostly avoiding attacks and trying to restrain at least one of the mercenaries who had swallowed the magic quan. That man's gaze after using the magic pill was lifeless, and his eyes seemed to be covered with a red veil. Now only anger guided them. The slender young Chegal, avoiding the attack, tried to simultaneously strike a new blow at the enemy, who now did not quite resemble a human. But no matter how prudent Chegalmi tried, she was unable to inflict significant damage on her opponent. She realized with despair that she could only damage his clothes. At that moment, the genius from the Moyon family loomed over his opponent, swinging both swords simultaneously to deliver a new powerful blow. He struck the assassin with all his might, putting maximum energy into his blow, and from the collision of his weapon with his opponent, everything around them was illuminated by a bright flash. But when the energy and flash disappeared, he was surprised to notice that he remained completely intact, only the cut clothes on his sleeve, the mark of the blow. The young man realized with horror that he was truly powerful. so much so that it was as if he had to fight two people at once. Moyonbo jumped back, trying to keep a safe distance from his opponent so that, in case of an attack, he would have time to dodge. Out of the corner of his eye, he tried to control the situation happening around him, and this time his gaze stopped at the duel taking place next to them. The young man watched as Namgung Mei continued to fight the unknown assassin, who was incredibly strong. Young Bo watched his every move and wondered how he was doing it, since he had not used the velvet tree root, and he realized that he could be their leader. But suddenly he realized how big a mistake he had made, watching someone else's fight so intently. Because the young man, being too distracted, missed the moment when the mercenary they were fighting swung at him. And he aimed right at his jaw, hitting his big fist, but Bo hoped to the last that he would be able to avoid the blow. Suddenly, a woman's hand appeared next to him, reaching for the collar of his clothes. Shigalmi grabbed the boy by the shirt, holding him tightly by the collar, gritting her teeth in tension as he was considerably heavier. She pulled the confused young man towards her with all her might, taking him away from the fist of her burly opponent. And he exhaled with relief, realizing that just a little more, and he would be able to deal him a much stronger blow, and not just scratch his cheek. Below, some people, seeing that they were losing, quickly rushed to their aid. Moyonbo looked behind him in surprise, seeing Chigalmi holding him by the collar and looking in his direction with a small smile. She looked him in the eye and smiled, and said that she was paying him back her debt for that time. But suddenly, looking to the side, her gaze was caught by one terrible detail that incredibly shocked the girl. She noticed to the side, not far from her, a bright fountain of crimson blood. The leader of the mercenaries looked ahead with a cold and cruel gaze, saying nothing. And young Namgun Mi stood shocked and did not believe in the reality of what had happened. He was covered in a large amount of blood. Yu Ah-rin, who was in a hurry to help him, covered him with herself from the attack of the cold-blooded leader of the hired killers and took the blow on herself. At that very moment, the young man was transported by his memories to a not-so-distant day in the past, to the lovely settlement that had treated them so kindly. He remembered their happy faces as they rejoiced to meet each other and the children they had rescued from the captivity of forest robbers. Then, bandaged after the duel, Namgun Mi walked through the settlement, looking around and admiring it in a peaceful atmosphere. The boy recalled how, already tired, he returned to the house where he had lived until it was time to leave. But suddenly, he heard incomprehensible sounds coming from not far from him. The surprised young man went to check what the sounds were and where they were coming from. He wanted to make sure that everything was in order. Peeking cautiously around the edge of the building, he was even more surprised to see what was actually behind those sounds. The students of the Beck Academy saw little Jin Hyo there, who was diligently training, waving a stick in front of him like a weapon. The boy was all wet and sweaty, and his hands clearly hid new calluses from diligent training. He continued to work, absorbed in the process and not paying attention to the fact that he was no longer alone and that he was being watched. Mi decided to help him by commenting that he needed to work on the lower part, but an unexpected voice confused the boy. He cautiously looked back to see who had spoken to him so suddenly, even though he was supposed to be completely alone here. Jin Hyo saw a familiar face in front of him, saying that Hyung had scared him, but he asked what the boy was doing here alone. With a warm smile and kindness, he told the young man that he should be with his younger sister right now, not here. But the man, looking him in the eye, answered at length, bored, explaining that his sister was now with her grandfather. Namgung Mei began to slowly lower himself, resting his hands on his knees so that it was more comfortable to look at the boy's face at his height. Laughing kindly, he began to tell little Jin Hyo that this was no excuse since she had just been kidnapped. The young man wanted to explain the importance of this to him, but he interrupted him. Jin Hyo resolutely admitted that this is the reason why he trains diligently every time he has the opportunity. He explained to the surprised Mi that he simply wanted to protect his family and the entire settlement. The boy said that this time they helped them, and then his face changed. A dark shadow of excitement appeared on it, and he quietly added that next time they wouldn't be here. Namgung Ma, looking at little Jin Hyo, was shocked because up until that moment, he hadn't thought about it at all. The young man was surprised to realize that he was indeed right, since help alone does not solve anything at all. It is only a temporary measure, and the question remains what will happen next. He was saddened to realize that after this, they would again become prey and be robbed, and he was worried about whether their actions really did not matter. But suddenly a familiar voice pulled him out of his thoughts, drawing his attention to itself, thanking the young man. Little Jin Hyo sincerely thanked him for trying to save him despite all his wounds, saying that thanks to him, he understood something. And gripping the stick he was training with more tightly, The boy replied that he had realized that he needed to rely only on himself. Bringing it closer to his face, he said with an expression full of readiness that now it was their turn to defend themselves. Namgun-mi also realized something, that their actions were not in vain, and no matter how many times it would be necessary to provide someone with his help, if it was within his power, he would not be stopped. And that's why now he doesn't give up, but continues to fight, desperately protecting the people of the Sockham City Defense Corps. The leader of the hired killers, seeing all his injuries and mocking him, said that there was no visible suffering on his face, so he wanted to see how long he could hold out. Gritting his teeth in tension, the boy realized that their skills differed greatly in strength, but he couldn't give up so easily. He will continue to fight for those who are now at his side and watching in horror. For the sake of the residents of the Sockham Defense Corps, who believe in them and, despite fear, desperately cheer for their saviors. His eyes burned with inner energy, and he realized that for their sake, he would fight until the end of his life. And he tried to attack the attacker using the dragonfire technique, directing internal energy to the blade of his weapon. Namgun-mi aimed for the shoulder of the treacherous leader of the hired killers, and he should have hit him, ending this duel with his victory. But at the last moment, he noticed with surprise that the scoundrel managed to dodge the blade of his weapon and mocked the boy's attempts. The youngest heir of the Namgun family, not believing his own eyes, watched the movements of the cunning mercenary, who easily dodged his powerful attack. The man standing slightly to the side mocked his attempt, saying that it was a rather stupid act. A moment later, the young man understood why the man said that, because by attacking him, he had exposed himself, and the man was able to kick him hard in the chest. The blow was so strong that he flew away from him with a groan a considerable distance, hitting the ground hard. Yu Rin fought to protect the elder of the Hua clan, using her internal energy and attacking the attacker with a fire-breathing technique. She held out her large, burning hands in front of her to block the blows of the stocky stranger. The girl could barely restrain the strong fists of the man, who was gradually losing his human consciousness, guided by the action of the Huan. The young lady looked at the hands of the mighty giant and was amazed at the strength with which he attacked. And how many had not yet encountered opponents with such power before this moment? Barely restraining him, she tried to understand who he was, if he could match her strength, even though she had never met such people before. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed something not far from her, which really caught her attention and distracted her from her unfamiliar opponent. Yu Aryun saw the same boy who, with his courage, had managed to capture her heart, lying motionless not far from her. Now her thoughts were occupied only with him, and she saw one of the mercenaries, who had not turned into a monster, sneaking up on the immobilized young man with drawn swords. She pushed her opponent's hands away from her with all her might, breaking off the fight with him, as she could no longer just stand still. The stocky girl quickly headed towards him, leaving the ranks of her class and surprising the rest of the students from the rabbit's class. One of them, looking after her, tried to stop her classmate, calling out to her and wondering where she was running so quickly, abandoning them during the duel. Meanwhile, the boy came to his senses. He tried to get up, leaning on his hands, but blood was dripping from his mouth. The leader of the hired killers was amazed that the young man continued to fight so stubbornly and get up after such strong blows. He, barely breathing, stood up, gathering his strength and leaning on his own sword, as if on a stick so as not to fall. He tried to regain his breath. The chief mercenary watched him in surprise and wondered why he kept climbing if he knew perfectly well that he had no chance against him. The man glared in his direction, calling all those currently fighting fools because he considered them too self-confident. However, Namgun-mi, whose face was now hidden under a black shadow of fatigue, breathing heavily, just proudly looked straight into his eyes. The boy's confidence and stubbornness incredibly irritated the mercenary, and he, enraged even more, growled at him so that he wouldn't forget his place. The youngest son of the Namgun family, after a while, having regained his breath a little, began to slowly say that he was not doing this at all because he could. He raised his unyielding gaze at him, which now combined pain and courage, and the boy, exhaling, said that he was doing this because he had to. The mercenary leader was amused by this answer and looked at him as if he were crazy, saying that if that was the case, then he would also do what he had to. After that, he rushed towards him, crossing his short blades in front of him, preparing for a new blow that would be the last. His gaze was cold and fierce, and no emotions were visible in it anymore. The man was driven only by the desire to punish the young hero. The boy stared in horror, gritting his teeth as he tried to force his body to obey, but it was exhausted and could no longer fight. He tried to raise his weapon up to block the blow, but his hands trembled from fatigue. But they did not obey him and did not move. The young man realized with despair that this would be his end. He closed his eyes, resigned himself, and decided to proudly accept his fate. But suddenly the stocky Yuarin from the Ami clan appeared in front of him, covering the boy with herself, taking the mercenary's blow on herself. Namgung Mei looked in horror at the splashes of crimson blood that spread in different directions, and he couldn't believe that this had really happened. He stood there, petrified with shock, hoping to the last that it wasn't true, but the girl staggered, falling to the side. She finally managed to lean over his ear and with a smile quietly tell the young man that she had not made a mistake in her choice. After these words, she collapsed to the ground, motionless, falling past the frozen boy, who stood there in shock and did not move. The mercenary leader, mocking the girl's death, said that she died for the sake of someone who had obviously already lost. He unceremoniously and cruelly laughed at the body of the brave Yuarin, ironically adding that this is exactly what the expression about a dog's death means. Namgun Mei was shocked by such cruelty and could not believe that the mercenary would actually humiliate the girl's corpse. He became incredibly angry with the scoundrel. Guided only by his emotions, the boy let go of the old steel sword, which fell to the ground with a loud clang, and the cruel leader continued to sneer no matter what. He had not felt emotions like compassion or sadness for a long time. Enraged, Namgung Mei rushed forward, punching the scoundrel in the face with all his might for allowing himself to behave so shamefully. From rage, the young man's strength increased, and the vile leader of the hired killers flew away from him a considerable distance, hitting a tree. He hit his back incredibly hard against a tree that stopped his fall. The man could only cry out loudly in pain. The enraged Namgun Mi was enveloped by an unknown energy, the strength of which he had not felt until that moment. It spread through his body, blazing with fire. His gaze was fierce, his eyes burning with the desire to punish the scoundrel. He screamed from the rage and irritation that overwhelmed him. Suddenly, one of the mercenaries appeared behind the young man, having swallowed the magic pill from that small box. The burly man was about to kill the young man, who was driven by his anger. He raised his huge hand above his head, but he suddenly turned around, hitting the scoundrels with all his might until they bled, although up to that point, none of the students had succeeded. The elder of the Kaban clan watched in amazement the movements of the youngest heir of the Namgun family, shocked by his mighty strength. The shocked students of the snake class, frozen, also watched him, not believing that the weakest of them possessed such internal energy. The assistant teacher, Young Jun-hyuk, watched him in amazement, raising his eyebrows skeptically and not believing that the young man really had such strength. He studied him closely and watched him, pondering how Mi's demonic power could have become so much stronger. The stocky giant lost consciousness from the blow of the young man, who was now incredibly powerful, and he collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. The young man felt an increasing influx of demonic energy that was in his tangen and gradually, completely took possession of him. At this moment, from the other side, a completely different man was approaching him, guided by the action of a magical Huan. He swung at it with all his might, quickly pulling his hand back, which was gradually enveloped by the energy of the mysterious pill. The burly man struck him, but he moved incredibly fast and was able to dodge his fist. I watched him in amazement, not understanding how he managed to do this. But from that moment on, the man's eyes became even fiercer than they had been before. Dodging, the young man managed to twist and strike the arm that was attacking him, breaking it. He glared at him fiercely, assessing his opponent, and his gaze burned with a fiery fire, wanting to punish everyone who was guilty of this. Namgung Mei rushed forward, abruptly rising from his seat towards the villain. The youngest heir to the Namgun family, now not quite aware of what he was doing, he attacked, kneeing the man in the chin with all his might, and he, losing consciousness, collapsed to the ground, no longer guided by the magical effect of the pill but gradually returning to normal. Both stocky assassins now lay on either side of him, smoothly returning to their former form. The young man was still very much on fire from his poisonous energy, which he had hidden in the dungeon for so long, not letting it out. He gradually lost his mind and screamed in frustration, allowing the poisonous energy to take over him completely. The boy looked away at the dead body of the girl who had sacrificed herself to save him from the mercenary leader. Suddenly, all the killers who had swallowed the magic pill looked around at his scream. He incredibly attracted their attention. Despite the fact that they were already fighting someone, they could only look in his direction, without raising their frantic gaze. The frightened elder of the Kaban clan also noticed this strange thing. He closely watched the student of the Peck Military Academy and studied the situation. The man realized with fear that all the mercenaries who were under the influence of the mysterious pill were reacting to the child from the Namgun family. He tried to understand it, but so far he had not found any answer that would explain such strange behavior of the hired killers. Absolutely all the killers abandoned their rivals, with whom they were fighting, and headed towards him, surrounding the young man in a circle. Each of them moved as if attracted by a magnet, wanting to destroy that guy right there on the spot. Their gazes were even more terrifying, and now they radiated some new light, quickly moving towards him, as if they sensed something of their own in the young man. The hired killers, who had increased their strength through the Huans, were drawn to the young man, who was going crazy with emotions. However, he was furious and burning with anger. He was not going to surrender to them. He was ready to accept a duel with them. The young man did not let them catch him. He avoided their hands, not allowing himself to be taken hostage. Despite the fact that they were bigger than him, he fought them off, parrying every blow they threw. Namgun-mi moved so fast in the duel as if he wasn't alone, but there were several of them there, managing to fend off each mercenary. Horseo Gol, trying to understand what was happening, turned to the assistant teacher, wondering what was wrong with the young man, whether he had swallowed the same pill. However, he turned to him and replied that Namgun-mi arrived at the Beck Military Academy, already having such a hidden state. These words surprised the elder a little, and he, watching the boy, wondered how he could have maintained such strength since his arrival. He thought about the pills they had taken, well aware that there was not enough information about them, but it was necessary to learn everything about them much earlier. But now, watching him, he saw that the desperate struggle of the youngest son of the Namgun family was more like a duel with a wild animal. The elder of the Kaban clan looked at the mercenaries, assessing their condition, and saw that the power hidden in their den was indeed great. Studying his opponents, he realized that the more their vital energy decreases, the greater their physical strength becomes. Suddenly, he realized with fear one detail, that the energy that Namgun-mi uses works on the same principle. Looking at him closely, he noticed that there was also very little vital energy left inside the boy, and it was gradually declining. The students of the snake class, frozen in place with shock, quietly watched their duel, not daring to intervene. Moyonbo didn't take his eyes off his classmate, realizing that he was acting the same way now as he had during the academy exam. But their skills were not at all the same as before. Chigalmi watched him tensely and in shock, not believing what she was seeing, as he looked nothing like the me they knew. The smart girl realized with fear that it was this very detail that Uncle Namgun-cho had been hiding from them for so long. There were quite a few mercenaries, and now they all at once pounced on the possessed young man, covering him from all sides. They pounced on him, literally lying on top of each other, and completely covering the boy with themselves, holding him under a dome of their own bodies. The clan elder shouted in panic, appealing to the students in the class not to stand still, but to run to save their comrade, as he could die very soon. They looked back at him in surprise, and these words shocked them incredibly. They could not believe that a guy in such a condition could die so easily. The young warriors quickly rushed to run towards him to try to save him from the mercenaries, who were covering him with their own bodies like a dome. The children, getting closer and closer to the pile of criminals, tried to figure out how to get their classmate. When they reached them, they tried to pull them away, but they paid no attention to them at all, only pressing closer together, forming a solid mass. Moyonbo realized with shock that he could not drag away, or even move, even one of those mercenaries. Suddenly, they noticed a bright glow breaking through the free space between the bodies, and after a moment it began to blind them, and they took a few steps back. The assassins began to fly away one by one from the pile they had formed above the young man, covered in blood and no longer moving. They were thrown back with all their might, as if those burly men who had become larger than an ordinary person weighed nothing at all. And Namgun-mi, who had been released, was now more angry and irritated, and now more and more resembled a wild beast in rage. His face was completely different now. He was completely alien and mad and looked at everything angrily. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on the students in the class. Chigalmi and Moyonbo stared at their classmate in horror and confusion, not believing that he had turned into a monster. The inner energy emanating from the young man became stronger and brighter, and he, shouting angrily, prepared for a new attack. As if blindfolded, not understanding anything, he set off to run towards his comrades who wanted to help him, attacking them. The students of the snake class took up battle formation, preparing to engage him in hand-to-hand combat, but hoping that he would come to his senses before then. And they collided with it, illuminating the clearing where their camp had previously peacefully stood with flashes of internal energy of 3 different kinds. They tried to grab his hands to stop him, but he wouldn't let them, and eventually an opposite charge formed between their hands. This charge that formed threw them in different directions, Namgun-mi breaking, leaving deep furrows in the ground under his feet. And the students of the snake class, wounded, flew back, feeling no support under their feet and surprised by how the boy perceived them. Suddenly, the injured girl felt a slight collision, and under her back, someone's warm and powerful hand that kept her from falling. The assistant teacher of the Zmitz class managed to run to the children who were taking risks and catch them before they fell to the ground. Gently holding their backs, he asked with concern and an excited look how they were feeling and if they were okay. Shigal-mi, wiping the blood from her own chin and wincing in pain, replied that they were fine. But that fool wouldn't recognize them. He stepped forward, looking at me, who had lost control of himself, walking among the agitated students and ordering them to step aside. His gaze was stern and firm, and he slowly took hold of the hilt of his sword and gradually began to shine with his own powerful energy, saying that he would do everything himself. He approached the possessed student, who was now unable to control his own consciousness, and prepared to fight him. But in the meantime, not far from them, a new threat was looming. The man who had been wounded gradually began to regain consciousness. He sat under a tree and breathed heavily, spitting out blood that made it difficult for him to breathe, trying to fully gather his strength. He had been hit hard when he had collided with the tree and was now trembling, trying to regain control of his body, which was exhausted and therefore did not obey him. Raising his head, the man stared ahead with a fierce gaze, barely saying that he could not afford to lose to these children. And he made a terrible decision for himself, removing the mask from his face, taking out the same hidden pill that his friend had taken. The leader of the hired killers, guided by his own emotions and desire to defeat the defiant children, swallowed the Quan, the secret of which he was perfectly aware of. Meanwhile, far away from them, high in the mountains along which a fast river flowed down, crashing against the rocks, they were already being awaited. At the top of one of them he stood, looking expectantly ahead of him at the Sockham City Defense Corps, along with the students of the snake class. Teacher Kui Myung-dok stood watching the full moon and realizing that this situation was extremely strange, since they should have arrived here by now. The thin man lifted his hat, which partially covered his eyes, and looked ahead, hoping that they would soon appear on one of the paths. He stood calmly in place, his hands clasped behind his back, but he was worried that something might happen to his class during the trip. Teacher Chi pondered what could have happened, but he believed in his class and therefore decided to stay put for now and wait another 15 minutes for them to arrive. Suddenly he lowered himself, crouching above the ground and peering intently at something beneath his feet, his gaze caught by one thing. He noticed small black ants moving quickly under his feet and eating fallen leaves from the trees. This picture prompted the pale-skinned instructor of the snake class to new thoughts, and he continued to stare intently at the ants moving near his feet. Namgun-mei was completely mad with the poisonous energy that had always been in his tangent, but now he was freed from his rage. The assistant teacher, Yang Jun-hyuk, was going to stop the young man at all costs and return him to normal, saving him from death. He was ready to accept a duel with him, and the possessed student did not keep him waiting long, sharply pouncing on the teacher, whom he did not recognize. Looking ahead, Yang Jun-hyuk's gaze suddenly fell on a shocking detail that made him incredibly surprised. At first, he looked at the boy who was uncontrollable and didn't understand what he was doing by attacking him. But then, he saw something even stranger. Behind the young man, the leader of the mercenaries appeared, who had also swallowed the magic pill and attacked the boy, who did not notice him. The snake's assistant teacher realized that he needed to act as quickly as possible and reached out to the possessed young man's wrist. Grabbing his arm and pushing him back hard, he jumped over him, taking the place of the unruly student who was blinded by rage. He wanted to protect him, and therefore he put his sword forward, attacking the scoundrel who was about to vilely attack me. But he grabbed the blade, stopping the warrior's blow. The mercenary leader was furious and obsessed with the idea of taking revenge on the boy, preventing him from winning. He shouted that he should not dare to interfere in his duel. But the great warrior continued to defend himself and attack the villain, wanting to protect his students, who would definitely not be able to handle him. He couldn't believe that this mercenary was still conscious after that blow from me, but he understood that he needed to be stopped, since he had incredibly strong energy. The warrior with the small sword and the blazing gaze understood that he had no choice but to summon his inner beast. Suddenly, a huge blue lion formed behind him, which was a solid accumulation of the powerful internal energy of the small sword ghost. He aimed his sword at the leader of the assassins, but he suffered no significant damage, only his clothes were torn. However, the mercenary was not going to give up. He again took out his steel ropes with sharp tips, which entwined his hand as if they were alive. The man, gritting his teeth in rage, stared ahead with a cruel gaze, pointing his hand towards the teacher and saying that he was powerless to stop him. The steel whips tore from his hand, intertwined like snakes, and in a strong spiral, headed forward towards the class assistant teacher. Yang Junhyuk groaned and winced in pain as he realized that he had been touched by those steel and cold tips. The small sword warrior tried to free himself from the trap he had fallen into, and his internal energy gradually began to dissipate, losing the form of a beast. Noticing that the great warrior would lose a significant amount of his strength before he could free himself, some rushed to his aid. The elder of the Kaban clan, full of determination, ran towards the scoundrel, intending to deal him a significant blow, saying that they would see who would win. He pointed his stick at him, provocatively saying that no matter what he used, a rat is always a rat. But unexpectedly, his plan failed, and the angry mercenary caught the elder's wooden stick, preventing it from hitting him. Horsogol looked ahead in surprise and tried to take his weapon back, but it was held firmly in his hands. The elder of the Kabanu clan watched his rival in amazement and thought about the fact that last time it seemed to him that the man was at the limit of his capabilities. The mercenary kicked the wooden stick with all his might, breaking it with a crash. He was incredibly angry, his gaze burning with a bright fire of rage, and the mercenary knocked the remains of the stick out of the hands of the old man who dared to attack him. The leader of the hired killers looked at him bloodthirsty with a predatory smile, waiting to see what he would do without his staff. Elder Kabanu decided to quickly jump away from the threatening man who was burning him with his gaze. He looked at the scoundrel in amazement, not believing that he had been able to develop his spirit to this extent just by swallowing that pill. But at this moment behind him, a new problem appeared. The possessed Namgun Mi began to get back on his feet after his fall. He looked back in a beastly way at those standing there, not recognizing anyone, only wanting to destroy all the people who were now near him. Guided by this poisonous energy that had taken possession of him, the unconscious young man moved incredibly quickly, changing his position. Suddenly, without realizing his actions, he attacked Elder Horsogol, who was not looking in his direction, but was focused only on the mercenary. However, he sensed the danger behind him in time and dodged the young man who, burning with anger, attacked him as if he were an enemy. But at the very moment he dodged it, a steel whip with a sharp tip on the end was aimed at the academy student's face. Elder Kabanu, at the last moment, managed to notice the threat approaching the possessed boy, realizing that he was also dangerous in this state. But he couldn't let Namgun-mei get hurt, so he pushed him away from the steel ropes with all his might, kicking him. They both lost their balance and fell to the ground. The elder looked at the insidious leader of the hired killers, who was burning them with his fierce gaze, and tried to think of something. As he fell, he realized that in their current state, he would not be able to fight simultaneously against two opponents possessed by an unknown force. Chigalmi and Moyonbo stood aside in fear, watching this duel in shock, seeing the elder trying to fight and save the crazed disciple. Suddenly, Horseogol shouted loudly, pointing at Namgung-mei, ordering them both to grab him. Obsessed with the poisonous energy emanating from his tangent completely overshadowing his own, the boy landed, staring furiously ahead. The more time passed, the more his face changed and he became completely unlike the young man they knew. Suddenly, two of his comrades appeared in front of him, looking at him. They tried to talk to him, hoping he would understand them. Bo promised to help the young man, and Mi wondered if he really still didn't recognize them. But in response, the brutalized young man only growled through tightly clenched teeth. He looked at them mercilessly and stood as if building up an even greater amount of the power that now completely controlled him. Meanwhile, a fierce duel continued to take place next to them with the leader of the assassins, who had increased his strength at the expense of the Huan. They desperately continued to fight, and Horsogol tried his best to restrain the angry man so that he would be away from the children. Yang Junhyuk joined their duel, striking his opponent from above, infusing his weapon with fiery energy, and using the steel swing technique. But unexpectedly, despite the fact that the great warrior appeared suddenly, the sword came past the enemy, cutting only his clothes. The enraged mercenary leader had an unrivaled reaction, and dodging his attack, glared at the warrior who was hindering him. Elder Kabanu was the first to notice the danger and excitedly shouted for Yang Junhyuk to be more careful and dodge. However, it was already too late. He did not have time to warn him, and the enemy caught the careless warrior by the head, tightly gripping it in his hand. The cruel mercenary hit the snake-class deputy with all his might, his face on the ground, so hard that it cracked and fragments flew from the impact site. He dragged it across the ground, leaving a deep furrow in that spot, and then threw it aside like some ordinary rag. The ghost of the small sword, spitting crimson blood from its mouth, realized with horror that it had become even stronger than it was before. Horsio Gol looked in shock after the class assistant teacher, who had just been beaten so lightly, and realized that they were losing their strength. However, unexpectedly, out of the corner of his eye, the elder noticed movement behind him, and this detail made him tense up, since there should have been no one else here. He noticed how those warriors who had been lying motionless on the ground for a long time began to move their fingers, and their bodies began to be enveloped in a mysterious glow again. The hired killers, who had just swallowed that unknown pill, gradually and slowly began to get to their feet, looking ahead of them. And suddenly, before the elder of the Kaban clan, appeared an entire army of warriors who had long been defeated, but had now come to their senses. Horsogol watched them closely and watched them rise to their feet, although now they least resembled the bodies of living people. He looked at them in shock and could not understand how these men, who until recently were twice the size of ordinary warriors, had suddenly become so bony. Seeing the exhausted figures of the killers, the elder had an unpleasant feeling. Those men looked as if they were on their last breath. A terrible thought arose in his head. He did not believe that they would be ready to fight to the death, and Seogol screamed with horror in his eyes, informing everyone that they had risen. The elder ordered everyone to prepare for the duel, but the assistant teacher did not hear him. He lost consciousness and lay motionless on the ground. In Ryong, who had been nearby all this time but had hidden with the wounded Wang Pyo, who was still unconscious, looked at the battlefield in horror. The rabbit class also froze in place in amazement. They couldn't believe their eyes, and that all their work up to that point had been in vain. Yang Jinhyo tried to get up, trembling, realizing with fear that he wasn't sure they would be able to hold out much longer. He remembered the face of Teacher Qi, entrusting him with the safety of the students, and before disappearing, he finally expressed his faith in their snake class. The great warrior did not feel his strength and could not get up. In despair, he mentally turned to the mentor of their class, asking him what they should do. But suddenly, he noticed a familiar pair of shoes in front of him, which slowly descended in front of his haggard face. Teacher Qi found them, and descending in front of them, began to say in a calm voice that he had been thinking all the time about why they had been gone for so long. Raising his hat and watching the soldiers calmly looking around, he summed up as he spoke that they had real chaos going on here. Chegal Mi and Moyeon Bo, who were trying to keep the possessed Namgun Mi away from the rest, looked back in surprise at the one who had suddenly appeared. Injured and exhausted, Yang Junhyuk could not believe his own eyes that Teacher Kui suddenly appeared at the most needed moment. In Ryong, who was sitting bent over the unconscious body of Wang Pyo, looked at him with hope and held a throwing knife in her hands, so that in case of need, she could defend herself. They stared intently at their mentor's face, and all together loudly shouted his name, and hope for salvation was evident in their voices. Kui Myung-dok looked around intently, seeing a class of rabbits that shouldn't have been there, but they were standing ready for a duel. And not far from them, he noticed with horror the corpse of a young girl who had been stabbed in the back. His gaze was cold and judicious. He assessed the situation and stared ahead at the enemies standing before him. Master Qi was amazed by the appearance of the hired assassins, who looked like skeletons, covered in skin over bones, without any muscles. Observing the army of mercenaries who radiated an incomprehensible glow of internal energy, he asked them why they had taken such a thing inside. But to his great surprise, the pale-skinned man heard only an animalistic growl in response. He could not believe that these people had lost themselves so much. One of the monsters thoughtlessly and abruptly rushed forward, attacking the unknown man who had just appeared before them. His face now resembled nothing human. He rushed forward only growling loudly and menacingly, and his gaze was empty. However, the snake class teacher stood motionless in his place, calmly waiting for his opponent to get closer to him. With just one flick of his finger, without any effort, he was able to send the scoundrel back, throwing him high into the air. Having repelled the enemy's attack, the pale-skinned class instructor realized that they had become nothing more than mindless animals, guided only by the desire to kill. And since the mercenary whose attack he repelled didn't feel any pain at all, he became incredibly curious to check something about them. Putting on his ghostly mask, he said with bloodthirsty curiosity that he was interested in knowing if they would feel fear of their own death. The hired killer stood there, bewildered, staring at him, not fully understanding what was happening, but the mask he was wearing alerted them. And all of them suddenly moved from their places, rising high and preparing to attack the masked stranger. He just watched them silently and calmly, doing nothing until they got close enough to him. But they didn't have to wait long. They were already heading towards him, who confidently stood motionless, attacking him from the mountain. The thin man and the ghostly mace easily dodged their attacks. He only had to lean back slightly. Kui Myung-dok was incredibly fast and moved swiftly among enemies who had lost their human consciousness. He captured them all in a vortex of his powerful inner energy, knocking them off their feet and circling them above him like toys. These opponents were completely unequal to him, and he decided to end this fight as quickly as possible, directing the energy into his hand. He raised his palm above his face, concentrating the flow of inner strength on the tip of the index finger of just one hand. The powerful thin man lowered the assassins in front of him, seeking them out in a single line and cutting them down on the spot with just a flick of his finger. The opponents did not have time to react in any way to escape from the man, and they immediately died on the spot, being cut in half. Kui Myung-dok stood in the glow of his own powerful inner energy and looked incredibly menacing, his gaze, cold as always, radiating fury. The elder of the Keban clan watched in amazement as the powerful warrior suddenly appeared, not believing his own eyes that he was able to cut all his opponents with one blow. The exhausted young Jun-hyuk continued to lie on the ground, unable to get up. He looked with gratitude at the incredible teacher Kui. The rabbit class teacher Ong Yeon-wee was also watching him intently, her face tense, and she realized that the same Kui Myung-dok was standing in front of her. She literally couldn't take her eyes off him, watching his every move and admiring the terrifying energy he radiated. The powerful snake class mentor understood that he had one last enemy left and quickly headed towards him. Dropping to the ground before the frightened mercenary leader, he scorched him with his fierce gaze, the power of which could not be hidden under a mask. He looked terrifying and, looming over the frightened assassin, coldly addressed him, telling him to answer one question. The mercenary, trembling with tension and with fear in his eyes that no longer resembled human ones, tried to speak, but nothing came of it. He could only make incomprehensible sounds. An irritated Kui Myung-dok watched him in surprise, but then he understood why instead of words, he only moaned in response to him. He leaned towards his opponent, trembling with fear, and looking him straight in the face, voiced his guesses, asking if he could speak. The leader of the hired killers could not speak, but he was perfectly aware of everything. There was horror in his eyes, and only one thought was going through his head: he would die at the hands of this monster. And then the skinny teacher of the snake class, bending over him, decided to take this power away from him because he had a great desire to find out the answer to his questions. As the last flashes of unknown energy faded from Master Key's body, he gradually began to extinguish his own energy, taming it. As soon as the pill wore off, the leader of the hired killers fully regained consciousness, feeling all the blows he had ignored, and he coughed up blood. And then Kui Myung-dok, looking at him fiercely, asked if he could speak now. He didn't care at all. He wasn't bothered by the fact that the man was sitting twisted in pain. The students in the class watched in amazement as their teacher interrogated the mercenary, who was gradually moving away from him out of fear. Moyeon-bo was shocked to realize how strong their mentor had become. He stood frozen watching him and realized that he could match his father in strength. But then, no matter how much he hated to admit it, he clenched his hand into a fist in disappointment and admitted to himself that he was even stronger than his father. Chigalmi watched in shock at the thin man, not believing her eyes that he was really their teacher. She admitted her mistake and that he was really Kui Myung-deok. They were so amazed by the power of their mentor that they completely forgot about the task they had been assigned, and the possessed Namgun-mi was left without control. He continued to stand behind them for a while, but then he started running forward with all his might. The young man rushed past them so quickly that they didn't even have time to notice anyone in time to try to stop him. They just stared after him, not understanding. His gaze was wild, and the veil covering his eyes made it impossible to fully realize who was in front of him. He concentrated his gaze on only one specific man. He quickly approached them, not taking his fierce gaze off the men, among whom was the very one he had chosen as his victim. Suddenly, the great warrior Kui felt someone's movement rapidly approaching him, and he looked back with curiosity to see the one who was almost there. The possessed young man was like a monster. He attacked his mentor, but he calmly stopped him by simply putting his hand forward. Holding him by the head, he looked at him with a touch of irony and a certain mockery, saying that his problematic student had already appeared. The thin teacher looked intently into his misty eyes and sternly began to say that the boy needed to be punished for such behavior. But he continued to hiss and gnash his teeth like a beast, not recognizing him and trying to escape from Kui Myung-dok's strong grip. However, it was useless. No matter how hard he tried, the snake-class mentor repeated for him the same thing he had done for the mercenary. He was drawing out of the student the poisonous energy that had taken possession of him. At first, the young man tried to somehow resist the cold-blooded man, but he was unsuccessful, and at some point, the guy stopped swinging his legs. And only after that did the teacher release his troubled student, and he fell to the ground with a loud thud, his appearance gradually returning to normal. When Teacher Key finished with me, he turned back to face the hired killer, who was sitting motionless in place, telling him to now start telling everything from the beginning. He leaned towards him, looking at the man with a stern gaze and demanding that he confess and name the thing they were using. The mercenary turned pale and tensed. He looked in horror at the warriors who were bending over him, shouting for him to disappear and calling him a monster. Kui Myung-dok looked at him with hatred. His voice became mysterious, but there was incredible anger in it. He asked in surprise if he was the one calling him a monster. He straightened up and looked the scoundrel up and down, saying that he wasn't the one using all the bad things that made him stronger, and didn't attack innocent people and little students. His voice was cold and cruel, yet burning like fire. He declared with hatred that in his eyes, they were the monsters. He looked at him in shock, understanding how furious he was about the situation, afraid of what it might turn out like for him. The man continued to speak, but due to fear, tension, and nervousness, it was difficult for him to get the words out, and he said in a hoarse voice that this was not true at all. The mercenary tried to justify himself by saying that he had been forced into such work by hypocrites like the teacher standing before him. However, the terrible fear took over, and he no longer controlled himself. Crawling back, the man shouted, accusing them, and that they were to blame for all this. He continued to shout accusations, right into the surprised face of Kui Myung-dok, who was listening to him, who said that he was not at all interested in the affairs of the clans. Recalling his difficult past, where he had to fight for himself, he tried to explain that he did it just because he wanted to survive. Remembering the beatings he had endured in his distant past, he continued to say that there was only one way to survive and not die himself. He explained that the past had taught him one rule that he follows in his life: to attack and strike first. Out of despair and hopelessness, the leader of the hired killers screamed, justifying himself by saying that the clans and their squabbles between them had made him this way. His emotions were so strong and his screams so piercing that it seemed as if the entire world around them shuddered from the pain he felt. However, Teacher Key stood there unmoved, looking at him, not feeling a single drop of pity or sympathy. He was only concerned about his class and me, who had broken down because of him. On the contrary, such an excuse only further irritated the great warrior, who, looking on with fury, spoke of the convenience of throwing everything away, pretending that it was not his choice. The wounded mercenary looked at him in shock, understanding that the man did not want to sympathize with him, or at least understand. He did not think about the possibility of another choice. The irritated snake-class mentor slowly extended his hand forward, directing it at the scoundrel and accumulating a stream of his powerful energy there. A noose instantly formed around the scoundrel's neck, consisting of the powerful warrior's inner energy, and squeezed it tightly, making it difficult to breathe. Kui Myung-dok looked cruelly at the man who was desperately trying to break the energy noose around his neck, which was getting tighter and tighter. Lifting it above the ground, he said with a cold voice that he was only interested in one thing: what kind of crap they were using and where they got it. The man, wheezing and gasping for breath, knew perfectly well that the man could kill him. He tried with all his might to utter an answer to his question, barely uttering a word of praise. However, this said absolutely nothing to the cruel and angry mentor from the Peck Military Academy. He wanted to hear more. And trembling with fear, literally on his last breaths, he was able to croak about Sal, which meant the place where he had taken him. The man was ready to do anything to survive. Kui Myung-dok looked at him contemptuously, feeling irritation and hatred and realizing that he would no longer get any useful information from him. He quietly praised him, and at that moment, the noose around the mercenary's neck detonated, tearing his head into small pieces that flew in different directions. The cold-blooded snake-class mentor stared emotionlessly at the mutilated body of the scoundrel lying before him in his own sea of blood. The skinny man looking down thought only about the fact that in this world, everything and always depends only on the choice that was made. He turned around and calmly headed back, fully aware that someday, he too would be forced to bear responsibility for the path he had taken. Namgun-mi, a boy who was possessed by his curse, a poison that was cunningly given to him at an early age, deceiving the child. Now he felt a complete emptiness inside him and how he was slowly sinking to the very bottom of his own subconscious, drowning in his weakness and despair. No more sensations, only the cold and darkness that filled everything around his consciousness and him, helplessly heading downwards. Again, this terrible abyss of loneliness in which he found himself, no longer feeling any hope, no expectations, no strength to fight on. A young man with eyes that radiated nothing. They were cold and empty. Suddenly his dead gaze lingered on something. The fiery ball that he had already encountered, when more than anything in the world he wanted to stay at Peck Academy, appeared before the boy again. He was literally drawn like a magnet to this bright fire burning within his deepest and most empty subconscious. Suddenly, the flame that had been burning so brightly came to life and began to confidently approach him, opening its jaws wide. At one point, it swallowed the young man whole and completely, leaving him powerless to fight or try to escape it, even though attempts would be futile. And at that moment, shock and surprise brought the youngest heir of the Namgun family back to the realization of his feelings, reflected in his eyes, which were changing rapidly. The inner fire that had consumed him began to destroy Namgung Mei from the inside, reminding him that he had failed to protect the person standing right in front of him. The sea of cows, the pain and suffering that appeared before his eyes, and again the memory of the girl falling to the ground and that eerie voice that wondered who else he wanted to protect. All of this, both the new pictures that appeared before his eyes and the feelings that filled him, destroyed the kind-hearted guy from the inside. He felt his emotions taking over again, and his hands becoming not his own. They were being controlled by the alien energy that was seething in his tangent. Before him, enveloped in fiery flashes, appeared an image that well demonstrated what he looked like when he succumbed to the absorption of poison within himself. A creepy voice echoing around him suggested that the boy surrender and finally accept this image, becoming a monster unable to even protect himself. The flames that had engulfed him began to change, and the bright flashes of fire above him gradually spread to the sides and the shadows thickened. He found himself surrounded by thick shadows formed by his own monsters, which devoured the young man from the inside, simply by looking at him. The black clots began to morph, taking on the forms of people he knew, who loomed over him and never took their eyes off him. They oppressed him with their presence and mockingly asked what he could do without a single talent and without any hope for him from those around him. He was horrified to realize how unpleasant these words were and desperately tried to find an excuse for himself, to say at least something in response. These words, these voices echoed in his head. He couldn't get away from them. The young man tried to cover his ears so as not to hear them, but it didn't help. Suddenly, these shadows began to disappear one by one, and their voices, just as suddenly as they had appeared, disappeared, and a new silhouette appeared before him. He raised his eyes in fear to look at the one who now appeared before him and was surprised to recognize his mother in the mysterious silhouette. Her delicate features began to gradually emerge. He felt her presence next to him again, her warmth, but he could not remember what kind of eyes his mother had. But this image also abruptly disappeared. A new shadow appeared before him, taking its form, the features of which seemed familiar to him, but he could not yet recognize anyone. Suddenly, the features of his face became clear, and he saw before him his mentor speaking to him, asking how long he would continue to soar in the clouds. The image of Kui Myung-dok that emerged in his mind slowly raised his hand to his confused face, holding it in front of his forehead and about to give a slap. The teacher ordered him to return to his place. After the finger collided with his forehead, everything around him seemed to crack, and the world he found himself in began to crumble. This brought the young man back to his senses. As if waking up from his nightmare and opening his eyes with horror, he suddenly stood up on the spot, covered in cold sweat. He was sitting on a bed, breathing heavily, trying to come to his senses, his face covered in shadow, and the boy himself was wondering if it was just a dream. Suddenly he heard drops of water dripping and a voice calling him. Turning his head to the side, the young man noticed strong hands wringing out a towel. When he was able to fully focus his gaze on the person standing next to him, he was surprised to see a familiar face he thought he would never see again. He was pleasantly shocked and with a smile tried to talk to Yu Arin, who, as it turned out, had survived and was now in the same room with him. The young lady looked at his face, and then her gaze suddenly slid down, looking at May's rolled-up breasts, which were covered in sweat and heaving heavily. She blushed incredibly looking at the wounded boy. Her face turned red, and the girl herself could not say anything in response to him. Embarrassed and aware of how she looked, the young lady, guided by her emotions, shouted that she had done nothing but was simply treating him. However, the young man didn't think anything of the sort. He just looked at her in surprise, and she, feeling uncomfortable, ran out of the room, breaking the wall and saying that she would call a doctor right away. He looked in shock at the trail that A-Rin had left behind, thinking about how it seemed to him at the time that something had happened to her. The boy carefully jumped out of bed and, putting on the slippers that were standing nearby, wondered where he had finally found himself. Namgung-mei walked over to the window curiously, opening it and looking outside to see where he was now. The youngest heir to the Namgun family looked in amazement before him, seeing a large square with many people hurrying somewhere. Carefully examining the architecture and monuments standing in the square, the astonished young man realized with deep astonishment that he was in the city of Habuksong. His surprise knew no bounds. He stared wide-eyed in front of him, admiring every detail of the city he found himself in. Suddenly he heard a voice next to him asking why he was so surprised. And the young man was incredibly frightened by such a surprise. Looking aside, he saw a thin mentor next to him sitting on the roof of the house near his window. The student was surprised and asked why he was sitting there. And he, not paying attention to him and looking coldly ahead, began to say sternly that he was ordering him to practice reverse energy. After a short pause, he continued to say that he had repeated his mistake again. Namgun-mei realized what his mentor was talking about and, regretting that he had lost control of himself again, apologized to him. But the man, turning to face him, said that it was actually his fault and how much he had been too carefree, and therefore the young man had nothing to apologize for. Confused, Mi carefully watched his teacher, Kui Myung-dok, and listened to the words he spoke. The snake class instructor said that because of such a mistake, he would now personally teach him a special military skill. These words thundered in his head and he was shocked, not believing that the mentor would personally teach him special military skills. A moment later, he stood up, saying that he had received permission from his father, and therefore, now the boy would have to follow him. The young man did not believe in the reality of these words. He looked in front of him in shock, and Teacher Ki added, saying that he would become his special student. The boy felt incredible gratitude and joy. His emotions were so strong that he squeezed the windowsill that was under his hands, and of course agreed with the teacher. Slowly turning to him, he told him with a smile to stop bragging, since he was already his snake class mentor. Looking at him with a smile, he raised his finger to his lips, gesturing for silence and saying that for everyone else, their training should remain a secret. The young man, still unable to believe his luck, looked at him with gratitude, saying that he agreed to such a condition. Holding his chin and pondering one detail, his mentor said thoughtfully that he had been told something about the boy. He knew that the man had almost died trying to protect the child, and looking at his withered face, he added that it was pointless to overdo it, knowing in advance that you would lose. The thin man gently placed his hand on his head and quietly praised the boy for such a senseless but brave act. The confused young man's lips trembled from the strong emotions that overwhelmed him, hearing praise from someone for the first time in so many years, after polluting his inner energy. The youngest son of the Namgun family trembled with tension. He tried his best to hold back his tears of emotion, but after thanking him, he couldn't. Suddenly in front of him, in the opening left after Arin's escape, excited visitors appeared, looking anxiously at the young man standing by the window. With tears in his eyes, he looked back in surprise at the voice that called out to him, seeing the excited crowd before him. They approached him, and Moyonbo, addressing me, declared that the young man had not yet fully recovered, and therefore should quickly return to his bed. Namgun-mei tried to explain why he was standing by the window, but when he looked back, he didn't notice anyone next to him anymore. The teacher had suddenly disappeared. Looking out the window, he was surprised by the sudden disappearance of his mentor and did not understand where he could have gone so quickly from the roof of the house. He was returned to the bed, and examining his hand in detail, the doctor was surprised and could not believe his eyes. "Check everything carefully again," he said with surprise that no one had ever recovered as quickly as Namgung-mei had. Yu Arin angrily loomed over him. Her gaze was stern, and a terrifying energy gathered around the girl. She stared intently at the doctor, checking to see if he was really okay now. He began to say in confusion that the patient was indeed almost completely fine, and that all that remained for him was to fully restore his energy. The young lady frightened the doctor with her persistence as she approached his face closely and, looking fiercely into his eyes, asked if he was ready to give his life for his words. And while the man was confusedly trying to calm the girl down, Chagal-mi, realizing that now was not the best moment, decided to ask what secret the young man was hiding about his body. Looking intently into his eyes, she cautiously said that at that moment he looked strange, although in reality, in her mind, she wanted to say that he looked like a mercenary. Embarrassed, he began to stammer, trying to find the right words to explain what was happening to him at that moment. But suddenly his gaze was drawn to a sharp movement on the ceiling of the room, and he was surprised to notice the teacher's head, which had unexpectedly appeared. Kui Myung-dok, who had unexpectedly appeared by opening the hatch in the ceiling, silently gestured to the young man, indicating that he should not say anything. And while Rin angrily questioned the doctor, Mi replied that there was nothing wrong with that. In his opinion, it was just too much energy. But Shigalmi disagreed, vehemently denying it. The representative of the Ahmi clan, who had been ignoring their conversation, turned around in surprise, looking at the girl and trying to understand what she was objecting to. Kui Myung-dok, who was walking thoughtfully across the city rooftops, suddenly felt someone's presence next to him, at which moment the unexpected guest spoke to him. He turned to the owner of the voice in surprise, and the owner greeted him and asked what he had been doing all this time before they saw each other. Kui Myung-deok greeted the elder of the Kaban clan in return, calling him Captain Hor-so-gol, saying that they had indeed not seen each other for a long time. However, the gray-haired man, looking intently at the class teacher and studying him, denied the possibility of such an appeal to him. Adjusting the twig sticking out from under his headband, he said that he couldn't be a captain, since he had only spent 3 months in the war. But the thin man, looking at him, replied with a smile that a captain always remains a captain. He, a little embarrassed, stopped the words of Master Qi, saying that he had not even expected to receive such respect from him. The elder walked confidently closer to him, drawing the pale-skinned man's attention even more to himself. Approaching him closely, the old man looked closely at his face and said that he could not even imagine that he would look like this without the mask. Assessing his appearance and reflecting on it, Elder Kabanu added that he needed to work on his appearance. Kui Myung-dok replied that he also still felt a little uncomfortable, now without his mask, which he had become accustomed to over so many years. But then, with a smile, he added that there was nothing he could do about it, since he no longer belonged to the Black Clan. They sat on the roof, chatting amicably with each other. Elder Hor-so-gol said with sympathy that he had heard the news about the disbandment of the Black Clan. Suddenly, an old acquaintance with a mysterious look, looking somewhere into the distance, said that he had something for Kui Myung-dok, and he, paying attention to him, replied with irony that he even had some guesses about this. The old man said nothing, but quietly reached into his clothes, carefully taking something out of his pocket. He held in his hand the very small wooden box, around which there was now so much unknown, and was showing it to his old acquaintance. Myung-dok stared in surprise at the object in his hands, while Elder Kebin continued to speak, explaining that he did not know the contents or the sender, although his people were already working on it. Paying attention to him and noticing his surprised face, Hor-so-gol realized that the journey to Noxalgok had also been in vain. He carefully handed the box into his hands, wondering if he hadn't gone there for this thing at all. The thin man frowned and thought, trying to remember his trip to that city. Noxalgok was just that dark and gloomy city that was located on the top of one of the mountains. Kui Myung-dok finally remembered his very recent trip to that unpleasant place, and how, upon entering the city itself, he was greeted by an unpleasant scene with hanging gallows, who had already lost their human appearance. Even then, watching this eerie picture, he had unpleasant suspicions. And as he walked further, climbing the stairs, he received confirmation of his premonition, noticing many corpses lying in his path. The entire city lay in a sea of blood at his feet, all of them dead long ago, and the picture did not change no matter how high up he climbed the stone stairs. He looked at the corpses with cold eyes and appreciation, and was surprised by how even the cuts on their lifeless bodies were. His gaze was cold and emotionless. He only noted with surprise that the perfectly even handwriting was repeated. He recognized the killer's talent. However, that was not all, and he confidently walked up, because what really interested him was at the very top of the stairs. Rising, the thin man noticed a new detail in this place, in the form of a huge broken hole in the wall of the house. He examined everything in detail, every broken column and crack, and realized that a duel was already taking place right above. Jumping inside and wanting to further investigate what was happening here, studying the traces left behind, he noticed one interesting thing that appeared before him. Upon entering the premises, he was greeted by the dead body of a gray-haired man who had previously been the leader of this city. But what was interesting was not that at all, nor the corpses lying near him, but the inscription hidden under his head. It was no ordinary inscription, but a special message for him, written in their blood, in which someone simply mentioned his name. Teacher Kui Myung-dok looked down with a cold gaze and wondered who it could be, someone who knew he would want to come here. Having finished his story, he opened the box, looking at the purple pea hidden inside, and the elder, asking questions, clarified whether all the inhabitants were dead. Looking at the incomprehensible thing in his hands, the thin class instructor said that those people were a very small organization, and therefore the problems were also small. He suddenly fell silent, cutting off his sentence, and the elder of the Kaban clan, guessing that something was wrong, asked what he had found there. Kui Myung-dok, with a gloomy shadow on his face, quietly replied that he had 2 finds. Horsogol was amazed to hear that, having had such an unsuccessful trip to the city of Noxalgok, he had noticed 2 interesting finds there. The snake-class teacher told about the inscription made in blood that he found there. And also, to his great surprise, he found quite a few empty boxes there, just like the one his old friend had given him. Returning the box, Teacher Ki said that one of the marks he noticed was left on purpose, but the other was completely accidental, which meant they were cleaning up the marks. The elder of the Kaban clan rose heavily from his seat, saying that in this case, there was only one way out: to wait for information from his people. The skinny teacher Chi hurried up after him, wondering where he was in such a hurry to go. And he, smiling and stroking his shaggy beard, replied that he was not his servant, and therefore did not have to explain himself. The elder stood up straight in front of him, and said that that was why he would come if he wanted to, and leave if he wanted to. Kui Myung-dok, with a smile, offered to escort his former comrade. The man turned and walked away, refusing the offer, citing the fact that he was not that old yet, so there was no need to escort him. The thin teacher, Chi, stood alone in his place, looking ahead and contemplating what he had found. He understood that, considering all the traces he had found in that city, it could only mean one thing: the time had come to pay for his sins. Suddenly, in front of the pensive face of the Peck Academy teacher, the clan elder appeared again, frightening him with his abrupt appearance. He looked intently at his face, his eyes fixed on every detail, studying his figure and thinking about something. The thin man, watching him with surprise, asked if he had changed his mind about leaving, but in response, he heard the same question directed at him. He stared at the man incomprehensibly, surprised by his behavior, and after a moment the man called him a rather clever man. The elder of the Kaban clan, looking at him, said that he now understood why he had been appointed teacher. But the warrior himself did not quite understand this, so he asked his opinion. Horsogol looked down, pointing at the children who had gone out for a walk in the city, and saying that he had been chosen to keep an eye on them. Kui Myung-dok looked in surprise where his old friend was pointing. He simply watched the students who were carefreely walking somewhere. As he watched them, the elder continued to speak, reminding them that although they had caught the time of war, the children had not been caught up in that fate. He looked with warmth at the smiling and carefree faces of the students, feeling how at ease they felt. Horsogol said the main thing was that they were shedding blood and fighting until their last breath. Just for the sake of their joyful future, he asked once again to look after them. And he watched them intently, realizing the importance of his old acquaintance's words, becoming more and more absorbed in his own thoughts. Suddenly, the elder of the Kaban clan, out of nowhere, took out a bottle of booze and held it out towards him. He distracted him from his thoughts and offered him a drink, and he agreed to the offer. That same day, far from the city of Habuxian, hidden things were happening at the Namgun family estate. In Namgun Cho's room, as always, the candle was slowly burning down, and on the table lay the scrolls he was studying and the brushes with ink for writing texts. Suddenly, someone entered the room, walking quietly but confidently, the stranger's steps full of strength and determination. The mysterious silhouette headed to the end of the room, where one special sword lay before him, on a golden stand. He gripped the red weapon case tightly, confidently removing the blade from its stand. It was the eldest son of the Namgun family, burning with a terrible desire. He gradually began to renew the sharp blade of the sword, saying that the 3-month period had already come to an end. The young man's gaze was terrifying. He stared fiercely in front of him, and around him, his own inner energy flared up even more, and he spoke with confidence that his time had come. As it turns out, the masked men who attacked the snake class were assassins hired by the leader of the Jungcheon group to destroy the Sokam Defense Corps trade caravan. And it turned out that those strange purple pills that the hired killers took were a blood explosion elixir, which was also his handiwork. As a countermeasure, the Murim Union immediately assembled a team of warriors to investigate and headed to the main building of the Jongshan City Defense. But upon arriving at the scene, they were incredibly shocked by the horrific scene they found in the building of the City Defense Corps. Upon arrival, they were met with a sea of blood, and absolutely all the participants involved in this dark affair were found dead. The soldiers who came to investigate the case carefully examined everything, examining the property and the bodies of the dead people, but they found no clues. The Red Flower Group, which is under the direct control of the Murim Union, was sent there to continue the investigation. Meanwhile, in the Murim headquarters building, which was far away in the mountains, it was also quite restless. In the middle of the headquarters, at a large negotiating table, all the teachers of the Peck Military Academy were gathered. sitting and waiting for the chief to appear. There was an awkward silence in the room. There was tension between them, but as long as no one got into any kind of fight, they calmly drank the water that stood in front of them. Someone sat with a smile, maintaining their neutrality and peacefully observing the others. And someone, with complete disregard and indifference to the rest, arrived there and sat there, bored, waiting. Suddenly, one of the class teachers decided to break this tense silence and loudly placed a glass of water on the table in front of him. And the teacher of the rat class, Chu-hee, laughingly said that the training outside had benefited his class. He curiously asked if the others had done well too. But this conversation could not start off good-naturedly, as one of the teachers began to mock the result of the rat class. The tiger's class teacher, Hoseok Jung, mocking her colleague, wondered what his class could do besides gather in a pack. And this incredibly outraged the teacher of the rat class, who jumped up from his seat, shouting and slapping his hands on the table. But another person joined their conversation, laughingly remarking that there was no point in even guessing which of them would be the criminals, pointing to the teacher of the tiger's class. The rabbit's class teacher, An Yeon-wee, said boredly that she hadn't completely recovered from her hangover yet, and suggested that her colleagues resolve their differences elsewhere, as there were many witnesses here. Sparks flew between Ong Yeon-wee and Ho Seok-jun, and the girl, looking sternly into Ong Yeon's eyes, spoke menacingly, calling her milady, that she did not want to hear such words from her lips. But she calmly passed the tiger class teacher by, saying that she was a beautiful maiden soaring in the sky, and then added with a sneer that maybe that's what the criminals in the faction called her. Such mockery from An Yeon-wee's lips and her bored look while talking incredibly irritated Ho Seok-jun, and she instantly flared up in flames, looking at her furiously. But before she could say anything, they were suddenly distracted by the loud sound of someone's hand hitting the table hard and attracting their attention. It was the teacher of the bull class, Pu Dongguan, who, looking sternly at them and with an angry voice, suggested that they stop their quarreling. He reminded everyone present that this meeting was organized by the head of the Murim Union himself, and therefore it would be good if they behaved politely. But unexpectedly, another teacher representative intervened in the conversation, making a quiet remark. Who was the teacher of the horse class, Nim Moon-se, who, having attracted attention, began to say that the manager had ordered all 12 teachers to appear. After a slight pause, he added that for some reason, he didn't see the teachers of the dragon and snake classes at this table, and the man asked if anyone present knew the answer. But no one knew the answer. They sat silently, pondering, and at that moment, unexpectedly, from the open door, a voice was heard, informing about the arrival of the leader. They all quickly got up from their seats, lined up at the table, and waited for the manager to enter the room. When the venerable gray-haired man entered, they all loudly shouted greetings to him, bowing respectfully before him and showing their respect. Led by the Murim Alliance, Kwag-yun walked in front, allowing those present to take their seats, and behind him walked a man carrying an important scroll in his hands. The leader took a place of honor at the table, taking the scroll from the hands of the assistant, who reported that all classes had returned from training safe and sound, and he listened to their detailed report. His assistant was Chagal's son, the younger brother of the head of the Chagal family, Chagal Mayon, who expressed his opinion that this experience would be a valuable contribution to the future. The union leader confidently added that not only did the children work well, but their mentors also did an excellent job with their task. He looked proudly at the mentors gathered at the table, thanking them all for their hard work. But unexpectedly, at this moment, the tutor of the rat class approached him, apologizing for sounding pretentious. But he had a question. The manager looked at him, wondering what exactly was worrying him, and saying that he could boldly ask his question. He began to speak, reminding them that the leader had ordered all the teachers to appear, but only 10 of the 12 were present at the table. The leader of Murimu understood that he wanted to know the reason why the 2 of them were allowed to disobey his order. He looked at the faces of everyone present, watching him, and waited impatiently for the manager's answer. The rabbit's class teacher had a brief answer in her eyes, saying that she was interested in knowing the reason why 2 of the teachers didn't show up for the meeting. She pondered this, remembering that the snake class's mentor was Qui Myung-deok himself, and they were all clearly not his equal. Therefore, the girl was well aware that his absence from the meeting of all the mentors from Peck Academy was quite explainable. But most of all, she was worried and interested in the question of why the Dragon class mentor had not shown up for their meeting. After a slight pause and pondering how to answer correctly, the union president began to say that they were both teachers he respected. Looking ahead at his interested subordinates, He continued to say that one of them had even been his friend for over 20 years, and his name was Kui Myung-dok. A great surprise spread through the room. The teachers were shocked that one of them was the legendary and powerful warrior Kui Myung-dok himself. The Bulls class teacher, Pu Dong-guan, was shocked to realize that the rumors that had been spreading throughout the academy and all of Murim were not true at all. The pig class teacher trembled with fear. He realized with horror that back then, when they met, he could have easily died because he was fighting the real Kui Myung-dok. The teacher of the rooster class, Chan Yang, watched in amazement as the mighty Kumak Ho trembled with terror and did not understand what exactly had him so confused now. The leader of the Murim Union, with a shadow on his face, continued to speak, mentioning the second teacher who'd not shown up for their meeting. Meanwhile, the grounds of Peck Military Academy, specifically the grounds of the Snake class, their open training ground, were also restless. The students of the Snake class continued their training as usual, struggling to perform one of the 3 practices of the Murim Union that teacher Ki had taught them. Namgung Mei, breathing heavily from the tension, counted the number of times he had done it and, hoping for a quick end, he had already done 2,999. And finally, when the entire exhausted class did 3,000 repetitions at once, they hoped that this would be the end of their task. Assistant teacher Yang Jun-hyuk watched him with pride and with a smile, realizing that the children were finally used to such strenuous exercises. And so he ordered them to do this exercise 100 more times, and not far from them, 2 people hiding behind rocks sat and watched their training. One of those hiding did not take his eyes off Namgun-mi, who was tensely continuing to perform his tasks, not sensing anything suspicious. The mysterious observer's eyes literally burned as they looked at young Master Mi. It turned out to be a student from the rabbit class, Yu Ah-rin, who looked at the boy with admiration and quietly said that he also looked stylish today. Her friend, who was also from the Ami clan, looked at the girl excitedly, wondering if she would continue to just watch him all day. But the enthusiastic girl replied that she knew nothing and thrust a book she was studying into her face, which discussed seduction techniques. She stated with a smile and confidence that this book is one of those books about seduction techniques that are widely discussed on the streets. Yu Ah-rin opened the book in front of them, saying that all this time she had been acting aggressively, and now this was like the next step in which she was temporarily hiding from view. She said with confidence that soon the young man would start wondering why she was nowhere to be seen and would start looking for her himself. The girls admired her and praised Ah-rin, saying that she was, as always, the best. And the 3 of them continued, quietly hiding near the Snake classroom to watch Namgung Mei. The youngest heir of the Namgun family was really wondering why he hadn't seen Ah-rin anywhere for several days, even though since his return, she had been constantly by his side. At this point, the assistant teacher allowed his students to stop training, telling them to clean up, and then they could go back. The students unanimously accepted the order. Wang Pio collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. He was incredibly tired from performing the exercise. After cursing, the young man said that he was starting to get used to it. Namgung Mei asked with a smile if he had already finished his silence training, but the boy replied that he had failed anyway, and therefore he would definitely be punished when he returned to the temple. He confidently declared that at least he would be able to tell them everything he hadn't allowed himself to before, and Mi smiled awkwardly, realizing that he would still have to start all over again. Moyeon Bo approached them, who, observing Namgung, said that it seemed like his body had returned to normal if he was coping with the training. And looking him in the eye, he added in a stern voice that the young man had clearly become stronger than he had been before. The others joined their conversation, where Chegal Mi confirmed Bo's guesses, saying that he had changed since that same incident with the hired killers. She returned to the conversation she had started in the hospital where the wounded young man lay, saying that at that time he had been radiating energy similar to the attackers. The timid In Ryong, looking over the girl's shoulder, cautiously added that his numerous and deep wounds had healed very quickly, although this was incredibly strange. The boy, feeling that his classmate had cornered him with his suspicious looks and questions, tried to come up with some kind of answer, but stammering, he couldn't say anything. And at that moment, he suddenly heard someone's voice behind him, which said appreciatively that the young man had a solid base. He turned sharply and looked back in fear, looking back at the person who had just spoken to him. He noticed in front of him someone's face that continued to assess the young man, and the man looking at him asked what class he belonged to. The leader of the Murim Alliance, with a shadow on his face, mentioned the second teacher who didn't show up for their meeting, only quietly saying that he was the dragon class instructor. As it turned out, he was the man currently watching Namun at his class's training ground, and his name was Chu Hua, nicknamed Storm Sword. All the class teachers present were incredibly surprised. They didn't believe that he was also a teacher and wondered how this was possible, considering that the difference between them was too great. The dog class teacher, Siogo, wondered if the Chu Hua, nicknamed Storm Sword, they were talking about right now, was one of the 3 celestial masters. She, observing the leader, asked why such a powerful warrior would want to become an ordinary teacher at the Peck Military Academy. Kwa Young looked in her direction and asked in response if she knew the Storm Sword well. And she froze, looking straight ahead and answering that she didn't know him personally. But the woman added that she knew that the teachers at the Peck Military Academy were chosen from hundreds of masters. And if he was a Storm Sword, then his level should be similar to that of the leader of Murim. Such words and questions made Kwa Jung smile softly, only with his eyes. He began to explain that even for many leaders of the great clans, it was impossible to reach the summit due to the destruction of the mountain. But meanwhile, each of those who belong to the 3 heavenly masters has almost achieved this, and they stand closest to the border. The gray-haired man said that it would be perfectly normal if the dragon-class mentor became the next leader of the Murim Alliance. But if a woman knew him personally and knew his character, she wouldn't ask this question. The class teacher added that he had heard that the mighty warrior Chu Hua rarely stayed in one place for long. Then the leader of the union explained that he runs away if they try to catch him and disappears if they try to force him to stay, which is how he got his last name. But those present were still troubled by the same question. They did not understand why he decided to become a teacher at the Black Academy, and Pu Dongguan dared to ask it again. The gray-haired man, gently combing his beard, replied that he became a teacher because one day he personally came and asked him to do so. And the rest of the mentors imagined a picture of a powerful warrior coming to the leader and begging to become a teacher at the academy. No one could believe that this man was one of the 3 heavenly masters. The head of the union, Murim, recalled that special day when he sat in his office and looked at the drawings of the mask, finding the differences between them. That evening, as he was transferring the drawing, a leaf accidentally fell from a tree onto his desk. And then suddenly another one appeared, and he and the stove drew attention to it, watching it smoothly descend downwards. And at that moment, a powerful warrior climbed into his room through the balcony and greeted him, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. The warrior who unexpectedly appeared was him, the warrior nicknamed Storm Sword, Chu Hua. The gray-haired man wondered why he had decided to appear so suddenly. He asked what he needed. He approached the warrior, sitting on the railing of his balcony, and asked if he had traveled the world in search of someone who would learn his skills. And he replied with a smile that this task turned out to be quite difficult for him. It was difficult to find someone who was like him. The leader of the Marine Union completely agreed with him, saying that it was really hard to find a gifted person, and that was why he created the Peck Military Academy. Chu Hua said with a smile that he actually managed to find one young man who could interest him, but he was rejected. He added, spreading his arms to the sides, that he was just about to enter here, at the Peck Military Academy. The Marimu leader replied that the man who refused the Storm Sword himself was probably as stubborn as the warrior himself. And he laughed right in his face, saying that you could probably say that, call that person stubborn, but he added that he had one request for the man. With a smile and enthusiasm, he asked the leader to put him in the same group with him. And the gray-haired man, looking him in the eye, spoke his guesses, which apparently meant that the student belonged to a different clan. The powerful warrior, with audacity and a dangerous light in his eyes, said that the young man obviously did not know who he was, and therefore needed to show his strength. The leader of the union, thoughtfully remarking that appetite comes during meals, looked suspiciously into his eyes, wondering if that was all, or if he was possibly hiding something from him. The warrior laughed and noted his astuteness, adding that he would like to find a few more followers for himself. The gray-haired man asked in surprise if he understood correctly that he was going to take other students out of the groups. Stormsword began to say that he was looking for followers who could adopt the dragon's mastery of military creativity, and of course they had to be special. The union leader allowed him to do as he wished, and the man couldn't believe his ears that he was really allowing it, saying that he wouldn't be able to take back his words. But the experienced man said that there would be only one condition, that the children's own decision should come first. He could offer them everything, but the choice would be theirs. He mentally reflected on the fact that this was exactly how it all happened, and because of this, mentors should be very vigilant towards their students. The man looked at the teachers sitting in front of him in the classroom, and understood that they needed to try hard to ensure that the students of Kui Myung Dok and the Storm Sword did not go too far. Meanwhile, at the Snake Arena training, a surprised Namgun Mi didn't answer the questions from the strange man, but first wanted to know who he was. The stranger, without saying anything, quickly jumped down from his seat, heading closer to the student standing at the bottom of the rock on which he was sitting. Suddenly finding himself in front of a surprised Namgung Mei, he said that it would be better to start by asking what class they were from. However, the young man froze in place in surprise, feeling embarrassed and not answering the question that he asked him. The first to speak was Chegalmi, who greeted him, first introduced herself, and then replied that they were all students of the snake class. She looked at him intently and suspiciously, realizing that after the incident with their mentor, she couldn't rely on people's appearances. She studied his figure as he skeptically assessed her, understanding that she needed to be careful, as he could be as powerful as Master Qi. The girl decided to ask who he was, addressing him according to the rules of etiquette, but the man looked at her skeptically, asking about her style of speech because she spoke like an old woman. She looked at him in surprise, not understanding his answer, since it was customary to address older strangers formally. He looked at her intently, wondering how interesting this girl might be to him. Then the great warrior glanced at all the students in the class, who were watching him with surprise and caution. His gaze fell on the confused Namgung Mei, who was examining his face with alertness and surprise. The unknown man abruptly raised his hand forward, pointing his finger at one of them and addressing him. He pointed to Moyan Bo, who was staring at his hand in shock, and asked what his name was. The greeting boy bowed before him, giving his name and saying that he belonged to the Moyan family. The warrior nicknamed Stormzord leaned closer to the young man and looked at him appreciatively, thinking, continuing to repeat his name. After studying his face closely, the stranger leaned down, assessing the shoulders of the boy who belonged to the Moyan family. Suddenly, Chu Diaohua hugged him, tightly squeezing his back and feeling the muscles of the shocked boy, who did not understand what was happening. Then he moved forward, palpating his strong chest muscles, and the young man, embarrassed and blushing, exclaimed sharply, wondering what he was doing. The man looked at him thoughtfully, realizing that, as the heir to a large family, he had been trained since childhood, and therefore had good physical shape. He continued to ponder the boy's candidacy, saying that in this he was much better than his follower. The stranger's gaze terrified the young man, but his eyes suddenly began to shine with inner energy, and he suggested he try something. The man summoned an aura of murder, and the phrase flashed through the mind of the confused and tense Moyan Bo, who fearfully did not know what to expect. Suddenly, the face of a fiery dragon appeared before him, scorching him with its terrible gaze and terrifying him with its appearance. Young Moyan Bo stood frozen in place, unable to move due to the fear he felt from the powerful energy emanating from the dragon. The young man stood with a blank stare, frozen and trembling with fear. He clenched his teeth so hard that a trickle of crimson blood emerged from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, Namgun Mi intervened, who, worried about his comrade, shouted to the stranger, demanding that he stop. But he looked at him irritably and skeptically, asking the boy not to disturb them. The sudden man exclaimed, looking at him closely, and the youngest heir of the Namgun family looked at him with surprise and incomprehension. The unknown man stared intently at his Tanjong, wondering what strange inner energy was hidden within it. He stood in front of him for a moment, looking at him with excitement and interest, smiling and saying that there were many interesting children here. A warrior nicknamed Stormsword reached out to him, wondering what class he belonged to. But suddenly his hand met the hand of another man who shook it tightly. Kui Myung Dok, who suddenly appeared before him as if he had jumped out of the ground, shook his hand, saying that they were all the snake class and that they were his students. He looked at him with a smile, saying that in that case he knew who was standing in front of him now. The man looked at the pale-skinned teacher and greeted him by name, Kui Myung Dok. He squeezed his hand tighter, and his palm began to ooze internal energy, the power of a dragon-class teacher. And the snake-class teacher reciprocated, using his inner energy during the handshake. Their powers were so powerful that the energy that spread through the ground shattered the stone beneath their feet, creating deep cracks in it. The more time passed, the stronger their internal energy grew, destroying everything around them. Namgung Mei opened his mouth in surprise and stared ahead with wide eyes, not knowing what kind of stranger had visited them. Moyan Bo was also struck by the power emanating from the man who was looking at him so intently. The shy and timid in Ryong was delighted by the powerful power emanating from both of them. None of the students could take their eyes off them, and Wang Pyo suddenly said that he had already seen this man, who had once caused a scandal in Shaolin, by coming there for a drink. Chegal Mi pondered the Buddhist disciple's words, believing the man to be crazy if he had come to look for alcohol in such a holy place. Wang Pyo recalled in more detail the day he first saw this mighty warrior who now appeared before him again. Remembering, the young man said that then the monk addressed him, calling the man by his nickname Storm Sword, and all the disciples were amazed to hear this name. Shigalmi looked ahead at the two incredibly majestic warriors who continued to compete in strength and could not believe that she had encountered the same Storm Sword. The energy emanating from their hands was so powerful that it destroyed pieces of their opponent's clothing. Qui Myung-dak calmly looked at his arm, which was already bare up to the elbow, and the fabric had scattered in small pieces in different directions. With an indifferent expression and a cold gaze, he turned to the Storm Sword, asking if it intended to continue in the same spirit. He silently looked down, contemplating his opponent's hand, which was tense and looked at the veins that clearly stood out. He was fascinated by such a powerful energy emanating from Teacher Chi's body. He frankly said that he did not expect him to be so strong. The pale-skinned man's eyes flashed with force, and he realized that he was simply enjoying this, so he decided to make him tense up. He used even stronger internal energy, wanting to show his superiority over him. The radiance emanating from him became stronger. But at this moment, the force went out of his control and he coughed up blood. The warrior realized that he had overdone it. He was very unpleasant that this moment had happened just now. Chu Deohua was incredibly surprised when he noticed that the snake-class mentor had coughed up blood. He began to gradually draw his internal energy back, returning it to his body, back to the tangent. Both teachers stopped competing and pulled the radiation of internal energy back. Having stopped competing to see who was stronger, the men stopped shaking hands, releasing each other's palms. Stormsword looked at his colleague with indifference, saying that he must have lost control of himself and out of politeness, asked if he was okay. The pale-skinned snake-class mentor, whose corners of his lips were stained with his own blood, coldly replied that it was a trifle. He addressed him, saying that he was surprised to learn that he had become a mentor at Peck Military Academy. And the great warrior replied with a smile that he was also surprised when he learned the same thing about him. He went on to say that he was surprised by the fact that one of the best killers became a teacher. But then he skeptically added that the face of a man with such a great reputation was even more surprising without his mask. But he didn't react at all, only replied that there was nothing he could do about it. At this moment, a person appeared in the training arena, surprising everyone with his abrupt appearance. Yuarin ran out of her hiding place screaming, rapidly approaching the young man, addressing him loudly. Namgung Mei looked in surprise at the girl who suddenly appeared in front of him, running out from behind the rocks and quickly approaching him. She abruptly approached him, grabbing the boy by the shoulders and lifting him off the ground, anxiously asking how he was feeling. The warrior nicknamed Stormsword was amazed to see her. He was definitely attracted by the power radiating from the confused girl. He couldn't take his eyes off her, watching her question the boy and talk about his fragile body, appreciating her strength and sturdy build. The man was delighted with the strength that was emanating from her and her body, which was definitely stronger than any stone. The great warrior looked at her with admiration, not believing that he had managed to find the legendary celestial martial body that had a special gift for military prowess. He called out to her quickly, as if he was afraid of losing sight of her, asking her name and what clan she belonged to. She glanced at him sideways, wondering what this stranger who had suddenly appeared here might need from her. The girl turned to face him and with a stern look as if ready to bend metal with one hand, replied that she was not interested in men his age. The great warrior abruptly hastened to justify himself, waving his arms in denial, clarifying that he had spoken and asked in the wrong sense. At this moment, Qui Myung-daok approached him, and with a mischievous smile he said that the girl's name was Yu Ah-rin, and that she belonged to the Ami clan. Chu Deohua looked in her direction again with great surprise, remembering the Ami clan as he believed that a man was now standing in front of him. The warrior knew perfectly well that only women belonged to that clan, and then he suddenly noticed the accessory on the stocky young lady's head and understood everything. But looking in front of him, at her face and strong body, he couldn't believe for a long time that she was really a girl from that clan. The man was outraged by this turn of events and clenched his hand into a fist in frustration, saying that he was very sorry. He continued to speak with a sad smile on his face, saying that in such a situation, he had only one option left: to surrender. Then the snake-class tutor approached him, asking why he wasn't at today's Peck Academy teacher meeting, but he asked again in surprise about the meeting. He pondered this, wondering if these meetings were mandatory, saying he was just wandering back and forth on the grounds of Peck Military Academy. And then with surprise and a certain hope, he turned to him, wondering if he himself had been at that meeting. And he, a little surprised by such an illogical question, coldly replied that he had been there. He remembered that meeting when all the tutors of the 12 classes gathered at one table and sat in front of the head of Murim, asking about those who had not come. They didn't even suspect that the thin man was right next to them, but in the next room and not quite sitting at the table. Kui Myung-dok didn't want to show himself to them, but he wasn't going to disobey the leader. And so he was present at the meeting, watching them from the open hatch in the ceiling, but he wasn't going to say anything. Therefore, when the snake class came, he decided to hide the details of his visit and, looking away, briefly said that of course he had been there. Chu Diao raised his gaze upward, looking ahead and saying that if he was the only one not at the meeting, he would be greatly disappointed by the elder later. He turned to leave, and when Teacher Ki asked about his departure, he replied that he had come here simply to greet him when he learned that he had become a mentor. When the mighty warrior turned his back on him, Kui Myung-dok was surprised to notice one detail in his appearance. Stormsword said with a smile that he noticed a lot of interesting things here, hinting he focused on his students, asking again if they were from the snake class. He said that his students had great potential and opportunities, but they also looked at him in shock, noticing the same detail as their mentor. He emphasized looking at the surprised Moyeonbo and saying that they were like bugs that were about to become dragons, wondering with a smile if he understood. Teacher Ki thanked him for such words and tried to tell him about the detail, but he interrupted him, asking why he was addressing him as you. He said with a smile that even though they hadn't met before, he was his age. Moyeonbo looked at him in surprise, reflecting on the fact that he had not previously known the fact that the Storm Sword was so young. The impudent warrior, turning his back on them and smiling, finally said that his follower was much better than Kui Myung-dok. With those words, he disappeared from his seat, not waiting for any words or reaction from the snake class, leaving them alone on the training ground. Kui Myung-dok calmly watched the trail of the missing warrior, pondering the fact that he had not had time to warn him. But at that moment, he heard someone suddenly call out to him. Chegalmi turned to him with interest, asking if this warrior who had just appeared before them was indeed the true Stormzord. The snake's class teacher, sensing something was wrong, looked down at his feet and coldly replied that it was indeed him. He pondered over that warrior, knowing that thanks to the dragon's military prowess, he was able to advance to the top 3 celestial masters at such a young age. Master Qi understood that this was why the young, powerful warrior was so meticulous about choosing his followers. Looking at his hand, which was visible from under his torn clothes, the snake class instructor knew that there was no better place to achieve this goal than Peck Military Academy. The teacher turned to his class, and Yuarin looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he didn't say anything to her. Did he really not notice since she wasn't one of his students? But he didn't care about her presence and continued to speak, telling them to listen carefully, because they would all find out that something important had happened at the teachers' meeting today. The children looked at him intently, and he said that at the assembly, they announced that all students at the Peck Military Academy would have to participate in a martial arts competition. Everyone present was surprised by this information. They were shocked that they would have to go through some kind of martial arts competition. Meanwhile, a warrior nicknamed Stormsword was heading through the forest, clearing towards headquarters. Suddenly, as he walked calmly, he felt one small peculiarity that had not been there before. He wondered with amazement whether this could have happened at that very moment, not so long ago. The warrior remembered the snake class mentor and how, at one point, during their fight, he began to emit stronger energy. With a smile and tension, he realized the comedy of the situation, remembering the name of Kui Myung-dok, thinking of him as a very interesting person. The powerful energy emitted by Teacher Chi tore his pants and he laughed, glad that he had come to this particular place. A martial arts competition, a special competition of the Murim Union, designed to find talented individuals who will lead the Justice faction into the future. Previously, it was held in one place once every 3 years and had a different name. It was called the Young Dragon and Phoenix Tournament. But after the construction of the Peck Military Academy, many talented people began to gather together, and this led to a change in the rules and requirements of the tournament. Shigalmi expressed her understanding with surprise that not only the name of the tournament has changed, but also its rules. The Snake's class teacher said with a smile that she understood everything correctly, and now, according to the new rules among the 12 groups, only 6 will be able to reach the finals. Moyeonbo looked intently in his direction. A realization came to him, and he began to say that in that case, there should be a preliminary round. But the mentor interrupted him. He stopped in front of him, and folding his hands behind his back, began to say that the preliminary round would be held next year. He explained to the children that they would need to win this selection as a group in order to be able to advance to the final stage. Then he took a short pause and continued to say that in the finals, the students would have to fight for themselves. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes, and he explained that in this way, they would need to be allies in the preliminary round, but enemies in the final. The class froze in surprise. They couldn't believe that the tournament rules would make it necessary for them to fight each other. Suddenly, the snake class heard a female voice coming from the branches of trees not far from their training ground. Looking up, they noticed Ong Yeon-wee, who explained to them that if they lost as a group, they wouldn't be able to reach the finals no matter how talented they were. The students were surprised to see the rabbit class teacher here, and Yu Ah-rin was especially shocked to meet her teacher here. She knew she would definitely be angry. The woman instantly jumped easily from the tree branch where she had been hiding from their eyes, heading downwards. She lowered herself gracefully in front of her student, and her appearance indicated that she was definitely not satisfied. She looked at the girl angrily and sternly asked, addressing her, what she was doing here if this was not their class's territory. Yu Ah-rin looked at her in fear and couldn't answer anything. She was shocked that her teacher decided to suddenly appear here. The teacher looked her sternly in the eyes, asking what her bad behavior was about, and then added that the student would be punished, and she, guiltily lowering her gaze, did not answer anything. Suddenly, An Yeon-wee looked towards the rocks where Ah-rin had been hiding earlier, and said that the rest would also be punished. She had long noticed the girls hiding there. At this moment, guilty voices were heard from behind the stones, agreeing to their punishment. But the girls, embarrassed, did not show themselves. The rabbit's class teacher turned to Teacher Kui, saying that they hadn't seen him at the meeting and therefore decided to tell him about what had been announced there. She continued with a smile, saying that as expected from the former commander of the Black Flower, he receives information surprisingly quickly. He looked at her, embarrassed and tense, only briefly agreeing with her words, although in reality, in his mind, he wanted to say that he himself had been at the meeting. Suddenly, the girl changed dramatically. Her look was menacing, and she continued to say that even if they faced each other in the finals, they wouldn't mess with them. And she turned to walk away, calling after her the rabbit class teachers, who quickly hurried towards her, but Yu Ah-rin remained standing still. Nam Gung-mei stood there tensely. He understood that Ah-rin would most likely be scolded for finding her here. Suddenly, the girl, treading cautiously, turned to face him. Her face was tense. The girl blushed with embarrassment as she looked at the boy. She quietly turned to him. The young man looked up at her, his gaze expressing incomprehension and curiosity about what she wanted to tell him. Feeling shy and uncomfortable, she began to say that she probably wouldn't be able to visit him for a while. He replied with disappointment that training with her had helped a lot and that he was very sorry that she would not be able to come for a while. Yu Ah-rin looked at Nam Gung-mei in confusion, thinking sadly that the first obstacle to their love had arisen. The girl, with regret in her voice, began to say that they might have to endure a long winter. But then, with hope and a touch of joy in her voice, she added that spring would definitely come. She looked at the young man with hope and joy and said that she would look forward to this moment. However, Nam Gung-mei didn't understand her words at all. He looked at her in surprise, trying to understand why the girl mentioned the period from winter to spring. He decided that what Ah-rin meant was that if they had to face obstacles as harsh as winter, their skills would only become stronger. And the guy, who took her words completely differently than she said, replied with a smile that he would also wait for this moment. The girl blushed even more, she thought with a slight smile, that the young man also shared the same feelings with her. Embarrassed, Yu Ah-rin looked at me with tenderness and asked the boy to take care of himself until that day. The snake class was left alone, and teacher Kui Myung-dok gathered them in the middle of the training ground, sitting across from them. The students gathered to listen to his instructions about the upcoming competitions, and Chegal-mi asked if he was right in guessing that they would focus on general formation training. But unexpectedly for the girl, the pale-skinned class teacher answered negatively with a smile. It was incomprehensible to her, and she said with a skeptical look that he himself had said that in the previous round they would fight as a group. She recalled that even when training outside, they did it without thinking, as they had never trained to work together. Teacher Chi agreed with her assumption with a smile, and continued to say that indeed, the general formation is a formidable force, but it has one weakness. He made the girl think about what would happen if one of them got hurt. Kui Myung-dok gave them a chance to think, asking what would happen if the opponent decided to take advantage of this gap in the defense. The class teacher continued to provoke them into thinking, talking about what if one of them were to be ambushed and separated from the others. With a stern and cold look, He continued to say that such a system is quite a strong thing, but the students are missing one thing. Teacher Chi, looking at them intently, continued to say that weakness lies in the fact that any little thing can destroy it. Chigal Mi wanted to object to the teacher's words, but she couldn't, because she really didn't think about it from the perspective from which he was explaining it to them. Suddenly, the thin mentor started talking about how he had previously been a hired killer. Looking intently into their eyes, he asked the children what exactly they thought he was going to teach them. But without waiting for an answer, he said with mystery in his voice that he was going to teach them the secret training of the Black Flower members. Shigalmi was shocked to hear such an answer from a mentor whose strength she had doubted until recently, but now knew his true power. Each of the students was shocked to hear what he was going to teach them. They couldn't believe their own ears that the teacher would teach them mysterious techniques. Namgun Mei looked at his mentor with amazement and delight. He couldn't believe that he was going to train them like great warriors from the Black Flower group. But he, with a mysterious look and a mysterious light in his eyes, spoke of the fact that he was now going to pass on this secret knowledge to them. Thus, late at dusk, they set off for their indoor training ground, located in the middle of the forest. The teacher of the snake class gathered his students near a stone monument in the shape of their class symbol and gave them a new task to complete. They were completely focused on his performance, and Moyun Bo was mentally thinking that he should behave even more quietly. He needed to blend in with his surroundings. Shigalmi also tried hard to achieve the result, but she indignantly pondered why she had to do it. Namgung Mei stared ahead, skeptically considering what he was doing. He couldn't believe that this was how training for members of the Black Flower took place. He imagined it to be completely different from what it turned out to be in reality. Teacher Kui closely watched his students diligently complete the tasks, although some of them did not like it at all. Despite this, he continued to briefly give institutions to his students, taking turns naming the colors that had been discussed at the beginning. Suddenly, he shouted very loudly the word light, and this sudden sharp cry frightened the students, who were not expecting such a thing. The class teacher looked at the children with a crazy smile and laughed and said that Van Pio had dropped out of training. He fell to the ground in frustration, fighting and pounding his hands on the ground. He was very upset that he couldn't finish. And Teacher Chi continued to say with a gambling look and a cheeky smile that they would never be able to deceive him, the former commander-in-chief of the Black Flower Group. He looked at him in confusion and surprise, and a heavy, tense silence hung between them. Suddenly, Chigalmi couldn't contain her indignation and began to say, trying to restrain herself, that she doubted that such a training method was used in Black Flower. He looked at her indignantly, with his cold and cruel gaze, asking if the girl was hinting that he was deceiving them. And she, with a seriousness in her voice and a skeptical, irritated look, replied that she really thought so, since this training did not look like anything serious at all. He replied that this task was similar to training a turtle to breathe. With its help, they would quickly learn to hide their presence, and this method was the main one in the Black Flower. Teacher Key asked his class if they knew what advantage they had if they could hide their presence in the middle of a mass brawl. He looked at the girl frighteningly, saying that this small difference could decide their fate and determine whether they would survive or die. Moyun Bo, agreeing with him, began to say that the obvious fact was that in a crucial situation, it would be better if they were able to hide their presence. Namgun Mi also reflected on the fact that it was a little more difficult than he had expected, and that this behavior of his classmates surprised and annoyed the girl. Mi continued to say quietly that when he tried to freeze, his body would start to tremble. But if he tried to stop the trembling with ki, its use would increase greatly. Unable to bear the indignation and the fact that her classmates were behaving like this, she screamed loudly from an overflow of emotions. The girl stood in the center of the playground and shouted indignantly with frustration, raising her head up, that this technique was not like that at all. It was just an ordinary child's game. That same day, late at night, the snake class's mentor stood in the middle of their closed training ground, waiting for someone. Finally, the focused thin man saw the one he was waiting for. Someone stepped out decisively in front of him, stopping in front of him and looking Teacher Chi straight in the eyes. Namgun Mei came to him, who was determined. His gaze was focused, and the young man himself was ready for anything. He stopped in front of him and abruptly raised his hands, in a gesture that expressed respect for the mentor who was waiting for him. The young man bowed respectfully before him, greeting him and saying that he was looking forward to the start of their training. Kui Myung-dok began to speak coldly, remembering what he had been teaching him all this time, until today. He once again reminded the young man who was sitting in front of him and listening attentively that this was a method of concentrating the qi, which was scattered throughout his body, into the tanjong. Namgung Mei concentratedly tried to repeat the practice he had been doing up until that moment, and his body began to ignite with small flashes of energy. The boy felt that because all his chi energy was gathered in one place, his Tanjong also became larger in size. And thanks to this, he felt the difference between how much energy there is now and what a meager part of it he had used before. The young man remembered his class and reflected on the fact that thanks to the current state of the Tanjin, he would be able to keep up with other masters of military art. Suddenly, the sound of the teacher's footsteps approaching him brought him out of his concentration. Coach Kui Myung-dok came closer to him and said that from now on their training would change a little. He paused slightly, then declared that he would teach the student the reverse rebirth technique, his personal technique of military mastery. The guy was amazed when he learned about the reincarnation technique. He had never heard of it before. He reflected that there had never been anyone who had received the combat equipment created by Kui Myung-dok himself. The young man was delighted and happy that this would finally happen. He could not believe in the reality of those words until the last moment. Namgung Mei clenched his hand into a fist, feeling proud that he would finally be able to master his mentor's martial arts skills. Master Qi said that like water falling downwards, we all follow the current already determined for us. He emphasized that this is the law of nature. And turning to face him, the mighty warrior emphasized that this is the world order, but there is one detail. He began to say that humans are creatures who constantly try to go against nature. The teacher continued to teach, mentioning farmers who cultivate the land. And he also spoke of craftsmen, mentioning blacksmiths whose job is to forge metal. Kui Myung-dok said that all people move forward by using nature, not by following it. He said that within the creation of the world, only humans fight for development and use things for improvement, and masters who accumulate chi energy are no exception. Namgun Mei silently pondered the words his mentor had told him in an instructive way. Suddenly, the thin teacher, looking at the thoughtful Mi, turned to him, asking what he thought Tanjong and Zhutian meant. The youngest heir of the Namgun family explained that the Tanjong is the center of the body, and the Zhutian acts as the circulating chi energy from the Tanjong throughout the body. But a strict mentor will reply that this is only part of the correct understanding of these things. And he began to explain to his bewildered student that the Tanjong forms a cup of the human body, which contains nature within itself. And then Teacher Qi paused slightly, looking at him, and said that his glass was different. It was split in half. And it is this nuance of his Tanjin that corresponds to the fact that it is an extremely unnatural feature. The mentor frightened his student, saying that his Qi energy was being polluted by the terrible Yang energy, which was capable of burning his Qi flows. The boy was well aware that if his father had not intervened and separated the poison with his Qi, something irreparable could have happened. He understood that the poisonous energy of Yang at that moment was ready to destroy his Tanjong and the flows of Qi. The thin man stopped, and looking at the student said that the first stage of the reverse rebirth technique is the reverse flow of Yogunyan, the first step to go against nature again. Namgun Mi looked at him with surprise and realization, now understanding why he had ordered him to master the Yogunyan technique earlier. The mentor continued to say that the Yogunyan could scare the student, but this time he would have to take a much more serious step and put his life on the line. The youngest heir to the Namgun family was unspeakably scared and swallowed hard before answering. But he knew perfectly well that this was what he wanted more than anything. Therefore, the young man confidently looked him in the face, and he resolutely replied that he was ready for it. The great master, with a frightening smile, noted that he had made the right choice. He looked dangerous and said that after all, the very fact that the heir to a noble family was going to use Yogunyan was crazy. Teacher Qi looked like he was crazy. His eyes were burning with a dangerous fire, and with a crazy smile he said that it was time to do an even crazier thing. After these words, he sharply raised his hand to the side, demonstrating his strength to the student. His appearance was frightening, but his eyes burned with inner energy, and special streams of energy began to flicker between his fingers. Suddenly, a bright blue glow flashed in one of his hands, and the mentor explained that the next step would be to use a direct flow of Qi. And in the other hand, a bright red flash appeared, accumulating into the same stream of light, and he added that for this it would also be necessary to use the Yogunyan. The mighty warrior showed by his example what this should look like, and clarified that it would be necessary to use two different energy flows simultaneously. This shocked the guy incredibly. He couldn't believe that it was even possible to use different energy flows at the same time. Meanwhile, far from the grounds of the Peck Military Academy, things continued to develop, taking on new frightening turns. They again found a small clan that had been completely and utterly exterminated, all its members lying dead, drowning in their own blood. Their leader had been killed and was sitting on his throne, and behind him on the wall, was another familiar inscription made in blood. One of the warriors approached the inscription closer and tried to touch it with his finger. A fresh imprint of blood remained on his hand. The leader of the Red Flower Squad that arrived at this place looked at his finger, which was in fresh foreign blood, and was perfectly aware of what it meant. Fresh blood meant that the scoundrel had left the place very recently, and the man turned sharply to his subordinates, informing them of this. He loudly ordered them to use the connection between heaven and earth to find the criminal, who was repeating his attacks on small clans. The squad quickly set off to look for the scoundrel who had been here before them, wanting to catch him and find at least some clue. The warriors moved incredibly quickly through the forest clearing in search of the killer, but they had no idea that someone was actually watching them, hiding in the shadows, between the tree trunks. The criminal they were looking for really didn't go anywhere. He remained in place but remained invisible and watching them. He moved with them quietly and unobtrusively, watching where the warriors would head and how many had arrived. The Red Flower Squad moved quickly through the forest, carefully examining everything around them, trying not to miss a single detail that would be suspicious. The criminal was disappointed to notice that only a detachment of warriors from the Red Flower group had arrived to search for him, not the one he had expected. Suddenly, one of the soldiers searching noticed something next to him that surprised him. He stopped abruptly and turned around, looking back at the place where he had noticed this unexpected detail. These warriors found young Jun-hyuk, who stopped and pondered the fact that he felt an energy in this place similar to the class teacher. The warrior decided to deal with this, heading to run to that place and search everything there, his inner energy waning at his feet. The soldier started running back with all his might, using the acceleration of his internal energy, which was burning like fire around him. He quickly reached a high cliff, but that didn't stop him. He began to climb up with ease. And the higher he climbed, the stronger the energy he felt then, he incredibly expected to meet the owner of such power. Imagine his surprise when he noticed a thin warrior standing before him on top of a cliff, hiding his face behind a mask. The stranger's eyes flashed with a dangerous fire, and he crawled behind him, slowly pulling out the sword he had been hiding. His weapon snaked through the air and headed for the face of the young warrior, who had found him and been pursuing him all this time. Yang Jun-hyuk noticed with fear the danger approaching from the stranger. He guessed that this man was the culprit of the deaths in that clan. He understood that he needed to defend himself, and so he reached for his sword, holding it tightly by the hilt and using the technique of reflecting the attack. The young warrior barely stood his ground against the attacker, holding his blade out in front of him and blocking his incredibly powerful attack. The masked stranger stared intently at the warrior who had found him and was surprised that the man was able to withstand his attack. The Red Flower soldier gritted his teeth and grinned, mentally acknowledging that his opponent was incredibly strong. Young Jun-hyuk hoped that I could take advantage of him by using one of my best skills. The great warrior used the ancient blue lion sword technique, heading straight for his fearless opponent. The villain, hiding his face under a mask, calmly stared into the open jaws of the lion that appeared before him and was built from the solid inner energy of the soldier. The killer took out his metal whip, which spiraled forward towards the attacker, twisting like a snake in the air. The steel whip twisted in circles and headed for the neck of the large lion, which was growling menacingly at the stranger. It was no effort for the powerful opponent to destroy the creature that emerged from the warrior's inner energy. With one movement of his hand, he cut off the head of the blue lion. The stranger mockingly addressed the warrior from the Red Flower group, wondering if it was his best fighting technique. He looked menacingly at the brave soldier, asking if he would now like to learn about his fighting skills. Yang Jun-hyuk was barely breathing from the previous attack. He had lost a lot of effort and was wounded, but he stood bravely, holding his weapon aloft. The great warrior was in incredible pain and struggled to regain his breath, despite the deep wounds on his body. Suddenly, the powerful stranger reached out to retrieve a second whip that was hidden behind his back. Now the stranger, whose face was hidden by a ghostly mask, skillfully aimed his weapons, which circled around him and cut the air with a whistle. His eyes burned fiercely, and he himself was covered in the fire of internal energy, which was reflected in dangerous sparks in different directions. The warrior from the Red Flower Investigation Squad tensed incredibly. He realized with fear that his opponent would attack him now. And he didn't make him wait long. The fiery energy emanating from his body went down his arms to the steel weapon, which was incredibly sharp. He used the multiple needle technique in cold metal, enveloped in fiery energy, headed across the ground, destroying everything beneath it, causing the stone to fly in different directions. Young Jun-hyuk was shocked by the force that was heading towards him. He gritted his teeth and tried hard to stand, looking ahead in fear. The destructive force of the stranger's attack was so powerful that the mountain on which it was happening trembled, and the stones rolled down with a roar. Young Jun-hyuk tried his best to resist, but to no avail. He lost strength and fell down, falling face down on the ground. The unknown attacker approached the warrior lying motionless on the ground to check if he was still alive or if he needed to be removed. The powerful stranger, hiding his face, looked contemptuously at the lying soldier from top to bottom. The wounded brave warrior was unable to get up, but he looked into his opponent's eyes and did not take his eyes off him. He assessed his image in detail, noticing incredible powers, dark energy, and a ghostly mask covering his face. The exhausted warrior, gathering his last strength, tried to speak to him. Young Jun-hyuk, with his last strength, wondered if his powerful attacker had once been in the Black Flower group. But he, gripping his weapon tighter in his hands, rudely and briefly answered the warrior's question that his name was Kui Myung-dok. However, the brave assistant teacher croaked out with difficulty that he was definitely not who he was now pretending to be. A brave soldier from the Red Flower Squad, denying his reality, told him that the real Kui Myung-dok was currently a teacher at Back Academy. The powerful stranger finally learned the information he wanted to find, but didn't expect to hear it here, from this warrior, and he slowly hid his weapon behind his back. Looming over him, the man, whose face was hidden under a mask, replied in a rough voice that he was also wrong. The exhausted warrior, lying on the ground, looking into his face, wondered what he thought he was wrong about. The powerful stranger replied with confidence in his voice that the person who was in the academy, acting as a teacher, was actually the fake Kui Myung-dok. These words were another blow to the devoted Yang Jun-hyuk, who could not believe that the teacher was fake. He strained, tried to get up, but left only stripes in the sand. The masked stranger turned to walk away, casting one last contemptuous glance at the opponent he had so easily lost to. He addressed the exhausted warrior, warning him that the Red Flower warrior should not dare stand in his way again, and he abruptly disappeared from his place, leaving the wounded and exhausted warrior lying on the mountain in complete solitude. Young Jun-hyuk couldn't believe the scoundrel's words that Teacher Kui, who is currently at the academy, is actually a fake and not the real leader of the Black Flower. He lay there, unable to move, remembering that day from his distant past when his hometown was engulfed in fire. The brave warrior, who now serves in the Red Flower group, was then still just a boy who looked out into the street in fear. He saw many deaths around him and warriors belonging to the Mage group who had come here to cause chaos. It was then that he first met the real Kui Myung-dok, who fought on the side of the Murim Alliance and destroyed every villain who invaded their town. Although he was a child at the time, Yang Jun-hyuk clearly remembered the image of the mighty warrior who had come to save them. The Snake class's assistant teacher was trying hard to get up, knowing full well that the teacher he was working with right now definitely couldn't be fake. The next day it was quiet and peaceful at Peck Military Academy as usual. The students living their peaceful lives, continuing their training. Wang Pyo and Namgung Mei decided to go for a walk around the military academy grounds and finally take a look around it completely. The youngest heir to the Namgun family said that they were training all the time, that they couldn't even look around properly here. He noted with surprise that it was quite spacious here. The Buddhist student was irritably saying that the fucking teacher had forced them to train day and night in the Snake class, so they didn't have a second to watch everything. There was a large crowd of other students around them, looking at them in surprise and wondering how the Snake class had managed not to die. The rough and sharp Wang Pyo heard the whispers coming from around them and looked skeptically and in surprise at the other students from the academy. The children's gazes were fixed on the Buddhist disciple. They continued to echo each other, wondering if the rude young man was from Shaolin, but someone objected that not all bald people are from there. They heard quiet mockery from the girls in the crowd, discussing his untidy appearance and how he had completely let himself go. Namgun Mei listened intently to all this with surprise, and did not understand why children from noble families were suddenly behaving so impolitely. Wang Pyo couldn't stand the irritation and shouted angrily, asking what they were looking at. Had they never seen bald guys before? And the girls, frightened by his behavior, quickly closed their mouths, looking at the rude young man in surprise. The Buddhist disciple lost control of himself and stood in the middle of the Peck Academy Plaza, striking a pose and preparing for a fight. Namgung Ma looked at him intently. He could only manage to suppress a light laugh, trying to lighten the situation. While his classmate was angry at the crowd, the boy tried desperately to remember what they had agreed on and what they needed to do at that time. Suddenly, he noticed a hand peeking out from the crowd of other students and waving at him in greeting. A moment later, he noticed a familiar young man in front of him, who was his cousin, and greeting his Hyeonum, his older brother, he ran towards him. He waved happily in response, addressing him by name Ji Hyun, showing that he recognized the boy. The young man happily held his hand when Mi asked how he was doing, and he replied that he was fine and happy to see him again, asking why they hadn't left their classroom. The rude Wang Pyo said with irritation that they had not been let out until now, so they could not leave. The boy, noticing his brother's classmate who was next to him, quickly folded his hands in a respectful greeting. Jihyun quickly apologized for not being able to introduce himself properly last time, so he introduced himself as Namgung Mei's cousin and his own name. He looked at the unfamiliar young man in front of him and said that he was pleased to meet a disciple of the Shaolin Monastery, but the man interrupted him, saying that he was a monk. Wang Pyo, looking skeptically at the boy, defiantly replied that he was too skinny for Namgung Mei's brother. Embarrassed, Mi hurried to correct him, telling his brother not to pay attention to him and not to be offended, as he simply has a sharp tongue. He looked around him and asked Jihyun if he knew where everyone was rushing to and what was happening today. The cousin explained to the bewildered young man that such a commotion was happening because of a martial arts competition, which surprised him even more because it was so far away. Jihyun was about to explain to his brother, who didn't understand anything, but suddenly noticed a man who appeared near the bulletin board. The unknown man shouted loudly, drawing the attention of everyone present to himself. He began to say encouragingly that he wondered which class would come out on top of the competition. The man in glasses sharply tapped his hand on the poster hanging next to him. Paying attention to the announcement, the young men noticed that there was a list of all 12 classes that were to participate in the martial arts competition. The stranger announced that the betting on the winner, which had been organized by the Rooster class, would begin right now. And at that moment, the crowd was filled with cheers. The students gathered around the tabloid were delighted with their opportunity to place a bet. They loudly shouted words of joy. Namgun Mei stared ahead in surprise and couldn't understand why the odds were set up for the winner. But he and his friends decided to head closer to the crowd to familiarize themselves with the rules and see how many children would be participating. On the scoreboard in the upper rows, the classes of the rat, ox, dragon, and snake were written, and the man encouraged the students to give money for the class they supported. He happily told them, agitating them, that if the class they placed came out on top, their cash rewards would double. The man continued to talk loudly about the advantages of betting, promising the children a probability of winning, as much as 50%, while his companions looked at him in amazement. Namgun Mei was surprised that the man at the class board was taking bets so early in the competition. However, Jihyun calmly explained to him that there was nothing strange about this, since all the students at the academy were so interested in these competitions. He enthusiastically said that it was at this event that new young talents should be identified, recalling that the main hero of the past competitions was brother Namgun Il. The boy asked his friends with a smile which class they thought would come out on top this time. Namgung Mei wanted to voice his guesses, but suddenly he felt someone approaching him from behind and staring intently at his back. The young man who had approached him from behind mockingly began to say that he would bet 100 silver coins that the snake class would fly out from the very beginning. He looked around angrily as he recognized the voice of the villain, who continued to mock, saying that this would happen because of the bio trash that had gotten lost among them, and was pointing at it. He saw the vile student from the pig class approaching him with his comrades, along with his sidekick, who kept pace with the scoundrel. Tang Weiju looked at them contemptuously, smiling his cruel smile and moving closer and closer to them, scorching them with his evil gaze. Namgung Ma looked at him irritated and angry, not understanding why he suddenly started clinging to them. The scoundrel's supporter looked around sharply, trying to see anyone who could now interfere with them. He approached his leader and whispered something quietly in his ear, so that the others could not hear his words. Apparently, he told the scoundrel that he didn't see anyone nearby, and the scoundrel continued to mock the boy, wondering how he would be now. The scoundrel looked at him and mockingly said that now there was no one around him who could protect him. Suddenly, Wang Pyo interrupted their conversation, pointing his finger at the young man from the pig class and asking if he was the one whose fingers Moyan Bo had broken. Now the Buddhist disciple was mocking the scoundrel who had boldly come to provoke and insult Namgun Mi. A supporter of the scoundrel from the pig class was sharply indignant. Defending his leader, he insultingly called the guy a pig and provocatively asked who asked him to come in. He angrily shouted at him for believing various rumors, insulting him by saying that he was nothing without Shaolin. But Wang Pyo only spat in disgust, showing with his appearance that he did not care about the opinion of some impudent rascal. He laughed out loud right in the angry boy's face, saying through his laughter that he had already figured out why he had decided to tell about himself like that. He mockingly said that he was trying to show off something by hanging out with people from the Sakandan family. The impudent Buddhist disciple provoked the scoundrel's henchman, who was from the pig class, by smilingly calling him a fool. A storm of rage and hatred erupted in the coppers. They literally incinerated each other with menacing glances. Suddenly, quietly and cautiously, another young man hurriedly approached them and intervened in their quarrel. Ji-hyun intervened in their verbal altercation and begged them to stop and not go any further. He asked them to pay attention to the number of people surrounding them. Tang Wei-ju looked in surprise at the young man who had intervened in the conversation between the two. His face seemed surprisingly familiar to him. The villain spoke to the boy in surprise, saying that his face seemed familiar to him and wondering where they could have met before. The boy's gaze instantly changed when he looked at the scoundrel, but without showing any emotion, he coldly and calmly called out his name. He recalled that they had met in childhood, but a lot of time had passed since then, and at that moment, Wei-ju, thinking about his name, suddenly remembered their meeting. With a cruel and smug smile, he began to mockingly say that the young man, although from the sidelines, had shown up at the family meeting, and that day he had taken care of him. Ji-hyun replied in an indifferent tone that during their meeting, if Nam-gung-ma's brother hadn't stood up for him, he could have been injured. And at that moment, notes of hatred slipped into his voice. He said just as coldly that he was definitely doing it for his own pleasure. The boy remembered the day when at a family gathering, the villain's henchman caught him and held him tightly by the arms, preventing him from escaping. He was very small, and therefore from pain and fear, he burst into tears trying to call at least someone for help, but they were far from the rest of his relatives. While some scoundrels held his hands, stretching them in different directions so that he could not close his eyes, this scoundrel stood in front of him with a wooden stick. He took advantage of the fact that he was stronger and that there were more of them, swung his stick hard, taunting cruelly with the desire to beat the defenseless child. Ji-hyun stood before him in despair, with tears in his eyes and no way to defend himself. He waited in terror for him to strike. But at this moment, another stick suddenly appeared before his eyes, stopping the attack from the cruel young man, preventing him from hitting the defenseless man. It was then that Nam-gun-mi intervened, arriving in time after hearing the boy's plea for help and preventing his cousin from being offended. Nam-gun-mi stood with a confident look, warning his attacker. Those were the days when he could physically fight back against the cruel scoundrel, even though he was bigger than him. Tang Wei-ju, disappointed at not being able to beat the weaker one and afraid of the one who stood up for him, left them alone that day. Ji-hyun looked at his cousin like a hero, thanking him for showing up on time and for standing up for him. But now, the once offended young man stepped forward, preparing for a duel and with confidence in his eyes, saying that his time had come to stand up for his beloved brother. Nam-gun-mi also remembered the day it happened. That was the time, before his tangent was damaged and so he could fight back. However, after what happened, the cruel Tang Wei-ju trained a lot, strengthening his body, and was recognized as a true talent of the Tang family. But even now, after much time had passed and knowing that Mi had lost his power, the embittered young man continued to hate him. Tang Wei-ju looked with hatred and contempt, burning with rage, at the brave young man who had come out against him. He considered him completely worthless and incapable of harming him. However, even despite the powerful power that came from the body of the vile pig-class student, Jin Pyong was determined to resolutely protect his brother. But despite his determination and courage, the young man's hands still trembled with fear before someone who was clearly stronger than him. Nam-gung-mi suddenly intervened, stopping him and pushing him behind his back, telling him not to tense up since he was not his opponent. He looked at his brother in surprise at first, but then in a voice full of determination, he said that he knew it, but he was no longer the same whiny boy he had been before. But suddenly, Brother Mi replied with a firm look and a mysterious smile that he wasn't like that anymore either. Unexpectedly, while they were talking, stopping each other, one of the scoundrels abruptly jumped down from his seat. The pig-class scoundrel's henchman angrily lunged forward, attacking one of them. Their silent squabbles with Wang Pyo had worn him out, so he lunged at the young man, trying to hit him. But the young man was quite agile and easily dodged. The Buddhist disciple was also not going to forgive the pagan's insult, and glared angrily at his attacker, dodging his blow. Their gazes were full of hatred for each other, very cool snakes clenching their teeth in rage, looking hatefully at the Buddhist from the Shaolin monastery. However, despite his sudden attack, the snake-class disciple was able to dodge and strike first, knocking his brazen opponent back. He hit him so hard that crimson blood suddenly spurted from the young man's mouth in different directions, and he growled everywhere, calling the boy a pig once again. He was not going to forgive his opponent for his insult and prepared to strike another blow at a student from another class, clenching his palm into a fist. The brazen scoundrel angrily attacked Wang Pyo, using his special attack of endless repetition. The crowd standing around them heard an unexpected noise behind them and looked around sharply, loudly shouting about the fight that was taking place here. They were curious to see who was fighting whom. The bespectacled man who was taking bets exclaimed in surprise that the class that had gotten into a fight with the pig class belonged to the snake class and were students they hadn't seen all this time. The man shouted loudly so that everyone would pay attention in the direction that they had collided in the duel, even before the start of the previous competitions. Wang Pyo easily dodged his attacks and continued to taunt the angry young man, wondering if he was angry because of his own stupidity. The student from the pig class who had attacked him first was now beside himself with anger, glaring at his opponent with fury and hatred. Suddenly, the angry young man, now guided only by rage, reached behind his back, pulling out the sword that had been hidden there all this time. The guy, guided only by emotions, swung his weapon violently, scorching the other with his gaze and angrily threatening to kill him. He was about to attack his opponent. But suddenly a metal knife fell in front of them, piercing deep into the stone slab beneath their feet and distracting them. Both rivals looked in amazement at the knife sticking out next to them and could not understand where it had suddenly appeared and who had intervened in their argument. Suddenly, the owner of the weapon shouted loudly for them to stop and not continue their fight. Namgun-mi looked back sharply with a frown in the direction from which the weapon had come to see who had so successfully thrown it down and stopped the students. On the roof of the building opposite them, he saw a student in military uniform, his face covered by a mask, standing with his arms crossed over his chest. The unfamiliar young man shouted downstairs, sternly reminding them that all fights, except for official competitions, were prohibited inside the Peck Military Academy. He spoke in a rough voice, admonishing them that unofficial duels could be called unfair. Their alliance of the 5 strongest did not allow that. The guys listened to him in amazement and did not understand what alliance of the 5 strongest men he was telling them about. Suddenly, little Jinpyong spoke to the snake class, who had never left their territory before, that this young man was from the rat class. Namgung. Mei looked up in surprise, not understanding why the rat class would interfere in someone's argument like this. He decided to ask his cousin if this class, which was studying at Peck Academy, was responsible for discipline on its grounds. But he replied that no, they were just having fun. Namgung Mei was shocked by these words. He couldn't understand how such conditional rules had been created at Peck Academy. He was curious about how students in a class might just find it fun to keep order and have it be perceived as a rule. The guys watched the student from another class with surprise. The representatives of the snake class were surprised, since they had never been here before and therefore did not know about such rules. Suddenly, another stern voice was heard behind them, addressing them, saying that if they wished to find out who was stronger among them, they should do so with honor. Namgung Mei turned back sharply, trying to understand who another stranger had appeared before them, joining that young man. The young man, whose face was also hidden under a mask, said that they could decide who was the best by engaging in a duel during the Peck Academy fighting competition. The stranger continued, angrily and with a mysterious tone in his voice, to state a condition if they wished to continue their duel, but he did not finish them off. Suddenly, next to him on the roof, another boy appeared, wearing a similar outfit to the rest, and he agreed on his behalf that if they still wanted to continue, they would have to engage in a duel with him and his brothers. Namgung Mei watched all of this with surprise, watching the boys who had suddenly appeared, and he wondered which brothers he was talking about. At this moment, he sees in front of him only 2 young men standing on the roof and speaking to the crowd below. But suddenly, a moment later, he saw new students from the rat class who just as suddenly appeared, jumping onto the roof with masks on their faces. Now the surprised boys saw before them the entire rat class, who had taken on the role of defending order at Peck Military Academy. The pig class rascals' cronies nervously turned to the leader, asking what he was going to do now that the rat class boys had already arrived. But he replied that he didn't see a problem with this, since he had long been planning to teach them a lesson for pretending to be heroes, having lost their way in a bunch. And he, laughing in their faces, addressed the boys in a provocative voice, suggesting that they attack him. The henchman, with fear, also took a fighting stance. Apparently, the leader of the class that was the Guardians of Order, with fire in his eyes, turned to the brazen man, asking if he wanted blood. After these words, the security guards jumped down from their seats, heading towards the insolent students from the pig class. They moved all together, forming their battle formation, keeping to the shape of a circle and surrounding the daredevils who challenged them. The students of the rat class landed on their feet in an instant, stopping in front of the brazen scoundrels. They formed a single line and, as one single organism, loudly and together shouted that they were protecting justice. The young men in military uniform, their faces covered, quickly took the form of their emblem, calling themselves the Union of the Five Strongest. The leader of their group looked straight ahead, saying that now their task would be to stop the impudent lawbreakers. But Tang Wei-ju looked at them skeptically and grimaced in disgust, asking what kind of nonsense the boys were doing. Behind them, the voice of a bespectacled man accepting bets was heard, excitedly talking about the opportunity to see the class duels before the competition even began. The crowd erupted in loud cheers, watching the Chris class and rejoicing that they would be able to see the strengths of the other classes before making their bid. The leader of the group fighting to enforce the rules on the grounds of Peck Academy slowly began to pull out a sword from behind his back. But suddenly Tang Wei-ju abruptly moved his foot to the side and quite strong flows of internal energy began to gather around him. He basically rushed to attack his opponent, not waiting for the moment when he would draw his weapon and be ready to take the blows. However, the leader of the rat class managed to put both swords in front of him, trying to block the blow from his vile opponent. But the internal energy used by the pig class student was powerful enough to be restrained by steel. The brave boy, who was fighting to maintain order with a cry of pain, flew back from the force with which the insidious scoundrel struck. And his brothers from the rat class hurried to put their intertwined hands up in order to catch the leader of their group. The student who was thrown back was able to twist in the air, placing his weapon in front of him, preparing to attack his opponent from the pig class. The comrades did not let their leader fall. He landed on their intertwined hands, keeping his balance in this position and contemplating an attack on the impudent. The boy looked ahead with fury, and a dangerous light lit up in his eyes, indicating his desire to punish the offender. The friends pushed their leader, and he used their hands like a springboard to attack the impudent boy with greater force and speed. He was rapidly approaching his opponent, swinging both blades he held in his hands straight in front of him. The young man was not at all afraid of the opponent who was approaching him. He looked skeptically at the opponent, quietly taking the knife out of his sleeve. They clashed their blades, and bright sparks flew in different directions from the collision of sharp blades that slid off one after another. Nam-gung-mei looked at the leader of the rat class with admiration. He was incredibly impressed by the student's fighting technique, who used the power of a push when attacking. Wang Pyo also did not move and even tried not to blink. In admiration of them, he believed that they interacted with each other so incredibly because of their brotherly bonds. But Jin Pyong's unexpected words that those boys from the rat class had not very developed individual abilities came to them like a bolt from the blue. The young man, who obviously knew much more about the other classes and their students than they did, continued talking, telling about one of the rat class leaders' duels, who despite all the wounds and futile attempts to defeat the enemy on his own, still did not give up. He proudly looked into the eyes of the enemy, even though he was already wounded and was waiting for help from his brothers, who were already hurrying. Their enemy was a stocky man and a skilled warrior, but sensing the other's presence, he kept a tight watch, watching their every move. But despite his extensive experience in duels, he made the mistake of allowing his students to take him into a circle, since they are excellent at attacking together. And if students of the rat class use a common technique, then their skills and attack power can be evaluated on a par with great masters. Nam-gung-mei bit his finger nervously, reflecting on the fact that the students were so skilled in joint combat that they were compared to great masters. But suddenly, the confused Wang Pyo began to say that in that case, these students really can only do one thing. He was incredibly confused, and it was very unpleasant for him to admit that the scoundrel was right, that they could only go astray. Nam-gun-mi's embarrassed cousin, feeling uncomfortable, replied that it was okay to say that. The moment came when not only the leader of the rat class was attacking, but two others also joined in, simultaneously stepping forward. The scoundrel's henchman hurried to defend himself, but he didn't expect the strength of the three disciples to be so great. He could barely stand, groaning. He could barely hold back their onslaught, and the boys fighting for order didn't give up a single step, putting all their pressure on him with 3 weapons. The cunning snake class student took out even more throwing knives that he had hidden under his clothes and holding them in his hand. He glared angrily at the security guards. He viciously threw them forward, at his opponents who were busy with his pursuit, creating his attack that looked like a rain of blades. One of the students from the rival class tightly gripped the sword he was already holding at the ready in his hand. The 2 young men who had been covering the rear stepped forward, skillfully and quickly turning the weapons in their hands, thereby creating a situation for themselves and their comrades. And all the throwing knives fell to the ground with a loud thud, striking the stone tiles that paved the square. The villain was amazed that they were able to stop the attack. The scoundrel looked at them and hated their joint attack technique. Watching the movements of his opponents, he understood perfectly well that it was not for nothing that they fell into the rat class. Suddenly, one student from the rival class was able to push away the henchman of the villain from the pig class, hitting him hard in the face. The student from the pig class, who was protecting his leader from an unexpected blow, dropped the weapon from the hand he had been holding so tightly. He lost his balance and, leaning back, began to fall, crashing loudly to the ground and hitting his back hard. The guy who lost this fight was lying there, not moving. He lost consciousness from a strong blow from one of the students in the rat class. The young warrior, who had defeated his opponent, loudly struck the end of his weapon on the tiles, attracting attention. He angrily turned to the villain who had started the fight, asking if he could only attack with daggers when he was hiding behind someone's back. He laughed provocatively at the scoundrel, saying that the Sachangdan family also had no idea what they were doing. But the scoundrel silently looked in his direction, angry and contemptuous. His brothers confirmed the boy's words, saying that this was indeed the case, since nothing can stand against justice. He looked at them and contemptuously, mentally called the young warriors arrogant fools and, out of irritation, began to accumulate a special energy in his hand. He glared at them, and his anger only increased his strength, and he mentally threatened to show them the true horror of the Tang family. Namgung Mei watched him in shock. He had already seen this special energy, and suspicions began to creep up on him with horror. In an instant, the energy gathering in his hands transformed from fiery flashes into liquid and caustic magma that slowly flowed down his fingers. Mi realized with horror what this scoundrel wanted to do, and he shouted sharply, addressing everyone standing in the square to run and hide. He decided to warn everyone, shouting in panic that he was going to attack with poison now, so he couldn't stay still. The crowd was terrified when they heard the young man's words. They couldn't believe that the guy was really going to attack with poison. They quickly ran away, screaming in terror and panic, trying to figure out where to hide as quickly as possible from that frightening boy. The crowd was incredibly scared. They ran forward, not noticing anything in front of them and pushing each other. And the student from the pig class was almost ready to attack. His palms were completely covered in this liquid magma, and the young man himself was furious with anger. His eyes also changed, and his gaze expressed terrifying fury, with which he simply incinerated his rivals standing in front of him. The vile boy spun around, preparing to attack, and used the family technique of the poisonous lotus dagger to attack his opponents. The leader of the rat class loudly ordered his warriors to repel the attack, but only in such a way that the people standing in the crowd were not harmed. And two of the boys bravely rushed forward, putting their weapons forward and briefly answering that they understood the leader's order. The powerful force of the attack that was made by Tang Weiju destroyed everything in its path, causing the stone to break in the path of the powerful flow of energy. And the drops of caustic magma flying in different directions eroded deep holes in everything they touched. However, the rat class was not afraid of this deadly vortex of poison. They bravely came out against it, intending to repel the attack. The leader of the Alliance of the Five Strongest ordered them to act through the concentration of internal energy. He hoped in this way to block the poison. The class of rats stood bravely in their place, feeling no fear of the rapidly approaching exit, responding in unison to their leader. They quickly began to carry out the order, accumulating their internal energy, which was felt in every cell of their tense bodies. The students of the rat class were burning, radiating their strong internal energy, but the streams of power from the vortex hit them hard. The young warriors tried to maintain their concentration and not be distracted by anything, keeping their chi in their hands and the weapons with which they blocked the villain's attack. Their internal energy flows intertwined, forming a ring, in the middle of which was held the Tang family's poisonous combat equipment. Namgung Mei watched their confrontation and realized that their defense technique was useless, and if they continued like this, it would turn into a fight of attrition. He stared ahead at the whirlwind that showed no intention of slowing down, pondering how he could best stop it. He wondered with fear what might happen if the students in the rat class couldn't finish it all in an instant. Tang Weiju became even more furious. He didn't even think of stopping, but instead gained more and more momentum. The villain was in the very center of the vortex, controlling it. The young man saw that his rivals were bravely standing their ground and therefore decided to complicate their task. The scoundrel began to send jets of poison, aiming directly at the young warriors, wanting to destroy their concentration. But they managed to set up their weapons in defense, maintaining their formation. But suddenly, one of the students in the rat's class hesitated, and the rat almost managed to hit him with a poisonous liquid consisting of powerful energy right in the face. The young master managed to set up his weapon, covering himself, but for a moment he lost concentration, and the caustic substance was able to destroy his sword. The blow was a little weaker due to the obstacle it encountered, but it still hit the brave fighter for justice squarely in the chest. Namgung-mei noticed this with fear, realizing how dangerous and out of control the situation was. The brave boy quickly headed towards the wounded soldier, hurrying to him. He managed to appear in time and catch the wounded soldier who had been thrown away by the force of the collision, preventing him from hitting the ground. The young man closely examined the student, who was also caught by the burnt mark left by the poisonous energy on his clothes. But suddenly Namgung-mei jerked back sharply, looking in surprise at the person he had just caught. He couldn't believe his eyes. But the young warrior from the rat class who fought to uphold the rules at Peck Academy turned out to be a girl. The rivals continued to confront each other, each of them radiating their own special internal energy, which collided with each other in two bright streams. One of the students in the rat class exclaimed that their balance was broken because their brother, Seongcho, had dropped out, so they needed to retreat. The brave fighter for justice loudly said that he would sacrifice himself to stop the villain. He wanted to order what to do for his brothers, but they interrupted him. Another comrade angrily asked why he was willing to sacrifice himself if they had agreed to be one, even in the face of death. Namgung-mei saw that it became harder for them to move because of the poison, as it could target them at any moment, so the joint attack could not manifest to its full extent. Besides, he looked at his hands. At the one he caught, one of the members of their alliance had flown away, so their strength had weakened. He looked sharply behind him, at his classmate, and shouted his name loudly to attract the boy's attention. He looked at him in surprise, pointing his finger at himself, as if silently asking if the man really wanted to address him. But the young man said nothing more, except for a brief warning to catch and throw the girl, who was injured, towards the surprised boy. He quickly jumped up, realizing what his comrade wanted from him, and tensely prepared to catch the wounded warrior who was flying towards him. The youngest heir of the Namgun family suddenly flared up with his inner energy, using the new technique he had learned while applying his power control. The pig-class villain's hand was completely covered in poisonous liquid, which he used to throw at his opponents. He was about to attack the leader of the rat class, looming over him and terrifying him with his powerful energy. But unexpectedly, the young man became even angrier, but not because of the students from the class he was confronting. Wiz glared at Namgung-mei, who suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed his hands, insisting that he not harm anyone else from the rat class. The young man looked at him irritably, his eyes burning with righteous anger, and he ordered the scoundrel to stop. However, he became even angrier because the boy he hated had gotten into his showdown with the rat class and was now standing in his way. The fighters for justice watched in amazement as the unknown boy intervened to protect them, and with what force he radiated his inner energy. Wang Pyo, blushing with shyness, looked at the young lady in his arms and paid no attention to the fight taking place nearby, while Jin Pyong was worried about his brother. Namgung-mei stares at his opponent with determination, his gaze burning, radiating incredible strength. He is about to retaliate against the brazen one. The enraged Tang Wei-ju looks with hatred at the one who hinders him and wants to punish him so that he will remember and avoid him every time he meets him, recognizing his strength. This duel was watched not only by an interested crowd of students, but also by a woman who was extremely unhappy with the noise they were making on the academy grounds. Her patience snapped, and she jumped down towards the young men who had gathered in confrontation, saying that they would only come to their senses after being bitten by a dog. The woman was angry and determined to resolutely teach a lesson to the disturbers of her peace. She flared up with the righteous fire of her inner energy. As soon as her feet touched the stone slab in the square, as all this was happening, the students who had clashed in the duel were thrown in opposite directions. Namgung-mei did not expect such a surprise at all, and he could not make out due to the bright glow that blinded him, who possessed such powerful energy. Moyanbo managed to notice the image of the one who intervened. He recognized her and immediately realized that after this, big troubles would await him. The woman, beside herself with irritation, addressed everyone involved in this fight that had occurred in the middle of the academy in a rough and cold voice. The dog class instructor, So-go, whose fierce gaze was colder than winter, ordered them all to go with her to the instructor hall. All participants in the fight immediately realized that they were in for significant trouble and that it would definitely end in some kind of punishment from her. They obediently followed the teacher to the building that housed the tutor's hall, not making a sound along the way. Young Mi's companion stood at the door of the room and tried to at least eavesdrop on something, worried about her friend who was inside. Meanwhile, behind the door, the dog's teacher, irritated by this incident, pondered the student's actions. She turned to them, who were lined up just in front of her and had their heads bowed guiltily, wondering what they were thinking when they started such a fight in the very center of Peck Academy. The students from the Rat's class were the first to speak up, saying that they were acting for justice, but the Rat interrupted them, loudly exclaiming that this was complete nonsense. She was especially angry with them, because it was not the first time they had stood so guilty before her, and therefore, thundering, she recommended that the recidivists keep quiet. The woman abruptly turned her head towards those she didn't see often for some reason, and looked at them piercingly. She pointed her finger at the confused Namgung Mei, as she had previously overlooked him for breaking the rules, and turned to the young man. Pointing her finger at him, she ordered him to tell her how everything happened, who was to blame, and why this situation had arisen. The irritated woman immediately emphasized and warned the guy not to even think about telling a lie or speaking based on emotions. She scared him because she promised, in such a case, as the one responsible for discipline, to initiate his expulsion from the military academy. Tang Wei-ju was in despair. He did not understand why she asked me. The young man was incredibly afraid of being expelled, because after that, he would be ashamed to appear in front of his family members. Namgung Mei was incredibly tense. He understood that others depended on his words, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw the excitement of the students in the pig and rat class. The rat class looked at him with big eyes, full of hope and begging him to save them from being expelled from the academy. The young man swallowed hard, realizing the situation he was in and perfectly aware that initially, the conflict arose between the snake class and the pig class. Of course, there are also representatives of the rat class who intervened in their showdown, thereby worsening the situation. But be that as it may, he was clearly aware that the root cause lay precisely in their long-standing conflict with Tang Wei-ju. He pondered the weight of responsibility and what the right thing to do in such a situation would be, standing right in front of Seogo. The young man remembered the words of his cousin, who had warned with fear that the teacher's dog class had been nicknamed the Mad Dog by the students. Looking at the woman, he remembered Ji-hyun's plea for everything to be okay, because in a good situation, she was certainly good with them. But when she was irritated, she was dangerous. The shadow of tension on his face was growing. The boy was well aware that if he said something wrong, he would be expelled, and as a result, the class of rats and his brother would suffer. The young man made the only right decision, to tell everything as it is, without exaggerating or minimizing. So he briefly said that the students from the rat class were innocent of anything. And then, with determination, he added that everything happened because of him and Tang Wei-ju, which incredibly embarrassed the scoundrel who was standing excitedly nearby. The scoundrel from the pig class looked at him fiercely, scorching his own with his gaze. The teacher of the dog class tapped her fingers on the table, looking at the lists of students in these classes. She was surprised by his answer and asked, watching him closely, if he really meant to say that they were both to blame for that fight. The boy stepped forward, bravely saying that he was ready to suffer the punishment for this. But he had a request. These words incredibly shocked all the students present. Teacher Seogo looked at him carefully. With her cold gaze, without looking away, she asked what he wanted to ask. At that moment, the young man from the snake class bowed before the stern and surprised woman, folding his hands in a respectful and pleading gesture. He wanted to put an end to this dispute with Tang Wei-ju, and therefore decided that the only option would be to request an official duel between them. Heng-ju was shocked that the youngest heir of the Namgun family, whom he knew as a weakling, dared to ask permission to duel with him now. The dog class instructor was also surprised by such a request, since no one had ever dared to ask her for an official duel with anyone before that day. Meanwhile, far from the grounds of the Peck Military Academy, in a forest clearing in the middle of the hops, things were also restless. The land of the clearing was abundantly sprinkled with the crimson blood of rivals who had appeared on territory not their own, and the rocks that surrounded the clearing, like walls, preserved the imprints of the duel in the form of destroyed stone boulders. Ahead stood a strong young man, behind whom were a large number of dead people lying drowning in a sea of their own blood. The representative of the Namgun family sharply swung his sword to the side, shaking off the remnants of crimson blood from the sharp blade. The gray-haired man exhaled heavily, watching the young, strong man, who was acting incredibly cruelly. He addressed him in his hoarse old voice, saying that it was obviously not easy for the first gentleman. The strong young man coldly and silently handed his weapon into the hands of this old man, who stood hunched over him. The man said that he could have entrusted this matter to him, and then the gentleman would have simply needed to pay some money, but there was no need to engage in a duel. The cruel young man's gaze was cold and his voice harsh. He looked at him sharply, wondering if he really believed that the matter could be solved with money. The gray-haired man, looking at the bodies, cautiously approached him and tried to explain why they had such an established order. But the rebellious boy interrupted him. Namgun instantly flared up with irritation and quickly replied to the man that his Namgun family did not negotiate with the robbers. At that very moment, the old man realized that he had been careless. He was surprised by how easily the young man flared up with irritation. So the gray-haired man quickly bowed to him, apologizing for his words and saying that he had said something without hearing it properly. The firstborn of the head of the Namgun family looked confidently ahead of him and said coldly that nothing should tarnish his family's name. He pointed to the buildings ahead of him and firmly ordered the old man to walk forward quickly, following him. And in the middle of the academy, in the mentor hall, there were still students who had committed the crime of violating the rules of Peck Academy. The dog's class teacher, sitting at her desk, watched them intently and slowly said that the young man was not blaming anyone and was saying everything as if it were true. She waved the fan majestically in front of her face and, looking at Namgung Mei, said that she liked it. The woman tapped her finger softly on the wooden table, pondering the young man's request for a duel. And looking at the boys tensely waiting for her answer, she briefly said that this situation looked funny. She turned to Tang Weiju, asking if he would agree to a duel, and the student pondered this in confusion. He despised me, but was afraid to answer right away. All the children present were staring intently in his direction, tensely awaiting an answer from the impudent rascal from the pig class, who remained silent. And a moment later, the young man from the Sakshandan family spoke, addressing the stern woman, who also had one request. A mean young man with a cruel face turned to her, asking for permission to use poisonous techniques during the duel. She was shocked by such a request from a brazen student from the pig class, as it meant that their duel could become extremely dangerous. The youngest heir of the Namgun family was also confused upon hearing such a request from his rival. It scared him a little. The dog's class teacher slowly turned her gaze to the side, where Mi stood tensely. She looked at him and studied the boy. The woman decided that it would be wrong to give an answer without asking the young man, and therefore turned to him, wondering if he would accept such conditions. He firmly replied that for him it made no difference, since the ban on the use of poisonous techniques could make the result of their duel biased. After hearing the answer, the strict teacher, who was responsible for discipline at the academy, abruptly rose from her chair. She loudly shouted that she was allowing the official match between Namgung Mei and Tan Weiju, calling them after her to a special arena. Everyone involved in the fight in the middle of the Peck Military Academy went to the arena, which was prepared for just such a way of resolving the conflict. Wang Piao and Jin Piang were there too, worried about their comrade, who was standing in the middle of the arena, facing the pig-class scoundrel. Namgung Mei stood a little nervously, stretching his arms, preparing for the upcoming duel that was supposed to resolve their conflict. Suddenly, at this moment, the impudent Weiju spoke to him mockingly, drawing his attention to himself. He laughed at him, and pointing at himself with his hand, mockingly asked if he really hoped to win if he dared to challenge him to a duel. Namgung Mei, with a thick shadow on his face, began to respond to his taunts, remembering the past. The young man recalled how he had previously stood in despair, looking after his disappearing brother, and said that at that time he could not even imagine such a thing. With a smile on his face and a confident voice, Mi looked at his opponent and said that everything had changed now. But he still mocked his words, replying that he was speaking in a serious voice, some kind of nonsense. The scoundrel hid his hands behind his back, carefully lifting the sleeve of one of them. He reflected with displeasure on the fact that the youngest heir to the Namgun family had dug his own grave. The young man wanted to end it all with the poison he was hiding. After giving the students a chance to prepare a little, after a moment, the stern woman turned to them, coming closer. She loudly commanded that the official duel between Tang Weiju and Namgung Mai was now beginning, and she, Xiao Go, would be its witness. With cold confidence, Mi assumed his fighting stance, preparing for the upcoming duel. Weiju repeated the same thing after him, continuing to laugh right in his face at his fighting determination. Namgun Mi was determined. He understood perfectly well that this was the chance that would give him the opportunity to see the results of his training. Tang Weiju scorched the boy with his cruel gaze. He hated him and gloated in his pillows that he would finally be able to crush this insect and no one would stop him. The dog class instructor, So Go, took her place to better observe the fairness of the duel and shouted permission, giving them the opportunity to begin the fight. The first young man quickly jumped down from his seat, pushing off the ground with all his might and heading towards his opponent. The pig-class villain, enraged at the boy, immediately used his family technique, using a poisonous dagger strike in his attack. Caught off guard, Mi stared intently with fear at the enemy's hand approaching him. He recognized this technique. He had already seen this technique back in the meadow when a scoundrel from the pig class appeared in their training arena, provoked Moyan Bo into a fight, and attacked him from behind. A student in the snake class wondered how quickly and skillfully his classmate moved, fending off a dastardly attacker with just one blow. And the confused guy decided to try to move in the same way as Moyan Bo, thereby repelling the blow of his angry opponent. He awakened his inner energy, accumulating its flows in his fist and directing it towards the fingers of the scoundrel's subordinates. His fiery fist was already close to the fingers of the scoundrel who was using the Tang family's poisonous technique. He hoped that he would be able to fight back, but the young man mockingly turned to him, humiliating him, and asking if he had really decided that he would buy into the same counterattack twice. Confused by his opponent's sudden words, Mi looked sternly yet fearfully at his attacker who had humiliated him. Tang Weiju intercepted his hand, blocking the counterattack, and with a cruel smile, looked at the surprised boy who had not expected such a development. The scoundrel aimed at him, using his poison dagger technique and hitting him directly in the chest. The young man immediately screamed in pain. The blow was so strong that bright blood spurted in all directions from the wound of the youngest heir of the Namgun family, and he flew back. However, the young snake class master was able to wriggle out and land on his feet, breaking along the way rather than falling onto his back. Mi held his hand to the bleeding wound and, wincing in pain, groaned deeply in his mind that he wasn't the only one who had groaned during the time they hadn't seen each other. Suddenly, without moving away from the previous blow, he saw a knee in front of his face, rapidly approaching him. Tang Weiju appeared in front of him in an instant as soon as the boy landed, after being pushed back by the force of the blow, wanting to deliver another one. Jin Pyong and Wang Pyo, worried about their comrade, watched the fight and were concerned about the fact that they had been hit with a poisonous blow at the very beginning of the fight. The Buddhist disciple nervously said that the longer he continued the duel, the worse it would be for him, and Brother Mi was worried about him, that he could not lose like that. Suddenly, the students from the rat class who were also watching the fight called out to them, frightening young Jin Pyong with their stern tone and suddenness. Their class leader, looking at them coldly, sternly declared that they should stop talking like that because Mi now would not lose at all. The leader of the alliance of the five strongest, continuing to stare at them piercingly, frowned and ordered them to behave quietly. The cousin tried to explain to them that after being exposed to poison, the body becomes uncontrollable, and it is almost impossible to control internal energy. But they looked at him in surprise. The students from the rats class were confident in their beliefs, and looking at the young man as if he were crazy, desperately declared that justice was not so easily destroyed. Mi, despite being unprepared for another blow from his opponent, was able to stop his knee by holding it back with his hand. The boy had a hard time holding back the attack because of the pain, but he was determined, while the attacker laughed at his exertion, saying that he was holding on just fine. Namgung Mei gritted his teeth and reawakened his inner energy, which flared up in bright flames around him and blazing from the center of the wound. He pushed away with all his might the scoundrel from the pig class who was trying to hit him meanly, but he laughed at his attempted attack, ominously advising him not to try so hard to use his energy. The boy landed on his feet easily, as if no one had just pushed him away. And gloating with a cruel smile, he said that the more he used ki, the faster the poison would fill his entire body, spreading through the energy flows. Namgung Mei looked intently at his trembling hands and the veins protruding from the strain of the impact. And the scoundrel from the pig class added that after all the streams are filled with his poison, he will experience suffering worse than death. But he, getting to his feet, looked at himself carefully, feeling only a tremor from the tension building in his muscles, and pondered his opponent's words. However, to his great surprise, having calmed his trembling, the boy realized that he felt completely normal. The scum of the noble Tang family continued to stare at the bewildered young man, cruelly wondering if he had finally realized this. He stood with a sly smile, watching him and suspecting that he was finally starting to feel the first signs of poisoning. The villain decided that now was the time to strike the final blow, and new poison began to accumulate on his hand. He looked cruelly at the young man and pounced on him with a new attack, saying that now he would finish him off like a small cockroach. The cunning student from the pig class waved his hand sharply, and a stream of pure energy was directed at the bewildered boy. However, unexpectedly, Mi was able to block the attacker's blow using his own internal energy that erupted without any restrictions. Tang Weiju was shocked that his opponent was able to fight him off. He couldn't believe his own eyes that he was still using internal strength. The ki energy that gathered in the hands of the concentrated intense Namgun Mi was like a fireball that struck the attacker's hand. The snake-class disciple watched intently as his energy easily succumbed to him and cleansed the attacker's attack of poison. Looking at this, he was incredibly surprised and could not understand why he did not feel any problems using internal energy, even though it warned otherwise. Tang Weiju also noticed his strength, which had not changed, and angrily said that he obviously wanted to win before the poison spread through his body. The guy jumped back sharply, saying angrily that that guy wouldn't have any chance anyway. He wasn't going to let that guy win. The scoundrel jumped high, hovering over the young man and incinerating him. With his fierce gaze, in which all his hatred was visible, he sharply swung his arms above his head. And at that moment, the same throwing knives that he had used before in a duel with the rat class appeared between his fingers. He threw them down with all his might, using the same technique of heavenly rain of daggers and aiming at the shocked boy who was staring intently up. The student understood that there would be no other way to avoid this attack than to deviate slightly away from the place where they would stick. But there were too many daggers, and they rained down on him in a hail, so he had to repeat his hands each time, dodging them as if between raindrops. Namgunmi decided to catch one of the throwing knives that fell to him and take a closer look at it. It seemed a bit strange to him. As it turned out, these were not guesses at all, but reality. The young man was closely examining the weapon in his hands, from the blade of which a drop of green poison was dripping. Looking at the tip of the weapon, he sincerely admired the son of the Tang family's ability to perfectly accurately use poison and his family's various poison techniques. For a moment, he wondered with astonishment why he had not felt the effects of the poison on himself, even though he had been wounded by it and suspected that it was because of his poison from the tangent. Surprised by his own guesses, he suspected that the unknown poison that had been inside him since childhood could neutralize the one with which he had been wounded. Namgunmi was shocked by this realization, not believing that this could actually be true and that the poison that was destroying his ki flows could act as an antidote to other poisons. At that moment, all the daggers aimed at him remained behind the young man, sticking out of the ground like sharp pins, and he still could not understand the truth. Wang Pio also watched his friend with incomprehension and wondered if he had definitely been poisoned, but for some reason, there were no signs of poisoning at all. Wary of his own guesses, Jihyun began to speak with fear about his cousin, who without any signs continued to fight. He suspected that his Hyung possessed the same legendary resistance to all poisons and cautiously mentioned this to his new companion, who looked at him in surprise. The Buddhist disciple shook his head sharply in denial. He did not believe in such a possibility, since to him, it did not seem like a state of resistance to all poisons. But as he continued to watch the desperate duel between Namgung-mei and Tan Weiju, he sincerely hoped that this assumption was true. The dog class teacher also kept her stern gaze on the students, making sure the duel was fair. She was genuinely surprised at the momentum this fight was gaining, and she was amazed that the wounded young man was still standing firmly on his feet and continuing to fight. Seogo suspected the possibility of being injured by poison and, just in case, prepared an antidote, which she kept in her hands, in case the boy needed help. But watching the boy feel great, she suspected that the snake class's mentor, Kui Myung-dok, had already done something for this, but when and how she couldn't figure out. The scoundrel from the pig class continued to attack the young man with excitement and laugh at how he resisted him. He said with a cruel smile that he was a good fighter. However, in reality, the pig class opponent wasn't at all worried about how Mi fought back, as he had never harmed him before. He continued to mock and humiliate the boy, calling him a small insect, but suddenly the boy jumped up abruptly from his seat. He got close enough to him and, avoiding the attack, swung his fist hard, putting a special concentration of force into it and negating its insults. The guy hit his opponent hard in the face, but at that moment he missed the blow, and it also hit him in the chin. However, Namgun-mi was driven by irritation and hit much harder than he received, and his opponent lost his balance, slowly falling backwards. The boy himself was able to stand, only shifting slightly from his place, leaving traces of braking behind him, pushing harder with his feet. Hot and crimson blood dripped sharply onto the ground at the feet of the Tang family's son. Wiping his bloodied face, he was even more irritated as he looked at his enemy and realized that his strength had not diminished at all, even though he was poisoned. He looked at his opponent, who was firmly on his feet, with bright energy burning around him, and he could not understand what was wrong, why he did not succumb to the poison. Namgun-mei was separated and looked angrily at his opponent, who had managed to make him bleed again by breaking his lip with his blow. The boy abruptly jumped up from his seat, heading towards the scoundrel who was standing in his place, confused. He attacked him, starting to deliver numerous blows with all his might, but he didn't have time to block them, and was still trying to understand why Mi remained just as strong and fast. Namgun Mi's comrades were shocked watching him and couldn't believe their own eyes that he would be capable of such a thing, despite the wound on his chest. The students from the Rats class also watched him with surprise and tension. They reflected on the fact that they wouldn't want to be in the scoundrel's place right now. Tang Wei-ju, succumbing to the significant blows that came one after another, with a shadow on his face, finally realized that the poison really had no effect on him. He was taking blow after blow from the angry guy and trying to understand how this was even possible. Another blow, right in the face of the impudent scoundrel, and he quickly flew away from the angry young man, losing his balance. Namgung Mei was exhausted from using so much energy, but his gaze was burning with rage, and the boy was not going to calm his anger. He was determined to prove his strength to his opponent at all costs, so that he would no longer have the desire to hurt him or continue to humiliate him. The beaten student from the pig class could barely get to his feet, and drops of hot blood were flowing down his face in streams, indicating numerous injuries. He glared at his enemy and suspected that he had agreed to use the poison because he had something to counteract his poison. The bus driver remembered the days when he could easily bully little Namgung Mi, who was completely unable to defend himself, and how, as he grew older, he could continue to bully the boy, who remained just as weak no matter how much time passed. He was angry that he had somehow been able to trick him, and knew that he couldn't afford to lose to such a pathetic guy like Namgung Mei. The embittered young man understood that he had no other choice, and he looked resolutely at his hand, which had numerous scratches, on which under the sleeve of the clothes was hidden precisely that last option, in the form of a small bottle with a secret poison. Now, with a furious face, he looked at his opponent, mentally thinking about what would finish him off with one of the 8 most terrible poisons of his family, the poison of instant death. The poison of instant death that he possessed was obtained by members of his family from a 2-headed centipede. And as soon as this substance touches the skin, it immediately spreads throughout all the opponent's energy flows. With such an instant effect, if the antidote is not drunk within a few hours, the person quickly dies, suffering terribly. It was one of the Tang family's 8 most terrible poisons, which only the future head of the family was allowed to use. Such a small mechanism, hidden under his clothes, yet so dangerous, he touched it gently. The pig-class villain was literally enveloped in black mystery and deceit, and he glared at his opponent. Namgung Mei watched him with fear. He felt some special danger and could not understand what exactly had changed. In the hands of the impudent scoundrel, an incomprehensible thing appeared, which he tightly clasped in his palm, slyly looking at the enemy standing before him. He threw it with all his might against the ground, shattering it into small pieces, and a mysterious green mist appeared around him, spreading rapidly. Xiao Go noticed from the tension that the student had used a poisonous mist. She felt that he wanted to use some trick, but she did not know what it was. The dog class instructor quickly ordered the rest of the people standing below, watching to cover their noses and mouths and get as far away from the arena as possible. They quickly obeyed her order, watching with amazement what would happen next. The boys began to be especially worried about their friend who was there. Namgun Mei found himself in the middle of a thick fog that covered everything around him and made it impossible to see anything in front of him. He tried to stare intently ahead, looking around, but he realized that the fog had blocked his entire view. Suddenly, he felt the sound of whistling steel approaching in his direction, and he quickly realized that it was more daggers approaching. He tried to quickly dodge them, even though he couldn't see them at all, relying solely on his inner feelings that told him of danger. Suddenly, a cunning villain appeared from behind him, holding the last dagger in his hands. He quietly crept up to the boy, who had been distracted by other daggers. He held in his hands a dagger, the sharp tip of which was well lubricated with one of the 8 poisons of the Tang family, a particularly deadly poison. The scoundrel instantly sped past the boy, slashing sharply with his weapon, which flashed across the unsuspecting Mi's hand. The student from the pig class left a deep cut on Namgung Mei's arm, and crimson blood quickly spurted from there. At that moment, the thick green mist developed a loud scream from a wounded boy who was experiencing incredible pain from a special poison. The dog's class teacher looked there with fear, but she couldn't see anything through the thick veil of fog. She knew something was wrong. The woman flared up with anger and instantly began to illuminate everything around her with her inner energy, scolding Tang Wei-ju for what he was creating. The fog began to slowly dissipate under her influence, revealing the arena, and she could finally see at least something of what was happening there. Through the veil of fog, the silhouette of a wounded young man began to become visible, almost unconscious, slowly falling down and screaming in pain. He lay on the ground, not moving, and his blood vessels began to rapidly dilate, Filling with blood, the boy could barely breathe. Everyone exclaimed loudly in excitement, looking at the injured Mi lying below. And above him stood a bewildered Tang Wei-ju, who did not understand why the fog had dissipated so quickly. Suddenly Namgung Mei got to his knees and started coughing, spitting out blood. He looked horrible. While the young man desperately and unconsciously fought the poison that had taken possession of his body, his gaze and appearance changed, becoming frantic. At that moment, he remembered the lessons he had taken with his mentor in the middle of the night, in the closed training arena of the snake class. The guy remembered the words of the key teacher, who talked about controlling energies, both in the forward and reverse directions at the same time. Mi recalled his deep amazement and how he had inquired of his mentor about the possibility of controlling energy flows simultaneously in both different directions. Then Kui Myung-dok asked about his surprise and understood that he had never seen anything like it before, and therefore it was understandable. He explained that controlling flows in the opposite direction carries the risk of damaging energy channels, so controlling flows in both directions carries an even greater risk. Master Qi said that this process can be compared to consciously turning your body into a powerful bomb. The young man listened to him with fear and great tension. He was aware of the danger that the snake class instructor was talking about. Therefore, the boy, with surprise and alarm, asked his mentor about the meaning of this comparison with a powerful bomb. And he, with cold composure, began to explain that the energy cycles are performed simultaneously, so they have to share the same energy channels. The thin man said that the flows of energy are one, but different. They cannot meet, but must connect. Kui Myung-dok sternly emphasized that because of such a peculiarity, not even the slightest discrepancy could be allowed for a second. The boy listened attentively but tensely, clenching his hands into fists and wondering with fear what would happen if he suddenly made a mistake. And he replied completely carelessly, coldly, that in that case an explosion could occur, demonstrating this. He explained that at the point where the forward and reverse flows meet, the energy channel through which they moved will simply break. However, a moment later, a thin and mysterious man looked at him and said with a smile that he need not be afraid. The boy, feeling relieved, was happy and began to hope that the man was hinting that he would succeed with the help of his mentor. But he shocked him even more, saying with a smile that he had prepared a needle and potion in case his body would break. He realized that he had worried in advance that he might break. He looked at him in confusion and couldn't believe that his mentor was actually talking about this with such ease and indifference, demonstrating what he had brought with him. But the latter, seeing his fear, moved away from him and, radiating special strength, asked what he thought he still had to do for him. And the guy cautiously began to say that he was interested in learning something if he had really officially started studying with him. The thin man exuded some special mystery and coldly replied that if he were of the snake class, then that's exactly what he would do for him. Namgung Mei was shocked to hear these words. He tensed up, not understanding what he was getting at when he answered so mysteriously. His mentor moved closer to the boy, staring intently into his bewildered eyes and noticing the lack of understanding in them. Kui Myung-dok began to say that as the snake class's mentor, he taught them not to lose concentration in any situation. The great warrior compared himself to him, saying that he also supplemented all the basic knowledge of the students and what each of them still lacked. The boy swallowed hard, feeling the tension building within him from his mentor's mysterious voice. The thin man followed him and said coldly that all his previous training had been geared towards practical combat. But unexpectedly, he moved away from him, saying that their training could only be called a first trial. But there was one nuance. His voice came out sharply, like thunder out of a clear sky, shocking the boy. He said that Namgung Mei no longer belonged to the snake class. He reappeared behind him, abruptly placing a hand on his shoulder and diverting his attention. The man's voice sent goosebumps down his spine as he held him by the shoulders and said that now he had become his personal disciple, a disciple of Kui Myung-dok. He leaned over his ear and quietly, mysteriously said that now he would teach him according to completely different principles. The boy looked back at him intently, and the man replied that he would teach him according to the principles that Kui Myung-dok himself had created. He saw that mad look and strange smile. His face seemed frightening. The young man felt only fear of him and what awaited him. The crazy smile of the mentor, which he remembered forever, suddenly, in his head, the words sounded in the teacher's voice that he needed to confront and figure it out, and also rise. This unexpected phenomenon gave him strength, and leaning on his hands, he tried to raise his body above the ground to stand on his feet. However, the pain was unbearable, but the boy was determined to try to push himself, as the teacher had ordered. His gaze flared with determination again, and he remembered that he had already destroyed the poison used by Tang Wei-ju once. He tensed up, awakening his own inner energy, tuning into the fact that this time he would also be able to neutralize the particularly dangerous poison. The youngest heir to the Namgun family, he once again plunged into himself and felt two energies moving within him. The boy felt these two powerful forces moving within him, and they seemed to him similar to the energy of fire and the energy of ice. These two forces rage fiercely within him, destroying his energy flows throughout his body as they pass through, creating house within. He delved deep into the center of his consciousness and felt what creatures were destroying him, but he was not going to give up. He tried to fight, awakening his own ki. But the dark energy of fire, separated from the poison, increasingly consumed his body and consciousness. It was joined by the energy of the ice, which also kept pace with the related power that was in the poison, continuing to create chaos within him, together. However, the youngest heir to the Namgun family was focused entirely on himself. He was full of determination and faith that he could overcome them. He felt the cocoon that had formed above him slowly begin to crack, releasing a different energy from within. And he continued to try to fight the chaos that raged inside him, wanting to destroy everything down to the last drop of poison that the villain had used. Siogo was incredibly angry and abruptly appeared before the pig-class scoundrel, who was frightened by her sudden appearance in front of him. She was furious and burning with the fire of irritation. She grabbed him tightly by the shirt and lifted him up with one hand, tearing the scoundrel off the ground. The woman glared at him with her angry gaze and shouted at the young man, wondering if the scumbag had used one of the 8 most powerful poisons. She was burning with rage, unable to believe that this vile scoundrel had decided to kill his comrade. Her appearance was incredibly frightening. But the brazen scumbag, as if nothing had happened, began to say that everything would be fine if he took the antidote within an hour. But the scoundrel, with a sinister smile, hid the fact that it was quite possible that the wounded boy would be left with consequences in the form of disabilities. The teacher of the dog class, scorching the student with her fierce gaze, ordered him to give her the antidote immediately, saying that their duel with me was stopped. But the impudent scoundrel remained silent, not answering anything, just looking in the direction of the angry teacher of the dog class. He was not satisfied with such words. The woman did not understand such audacity, and furious, she continued to hold him, wondering if he really wanted to be expelled from Peck Military Academy. But unexpectedly, she was distracted by another voice that suddenly sounded in the middle of the special arena, addressing her and talking about the duel. 2 unknown men entered the arena, and one of them turned to the angry teacher, asking for the fight to continue. All the students turned back sharply, looking in the direction of the gate through which the strangers had entered. They were curious to know who exactly had appeared here so suddenly. They recognized the firstborn of the Namgun family, who appeared before them, accompanied by a gray-haired man walking behind him. They slowly descended toward them, getting closer and closer to the arena where the duel was taking place, and now there stood Sogo's mentor. Jinpyong was surprised to recognize the young man, not believing that his brother Namgung-il had so unexpectedly appeared on the grounds of an academy where he was not supposed to be. Namgung-il, passing by him, looked down on the boy, wondering if he had also entered the Back Military Academy. He felt this condescending gaze on him, and, nervous, lowered his eyes, awkwardly answering his older cousin what had happened. The boy no longer paid attention to him, acting arrogantly, and telling him not to bring shame on the Namgun family name, and to behave quietly. He walked past him, saying coldly and cruelly that no one would treat a descendant of the sideline with special attention anyway. Namgung-il headed forward, getting closer and closer to the dog class teacher, who was surprised by his appearance and addressing her. The guy looked straight at her and bowed respectfully before the angry woman, introducing himself and saying his name. She called his name and wondered if he would be the older brother to Namgung-mei, who had suffered at the hands of Tang Wei-ju, and he confirmed her guess. The woman looked at the young man who stood before her pleadingly, not understanding, and said that the wounded boy's life was at stake. Siogo looked at him angrily, wondering why he wanted the fight to continue if he knew his brother was in such a state. The Namgun clan, to which they belonged and whose representatives are called the best swordsmen among all 5 families. In the distant past, during the Great Zhongma War, they stood on the front lines along with other masters and proved their worth there. It was during those times, during a great war, that the head of the Namgun clan, Namgun Cho, had an epiphany. From that moment on, everyone began to call him the Great Fire Master, and the levels of this technique are divided into Gi, Gyol, and Geek. And during the war, the head of the family, Namgun Cho, reached the second step in this technique, mastering the Gyol level, thereby earning himself the title of the strongest of the clan leaders. And this awakened power of his allowed the Namgun clan to be compared to an alliance of 9 families. Their gazes met, and they began to display their inner strength, forcing each other to surrender, showing their power. However, the dog class teacher was surprised to realize that the boy, who was the first heir of the Namgun family, was no match for her strength. The young man continued to look resolutely in her direction, realizing that he had enough strength to confront one of the Peck Academy's mentors. Looking at the boy, the students of the rat class realized that the young man who had won the previous competition had appeared. They were amazed that he was not at all inferior in strength to the dog class teacher, admiring his power. They considered the young man cool. Their class leader was amazed that the power of the boy who had suddenly appeared was like all-consuming tongues of flame. The students of Beck Academy were excited about the appearance of the first heir of the Namgun family, Namgun-il. The woman looked aside at the wounded boy who could not wait any longer for help, which was already late. She saw the young man lying on the ground trying to struggle, but his body was becoming increasingly enveloped by some other energy, quite strange. The dog class teacher, with a single wave of her hand, dispelled all the fire raging around them, drawing her internal energy back. They stopped their confrontation in front of the shocked children and the teacher, So-go, who firmly stated that now was not the time for this at all. She looked at the unfortunate me and said that now it was necessary to give him an antidote as soon as possible and transfer him to the care of a doctor. However, the firstborn of the Namgun family declared that their family, one of the 5 great families of Merim, possessed the blue sky technique, which causes the heavens to split open. And the cold-blooded boy said with indifference that Namgun May's dignified death during the duel would be the pride of their family. These words incredibly shocked everyone present watching the fight. They couldn't believe that the guy could be so cruel. The rat class, which had previously looked up to him as a hero, was now shocked by his words, which he said with such ease. Even the teacher of the dog class couldn't immediately answer anything. She just let out a heavy breath, looking at the cruel young man. Her face broke out in cold sweat at those words, and she realized with difficulty that this guy was also not normal. She was contemplating the representatives of the 5 great families when a sound from the poisoned me suddenly caught her attention. Turning to him, the woman could not believe her eyes that the wounded boy had now regained consciousness. So-go looked at him in surprise and saw him trying to get up, while a powerful fiery energy flared up around him. His ki began to gradually fill the boy's tanjong, displacing the poison with which he had recently been injured. The young man was burning with rage and determination, glaring angrily at the vile enemy, ready to do anything to win. The boy held onto the deep wound on his chest, standing more firmly on his feet, while 2 different energies burned around him, seemingly converging inside him. He was able to defeat the poison that was destroying his energy flows, destroying the fire and ice energy of the poison, one of the 8 most terrible poisons. They watched him in shock, not believing that he was really rising, despite the degree of poisoning in his body. Namgun Mi looked furiously at his opponent and declared with equal irritation that their duel was not over yet. The guy said that they needed to determine the winner, and slowly raising his hand, he looked resolutely in front of him. The youngest heir of the Namgun family pointed a finger firmly at Tang Wei-ju, challenging the bewildered young man to a duel once again. The irritated scoundrel looked at his opponent with contempt, mocking him and calling him a crazy idiot. So-go watched him in amazement and couldn't look away. She saw that his internal energy had stabilized, which meant that he had somehow overcome that terrible poison. She allowed the duel to begin again, understanding that she needed to observe the injured young man, who was extremely surprising the dog class instructor. Namgun-il was pleased that the duel would continue like this. He proudly folded his arms across his chest, watching the students. His gaze was cold and emotionless. He was prepared for the fact that his brother might die, and it didn't bother him at all. The rest of the academy students, who were mentally rooting for me and worried about his health, couldn't believe that his brother was so cruel. The scoundrel from the pig class took his place, preparing to attack and pondering the fact that the boy he hated was behaving like an insect and continuing to twitch. But he looked at him with a vile smile, understanding that the longer he dragged out time, the faster the poison of instant death would spread through his body and kill the young man. Namgun Mi finally realized the subtle detail that helped him master the ability to control the forward and reverse flows of internal energy. Suddenly his gaze fell on the crowd, and he was surprised to notice a person there whom he had not expected to meet today, and also during a duel with someone. He was struck by the fact that the oldest brother was present in the crowd. He wondered how long he had been here and watching him. He remembered the words Namgun-il had said during their last meeting. that all his attempts and lack of skill would only bring shame to the family, and how he finally told him to come back in 3 months, only after he learned everything himself. The youngest heir of the Namgun family realized that 3 months had already passed since that moment, the deadline given to him by his older brother, which is why he was here. The guy gathered his thoughts and calmly exhaled, concentrating only on his own feelings and inner strength, preparing for the fight. Gathering his strength, he took up his fighting stance, standing opposite Tang Wei-ju and mentally promising to show his brother what he had learned. He abruptly jumped down from his seat, aiming an arrow at the enemy who stood so brazenly opposite him, and mocked him. The young man swung for a new blow and promised himself that he would prove to his brother that he was no longer the weakling he had been when they last met. However, the cunning Tang Wei-ju was not going to wait for the boy's attack. He mockingly decided to avoid him by sharply running to the side. And as soon as the young man approached the place where the villain stood, the villain quickly fled to one side, leaving only a slight trace behind him. Tang Wei-ju taunted him, suggesting to catch up with him, but instead used the poison walk technique, leaving a small residue of poison behind. The rascal from the pig class continued to taunt him and mentally provoke him, watching the young man try to hit him. But unexpectedly, he appeared right next to him, his eyes burning with anger, and he did not take his gaze off his opponent. Realizing that he had finally caught up with his opponent, the boy swung hard again, wanting to prove against all odds that he was no longer the loser who brought shame to his family. He hit the bastard with all his might, who tried to avoid his attack again and lost his balance, falling backwards. The blow was strong enough that he fell, bounced off the ground and flew away again, groaning in pain. Tang Wei-ju, trembling with tension, tried to get to his feet, but his opponent suddenly appeared in front of him again, his gaze burning with rage. He instantly appeared before him and began to deliver furious blows one after another, wanting to show everyone present his true nature. The dog class instructor looked at him in amazement. She couldn't believe that a young man who had received so many injuries and was so strong could deliver such fierce blows. The students from the rats class were also surprised that the boy was capable of such attacks. Although before that he looked much weaker, but despite this, they were rooting for him. The older brother, Namgung-il, watched his younger brother with cold severity, wondering if he had really managed to outgrow himself even a little. Wang Pyo watched him closely. He couldn't understand where the guy got such energy from. It seemed very similar to the one he had already seen in him, but something was wrong here. He remembered his comrade, who then, during the test fighting the robbers, turned into a real monster who could not control himself. At this moment, Kui Myung-dok was quite far from the place of the duel, calmly sipping tea. But suddenly he felt something that interested him. He sat calmly in his seat, but slowly turned his head to the window, looking into nowhere in surprise. He felt that the boy had managed to wake up. The thin man calmly put his cup down on the table, saying that he always distrusted conversations within the clan about each other. Teacher Kui looked out the window and calmly pondered how Namgun's family members could call such a boy a simpleton. Namgun Mei continued to attack his opponent, seriously inflamed with rage and a desire to prove his true strength to everyone.